Chapter 321. Wan Ningyan returned to the car 5 minutes later, and immediately began nagging Nuanyang. Nuanyang, let me tell you, the military is going too far. What's wrong? They only allow people from districts A, B, and C to buy coal. If Zhao Rou hadn't given Sister Su Wan some, both mother and daughter would have gotten sick from the cold. Wan Ningyan's words confirmed what Zhao Rou's mother had said. Nuanyang told Wan Ningyan what Zhao Rou's mother had said while driving, and Wan Ningyan was furious. Why? Are the wealthy superior to ordinary people? Han Qingcheng, that bastard. The more I look at him, the more I dislike him. Don't get angry yet. It's not necessarily intentional on the part of the military. We get more information when we get a chance. If there's any problem, we leave. You're still speaking for him. If that's not intentional, what is? You're so shameless. Without you, they wouldn't be able to transport so much coal back, and yet they're still so stingy. If the extreme cold lasts a long time, saving a little is understandable. In the last life, the extreme heat lasted about 3 or 4 months. Although it happened earlier this time, the extreme heat lasted nearly 6 months, so the extreme cold is very likely to. It can last longer. The base can't hold out much longer with just the coal from that coal mine. Wan Ningyan frowned and counted on her fingers. Yes, over 5 months of extreme heat is indeed longer than in my previous life. So, this time the natural disaster came earlier, and will it last longer? Yes, that's possible. Perhaps my rebirth triggered a butterfly effect. Sigh. Isn't it possible that the base can't survive the extreme cold? Tens of thousands of people. What if they all freeze to death? Don't even think about it. The military is more anxious than we are. They sent people to scavenge for supplies before the extreme cold. They should be able to survive the crisis. Let's divide the work now. Nuanyang stopped the car and pointed ahead. Wei Mingy, you go ahead. I go to Gao's house. Remember to remind her to tell her team members not to tell their families about joining us for now, to prevent gossip from reaching the military. Well, didn't you say you treat everyone to a meal to showcase our strength? When is that? I let everyone know. The day after tomorrow, then. The blizzard has stopped, so I don't have to activate snow mode. Otherwise, the car would be immediately exposed when we pick everyone up. Wan Ningyan was puzzled. You're still hiding it? Wouldn't it be easier to convince everyone if you revealed it now? Wife, before leaving the base, we can't fully expose our full strength to anyone. If someone turns against us with ulterior motives, we'd be in a very vulnerable position. Especially Mom, Dad, and Yuer. The 3 of them are powerless. If they were truly controlled by the military, they'd be at their mercy. Okay, safety comes first. I'm leaving now. Be careful. If it gets too cold, call me and I carry you back. Yeah, you too. Stay safe. Nuanyang dropped Wan Ningyan off at Wei Mingyi's building, then drove back to the Gao family's building. Braving the blizzard, he entered. The short journey was so cold that his teeth were chattering. He missed Wan Ningyan's little stove dearly. Arriving at the Gao family's door, Nuanyang retrieved a whole mutant chicken and dumplings from his space, and also carried a large bag, so he could use it as a safety net in case anything was missing. It was Gao Huilan who opened the door. After a period of recuperation, her complexion looked better than during the extreme heat. Her face looked cleansed, as if washed. Her features were clear, and she exuded a merchant air. My benefactor, why are you here in such a blizzard? Gao Yu, go give me some hot water to warm me up. Auntie Gao, there's no need to bother. I just came to see you and bring you some food. Why again? Gao Huilan immediately refused. You saved our family, helped us with our rent, and sent us food and drinks from time to time. How could I possibly take your things again? Please take them back. I earned some points from working, enough to support the children. The 3 children emerged from their beds in the living room and stood beside Gao Huilan. After greeting Nuanyang, each of them stared at the chicken in Nuanyang's hands, licking their lips with greed. Children are always greedy, especially when suddenly impoverished from affluent families. Their appetite for delicious food grows even stronger. Nuanyang didn't rush to respond to Gao Huilan. Instead, he bent down and greeted the children, then asked them, "Do you want some chicken? Here, a mutant chicken. It's plump and delicious, whether roasted or stewed." The 3 children were ravenous, but they all shook their heads, saying they didn't want any, then hid behind their mother. Alas, what a good upbringing. Nuanyang felt bitter. She had originally wanted to use the children to pressure Gao Huilan into accepting the gift, but now she missed her eloquent Wan Ningyan and her mother deeply. Auntie Gao, I brought it all. If you don't accept it, I won't be able to explain it to my family. Besides, it's a gift from the military, and we still have it at home. Just take it. Wan Yang ignored Gao Huilan's refusal and went to the kitchen. The moment she opened the door, she shivered with cold. There was no heating, so it was exceptionally cold, serving as a natural refrigerator. Putting the chicken and dumplings on the countertop, Wan Yang closed the door, preventing Gao Huilan from taking them out. The two of them argued for a while, and Wan Yang had no choice but to change the subject. That's not right. What's that smell in your house? It's a bit pungent. Smell? Gao Huilan was stunned, then fanned Wan Yang's hair. Sorry, we're burning a fire at home, and the smoke is a bit strong. Are you choking? Fire? How could a fire smell this pungent? Wan Yang, unconvinced, walked into the living room and saw that the Gao family's brazier was burning entirely with wood, with some unburned firewood piled in the corner. The smokiness of burning wood is much stronger than that of coal, and since there's no chimney in the house, the smoke is even more pungent and not good for the body. Auntie Gao, I happen to have some coal with me. You should stick to burning charcoal from now on. Wan Yang pulled coal from his backpack and persuaded Gao Huilan, who was about to refuse. Just think of it as buying it from me. Don't refuse. You can't burn this wood like this. Children can easily get lung disease if they inhale too much. It's safer than coal. Gao Huilan immediately agreed upon hearing the risk of getting sick, repeatedly saying thank you. The three children gathered around Wan Yang, thanking him sweetly. Wan Yang couldn't suppress a smile. He then took out 3 20-jin, 20-pound, bags of coal, and gave each child a bag of candy. Thank you, benefactor. May you live 100 years. Gao Kaiying's blessing was indeed what Wan Yang wanted most. Smiling, she pinched her cheek, noticing that her skin was a little dry and rough. Then she remembered that the Gao family hadn't given her any cleaning supplies. Before, the extreme heat and water shortage had prevented everyone from taking a bath. Now, with snow everywhere, they could enjoy a good bath. So Wan Yang offered them facial cleanser, shower gel, and shampoo. Gao Huilan didn't directly refuse these supplies. Wan Yang could tell from her reaction that it touched her heart. Aunt Gao, when the snowstorm is over, you can go dig some snow and melt it for a bath. My dad is a carpenter, so I had him build you a tub and send it over in a couple of days. This? Benefactor, I'm embarrassed by you doing this. It's okay. Aunt Gao made a beautiful fence for my house, but it was blown all over by the snowstorm. After the extreme cold is over, you can help me repair it. It be paid for supplies, okay? Okay. Next time I use wire, it be stronger. Yeah. Before leaving, Wan Yang checked all the windows at Gao's house. Father One had helped repair them before, and they were indeed very sturdy. Wan Yang simply used his supernatural powers to reinforce them a bit before leaving and returning to the car. Wan Ying's progress was slower. With the entire Rose team delivering supplies, it would take some time. However, she returned quite quickly, so Wan Yang only had to wait about 10 minutes. So soon? Yeah. Because we only went to the captain's house. Didn't anyone else deliver the chickens? Yes, but it was the captain. She said it would be too conspicuous for me to deliver the chickens to every family. Some members have relatives who might spread rumors, so she went in person to silence them. Also, the captain said she told everyone from the beginning not to tell their families. Honey, you're so smart. You figured out the captain would make all the arrangements. Wan Yang was very satisfied after hearing this. Wei Mingyi was indeed a smart person. Working with someone like her was like adding wings to a tiger. Chapter 322. By the way, honey, what are you treating the captain and the others to? I need to have mom prepare it early. No need. Just a buffet. Barbecue, hot pot, seafood, whatever they want. Huh? Wan Ningyan was puzzled. Aren't we supposed to minimize our strength? Can we just have them have a buffet? We had a lavish wedding banquet, but even then, some on the Rose team are wavering and doubting our resources. Treating them to a simple meal this time is pointless. They still won't fully trust us. So, the buffet is a must. It will allay their biggest concerns. With the addition of the interspatial ring, our partnership will be more solid. Indeed, except for Mu Yi, all the other members have families. Their biggest fear is that we won't have enough food, and they starve if they follow us. They'd be better off staying at the base. Well, but how come Mu Yi doesn't have any family? They were organized by Wei Mingyi, and they lived close by, so they wouldn't have left anyone behind. Mu Yi is an orphan. When she was young, her family was in a car accident. The captain's parents happened to be passing by and took her to the hospital. They learned that Mu Yi was the only one who survived, and since they had no relatives to look after her, they adopted her. Nguyen Yang hadn't expected Mu Yi to be an orphan, and she finally understood why Mu Yi dared to challenge Wei Mingyi. Sisters who grew up together naturally have a deep bond, and they're not afraid of arguments ruining their relationship. Before returning home, Nguyen Yang made a special trip to the supply exchange station. The doors were closed, and a notice board hung on the door read, "Closed due to blizzard weather. Listen to the announcement for the specific opening hours. We can't buy the supplies Grandma Yuan wants. How about we give them some?" Nguyen Yang thought for a moment and rejected the idea. "No, we sent a lot of supplies over the past 2 days. They want to buy their own supplies because they don't want to take our things anymore. If we don't buy anything and give it to them, they won't ask for our help next time. Besides, it's such a long way, and her family doesn't have a car. If they have to walk to buy the supplies, they easily catch a cold. Well, Xiao Yu's family is very kind, so that's really possible. I'd be honest and give them 2 boxes of medicine for emergency use. We sent a lot of supplies anyway, so they'd be able to get by for a while." As they talked, the car arrived at the gate of Area B. Nguyen Yang noticed that the guard had posted another soldier. He walked to the car window to check Nguyen Yang's name tag. His expression remained calm, unlike the people in Area C, who were shivering from the cold. Nguyen Yang guessed that he was a fire-type mutant. "Miss Nguyen, may I ask where you drove to? Why were you out in such a blizzard?" "Well, my wife caught a cold and has a cough. I was planning to take her to the hospital, but it was packed and I couldn't get an appointment with a doctor. So I came back and decided to take some medicine to get through it." Wan Ningyan feigned weakness, covering her face with her hands and coughing a few times. The soldier didn't ask any more questions, returned the name tag to Nguyen Yang, and let her go. Han Qingcheng is so cruel. He even posted a security guard during a blizzard. Aren't they afraid the soldiers will freeze to death? He's a fire-type mutant. There aren't any in District D. I guess they're protecting the wealthy areas. Wan Ningyan snorted, still irritated with Han Qingcheng. She scolded him all the way to Xiao Yu's house, and Nguyen Yang couldn't help but pinch her cheek. Okay, come help, and stop yelling." "What for?" "Here, sacks." Nguyen Yang handed Wan Ningyan 3 woven bags. "Please pick up the herbs later. You might have to make a few trips." "Okay, go ahead and pack them." Nguyen Yang took out the prescription and began buying the herbs in the medicine section of the mall one by one, sorting them by name. For each prescription, he bought more herbs if they required more, and less if they required less. Although he only managed to pack 6 large bags, he had already spent a lot of points, nearly 3,000, which made Nguyen Yang feel bad. "Didn't Bai Xing give me 10,000 crystal cores? It's already over 3,000. Why do you look like that?" Those crystal cores were exchanged for glass, tempered glass. The industry has stagnated, and they won't be able to produce them anymore. 10,000 crystal cores is a huge loss. Just copy them. There are always more solutions than problems. Hurry up, we deliver the herbs and go home. Wan Ningyan got out of the car carrying 2 bags of Chinese herbs. Seeing this, Nguyen Yang took out a bag, stuffed it with brown paper and thick rope, and got out as well. Hiss. It's so cold. Nguyen Yang trotted into the house carrying the bags, unable to bear the weather. Xiao Yang, come drink some hot water. You're freezing, aren't you? Thank you, Grandma Yuan. I'm fine. Nguyen Yang took the cup and took a sip. The taste instantly reminded him of the days in his previous life when he relied on snow water to satisfy his hunger. He quietly put it down. Elsewhere, Wan Ningyan returned carrying the bags of herbs. Aunt Kai angrily slapped Uncle Yuan on the shoulder. You just stand there and watch, but you should be helping. How can you be so embarrassed to ask a woman to carry things back and forth? Yes, I go now. Nguyen Yang blushed when she heard this. Aunt Kai was scolding Uncle Yuan, but she was actually scolding Nguyen Yang as well. After all, she had left all the work to Wan Ningyan, which was really wrong. Embarrassed, Nguyen Yang immediately followed Uncle Yuan out to help Wan Ningyan carry the herbs. The 3 of them finished the job in just one trip, though Nguyen Yang's nose felt a little itchy from the cold, like the beginnings of a cold. There really are herbs. Where did you find them? Was it dangerous? Are you hurt? Nguyen Yang shook his head. I told you there's plenty of herbs, so don't worry. I have a plan. I just have to pack them up as soon as possible. I want to take a batch away tomorrow night and share some with my friends. Isn't time a bit tight? Grandma Yuan smiled and agreed. Don't worry, there's plenty of time. That's good. You can use the other 2 boxes of medicine as an emergency. Nguyen Yang returned the medicine and points card. The exchange station is closed. Wait for the announcement of the opening time. I go back then. If you need a car urgently, come see me and I drive you there. Okay, thank you so much. You're welcome. We be heading back. Wan Yang finished arranging the Chinese medicine and immediately said goodbye. Wan Ningyan, assuming Nuan Yang was anxious to get home, got out of the car early, opened the garage door, and waited outside for Nuan Yang to get out and go back together. However, after parking the car, Nuan Yang simply closed the garage door. Why are you closing the door? Aren't you going home? No, I have something else to do. What is it? Nuan Yang, seeing Wan Ningyan's innocent expression, became excited. Regardless of the cold weather, he pulled her into the passenger seat. No, what are you doing? Are you going out again? Nuan Yang lowered the backrest, and Wan Ningyan, caught off guard, leaned back screaming in fear. Bang! The car door slammed shut, and Nuan Yang sat on Wan Ningyan's lap. He quickly stripped off his combat uniform, leaving him in just a tank top and underwear, while turning the car's temperature down to 30 degrees. Why are you taking off your clothes? Wan Ningyan's face flushed deeply. It was obvious she knew what Wan Yang was up to, which made Wan Yang laugh. Wife, are you asking me this even though you already know the answer? I don't know. Who knows what you're up to? Wan Ningyan turned away from Wan Yang. Her ears and neck were flushed, and her chest was rising and falling violently. Nuan Yang could feel her rapidly beating heart as he gently placed his palm on it. Since you don't know, I tell you. Don't you owe me too? Now I want to use it once, okay? Wan Ningyan glanced at Wan Yang furtively, then dodged back, her voice trembling. No. That's not good. I haven't showered yet. It's okay. No oral sex, I use my finger. But it's too bright. I don't like it. She had quite a few requests, so Nuan Yang switched the car to sleep mode. The lights dimmed instantly, leaving only a simulated starry sky twinkling. Okay, it'd be rude to refuse again. How could you be so shameless? You're such a jerk. Wan Ningyan cursed, but her hand slipped into Nuan Yang's vest, rubbing his abs. She kept looking at him with innocent eyes, as if he were a villain seducing innocent girls. Which? Nuan Yang leaned in and kissed her. The passenger seat wasn't as spacious as the back seat, so everything was a bit limited, but precisely because of that, it brought an unprecedented sense of excitement. Chapter 323. Nuan Yang and Wan Ningyan fooled around in the passenger seat for a while. Since it was almost noon, they were hungry, and it was getting late, so they packed their clothes and headed home. What's wrong? Nuan Yang quickly caught Wan Ningyan, who nearly fell, only to be glared at by her the next moment. We agreed to do it once. It's all your fault. You made my legs go weak. Sorry, my wife is so alluring. Nuan Yang submissively flattered her, then put his arm around Wan Ningyan's waist and took her home. He didn't care how cold the snowstorm was, he just wanted to get the little one home to bathe and rest before she started messing with him again. Yin Yin and Xiaoan are back. Mother Wan opened the door and saw their smiles slowly fading, turning to confusion. You weren't wearing these clothes before you left, were you? What happened? It's so cold, and I fell on the way. Mom, I take Ningyan to take a shower first to prevent you from catching a cold. Okay, go shower. I make you some ginger soup. Nuan Yang hurriedly led the others into the bathroom. Wan Ningyan, who had been playing the ostrich, perked up and reached out to grab Nuan Yang's ear. It hurts. Honey, be gentle. You know it hurts too. You bastard. Yes, I'm a bastard, a jerk, a bad guy. Honey, are you tired? Do you want to take a shower? Can I serve you? Wan Ningyan snorted and leaned into Nuan Yang's arms, looking aggrieved, a sated look in her eyes. I want a bath. Okay, sit down for a while, I make arrangements. After finally getting a taste of meat, the Nuan Yang after-sales service was incredibly diligent. With a large wooden tub, hot water, roses, and a massage, Wan Ningyan was treated to a comfortable state of mind. Even her occasional intimacy with him was tolerated by Wan Ningyan. Honey, are you comfortable? Now that the heating is working, shouldn't we move from the Kong to our room? Wan Ningyan opened her eyes and looked meaningfully at Nuan Yang. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking, you pervert. What? I just feel like the privacy is too poor right now. It's inconvenient to even whisper to you. It's inconvenient for you to bully me, huh? Nuan Yang hugged Wan Ningyan's shoulders and said coquettishly, Oh, it's been so cold for so long. We can't sleep on the Kong all the time, right? What if it lasts for half a year? Aren't you afraid I get sick? Grandma Yuan said it's not good for us to indulge in sex. You don't want to? Just now in the car, weren't you also very comfortable? Wan Ningyan quickly covered Nuanyang's mouth, her face flushed with embarrassment. Don't say that. You're getting worse and worse. You look so serious, but when you cut yourself open, it's all yellow. Nuanyang couldn't help but laugh at Wan Ningyan's expression. He kissed her palm, frightening her so much that she retracted her hand and hid on the other side of the tub. Okay, I stopped teasing you. Come here. Your waist is sore, isn't it? Let me massage it for you. Really? Really? Lunch is almost time. How dare I bully you at this critical moment? Okay, I trust you this time. Nuanyang got up and entered the tub. He had Wan Ningyan lie down so he could massage her waist and keep himself warm. He was getting a little cold after being massaged naked for so long. But we really should consider moving bedrooms. Dad and Xiaofeng are men, after all. It's very inconvenient for them to get up at night. Yin Yin and Yue are still young, so we should avoid suspicion. Besides, the heating is plentiful now, and the Kong is warm. Everyone usually wears light, so sleeping in separate rooms is going to be uncomfortable. That makes sense. And Wan Ningfeng snores, it's so noisy. Right, so we can move to Lucky's room, and Mom can go to Yue and Yin Yin's room, while Dad and Xiaofeng sleep on the Kong. That'd be perfect for separating them. Okay, then tell Mom. Nuanyang paused. I tell Mom. Mom think the wrong thing. Wouldn't Mom think the wrong thing about what I said? Wan Ningyan turned and glared at Nuanyang. You bastard, I knew you had bad intentions. You're setting me up. No way. I'm just saying this. Let's see if the military can provide a stable heating supply these next few days. If so, we move to a new room. Could you lend a hand then? Sure. Thank you for your hard work, my dear. It was very hard work, Nuanyang silently wailed. His wife was too shrewd and hard to fool. It was such a headache. On the third day of the snowstorm, Nuanyang caught a cold. Besides taking medicine, Wan Ningyan told him not to get off the Kong, wrapped him tightly in the quilt, and even forced him to drink a large bowl of ginger soup. I go to Xiaoyu's house to get the medicine. You stay home and sweat it out. Be good. Wife, I go with you. The walk is quite tiring. I'm a fire element, and I'm not afraid of the cold. Just take care of yourself. Yes, Xiaoyang, listen to Yin Yin and get some rest at home. A mild cold is easy to recover from, but don't catch a cold, or it get worse. You have a fever, cough, and headache all at once, which is really painful. I know, Mom. What else could Nuanyang say? He could only stay on the Kong, sit up, wrap himself tightly in the quilt, and reach out to fill Wan Ningyan's sack with herbs. How are you going to get these 8 bags? Just a cart will do. Don't worry. Wan Ningyan put the herbs into her space, then went to the door and took out a flatbed cart. She put the sacks on it, tied it up with ropes, and pushed it all the way to Xiaoyu's house. The door was already closed, but Nuanyang was still staring at it in a daze. In reality, with Wan Ningyan's abilities, she didn't need to worry too much about anything she did, but Nuanyang just couldn't get overly worried. Perhaps it was her illness, or perhaps it was the trauma of witnessing Wan Ningyan's death in her previous life, leaving her feeling uneasy. Sister-in-law, are you waiting for me? Yue's words embarrassed Nuanyang. She looked away and coughed twice strategically. No, I'm just waiting to see when the snowstorm will stop. It's supposed to stop today. Really? Wan Ningyue looked at Nuanyang with wide eyes, completely disbelieving. Nuanyang couldn't lie to a child, so she asked Wen Yinru to take Yue out to play. Yue, go play with me. Don't disturb Nuanyang and the others. Okay, then can I watch cartoons? You can only watch for 2 hours a day. You can't watch them at night. Okay. Bye, sister-in-law. You continue to wait for me. I'm going to watch cartoons. Nuanyang was already feeling unwell with her cold, and the constant confirmation from Wen Yinru and Yue that she was waiting for Wan Ningyan made her feel even more suffocated. Thankfully, Wan Ningyan returned soon with 2 large sacks of packaged Chinese medicine. The Xiaoyu family was very meticulous, labeling each package with its name, making it easy to sort. How are you? Are you okay? My dear wife, are you questioning my ability level? A mere snowstorm. How could I possibly get cold? Nuanyang, a sickly person, didn't like this long string of self-deprecation. After storing all the medicine in her space, she began to count the amount. There are 60 packets of cold medicine, 55 packets of fever medicine, and 72 packets of cough medicine. The Rose team will arrive tomorrow, so give them some. The others haven't shown any signs of illness yet, so wait until the next batch of medicine is packed before sending it to them. Wan Ningyan was a little surprised, Are you in such a hurry to get it? Is it for the Rose team? Well, the snowstorm is over, and the temperature will rise. These teams can't just sit around and wait for death at the base. They definitely have to go out and find supplies. Stock up on some medicine for them, so they don't have to return to the base for treatment if they get sick. More than that, right? This way, you can win people over. Honey, what a brilliant plan. Wan Yang sighed helplessly and whispered a warning. Think about whether you can get through tomorrow first. Don't let anything slip and blow yourself up in front of Mom. At the mention of this, Wan Ningyan's expression darkened. She responded and went to warm herself by the fire, still avoiding the enemy. Chapter 324. At night, Wan Ningyan didn't hold Ying Bao. Instead, she clung to Nuan Yang like an octopus, using her fire powers to warm him up. Nuan Yang was practically on the verge of tears. She already sweated twice during the day, and now, hugging Wan Ningyan so closely at night, she couldn't do anything. The calm beneath her was scorching, and the person in her arms was warm, a double dose of the heat. So all night, Nuan Yang could only sweat and wake repeatedly from the heat, unable to sleep well. She quickly got up early in the morning to shower, her body sticky. After the shower, Nuan Yang blew her nose. It was no longer runny, and she didn't have the chills anymore. She must be almost well. But just to be safe, she drank some ginger soup made by Wan's mother to help with the healing process. Ying Bao had been abandoned by Wan Ningyan the previous night, and now, finding an opportunity, he sniffled back into her arms. When he saw Nuan Yang approaching, he let out a furious gag-gaga. Wan Yang frowned, feeling annoyed. He had only meant to get Wan Ningyan up for breakfast, but Ying Bao was acting like she was his mistress, trying to steal her away. Little thing, Wan Ningyan is my wife, get out of my way. Wan Yang, jealous, quickly threw Ying Bao onto the birdbath. Wan Ningyan, awakened by the noise, sat up, bewildered, and watched Nuan Yang and Ying Bao fight. Wife, what are you doing? Ahem. Nuan Yang quickly stopped, brushing off the feathers that had gotten on her. Nothing, just playing with Ying Bao. Hurry up, take a shower and eat. Mom's breakfast is almost ready. Okay. As soon as Wan Ningyan got up, Ying Bao flew into her arms, whimpering and barking at Nuan Yang. Nuan Yang's palms were sweating with nervousness. Fortunately, Wan Ningyan was still a bit groggy from waking up. She simply hugged and kissed Ying Bao, then casually placed him on the bird perch and went to the bathroom to shower. To calm Ying Bao down, Nuan Yang pulled out 2 quail eggs from his space. Stop clucking. I give you 2 eggs. We're even. When your mom comes out later, don't complain anymore. Do you understand? Ying Bao's little eyes fixed on the 2 quail eggs, then tilted his head to look at Nuan Yang, not quite satisfied. So Nuan Yang added 2 more, and the little guy immediately spread his wings and happily jumped around. Greedy! After feeding Ying Bao 4 quail eggs and winning him over, Nuan Yang began exercising. He thought of Wan Ningyan touching his abs, and he felt it was time to get some exercise. After all, his mermaid line was gone, and if he continued to slack off, his abs would disappear too. The downside of the family living in the living room is that you can't sleep in. Mother one gets up early to cook, the clatter of the kitchen. Father one gets up to work on his carpentry, all the while praising and joking. Ying Bao, once full and satisfied, gets a little naughty and goes to tease Lucky. Nuan Yang is still exercising, and the 3 children are all up soon. Nuan Yang is doing push-ups. Where, having finished washing up, trots over to Nuan Yang. Sister-in-law, can I ride on your back for a little horseback ride? Sure. Nuan Yang slumped down to the ground. Get on, sit tight, I take you for a big horseback ride. Yeah. Sister-in-law, get moving. Got it. Where is so light? Nuan Yang thinks she's just doing some weightlifting, just the right time to entertain the little one. But a moment later, Wan Ningyan arrives, squatting beside her and looking over. Suddenly she speaks. Where, are you tired of playing? If you are, let me play. Okay, sister-in-law, you stop for a moment and let me take over. Huh? Nuan Yang froze. Planking with weights was exhausting enough, and carrying the weight of an adult seemed a bit overwhelming. But turning around and seeing Wan Ningyan's expectant expression, she swallowed her words again. Forget it, my wife's happiness comes first. Honey, I'm here. Come on. I take you horseback riding. Nuan Yang felt her waist sink, and then her entire back was pressed down. Wan Ningyan's legs clamped tightly around Nuan Yang's abdomen, her neck also held by Wan Ningyan, her face pressed against him. Nuan Yang had never imagined that Wan Ningyan didn't want to ride, but to cling to him. Nervous and excited, sweat dripped down her face, but she was full of energy. She did over 50 sets of ups and downs before she felt she couldn't hold on any longer. Honey, why are you slowing down? Can't you do it anymore? Wan Ningyan's tone was deliberately raised as she said the word can't do it anymore, a clear challenge. Hearing this, Nuan Yang gritted her teeth and persevered, her words even more stubborn. What's wrong? Huh? I was just afraid. Huh? I was afraid I scare you too fast. Really? You're amazing, honey. Wan Ningyan finished her compliments, kissed Nuan Yang's ear again, and then, giving her a shot of energy, she popped and puffed through a dozen more, but her strength quickly ran out. Just as Nuan Yang was unsure what to do, her mother called for dinner. Thank you for your hard work, honey. Let's eat first. Okay, next time I exercise earlier. Huh? I can do this for a long time. Okay, let's continue next time. Nuan Yang, exhausted, stood up, and her vision went dark. It took a second for her to recover, and then she heard a silly voice. When she looked up again, Wan Ningyan was walking, winking at her. Nuan Yang finally realized he was being teased by Wan Ningyan, but his wife, she was perfectly content with it. After breakfast, Nuan Yang and Wan Ningyan went to their front door to check on the situation. The snowstorm had subsided, and the sun was rising outside, though the light was dim, barely bright enough to even see directly into. The snow had already reached a centimeter above their knees, making it difficult to navigate. Nearby, at the entrance to Area B, military soldiers were already shoveling snow, though they were only clearing the main road. Let's shovel snow too. We can build a snowman, and then we can pick up the captain and the others for dinner, okay? Nuan Yang smiled. You just want to build a snowman, right? You see it, but don't say it. Then I dress warmly when I get home. I can't stand the cold any longer. Yeah. Wan Ningyan was already excitedly playing in the snow. Nuan Yang, feeling cold just watching, went back inside, fully geared up. Curious, the family members asked, and they all expressed their desire to shovel snow. Of course, the three children were mainly interested in building snowmen, only Mother Wan and Father Wan were serious about shoveling. Okay, but make sure you wear hats, scarves, and gloves. If it's too cold, go home. Don't play around and get sick. Got it, sister-in-law. Nuan Yang retrieved snow play equipment from her space, and gave one to each of the three children. She also found 4 iron shovels, and planned to shovel the snow around the front door and garage door, creating a walkway to avoid the strain of walking and the risk of getting their pants wet. After dividing the work, everyone got to work. The children didn't have to, but they were very helpful, shoveling the snow into small buckets and carrying it across the road. At first, Nuan Yang felt cold, but after working for a while, she warmed up. By the time she was almost done shoveling, people from the villas behind her began to emerge, and soon all started shoveling snow. Beep! The radio suddenly started to sound, as if it was being adjusted. The person inside said hello, hello, hello a few times before beginning to announce the news. Hello everyone, this is the Sanyang Mountain Military Security Base. We have 3 announcements to make. Please listen carefully. The announcement repeated this 3 times before it began to explain what the 3 things were. Nuan Yang stopped what he was doing and stood still, listening. First, the snowstorm threat has been resolved. Residents can go out and about. Please stay safe and keep warm. Second, the supply exchange station will officially open at 9 a.m. tomorrow and close at 5 p.m. Residents needing to purchase supplies should pay attention to the exchange station's hours. Third, the Scientific Research Institute has successfully developed a crystal core extract, which increases the chance of awakening superpowers to 80% and reduces the zombie virus infection rate to 0%. From now on, all young and middle-aged people aged 18 and above, but under 40 may register at Window 5 in the Mission Hall. Every Monday at 9 a.m., selected residents will be notified on the bulletin board. With their ID badge, they can go to Window 6 and pay 500 points to receive a bottle of crystal core extract. This crystal core extract. Resale of the extracted liquid is prohibited. Users must consume it within 24 hours and return the packaging to Window 7. Register your special abilities at the same time. Please note, residents who have already awakened special abilities should not register. Crystal core extract production is currently limited. Interested residents are encouraged to register as soon as possible. 10 people are allowed per week, first come, first served. As production increases, the number of available spots will increase. Announcement complete. Any questions? Please visit the bulletin board or Window 3. Thank you for your cooperation. Nuan Yang frowned upon hearing this. The military is planning to publicly sell crystal core extract. While production is currently low, the number of spots available is limited to ordinary citizens. It's likely that priority will be given to soldiers. Once all of them have awakened their special abilities, the availability of special abilities will be expanded to ordinary residents. Nuanyang, what is the military trying to do? Increase the number of psychics? Yeah, it seems so. Wan Ningyan looked distrustful. I have a feeling something's wrong. Why don't they keep this good stuff for themselves? Give it back to ordinary people. Ordinary people aren't even allowed to buy coal. Could it be that the crystal core extract has side effects? I don't know. I'm already breaking down a tube of extract. I see if I can find the problem once it's done. Well, then stop shoveling snow and come build a snowman with me. Nuanyang glanced at the front door. The path was already shoveled, so she joined Wan Ningyan in building a snowman. When was the last time they built a snowman? Nuanyang could hardly remember. It was probably her 3rd year at the orphanage. That year, as city had a rare snowfall, a thin layer, but enough to keep the children happy. Nuanyang had frostbite on her hands at the time. Enduring the pain and itching, she built 3 small snowmen, about the size of her palm, one of her mother, one of her father, and one of herself. Now that Nuanyang is grown up, she and Wan Ningyan have built 7 snowmen, including a little tiger and a bird-like eagle. The serious one is Dad, the cute, slightly chubby snowman is Mom, the tallest, big one is my younger brother, the one with the morning glory is Nian Nian and Xiaofan, the shortest is Yu Er, and of course, the 2 in the middle are us. Wan Ningyan smiled as she added props to the 2 middle snowmen. I'm so beautiful, I have to have big cars on eyes and blush. As for you, you have 6-pack abs and 2 yellow eyes. Nuanyang asked, why yellow eyes? Because you appear serious, but you're actually a bright yellow. Okay, whatever his wife says is what she does, and Nuanyang doesn't dare to argue. Chapter 325. For everyone, it was the first time to see such heavy snow. The children went wild, and the fun went from building snowmen to having snowball fights. Nuanyang was taking several photos of the snowman, enjoying himself, when a snowball suddenly hit him in the back. Turning around, the 3 children all laughed and said it wasn't them. I don't care who it was, you're all doomed. Nuanyang swiftly counterattacked. With the help of the precision pill, he was a deadly hitter. Soon, the 3 children were defeated. Half covered in snow, they went to seek help from Wan Ningyan. Nuanyang had never had a snowball fight with Wan Ningyan before, so she happily started making a snowball in preparation. But then, looking up, she saw Wan Ningyan had rolled a giant snowball and was about to throw it at her. Oh my god! Are you trying to murder your own wife? Snowball fights are about skill. Don't run. Watch me. Ah. Nuanyang was knocked to the ground, getting a mouthful of snow. Just as she was about to get up, Wan Ningyan sat on her back, pinning her down and punching her, pouring snow down her neck. Stop, stop, stop! You can't be so shameless. Hiss. It's so cold. Why not? If you want me to stop, just admit defeat. Call me Auntie, and I let you go. Nuanyang couldn't possibly call Wan Ningyan Auntie. After a few seconds of calm reflection, she shouted to Wan's mother, who was not far away. Mom, come and save me. Ningyan is bullying the sick. What are you doing? You scabby bastard. Wan Ningyan was panicking and hurriedly tried to get off Nuanyang, but it was too late. When Wan's mother heard Nuanyang's cry for help, she rushed over, shovel in hand, and berated Wan Ningyan. Xiaolong is in poor health, don't you know? How could you pin him to the ground and beat him? Before the apocalypse, this kind of behavior would have been called domestic violence. It's extremely egregious. In this village, you be criticized. People marry wives to love them, but why are you bullying them? Wan Ningyan, are you taking advantage of your status as a sister and acting lawless? Or are you bullying Xiaolong because he doesn't have any family? If you bully Xiaolong again, you be punished by kneeling. Wan Ningyan pinched her earlobes and endured the scolding obediently. Nuanyang stood over Wan's mother, repeatedly clasping her hands together and silently apologizing to Wan Ningyan. She had originally just been reluctant to call her auntie, but now, even calling her auntie wouldn't necessarily appease her. Mom, I get it. My brothers and sisters are watching. Stop scolding me, stop scolding me. You know my brothers and sisters are watching. Then set a good example, and stop bullying. Xiaolong is only good-tempered because he lets you do whatever you want. Wan's mother mostly lectured Wan Ningyan. At the end, she gently poked her shoulder with her finger, signaling she'd done the beating. Mother Wan turned around and saw Nuanyang making apology gestures. Surprise flickered in her eyes. Nuanyang awkwardly put his hands behind his back and smiled foolishly, revealing a row of teeth. Suddenly, he shivered from the cold. "You kid." Mother One's questioning words fell silent as she began to straighten Wan Yang's collar. "You've been standing there all day, and you didn't bother to clean up the snow. You just recovered from a cold, and your body is vulnerable now. Don't get sick again." "Well, I forgot to deal with it, because I was afraid you'd say something harsh to Ning Yin." Mother One couldn't help but sigh. "You? Don't spoil Yin Yin like that. I'm a reasonable person. If she wants to bully you, fight back. I won't take sides." Wan Ningyan, taking advantage of her mother's back, couldn't see her movements, and frantically made threatening gestures towards Wan Yang. Her eyes lit up at this. "Mom, you said it. If Wan Yang bullies me from now on, I fight back. If you take sides, I run away from home." Mother One was helpless. "You're the only one who's quick to react. Okay, play for a while, and come home early. I make you some ginger soup. Don't let all of you catch a cold." Mother One gave the 3 children and Father One some instructions before returning home to make the ginger soup. Wan Yang cautiously approached Wan Ningyan when Mother One entered the house. Meeting her murderous gaze, he extended his cold index finger to hook her warm little finger, causing Wan Ningyan to frown. "Why are your hands so cold? I was so busy apologizing to you that I forgot to wear gloves. Stop playing pitiful. I won't fall for it." While Wan Ningyan said she wouldn't fall for it, she took Wan Yang's hands and kept warming them. Because they warmed slowly, the hand-warming process ended up being Wan Yang's palm against Wan Ningyan's cheek, the back of her hand covered and rubbed by her touch. Waves of scorching warmth flowed from her palm all the way to her heart, and Wan Yang couldn't help but smile. "What are you laughing at? You scoundrel, you're actually looking for help. Then I won't be looking for help anymore. You can bully me as you please." Wan Ningyan said with a disdainful "Huh? You're really getting more and more corny love talks now. I can't stand it." "You don't like it? Then I won't say it anymore." "Did I say I don't like it? But you're so obedient in this kind of thing." Wan Ningyan puffed out her cheeks and reached out to warm Wan Yang's again. After these words and actions, Wan Yang knew that Wan Ningyan was no longer angry and complained. He obediently responded, and Wan Ningyan warmed her cheeks and pinched them in revenge. After returning home and drinking a bowl of ginger soup, Wan Yang saw it was almost time, so he and Wan Ningyan drove off to pick up the Rose team for dinner. While Wan Ningyan went upstairs to call for help, Wan Yang disabled the SUV's snow-assisted driving mode, restocked the refrigerator and snack basket in the back seat, and then waited for them to come downstairs. Wan Yang felt a bit bored, and also a bit sleepy from recovering from a serious illness, so he shook his head from side to side to stay awake. As he was shaking, he saw a group of tall, dark figures appear and froze in his tracks. Several of them were walking towards the SUV. Wan Yang squinted and looked closely, only then could he see their eyes peeking out from under their hats, confirming they were human. Then Wan Ningyan appeared, followed by Wei Mingyi. Or rather, out of the entire Rose team, Wan Yang only recognized Wei Mingyi without her hat. Her look was truly outrageous. The car door opened, and one person got in the passenger seat, followed by 3 in the back. Wan Ningyan told Wan Yang to take the first group home. "Okay, wait in the hallway. I'll be right there." The car had a heater, and the 4 long black men finally unhooked their hoods. Wan Yang finally knew who they were. In the passenger seat was Lin Baiwei, about the same height as Wan Ningyan, with a girl next to her air. Even though she'd been quiet in their past interactions, Wan Yang still remembered her. In the back seat sat Xia Haiming, Gu Xiaoyao, and Mu Yi. These 3 were boisterous, and usually quite lively. When Wan Yang mentioned that snacks and drinks were all you could eat, they began to admire the supplies. "Wow! Milk! Milk is so rare these days. At most, you drink it in powdered milk. It's such a rarity. Oh my god! Starbucks. A pre-apocalyptic coffee luxury. I usually wouldn't buy it. I think the drinks are okay. Look at this." Xia Haiming pulled a piece of cake from the snack basket. Chestnut cake and Black Forest cake. These desserts only lasted 48 hours before the apocalypse, and they're still available. Amazing. Wan Yang's smile curled slightly. She was doing it on purpose. These were just appetizers, the buffet was the real blast. But what surprised Wan Yang was that the 3 people in the back seat, who had been noisy all the way, didn't eat anything until they dropped them off home. Lin Baiwei was a quiet person, only occasionally turning her head out of curiosity along the way. Aside from greeting Wan Yang, she didn't say a word. When they returned to pick them up, there were 5 of them, so 3 of them sat in the back seat. Qin Xiaoya, the shortest, sat in Qin Yun's arms, and Wan Ningyan sat in the passenger seat. Nuan Yang glanced at the number of people and felt something was wrong. Wei Mingyi, Chen Xiaoya, Guyu, Qin Yun. After a moment's reflection, he realized that Wei Mingxue was absent. Xiaoxue is in the hospital. The base was hit by a snowstorm, so the hospital is busy and medicine is in short supply. We can only rely on psychics for treatment. After hearing Wei Mingyi's explanation, Nuan Yang thought of Zhao Rou, who was equally busy, and felt sorry for Wei Mingxue. She wouldn't be able to enjoy a delicious meal. Why not? Wan Ningyan placed a hand on Nuan Yang's arm, squeezing it and warningly saying, Captain, you have some space. Can't you just prepare some delicious food for Xiaoxue and have her take it home? Can you please be more considerate towards my fans? Yes, I was inconsiderate. I definitely prepare a full banquet for your #1 fan. That's more like it. Wan Ningyan solicited a favor on Wei Mingxue's behalf and invited everyone to eat and drink, but everyone just looked on. No one ate. Why aren't you eating? Captain, did you tell everyone something in advance? Wei Mingyi admitted frankly, well, you already treated us, so we shouldn't push any further. Captain, we're all on the same side. Do we have to be so clear-cut? A long-term partnership requires clear boundaries, a clear division of labor, and equal, win-win cooperation. Crossing the line before a foundation of trust is established isn't a good sign. Nuan Yang observed Wei Mingyi in the rearview mirror. He still had that indifferent expression, and his tone was flat from beginning to end, but Nuan Yang could hear something else. Wei Mingyi was reprimanding his teammates. It seemed that one of Chen Xiaoya, Guyu, and Qin Yun was wavering, or rather, the entire Rose team wasn't completely committed to partnering with the Wan family. Because there were so many people, Nuan Yang pulled out low coffee tables, joined them together to form a long table, and placed cushions on both sides. Everyone sat facing each other. After all, at a buffet, everyone ordered their own dishes, so it would be more comfortable to chat this way. After going through the renovations together, everyone was pretty familiar with each other. With the exception of Wan's mother and father, who sat on the far left, everyone else sat cross-legged. Wan Ningfeng sat across from Qin Yun, a wide grin on his face. Wan Ningyue sat between Wan Ningyan and Mu Yi. Mu Yi seemed to enjoy children, praising Yuer's beauty, and calling out Xia Haiming and Ge Xiuya for their praise. Nuan Yang sat across from Wan Ningyan and Wei Mingyi. She had originally wanted to sit with Wan Ningyan, but Wan Ningyan wanted to sit next to the team leader, and Mu Yi had called Yuer over to take her seat, so Nuan Yang had no choice but to do so. The room was hot, so everyone removed their heavy clothing. After everyone was seated, Nuan Yang was about to introduce the buffet, when Wei Mingyi conjured 5 crystal cores from thin air and placed them on the table. Then, everyone on Team Rose pulled 5 crystal cores from their pockets. The jingling sound left Nuan Yang baffled. Nuan Yang, Ning Yin, uncle and aunt, and your 3 lovely brothers and sisters, thank you for the invitation. This is a small gift from us. Please accept it. Wan Ningyan was immediately displeased. Captain, we agreed to treat you. What are you doing? Treating is a treat, but proper etiquette must be observed. Who would go to someone else's house empty-handed? Besides, the team hasn't reached a consensus on the partnership yet. I can come with a thick face, but they can't. So it's better to follow the etiquette. After hearing Wei Mingyi's words, Nuan Yang wanted to laugh secretly. This person was so treacherous. He had clearly and covertly drawn a line between the Rose team and the Wan family, reminding them that they weren't partners yet and couldn't cross that line. This had forced everyone in the car to not dare eat anything. Now he was making it clear that he was on the Wan family's side, but the other members weren't. This implied that the members didn't trust the Wan family, yet they accepted their good intentions. His words and deeds were inconsistent, and he was undoubtedly putting the members on the spot. I surprise everyone with the buffet later. Those who are wavering should be ashamed of their own lack of trust. It's really great. Chapter 326. Even if everyone has some distrust, it's because we concealed our strength. It's not your fault. There's really no need to be so polite. Captain, please have everyone collect the crystal cores. Use them to buy supplies and upgrade abilities. Besides, I'm not short of them. Hearing Wan Ningyan's words, Nuan Yang silently cursed, spendthrift wife. Then, he spoke to Wei Mingyi's rescue, hoping to use Wei Mingyi's assistance to completely win over the wavering members of Team Rose. Ningyan has a point, but Captain Wei also has a point. How about this? Since we're treating you today, we want you to see the Wan family's strength and decide whether to cooperate. So first, choose the buffet you like to have. If you're not satisfied after your selection, then we won't cooperate. We just be friends, and I accept the crystal core gift. If you're satisfied, then put the crystal core away. From now on, we be partners with complete trust. Any objections? After Nuanyang finished speaking, the atmosphere at the table brightened slightly, but no one spoke. The members of the Rose team habitually glanced at their core, Wei Mingyi, who simply reached out and stored the crystal core in his space. I'm willing to cooperate, but... What did you mean by choosing a buffet? How many types do you have? Yes, we have barbecue, hot pot, Japanese food, and seafood. Captain Wei, why don't you choose one first? The calm Wei Mingyi was now a little confused. She glanced around, saw no food, suppressed her doubts, and chose hot pot. Okay, buffet hot pot, 3 hours total. Captain, order as much as you want, all you can eat. After saying this, Nuanyang went to the shopping mall and bought a hot pot buffet for Wei Mingyi. Instantly, a pot and a huge virtual ordering screen appeared before Wei Mingyi. This scene was commonplace for the Wan family. They were a bit tired of it, preferring Wan's mother's cooking. However, for the Rose team, it was undoubtedly a futuristic technology, and they all exclaimed in amazement as they gathered behind Wei Mingyi. What is this? How did it suddenly appear? A menu? Looks like the Haidaleo ordering system. Dialong, snowflake, fat pudding, beef tripe. I'm so hungry. I haven't seen this in ages. There's a countdown on it. 2 hours, 59 minutes, and 12 seconds. It really is 3 hours. Everyone chattered, and Wei Mingyi coughed twice at the right moment. Everyone finally realized what was happening and sat back in their seats. Wei Mingyi was surprised, but she quickly calmed down. She looked at the unfamiliar virtual screen and asked Nuanyang how to eat at the buffet. Captain, let me teach you. Wan Ningyan couldn't wait to demonstrate to Wei Mingyi, volunteering, Captain, do you want some dialong? If you do, click the plus sign next to it. Since Wan Ningyan didn't buy the buffet, she could only look but not touch, so she let Wei Mingyi do it herself. Wei Mingyi glanced at Wan Ningyan suspiciously, her expression too sincere to be false. She hesitated for a few seconds before reaching out and clicking the plus sign next to dialong. Instantly, a plate of fresh and delicious dialong appeared next to Wei Mingyi's small pot. Wow! It's really dialong. How is that possible? This is too sci-fi. The members of Team Rose couldn't believe their eyes and fell back into discussion. Wei Mingyi understood immediately and quickly ordered several plates of meat, seasonings, and drinks. He then activated the power button on the small pot and waited for it to boil. Even before Wei Mingyi started eating, the other members of the Rose team were already ravenous. Mu Yi was the first to raise his hand, and the crystal core in front of him had vanished. I want barbecue. Okay. Soon, an electric grill and a virtual ordering screen appeared before Mu Yi. The meat had to be cooked before it could be eaten, so Mu Yi ordered a bottle of hawthorn juice, opened it, and drank several sips. Wow! It's real. Nuanyang, what is this? Why is it so magical? Nuanyang couldn't reveal himself, so he continued with the same story he had told the Wan family. This is a secret that can't be revealed. Just think of it as future technology. As long as you have crystal cores, you'll never be able to finish all this food. Unable to finish it? Mu Yi was stunned. How many crystal cores would that cost? One low-level crystal core is equivalent to 100 points. One buffet hot pot meal costs only 30 points per person. Barbecue is more expensive, 50 points, Japanese food is 66, and seafood is 88. Isn't that a bargain? What a bargain. One low-level crystal core only costs 20 points at the base. That's barely enough for a set meal, but enough for 2 or 3 buffets. Nuanyang, from now on, you're my sister? I, Mu Yi, will stick with you. Nuanyang quickly waved her hand. Don't be ridiculous. You're my sister by age. Just call me Nuanyang. While the two were talking, Wei Mingyi had already finished the first pot of beef in the hot pot. Wei Mingyi picked up a piece of meat, rolled it in the seasoning bowl, and dipped it in the sauce before putting it into her mouth. Although Wei Mingyi's expression was indifferent, with just a slight raise of eyebrows showing a hint of pleasure, the members around her were already drooling with envy. Even Lin Baiwei, who seemed quiet in Nuanyang's eyes, licked her lips unconsciously. Captain, isn't it delicious? Wei Mingyi smiled at Wan Ningyan in affirmation, glancing casually around her with a leisurely reminder. You decide how to choose. Can just looking satisfy you? A series of ding-ding-dang-dang sounds filled the air. Nuanyang saw that all the members had put away their crystal cores and started ordering from the buffet. This relieved the Wan family, who had been nervously observing, and they also joined in with smiles. However, the members were still a little reserved, ordering only the cheapest hot pot and barbecue dishes. No one ordered Japanese food or seafood. Wang Yang noticed this but didn't try to dissuade them. After all, first time is first time, second time is first time. Being able to reach a consensus and cooperate today was already great. Aside from the wedding day, today was the second most lively day for the Wan family. The reserve members gradually became close friends with the Wan family. Father Wan even found an opportunity to drink again, chatting with Mu Yi and Chen Xiaoya over a beer. Mother Wan liked sweet girls like Gu Yu and Xiao Haiming, who happened to be interested in cooking. The three of them enjoyed themselves while chatting about various recipes. Lin Baiwei was quiet, and Wen Yinru was usually much more reserved, so the two of them were slow to warm up. However, with Gu Xiaoyo around, the atmosphere wasn't awkward at all. Wan Ningyan, acting like a little fangirl of Wei Mingyi, even opted for hot pot at the buffet. This made Nuanyang's eyes darken slightly, and she felt mixed emotions. Even her first Japanese buffet was a bit bland. However, despite Nuanyang's jealousy, she noticed something amiss. Wan Ningfeng, the buffet's biggest fan, wasn't digging in today. Instead, he kept talking to Qin Yun across from him. It was normal for the two of them to be face-to-face and chatting. The difference was that Wan Ningfeng never took his eyes off Qin Yun, and when he occasionally chatted with the people next to him, it was always about Qin Yun. Qin Yun seemed to realize Wan Ningfeng was being overly enthusiastic, so he maintained a balanced attitude and occasionally joked around, managing to strike the perfect balance between appearing proactive and not seeming distant. Wan Yang lowered her eyes, unwilling to see Wan Ningfeng's frivolous smile. She felt a surge of worry. It was normal for young people to fall in love for the first time, but Qin Yun was playful and witty, evidently someone with strong opinions. Wan Ningfeng, with his silly, childish, and immature personality, was simply unattractive to her. She was afraid he would be hurt. Wan Yang was merely complaining internally at the moment. She had no idea that Wan Ningfeng would suffer countless emotional wounds in the future. Wan Yinru had already been with Yuer, yet he was constantly rejected and never found a wife. Chapter 327. Since the apocalypse, the Wan family had rarely experienced hunger. At buffets, they usually just ate their way back, putting down their bowls and chopsticks early to chat. Wan Yang retained memories from his previous life, including the feeling of hunger. Even though his mother had spoiled him, he still ate until the timer was up when dining at a buffet. Even if he was full, he still ordered a drink and savored the food slowly, without leaving too much food. In contrast, the Rose team's eating manners only became refined in the latter half of their meal. Because the system only collected and cleaned up the dishes at the end of the buffet, each Rose team member had several stacks of plates behind them. Wan Yang glanced at them with considerable satisfaction. This round was definitely worth it. However, there was one exception, Wei Mingyi. She only ate a few more plates than Wan Ningyan, mostly vegetables and seafood. Wan Yang observed her peeling a lot of shrimp and placing them in a clean bowl. She then touched it several times, with a strange expression on her face. After a while, she sighed and began to eat. Wan Yang was confused and kept peeking at Wei Mingyi curiously. It wasn't until he heard Wan Ningyan and Wei Mingyi talking about Wei Mingxue that he finally realized Wei Mingyi was regretting that her sister didn't get to enjoy the buffet. Captain Wei, was the hot pot okay? Wei Mingyi nodded and smiled politely at Wan Yang. It's a shame Mingxue didn't get to enjoy it. How long will she be busy? I have to treat her to a meal when she's done. Wan Yang noticed a hint of surprise and joy on Wei Mingyi's face, and knew he was right. He couldn't help but grumble at Wei Mingyi, who was truly a sister-con. He was so upset that his sister didn't get to enjoy the buffet that he lost her appetite. 2 or 3 days, if it's fast. It depends on how many new healing groups there are. A new healing team? Yes, the military has Crystal Core Extract, prioritizing military personnel. 3 healing teams have already joined the hospital. Hearing this, Wan Yang suddenly realized that Wei Mingyi probably knew something. After all, Wei Mingxue worked at the hospital. Since Xiao Rou couldn't be contacted for the time being, it would be a good idea to ask her. So he leaned forward and whispered, Captain Wei, what else do you know? Can you tell me? Wan Ningyan followed Wan Yang's lead and approached Wei Mingyi, staring at him with wide, curious eyes. Wei Mingyi raised an eyebrow and put down his drink bottle. Are you two always so furtive when you're trying to gather information? Wan Yang immediately straightened up and coughed, signaling Wan Ningyan to stop. Confused, Wan Ningyan propped her cheek up and continued to look at Wei Mingyi. Captain, shouldn't we be a little more discreet when gathering information? Really? Wei Mingyi glanced around. Is there anyone here we need to be wary of? Wan Ningyan uttered an "eh" before realizing what Wei Mingyi meant and immediately sat up straight. Excuse me, Captain. Go ahead, I want to hear it. Wei Mingyi smiled and began to share what he knew. The production of crystal core extract is low, so it's prioritized for internal military use. I heard that the 4 powers of water, fire, earth, and strength are the most commonly awakened. Other rare powers are rare, like healing, with only 3 out of hundreds of people. The ratio is so low that the military is a bit worried, so they agreed to allow ordinary people to purchase it, hoping that some of them will awaken rare powers. Even your sister wouldn't have access to this information, right? Where did you get it? Wei Mingyi nodded, confirming Wan Yang's statement. I don't have any access, and neither does my sister. It's just that Han Qingcheng fell ill while doing disaster relief work that day, and several healing staff took turns treating him. My sister was one of them, and she saw some of his conversations. Wan Yang was a little surprised. With such inside information, Han Qingcheng didn't even hide it from outsiders? He's not stupid. Before my sister went in to treat him, military personnel required her to use earplugs and had headphones playing music to ensure she couldn't hear before letting her in. That's why Han Qingcheng was so brazen in his conversations. Then how did she hear it? I just said saw, not heard. Oh, Wei Mingyi said, looking meaningfully at Wan Ningyan. But I have to thank your wife too. Ah? My wife? Wan Yang was confused. What does this have to do with Ningyan? My sister is a fan. She's been in love with your wife for years. To do that, she's learned a bunch of strange skills, like lip reading. Wan Yang was stunned. Could a fan be this way? Wan Ningyan, on the other hand, looked unfazed, as if she were suddenly enlightened. I see. I didn't expect this skill could be used for spying on military intelligence. You're truly my fan. Are you not surprised? Lip reading is outrageous. Hey. You're just ignorant. Wan Ningyan flicked her bangs proudly. The more famous a star, the more fans and photographers they have. We were filming at the foot of the mountain, and they could squat in the trees and film us with incredibly long cameras, capturing high-definition video from a distance. There's a downside though, we can't record sound, so many fans try to guess what we're saying by observing our mouth shapes. Practice makes perfect, so learning lip reading isn't outrageous at all. Wan, a relatively recent debut singer and a relatively obscure singer, and Yang, who was impressed by his wife's impressive performance, were speechless and could only silently applaud. Wan Ningyan was unassuming, even acting like she won a prize. She stood up, bowed, and gave a ladylike gesture of thanks, as if it wasn't Wei Mingyi who could lip read, but Wan Ningyan herself. People often laugh when they're completely speechless. Wan Yang chuckled twice, then quickly changed the subject and returned to business. If the production volume isn't high, why is the military selling it to ordinary people? Because rare powers account for so few of them, some speculate that due to the military's long-term training and improved physical fitness, the awakened powers are similar. We suggest making them available to ordinary people to verify this hypothesis. Wan Yang thought of her previous life. When she didn't have enough to eat and was frail, she awakened her speed power. In this life, she's healthy, and instead of awakening a physical-related power, she awakened a fire-related power, which could indeed be related to her physical fitness. It's possible. What does Captain Wei think? I have no idea. We can only wait until the official sale, and find out what powers those ordinary people have awakened to verify the military's hypothesis. Well, our family is under surveillance, so it's difficult to get information. I have to trouble Captain Wei and Team Rose for their help. You're welcome. That was all Wei Mingyi had, but it was quite useful to Wan Yang. At least it proved that the military wasn't just selling crystal core extracts on ordinary people for experiments, but simply to increase the number of rare powers. At the same time, he also realized the benefits of having a partner. Many eyes in the base were watching the Wan family, and having a partner to work for him would reduce the chances of being exposed. To thank Wei Mingyi for the information, Nuan Yang prepared a smorgasbord of delicious food for Wei Mingyi. However, Wei Mingyi, true to her sister's settle account style, only agreed to a meal. Her only request was for some shrimp. Shrimp? Mingyi loves shrimp? Yes. Yes. Yes, we have a wide variety. Which one would you like? Anything ordinary will do. I'm not picky. Nuan Yang thought for a moment and bought some river shrimp, lobster, mud shrimp, and Australian lobster from the online store. After having the store process them, she placed them in a bowl in front of Wei Mingyi. Don't refuse. I'm buying crystal cores. One will do. I'm offering a discount because your sister provided very valuable information. Wei Mingyi hesitated for a moment before holding out a crystal core. Thank you. Nuan Yang was about to reply, you're welcome, when Wan Ningyan suddenly leaned over Wei Mingyi's shoulder and patted her chest. "What are you thanking me for? We're comrades." Her cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes wandered, and she spoke loudly, and with a slight lisp, treating her idol Wei Mingyi with such disrespect that everyone fell silent, their gazes turning towards Wan Ningyan. Wan Yang's first thought was that Wan Ningyan had been drinking, so he hurried over to her. He glanced at the drinks on her table. They were all juice. As he approached, he noticed a bottle of what looked like a juice cocktail, already drunk. "Sorry, Captain Wei, Ningyan can't hold her liquor well and is drunk. I take her to rest, you guys continue." Wan Ningyan might say something shocking when she was drunk, and Wan Yang was afraid. He quickly carried her to Wen Yanru and Yuer's bedroom, laid her on the bed, and then got the air conditioner, adjusted the temperature. He then hurried out to give Wan's mother a few words of advice, before returning to the bedroom to settle Wan Ningyan. Chapter 328. When they returned to the room, Wan Ningyan, who was supposed to be lying in bed, was now sprawled on the pink carpet swimming. Wan Yang hurried over to pick her up, but Wan Ningyan was too strong, clinging to the carpet with both hands, whimpering and refusing to move. "Ningyan, the floor's cold. Can we go to bed and rest?" Wan Ningyan's but rested on the carpet, her face slightly tilted to look at Wan Yang. She didn't answer, but her mouth was moving in and out, unsure what she was doing. Wan Yang helplessly lay down beside her, propping up his head and asking, "What are you doing?" "You're pouting. Blowing bubbles." "I'm a fish." Hee hee. Wan Yang was amused and took out his phone to film her while teasing her. "Do you know you can't hold your liquor? You actually drank secretly, and now you're a drunkard." Puff puff puff. Wan Ningyan was still blowing bubbles. After Wan Yang recorded the video, he was worried she'd get cold, so he carried her to the bed, carpet and all. "A fish can't leave the water. You're the executioner. You're going to kill the fish." "Woo. The water's here. How did it get higher? Did I leap over the dragon gate?" "TSK, so you're a carp." Puff puff puff. "Why didn't you become a dragon?" It's changed. Keep your legs flat, don't kneel." Wan Yang took advantage of Wan Ning's drunken ramblings to change her position from kneeling to lying face down on the bed. "Lift your head a little, and sleep on the pillow. You're a dragon now, so protect your neck, or your tendons will ache." Molong, who had just frowned and was unhappy, immediately leaned back obediently on the pillow, then stared at Nuan Yang with sleepy eyes, refusing to close them, as if begging Nuan Yang to coax him to sleep. Nuan Yang was busy tucking Wan Ningyan into bed, and placing 2 hot water bottles on her feet and stomach. Belatedly realizing Wan Ningyan's intentions, he laid down on his side, gently patting her back to soothe her to sleep. Soon, the drunken Wan Ningyan yawned and closed her eyes, drifting off to sleep. The bedroom had no heating, and even with the air conditioner, it was several degrees colder than the living room. Nuan Yang covered her with another blanket and tiptoed away. The buffet was about to end in a dozen minutes, and everyone had mostly stopped eating. Only Mu Yi and Gu Xiaoyu were still eating. Overeating, after a body used to light soup, was unpleasant. Nuan Yang distributed stomach-strengthening and digestion-promoting tablets and anti-diarrhea medication to everyone, just in case. "Xiaolong, how's Yin? "Don't worry, Mom. She's asleep. I take everyone back, and then go stay with Ningyan." "Okay, but there's no heating in that room, so it's much colder than the living room. How about I light a stove for Yin?" Nuan Yang thought about it and agreed. Drunk people don't know when to be cold, and they won't complain if they're really freezing. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many drunks freezing to death on the streets every winter. It's better to light a stove just in case. "Mom, remember to use anthracite. It burns longer without pungent smells. And leave the door a crack to allow air to circulate." "Got it. You treat everyone well." Mother One patted Nuan Yang on the shoulder, and exchanged a few pleasantries with everyone before carrying the small stove to the right of the Kong. There sat a large wooden box, covered with a waterproof and fireproof cloth, filled with coal. There are 2 types of coal that can be used in Nuan Yang. One is regular coal, which produces a lot of smoke and can cause carbon monoxide poisoning. It's usually used to heat the Kong. The other is anthracite, which is safer and more durable. It's available at the coal factory, but not as abundantly as regular coal. Therefore, until a sufficient quantity is replicated, Mother One mixes it with a half and half mixture, or evenly substitutes it with firewood. Nuan Yang warned her about this, fearing that Mother One might be frugal and upset Wan Ningyan by using poorly made coal. Nuan Yang also has a type of coal that can't be used, raw coal from the mine, originally dug to complete the system's mission. Later, after Mother One explained, She learned that this unprocessed coal is extremely dangerous and must be washed before use, otherwise it can easily cause poisoning. Nuanyang Space has a large coal reserve, and with the constant replication, this largest batch of raw coal has been left unprocessed. Mother 1 used tongs to pick up a few pieces of anthracite and placed them in the stove. Then, using tongs, she placed a piece of red-hot charcoal in the Kong, letting it ignite the coal, and then went into the bedroom. During this time, everyone suddenly became much quieter. Nuanyang had been enjoying his sashimi when he noticed something strange and looked over curiously. He saw the members of Team Rose gazing enviously at the coal, including Wei Mingyi. Then he suddenly remembered that Team Rose was also in Area D and wasn't eligible to buy coal. Captain Wei, I just remembered something. I heard Areas D and E aren't allowed to buy coal at the base. Did you not get any either? Well, only Shushua got a spot and bought 10 kilograms. So what are you doing? There's a forest outside the base. We cut down some trees for firewood, so we can get through this. Wei Mingyi lowered his eyes as he spoke, his calm tone tinged with an unspoken emotion. You have anthracite at home, so Xiaoxue can only buy regular coal. The military's is very meticulously divided into different grades. No. Nuanyang quickly explained to avoid any misunderstanding from the Rose team. This coal is all ours, not bought from the military. What? You even have coal? And it's better than the military's? Kino was so surprised that his voice rose several degrees. After receiving a sharp look from Wei Mingyi, he realized his loss of composure and quickly apologized, then pretended to eat in silence. It's okay, Nuanyang replied to Mu Yi and explained his situation. Actually, I have a lot of coal in my space. We emptied it out when we came across a coal factory on the way. So my family never went to the supply station to buy coal, and I had no idea the base treated us differently. Just now, when Mom was lighting the stove for Ningyan, I remembered this and wanted to ask about your situation. If you need it, I can give you some. After saying this, Nuanyang, remembering Wei Mingyi's style, changed his tone. If Captain Wei doesn't want to take advantage, we can negotiate a price. I'm fine with that, but I won't accept a high price. After all, we're partners, and helping each other is our duty. What do you think, Captain Wei? Wei Mingyi looked at Nuanyang with a smile he rarely saw before, and tapped the table with his hand. What are you all standing there for? Quickly calculate the amount of coal you need, based on a monthly schedule. Report it to me, and we do a centralized purchase, so we can negotiate a lower price. Before the apocalypse, this method was called centralized purchasing. Small orders usually didn't fetch a low price, so buyers in the same area could combine their purchases, adding up small orders to larger ones, giving them more leverage in negotiations. This was something Nuanyang had learned in her elective class. She hadn't expected Wei Mingyi to know it either. Nuanyang felt more and more that Wei Mingyi was unique. She acted according to martial ethics, yet lied freely at the police station, even turning the tables and claiming she was smart and tactful. Yet, she never took advantage of anyone, including the members of the Rose team. The more they interacted, the more Nuanyang understood why Wan Ningyan admired Wei Mingyi so much. At the same time, she became curious about Wei Mingyi and the Rose team's past life. Xiao Lu, do you know what happened to the Rose team in their previous life? Sorry, host, I don't know. Okay. Nuanyang felt a little regretful. She really wanted to know what happened to the Rose team in their previous life. If it hadn't ended well, she could have found a way to help them change their fate. Now, she could only take things one step at a time. Chapter 329. After the inventory was completed, Wei Mingyi explained the military's coal price, 20 points per kilogram, equivalent to 1 crystal core. It was very expensive. Nuanyang wanted to charge 5 points per kilogram, but Wei Mingyi thought the price was too low. After some bargaining, they finally settled on 8 points per kilogram. However, the Rose team only purchased 2.2 tons in total, 0.5 tons of which was purchased in the team's name for heating during missions. Nuanyang made a rough estimate of the family's needs over the past few days, and realized that the Rose team's purchases were too small. Is this really all we need? It's not enough, right? If you're short on crystal cores, you can keep them. Qin Yun smiled and replied, Don't worry, Sister Nuanyang. When the weather improves, we plan to go chop down some trees. Firewood and coal will definitely be enough. You're going to chop down some trees? Isn't that a bit too much? Of course, I have to work hard to survive. Once I get used to it, I have to go out and look for supplies. Yeah, staying home all day will eventually lead to running out of food. The Rose team echoed Qin Yun and Mu Ye's words, all with smiles on their faces. They showed no signs of anxiety about the end of the world, but rather a group of young people full of hope for life. Being full of energy truly makes one feel happy. Nuan Yang couldn't help but smile along with them. She took out some oranges for everyone to help digest their food, then went to check the number of crystal cores with Wei Mingy and deliver the goods. After the coal transaction was concluded, Nuan Yang acted as driver again, taking everyone home in 2 batches. On the second return trip, Nuan Yang went to a supplies exchange station specifically. The line was extremely long, so he gave up the idea of buying supplies for Xiaoyu's family, and planned to come back the next day or the day after tomorrow. After returning home, they found almost everyone lying on the Kong, apparently overcooked from the buffet. Nuan Yang let Ying Bao and Xing Yun out, added charcoal to the Kong, and covered the top of the stove to prevent sparks from falling and starting a fire while everyone rested. After finishing everything, she went to the bedroom to exchange positions with Wan's mother. Xiao Yang, you worked hard today. Mom will watch over you for a while. Go to bed first, and I take over when you're done. It's okay, Mom. I stay with Ning Yan. You go and rest. I ate too much today, and I can't sleep either, so I sit here to help digest it. Wan's mother couldn't resist, so she gave a few more instructions before leaving. After everyone left, Nuan Yang finally got to rest for a while. She lay down next to Wan Ningyan, tracing her features with her fingertips, admiring her sleeping face, and thinking about what she needed to do. The snowstorm had stopped. It was time to take Wen Yanru out for some actual combat in the next 2 days. If it was any later, the military might need help with a mission, and that would keep putting it off. As for the actual combat location, Nuan Yang wanted to choose the seaside. Since the onset of the extreme heat, she'd been so busy, and with plenty of water, she never considered visiting the beach. She was curious to see if the ocean had dried up. Regarding the Earth, approximately 70% is covered by water. If the ocean dried up, the ecological cycle would be disrupted, and the weather might become increasingly unsuitable for human habitation. She needed to make plans in advance. Next, she contacted several survival sites to see how they were doing. Although no one had sent a request for help, Nuan Yang was wary of any accidents, and she needed to hear from them in person that they were safe. After thinking everything through, Nuan Yang glanced at the decomposition space. The crystal core extract still had 7 days to decompose. So, she sat up, warmed herself by the fire, and began contacting everyone. Nuan Yang first sent Yuan Manman's video to Aunt Yuan, then contacted Grandma Kong. It took a while before the call connected, and it was Sister Ying's voice. Connected. Sister Nuan, is that you? Sister Nuan? Nuan Yang quickly responded, then heard Sister Lu's voice. Sister Nuan, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Grandma Kong heard the communicator ringing and didn't know how to use it, so she called us in. We rushed over, worried you hang up. So that's how it is. It's okay. As long as the call connects, I was worried something might have happened. Now it seems everyone is doing well. Sister Lu, it's quite good indeed. It snowed for 3 days, so we took 3 days off to relax. We got together every day to sew clothes and drink hot tea. We had a wonderful time. Sister Ying, don't worry, Nuan, we're doing everything we need to do. As soon as the snow stopped today, we cleared the snow, planted the crops, and trained. We didn't slack off. By the way, thank you for the cow you gave me. The ground was frozen solid, and we couldn't even dig, but the cow actually plowed it. It's amazing. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to plant the crops. The people in Shuxiu village are so self-disciplined, Nuan Yang couldn't find fault with them at all. After smiling and acknowledging their thin bodies, he urged them to eat more meat and not skimp. He'd go help buy some sheep at the end of the month. Eat. We had stewed lamb every day during the snowy days. After we finished the farm work, we planned to slice some and have hot pot tonight. That's great. Remember to contact me if you need anything. Don't be shy. Of course. After checking in on everyone's situation, Nuan Yang spoke a few more words with Grandma Kong and asked Aunt Yuan to check her phone. Then he hung up and went to find Kim Yujij, who answered almost instantly. Hello? Is this Sister Nuan Yang? It's me. You answered pretty quickly. I thought I have to wait a while. I just got back and heard the communicator ring, so I answered it right away. Kim Yu's voice was cheerful and breathless, as if he'd just done some intense exercise. In the background, the sound of a baby slurping could be heard, and someone was trying to calm the child down. I heard Tana's voice. Is she okay? And your family, are they all safe? Yes, everyone's fine. It's just that the snowstorm was so severe that the stables and part of the sheep pen were damaged. We just fixed it. Is the yurt okay? It's okay. Our yurts are very sturdy, and can withstand wind and snow. That's good. Remember to contact me if you need anything. I bring fruits and vegetables to trade with you at the end of the month. Yes. Nuanyang was most worried about Camuse and her family. Hearing they were safe, she relaxed. She was about to roast some oranges by the stove when she heard Wan Ningyan move. Nuanyang quickly sat down beside the bed and found Wan Ningyan's forehead drenched in sweat, her eyes tightly closed, and her mouth babbling nonsense, looking completely miserable. Ningyan! Ningyan, what's wrong with you? Are you sick? Or having a nightmare? Nuanyang felt her forehead. The temperature was normal, not like a fever, so he took out a towel to wipe the sweat off her face. Don't control me. What? Ningyan, what are you talking about? Wan Ningyan's mouth moved slightly, as if she were mumbling to herself. Nuanyang curiously put his ear close to her, trying to hear what she was saying. Don't control me. I'm not like that. Nuanyang. Please. Han Qingcheng. Nuanyang looked at Wan Ningyan in surprise. Han Qingcheng was mentioned in her mumbling? What did she mean by begging Han Qingcheng? Don't control me? Had Han Qingcheng privately approached Wan Ningyan and threatened her? Otherwise, why would Wan Ningyan beg Han Qingcheng? She could overturn the base on her own, so why would she need help? But after thinking it over, Nuanyang felt something was amiss. In the eyes of the military, Wan Ningyan was just an ordinary person. The only special thing about her was that she was Nuanyang's wife. The military's control of Nuanyang was to prevent her mother and father from leaving the base. She was a disguised hostage. That was already agreed upon in the original agreement. Why would the military go to all the trouble of looking for Wan Ningyan? And given Wan Ningyan's personality, knowing that Nuanyang had a cheat, if she were truly threatened, she would definitely speak out, not just obey. It hurts. Wan Ningyan groaned even more intensely than before. Nuanyang paused his thoughts and hurried to take care of her. He planned to wait for Wan Ningyan to wake up and ask her directly. Chapter 330. Wan Ningyan seemed to be having a nightmare. She trembled incessantly in Nuanyang's arms, her nonsense turning into sobs. Nuanyang didn't dare wake her, fearing the after-effects of forcibly waking her in such a situation. He could only hold her and pat her back repeatedly to soothe her. It took a while for her to calm down. Ningyan? Are you asleep? Nuanyang called twice, but when she didn't respond and her breathing became steady, he breathed a sigh of relief. But all this commotion had Wan Ningyan sweating again, dampening not only her forehead, but her back as well. Nuanyang, worried that Wan Ningyan might catch a cold, added more coal to the stove and turned the heater toward the bed. He then wiped her with hot water and a hot towel and changed her into clean pajamas. After finishing his work, Nuanyang was sweating profusely and longed for a shower, but fearing Wan Ningyan would slip back into a nightmare, he lay by her bed, watching over her. In the evening, the living room became lively. Everyone woke up from their naps and began chatting, and there was the sound of Wan's mother cooking. Nuanyang felt completely sleepy, his eyes sore. Worried Wan Ningyan was in trouble, he'd been watching her all afternoon, his shoulders aching. As Nuanyang stood up and stretched, he heard movement in the bed. Turning around, he found Wan Ningyan awake, looking at him, her eyes a little dull, as if she were still hungover. Did you get enough sleep? Then get up. I need to settle a score with you. Huh? Wan Ningyan sat up abruptly. What score? For drinking alcohol. Wan Ningyan raised an eyebrow and feigned innocence. Who drank alcohol? Don't accuse a good person. From her tone, Nuanyang knew Wan Ningyan was going to deny it. He calmly sat down on the bed, pulled out his phone, and played the recorded video for Wan Ningyan. Naturally, he saw someone's face flush red and green. It was truly spectacular. You? You actually recorded a video. You're shameless. You bastard. You son of a bitch. Honey, look at your clothes. You're sweating from a nightmare. I take care of it for you. And that heater. I was worried about carbon monoxide poisoning, so I spent the whole afternoon watching it. I was exhausted, and you've been sleeping comfortably until now. And what's the result? Instead of thanking me, you called me a son of a bitch. Tell me, who's the bigger son of a bitch, us? Wan Ningyan was a little surprised. First, she glanced at her pajamas, then at the heater on the floor beside her. A guilty expression crossed her face, but the next second, she regained her composure. I'm your wife, and it's only natural that you take care of me. If you were drunk today, I would have taken good care of you too. That's a wife's duty. How does that make me a bastard? I refuse to accept it. Nguyen Yang was speechless and filled with regret. He slapped his hand against his mouth, silently cursing himself. He knew Wan Ningyan was a smooth talker who could turn black into white, and he couldn't win an argument, so why did he have to argue with her? He didn't get any good out of her, and it made him feel so angry. Forget it, forget it. I can't argue with you. Next time, don't drink secretly. If you really want to, just drink something else. Do you understand? Me, my wife. Wan Ningyan looked at Nguyen Yang like a kitten, pouting her lips. You really are the best wife in the world. Kiss. Stop. Stop acting like a spoiled child. I have something to ask you. Nguyen Yang, not yet overwhelmed by her beauty, pressed his hand against Wan Ningyan's lips and pulled the blanket over her to protect her from the cold. What else do you want to ask? Han Xingcheng, did he contact you privately? Huh? Wan Ningyan tilted her head, a look of confusion on her face. When did he contact me? I don't think we ever spoken. Really? Ningyan, don't lie to me. Who lied to you? No means no. Nguyen Yang was still a little suspicious, but Wan Ningyan's expression and tone were normal, even slightly angry at Nguyen Yang's distrust. Thinking over it, Nguyen Yang told Wan Ningyan what she heard during her nightmare and asked her another question. Wan Ningyan slapped him hard on the shoulder. Are you stupid? I already told you I seen it. Believe it or not. Besides, dreams are all about wild imagination. Even if I called out Han Qingqing's name, what does that prove? If I called out Sailor Moon, would you suspect I'm from Japan? That's not what I meant. I'm just worried. So what did you dream about? Tell me. I forgot. You really can't remember? Yeah, not at all. Nguyen Yang sighed. Got it. If you remember it next time, tell me. Get up. Dinner will be soon. Well, what about my sweetheart? Still thinking about her, Nguyen Yang smiled and kissed Wan Ningyan from her forehead to her soft lips, finally biting her plump lower lip. Why are you biting me? Are you trying to get back at me? I worked so hard all afternoon, and you can't even bite me? No. Wan Ningyan immediately threw her arms around Nguyen Yang's neck and pulled him into her arms. I want revenge. Bite me twice. Why are you pushing me further? Nguyen Yang smiled, repeatedly turning her head to avoid Wan Ningyan's kisses, slipping her hand inside her loose pajamas to grope her. Just as she was enjoying herself, there was a knock on the door. Since the door was ajar, the person outside knocked twice, and it flew open. Xiaolong, Yin, it's time for dinner. It was Mother Wan. Nguyen Yang panicked, unable to get out of bed. His hand was still tucked into Wan Ningyan's pajamas, and he tripped. Mother Wan saw Nguyen Yang pressed against Wan Ningyan, who looked as if she was about to kiss him. Mother Wan had clearly not expected them to be in this position, but she was experienced enough after all, so she quickly composed herself and told them not to rush. Mom will save dinner for you. Have fun before you come out to eat. Remember to keep your voices down. This room isn't very soundproof. The door is closed for you. Mom's leaving. Don't worry, no one will disturb you. Click. The door closed with a click. Nguyen Yang blushed, and Wan Ningyan wasn't much better. Their faces, once so close, now looked awkwardly at each other. Hey, get up. Let's go eat. Where are my clothes? Here. Nguyen Yang handed Wan Ningyan her cotton coat and pants, then quickly got out of bed and went out with the heater. Mother Wan was just telling everyone not to disturb them in the bedroom when she saw Nguyen Yang emerge, her face full of confusion. Xiao Yang, why are you out? I'm hungry. Mother Wan, naturally unconvinced, pulled Nguyen Yang over to the windowsill and whispered. Did Mom disturb you? No, Mom, I was just joking with Ningyan. You misunderstood. Ningyan had a nightmare today and was in a bad mood, so I was teasing her. Is that so? Mom knows. Okay, I won't say any more. I know you're shy. Go warm yourself by the fire. Dinner will be almost over. Yes, thank you, Mom. After explaining the misunderstanding, Nguyen Yang went straight to the bedroom to find someone pretending to be an ostrich. Someone pretending to be an ostrich took a long time to put on their clothes. When Nguyen Yang opened the door, he found her unbuttoning and buttoning her clothes, taking her time. Stop wasting time. I already explained everything to Mom. Come out now. So what if I explained it? Mom saw it. It's so embarrassing. You didn't have any intimate scenes during filming? Wouldn't it be awkward if they saw us? We were fine just now. Nothing out of the ordinary. Wan Ningyan glared at Nguyen Yang. Don't you know that all my intimate scenes were shot with a camera? Didn't I tell you in my last life? Nguyen Yang thought about it, and felt like she had indeed told him, But she hadn't remembered it because so much had happened. But she knew Wan Ningyan would definitely make a scene if she admitted it, so she immediately denied it. You didn't tell me? I told you about the little red mole on your butt, but you didn't tell me about this? Yeah. Wan Ningyan didn't quite believe it. Wan Yang was afraid she continued to make a scene, so she quickly buttoned her clothes and then took her out to eat, saving her from having to face Wan's mother alone. Chapter 331. Mother Wan was a very tactful elder. Not only did she not mention the misunderstanding again, but even her words and expressions remained normal. Wan Yang and Wan Ningyan finally put aside their discomfort and focused on their meal. After dinner, Wan Yang discussed tomorrow's itinerary with everyone. They planned to go buy supplies for Xiaoyu's family in the morning and then take Wen Yanru out for a field battle. What about me? Wan Ningyan immediately raised her hand. I want to go too. Of course I take you. Wan Yang smiled, pulling down Wan Ningyan's raised hand. Then, she looked at Wen Yanru. Ningyan, are you ready? If not, we can wait. I'm ready, Sister Wan Yang. Okay, let's leave tomorrow morning. Mom, please make some extra breakfast tomorrow, so we can take some for lunch. We might not be back for lunch. Mother Wan nodded anxiously, and took Wen Yanru's hand. Yin, you must be careful. If you can't win, call Xiaoyang and Yin for help. If that doesn't work out, just run. Don't try to be brave. Auntie doesn't need you to be powerful. Staying safe is what's most important. Yes, Yin, you must come back safely. At worst, you can go farming with your uncle, or you can do logistics work, which isn't shameful. Father Wan, usually a man of few words, also spoke up. Nuanyang could see the two elders' love for Wen Yanru, but there was nothing they could do. Wan Ningfeng wasn't very capable, and Yuer was still young, so they had to force Wen Yanru to grow up. Otherwise, if something really happened, there would be no reliable person at home, and Nuanyang would be worried. Sister-in-law, is actual combat dangerous? Will Sister Nyanyan get hurt? Nuanyang smiled, patting Yuer's head, and soothingly said, It's dangerous out there, but Sister-in-law will choose a place with few zombies for Nyanyan to train, and with Sister Yan's protection, nothing will happen. So when can Yuer go into combat? It's too early for you. When you reach adulthood, you can awaken your powers. Once you master them, your sister-in-law can take you into combat. Why wait until you reach adulthood? Sister Haitang isn't even an adult yet she's on patrol. That's different. The patrol patrols the base, not the missions. Yuer felt a little disappointed, pouting. Okay then. Nuanyang consoled Yuer a bit, then looked up and saw Wan Ningfeng happily gnawing on a bone. He felt a little disgusted and nudged Wan Ningyan's arm, signaling her to intervene. Wan Ningfeng, all you know is eating. Nyan, who's younger than you, is already going into combat, and you can't even control your powers. How dare you eat? Get up. Sister, what are you doing? I've been working so hard, you can't blame me. Working hard? I think you're just working so hard on eating, drinking, and having fun. Wan Ningyan grabbed Wan Ningfeng's ear and pulled him up. Go train your powers. From now on, physical training every morning and power training every evening. I take you to combat in a month. If you don't want to die out there, work hard. It hurts. Mom, please take care of it. My sister's gone crazy. Mother Wan turned her head away from Wan Ningfeng, saying nothing, tacitly approving of Wan Ningyan's actions. Sister-in-law. Big brother, sister-in-law. Take care of your wife. She's trying to murder her own brother. Wan Ningyan had already grabbed Wan Ningfeng's ear, and was heading to the power training camp on the second floor. Wan Yang happened to have his back to her, so he and Yuer laughed uncontrollably, their shoulders shaking. Father Wan smiled and made a gesture to silence Wan Yang and the others, asking them to keep their voices down so that Wan Ningfeng wouldn't hear them. Wen Yanru stood out from the rest of the happy family. She said she was ready, but in reality, her face was pale, and she rubbed her hands nervously. Nuanyang saw it all and chose a good moment to call her to the kitchen. It was far from the heat, and there was no heater or air conditioning. Nuanyang was so cold that she quickly zipped up her coat and stuffed her hands in her pockets. Yin, it's just the two of us here. If you have any thoughts or concerns, just tell me. Even if you don't want to go, you can tell me. I won't judge you. When Yanru was a little surprised, she began rubbing her hands again, biting her lower lip, her brow furrowed, as if she had something to hide. Yin, your family, you should trust us. Just tell us, it's no big deal. If you don't want to go, and don't want to disappoint everyone, we can take you for a walk tomorrow and treat it like a real battle. Your sister Yin, and I will keep this secret. If you're worried about your lack of strength, Don't worry. We be watching and help you solve any problems. Your sister Yin can control zombies, so she makes sure nothing happens to you. Nguyen Yang guessed all of Wen Yinru's possible thoughts, hoping she honestly express her concerns. After a while, the somewhat mild-mannered woman spoke. Sister Nguyen Yang, I'm sorry I lied. Actually, I'm not prepared. I haven't been able to fully control Xiaofan yet. Nguyen Yang was a little surprised. She thought Wen Yinru was timid, but she didn't expect this to be the reason. Well, how much control do you have now? If you encounter a zombie, can you control Xiaofan to kill it? Yes, it's just. Sometimes Xiaofan gets very excited when she sees a zombie and loses all control. Altered entities have their own thoughts, especially after they mature. It takes time to fully control them. Don't worry. Just being able to control Little Pink to kill zombies is enough. I'm just worried you're too timid. When you see a zombie limp and sit on the ground, you won't call Little Pink for help, foolishly waiting to be bitten. When Yinru blushed at Nguyen Yang's words and quietly retorted, I wouldn't do that. That's best. Nguyen Yang smiled and patted her shoulder. Even if you do limp and sit on the ground, it's okay. Your sister Yin vomited the first time she saw a zombie. Let's take our time. We still have plenty of time. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Yes. When Yinru nodded firmly. She raised her head, then asked cautiously, Sister Nguyen Yang, did Sister Yin really vomit? Of course, and her legs are so weak she relies on me to hold her when she walks. So Sister Yin is afraid too. Not just Ningyan, I'm afraid too, but I know fear is useless. If I want to survive, I have to overcome my fear and kill them. You're lucky to have us here to protect you. Many people face this alone and lose their lives if they're not careful. Nguyen Yang's words were tinged with envy. When Yinru was indeed lucky. She and Wan Ningyan had supported her every step of her development. Even if she couldn't make it, it didn't matter, she would have time to stand on her own. But what about her? In her previous life, with the evolution of the zombies, even if she and Ningyan had the courage to kill them, they couldn't resist them. One mistake and fall while escaping would have killed them. The rules of the apocalypse are truly cruel. Survival isn't just about overcoming fear, it requires strength. Chapter 332. The next morning, Mother Wan got up early to cook. Nguyen Yang and Wan Ningyan followed suit. After waking Wen Yinru, Wan Ningyan also woke up Wan Ningfeng and forced him to join in the exercise. Last night, Wan Ningfeng had been trained under Wan Ningyan's watch. He had spent over an hour at the supernatural training camp, and his supernatural powers were almost exhausted. He came back looking listless. Nguyen Yang wanted to laugh when he saw him being dragged out to exercise again today. Even though he was so tall, he was still afraid of his sister. This must be the legendary bloodline suppression. What are you laughing at? Get down quickly. Huh? Oh! Nguyen Yang reacted and immediately got down to do push-ups. After just 2, Wan Ningyan sat on Nguyen Yang's back. Honey, what are you doing? Didn't you say you could do it for an hour last time? I came to see if it was true. Nguyen Yang suddenly remembered his horseback riding training 2 days ago. He felt terrible, but he couldn't say he couldn't do it. So he diligently did weighted push-ups while thinking about how to escape. After a few minutes of training, Nguyen Yang felt his arms starting to ache. Desperate, he thought of going to the supply exchange station and immediately lay down on the ground, motionless. Ningyan, get up first. I have to go to the supply station. You can go after you finish your training. What's the rush? There are so many people. I went to see it yesterday. The line was really long. Let's go early, or we won't be able to buy anything. Wan Ningyan was skeptical, but she still stood up and stared at Nguyen Yang. When Nguyen Yang changed and was about to leave, she immediately followed him. I want to go too. Okay, let's go together. Nguyen Yang didn't drive. Driving for such a short distance would seem like a waste of gas to outsiders, and it would also signal to everyone that he had plenty of gas, which wasn't a good thing. She also hoped the large and small packages of supplies she purchased from the supply exchange station would be visible to the military. This would reassure them. After all, as she told Han Chi-chung, she only acquired a shopping mall, and shouldn't have been constantly lacking in supplies. After only a few steps, Nguyen Yang regretted it. It was so cold. Even with her down jacket over her combat uniform and her scarf wrapped tightly around her, the chill still seeped into her neck, making her shiver. You're so slow. Wan Ningyan turned back from the gate to Area B. She grumbled, but she took Nguyen Yang's hand, using her supernatural powers to keep him warm, and then she hurried along. Passing the guardhouse, the soldiers inside began their routine inspection. Miss Wan, the roads are slippery in the snow. It's best not to go out unless it's urgent. Nuanyang pulled down her scarf and feigned anxiety. Brother, we're running low on supplies. Let's go buy some, or we have to live on simple food. The brother, still serious, nodded, signaling that Nuanyang and the others could leave. However, Nuanyang heard him mutter under his breath, "It's a blessing to have simple food to eat." Thinking of the search team feasting on mutant snake meat, they were all excited. Nuanyang reached into her pocket and pulled out a 100 milliliters bottle of ergoda for him. "Miss Nuan, I can't accept this." "Why not?" "If we're caught, our wages will be docked." Nuanyang glanced around. There was no one in Area B this early in the morning, not even the military patrol. "Wouldn't it be better if you didn't get discovered? Put it away quickly, and go back to the exchange station to exchange some points for some meat. You can't just eat coarse grains every day." Not wanting to persuade her any further, Nuanyang retightened his scarf, and immediately followed Wan Ningyan to the supply station. It was so cold that after talking for a while, he felt his nose run and his teeth chattered with the cold. As they reached the street stalls, Wan Ningyan couldn't help but ask Nuanyang why he was giving the guard wine. Was he trying to bribe him? Bribery is a bit difficult. Rich businessmen were bribed before, but after their downfall, they were all liquidated. Those who remain are either loyal or afraid of repeating the same mistakes, so they won't be easily bribed. Then why are you still giving him wine? A bottle of wine at the base costs hundreds of points. Just a shallow bribe, so he doesn't keep asking questions and making up lies. He'll eventually be exposed. What if he accepts the gift and keeps asking questions? Nuanyang stopped and tapped her head. Why are you suddenly so stupid? Didn't you hear him say? If bribery is discovered, will wages be deducted? This is probably the lightest punishment. A serious one could lead to expulsion from the base. His failure to forcefully return the money just now proves he accepted the bribe. I didn't react. It's all because of this awful weather. It's so cold my brain is slow. Nuanyang looked at Wan Ningyan, who didn't even need a scarf, and nodded silently in agreement. Yes, it's all because of the weather. The two finally reached the supply exchange station and found a small line outside, much smaller than the one Nuanyang had seen yesterday. So they joined the queue. Maybe it was because of the cold weather, but the line moved much faster than it had been during the scorching heat. Nuanyang and Wan Ningyan only waited for about 10 minutes before they were able to enter and buy supplies. There's no air conditioning. Nuanyang was stunned upon entering the supply exchange station. He assumed the air conditioning would be on like in the summer, but it wasn't, so the temperature was only 5 or 6 degrees higher than outside. There are heaters though, Wan Ningyan pointed to two nearby. They look like they're keeping the supplies warm. Aren't they afraid they get too cold? Nuanyang looked over and saw that where the stove was, there were some leafy greens and some non-refrigerated items. That's probably it. Extreme cold is better than extreme heat, after all. The world is like a natural refrigerator, extending the shelf life of most items. I guess that's why they don't have the heater on. There's a new meat section. Wan Ningyan pulled Nuanyang over to the freezer. Inside were pieces of frosted meat, labeled mutated wild boar meat, regular domestic pork, and mutated alpaca meat. There were people watching on both sides of the freezer. No one was allowed to touch anything unless they were buying. Domestic pork is 68 points per gene, approximately 100 caddies. Mutant wild boar meat is 108 points per gene, approximately 100 caddies, and alpaca meat is 88 points per gene, approximately 100 kilograms. They're all so expensive. There's no work in winter, so how can ordinary people afford them? Wan Ningyan muttered to Nuanyang. Nuanyang, of course, understood her underlying meaning and was about to offer some words of comfort when a tall, sturdy woman in a cotton-padded jacket approached the refrigerator, followed closely by a little girl dressed like a bear. Baby, do you want pork or alpaca? Alpaca are so cute. The tall, sturdy woman laughed heartily and picked up her daughter. She chose a piece of alpaca meat. A nearby soldier waited and tied it with a straw rope. After the woman paid, the over 2 gene, approximately 100 caddies, of alpaca meat was handed to her. Here, baby. Mommy will grill it for you when we get home. Thank you, Mommy. Nuanyang and Wan Ningyan watched the whole thing unfold silently. They had originally thought the meat was too expensive for them to afford, but now it seemed otherwise. The soldier who had just weighed and packed the food saw Nuanyang and Wan Ningyan still standing there, and thought that they were greedy for meat but couldn't afford it, so he offered some advice. If you two want to earn points to eat meat, go to the mission hall and take orders. We're short on people right now for things like chopping trees, shoveling snow, and moving goods. The wages are twice as much as Gyre's, so you could buy this meat with a day's wages. Or you can try your luck and queue up to buy crystal core extract. If you successfully awaken your superpowers, you can join the military and get a base salary of this amount each month. And there are bonuses for missions. The soldier held up 3 fingers, which equaled 300 points. Without rent or utilities, 300 points would be enough for food. With the base prices, you have no problem getting enough. After all, instant noodles are only 2 points a bag. Add in the mission bonuses, and you can live comfortably. Ningyan, go shopping. I want to check out the mission hall after you finish shopping. Okay. The two bought the supplies Xiaoyu's family needed, and bought 2 pieces of alpaca meat to take home to try. They packed the meat in a clear plastic bag, and carried it all the way to the mission hall. Of course, Wan Ningyan was the one carrying the bulk. Nuanyang only carried 2 pieces of meat as a token of appreciation. Arriving outside the mission hall, I was met with a sea of people. Using a piece of chocolate to find out, I discovered they were all there to reserve crystal core extract. I heard that many families were pinning their hopes on their eligible family members getting a spot early and successfully awakening their superpowers, hoping to secure military service and a stable income. Joining the military superpower battalion offers a base salary of 300, bonuses for missions, and a substantial compensation for casualties. They're all desperate to join. The informant explained the reason for the fervor, and Nuanyang understood. If she were in her previous life, she would have been desperate to join too. It was a bit like the secure job of a civil servant before the apocalypse. Chapter 333. After delivering the purchased supplies to Xiaoyu's family, Nuanyang and Wan Ningyan returned home. Breakfast was already ready. Spicy soup and fried fruit. Nuanyang gave 2 pieces of mutant alpaca meat to Wan's mother, and was curious. I remember Mom is from Province G. How do you know how to make spicy soup? I just learned it recently. I thought it would be nice to have something spicy to warm us up in winter. But this is my first time making it. If it's not good, you should bring some mutton soup and pancakes. Nothing Mom cooks is bad. Nuanyang wasn't trying to flatter her. Wan's mother's cooking was truly excellent. So good that even the food in the shopping mall wasn't enough. Nuanyang preferred Wan's cooking. So spicy. Nuanyang was stung by the pepper, but after the spiciness wore off, a refreshing heat rushed to his head. The soup also contained various vegetables and diced beef. The vegetables were finely chopped and could be drunk straight away, while the diced beef was firm and chewy, requiring a few chews. Nuanyang, having had hu la tang for the first time, quickly became addicted. His face flushed red from the spiciness, his forehead sweating, yet he couldn't stop. The crispy fried fruits, especially after being soaked in the broth, had a richer flavor. He drank 2 full bowls. After eating and drinking, Nuanyang half lay on the kong, rubbing his stomach, and planned to rest for a while before leaving. Wan Ningyan was playing with Yingbao by the windowsill. She wanted to take Yingbao outside too, so she let him acclimate to the cold. Yingbao was already a fully fledged eagle, and his down had fallen off recently. It would be nice to have shiny feathers to practice flying. After all, he'd been fed taming pills, so there was no need to worry about him getting lost. Wen Yanru, on the other hand, was ready. Although she wasn't afraid of the cold, she still put on a red down jacket. Wan Ningyan had asked for it. Firstly, she was afraid Xiaofan might make a mistake and let Nian Yang get cold, and secondly, the red color would be more conspicuous, making it easier to find him if they were accidentally separated. Yuer sat obediently beside Wen Yanru, her hands tightly clasped around her fingers, a look of worry on her face. Sister Nian Yan, you must come back soon. I need you to check my homework. Su Wan prepared workbooks for all 3 children. During the initial period of extreme cold, they were to complete 1 page daily. Once the weather stabilized, she would resume teaching and checking the homework. Wan Ningyue was very self-disciplined with Wen Yanru. After finishing her homework each day, she would hand it over to Wen Yanru for her help in checking and explaining it, unlike Wan Ningfeng, who needed someone to supervise her. Don't worry, no matter how late I get back, I definitely check Yuer's homework first. Yuer curled her lips, unhappy. Homework isn't that important. Wen Yanru didn't understand Yuer's meaning and asked in confusion, what's important? Sister's safe return is the most important thing. Sister, you're so stupid. I'm sorry, Sister was too stupid. I didn't guess Yuer's feelings. Nuanyang watched it all silently, inwardly admiring Wen Yanru's truly kind nature, gentle, patient, hardworking, and strong. Though a little tepid and forbearing, she enjoyed bearing pressure that exhausted her both physically and mentally. The spicy soup is packed, and I also steamed some buns. Xiaoan, come here. Mother One pulled Nuanyang over to the table and instructed, "These larger ones are vegetable buns, and these smaller ones are meat buns. They're all made of mutant meat. If you're using a lot of your mental energy, eat the meat buns." "I know, Mom." Mother One took a few more bottles of milk and placed them next to the lunch boxes. "If it's spicy, drink some milk. It's already been heated by the stove, so don't worry about getting diarrhea if you drink it cold. Wan Ningyan can handle spicy food, as can Wen Yinru." The milk was clearly meant for Nuanyang. Nuanyang was always touched by Mama Wan's attentive care, unable to resist hugging her from behind, saying thank you like a spoiled child. "What are you thanking me for? It's only natural for a mother to love her child. Hurry up and put the lunch box in your space and be back early." "Okay." After Nuanyang put away the lunch box, she was about to turn around and tell everyone to leave when Mama Wan grabbed her arm tightly. "What's wrong, Mom?" "Xiaoyang, you must bring Yin Yin back safely. You must." The old lady's busy morning seemed to crumble at that moment. Her slightly red eyes made Nuanyang feel distressed. He wanted to offer comfort, but Mama Wan suddenly felt embarrassed. She placed the unwashed pots and pans in a wooden basin and began to wash and scrub, adding hot water and cold water. Busyness seemed to be Mama Wan's only escape. Nuanyang looked at Mama Wan in the background, sighed helplessly, and turned to call Wan Ningyan and Wen Yinru to prepare to leave. "Here I come." Wan Ningyan trotted over, holding Yingbao. Seeing one's mother washing dishes, she kicked Wan Ningfeng. "Don't you have eyes? You don't even help me wash the dishes in the middle of winter. You don't even know how to study or have any superpowers. All you know is eating. Sister, you never helped me with any housework, so how dare you criticize me? If you talk back, I spank you. Dad, keep an eye on him. Add 3 hours of extra training today. If he doesn't finish, I come back and beat him up." "What? Are you my real sister? That's too much." After leaving the house, Nuanyang could still hear Wan Ningfeng's wailing and couldn't help but ask, "You seem a bit hot-tempered these past few days. What did Xiaofeng do to you?" "Don't mention it, that idiot. I taught him to use his superpowers to kill zombies, and he used them to make me wet. I don't know whose IQ he inherited from. He's even worse than Yingbao." "Okay, calm down. Keep an eye on Yingbao, and don't let him fly around the base." "Got it." After getting into the driver's seat, Nuanyang saw Wan Ningyan holding Yingbao and joining Wen Yinru in the back seat. Wen Yinru hadn't spoken since leaving, perhaps too nervous. Wan Ningyan, while nagging about her brother's problems, had actually noticed something was amiss with Wen Yinru, and was now sitting in the back seat with her. Wan Ningyan winked at Nuanyang, who turned to look at her. Nuanyang understood her intention, nodded, and drove towards the base's main gate. After receiving a bottle of wine, the guard didn't stop him or ask any more questions. However, Nuanyang was surprised to see quite a few people heading out. Along the way, he passed many people heading towards the main gate, most of them carrying knives and woven bags, some even carrying backpacks. After leaving the base, Nuanyang discovered that the forest at the base's entrance was now only stumps, with a few people chopping down the remaining trees. Nuanyang deliberately drove through the middle and noticed people moving to the left and right, where the trees were still standing. As the extreme cold persisted, the need for firewood would continue. Nuanyang probably understood why everyone was rushing out to cut down trees, including the Rose team. The later they went, the farther they had to go. The zombies near the base were almost gone, but the trees were limited. Once they finished cutting them down, they had to travel further, which was not only physically demanding but also more dangerous. "Ningyan, I heard from Wei Mingyi yesterday that the Rose team is planning to go out and cut trees for the next 2 days. I take you to the apartment when we get back this afternoon. Ask what time we go so you can help out." "Yeah. You're so thoughtful, my dear. I love you. Hey, Nian Nian is still here, you better be careful. Nian Nian isn't a retard, she wouldn't care about that. But you, why haven't you taken off yet? There's no one here. Wait a minute, I'm locating." Nuanyang was searching for a location on the map. She had originally wanted to go to the beach in Province Z, but it was too close to the Sanyang mountain base, and she was worried about running into military personnel, so she decided to go to the beach in Province F. "Let's go to Fuzhou. It has a long coastline and some small fishing villages nearby, so there aren't too many zombies." "Fuzhou?" Wan Ningyan excitedly moved to the front row. "I haven't been there yet, but it should be fun. I filmed a movie there before, and it's so exciting, especially the parade. It's even more lively than a wedding. It's the end of the world now, so all we can do is enjoy the scenery. Sit tight and fasten your seatbelts. I'm ready to take off." "Okay, honey." Ga. The two, big and small, were obedient, and the nervous Wenyenru was amused. However, she hadn't been out much, so she quickly became nervous again. As they got closer to their destination, her face grew paler. Chapter 334. Arriving over Fuzhou, Nanyang chose to land farther from the coast, unsure of how much the sea had dried up and fearing the impact of landing on the ice and crashing into the sea. The immense force of the impact sent countless snowflakes flying and falling, like a fleeting snowy day. A thin layer of snow covered the front window. Nanyang turned on the wipers while checking the surveillance camera. There weren't many zombies nearby, and they seemed to be moving quite slowly, making them ideal for Wenyenru's combat. Wow! Is this a fishing village? It seems every household has a boat. Yes, it's a county under Fuzhou, and they seem to specialize in fishing. No wonder. Wan Ningyan, as usual, was delighted by the sight of something new. Aingbao also watched with curiosity. Only Wenyenru looked out the window with a melancholy look in her eyes, and her soft nature made Nanyang feel a little awkward. Nanyang parked the car. The area was relatively empty, with only 2 empty brick houses nearby, 1/3 covered by heavy snow. Nyan, there aren't many zombies around here, maybe only 4 or 5, heading our way. Nanyang turned and asked seriously, "This is the last time I'm asking you. Are you still a little scared about getting out of the car and preparing for the actual battle? Do you want to come back next time?" Wenyenru didn't hesitate and nodded confidently, "I want to fight. There's no point in running away. I have to face it. That's what my sister taught me, and I taken it to heart." Wan Ningyan happily hugged Wenyenru. "Little Nyan, you're awesome. Don't worry, with your sister Yin here, you don't have to worry about the little zombies. Go ahead and kill them. I won't let any zombie get within 5 meters of you. No need. Sister Yin, I want to kill the zombies on my own. You can intervene if I'm in danger." Nanyang hadn't expected Wenyenru to be so courageous. Killing zombies and killing people are actually interconnected. Zombies are simply human diseases. A timid person wouldn't dare kill zombies if they didn't kill people. On the contrary, if they dared to kill zombies, they would dare to kill people. Wenyenru hadn't even been able to kill her own enemies before, so killing zombies now would be quite a challenge. After getting out of the car, Nanyang spotted zombies approaching from a distance. They were moving very slowly, reminiscent of the zombie outbreak at the beginning of the apocalypse. Nanyang, didn't those zombies evolve? Why are they so slow now? It's because it's freezing cold. The temperature is too low, and there's snow everywhere. The zombies' limbs are frozen, and their movements are slow. Wan Ningyan's eyes lit up. Doesn't that greatly reduce the danger of extreme cold? It's perfect for searching for supplies. You're overthinking it. It's just that the zombies can't adapt to the extreme cold in the early stages. I remember that the zombies evolved later, and can run in the snow. Otherwise, I wouldn't have died in the extreme cold. That's right. Nanyang gave Wenyenru a few more instructions, then put away the SUV. He and Wan Ningyan retreated 10 meters behind Wenyenru to watch. This distance was neither too far nor too close, and within her supernatural range. If Wenyenru was in danger, Wan Ningyan could immediately control the zombies. Do you think Nyan can succeed? Nanyang shook his head. It's hard to say. You know Nyan's temper. If she doesn't faint from shock, it'd be progress. Wan Ningyan nudged Nanyang's arm in dissatisfaction. Can't you just hope for Nyan's success? She usually works much harder than Wan Ningfeng. I don't think she'd faint from shock. Gaw! Aingbao sensed Wan Ningyan's mood and, taking advantage of her power, barked fiercely at Nanyang. Nanyang didn't dare hit him in front of Wan Ningyan, so he could only glare at him to vent his anger. I'm tired. Sit down and watch. Wan Ningyan took out a black leather couch and placed it on the snowy ground. Then, holding Aingbao, she sat down to watch. Nanyang wasn't as comfortable. Her neck, hands, and face were cold. She sat down and immediately wrapped herself in a quilt, curling up completely in it. Wan Ningyan saw Nanyang's expression and was filled with disgust. Even when it's extremely hot, I'm not like you. You're exaggerating. Nanyang replied grumpily, it's minus 43 degrees Celsius today, even colder than during the snowstorm. When I lived in S City, it rarely dropped below -0. It was hard to endure the cold and go out. Besides, you had heat stroke back then, but at least I didn't collapse. Wan Ningyan tisk. Normally, the blood-eating vine could kill zombies from a distance, easily enough to summon Xiaofan. However, Wenyenru hadn't made any move, standing still without even moving a foot. Nanyang was a little worried. She feared Wenyenru might be stage frightened. No matter how terrifying the training camp was, it was all virtual, and death was just an electric shock. The psychological burden was different, just like some people who dared watch horror movies, but not visit a haunted house. Wan Ningyan was the same. Just moments earlier, she'd been resting on the sofa, scratching Bao's neck, but now she was sitting bolt upright, incredibly nervous. Nuanyang, it's only 20 or 30 meters away. Why hasn't Nian Nian called Xiaofan out yet? Wood based abilities can't kill zombies. I don't know. Be prepared. If you get too close, try to control yourself. Safety first. Okay. The zombies were getting closer, and Nuanyang was growing increasingly anxious. Just as he was trying to figure out how to help when Nianru overcome her mental block, Wan Ningyan stood up and shouted, "Come on, Nian Nian." The sound spurred the zombies on, causing them to move faster, and when Nianru finally responded, she turned to look at Wan Ningyan, her pale face forcing a grim smile before looking forward again. Nian Nian, she's still laughing even with the zombies approaching. Hurry up and call Little Pink. If you get any closer, I help. Wan Ningyan had just finished speaking when Nuanyang saw Wan Nianru remove her red down jacket. Suddenly, a vine sprouted out, and Little Pink's enormous flower bud, like a giant boat, blocked out the light above Nuanyang's head. Ha! The giant flower bud was furious, opening its mouth and roaring. Its densely packed mouth of fangs, and its long tongue extended, it directly pulled two nearby zombies into its mouth and chewed them. Wow! Just eating them straight away. Little Pink is so domineering. Wan Ningyan stood up excitedly to watch, even abandoning her eagle treasure, waving her arms wildly to cheer when Nianru won. Nuanyang thought Wan Ningyan was exaggerating. Killing a few zombies was just a common occurrence in the apocalypse, not something to be cheered on like that. Nuanyang, however, stood up with Wan Ningyan and cheered when Nianru won. Soon, the three zombies behind also arrived. With a few whooshes, dozens of green vines stretched out. From behind, Wan Nianru looked like a green spider spirit with countless legs. The vines rushed towards the three zombies at a breakneck speed, accompanied by bursts of puff-puff sounds of bones cracking. Soon, the zombies' bodies were pierced by the vines and lifted high to Xiaofan's mouth, waiting for Xiaofan to feed. Roar, roar, roar. The pierced zombies continued to roar. As long as the crystal core was there, they would not truly die. When Nianru seemed frightened and fell to the ground in the snow, Xiaofan, who was feeding, noticed something was wrong with her host and lowered her flower bud and twisted it, as if looking at Wan Nianru. There was a strange warmth. Nuanyang was watching intently when suddenly, the vines that had pierced the zombies went wild, repeatedly slamming the zombies against the snow. In an instant, not only did the snow become covered with traces of the zombies' fluid, but the snow was also slammed by the vines, blurring Nuanyang's vision. Like a miniature snowstorm, Nuanyang built a wall of ice to block it. Only when the vines stopped battering the zombies did the two of them emerge from behind the wall. The vines had completely vanished, leaving only Xiaofan, now back to her usual petite form. She kept rubbing her butt against Wan Nianru's head as she sat in the snow, as if to appease and comfort her. All around Wan Nianru was a shambles of devastation, potholes in the snow, amputated zombie corpses, and a bloody and disgusting fluid that had oozed and solidified, resembling brain matter. Chapter 335. Nian Nian. Wan Ningyan trotted over, picked up her down jacket, and put it on Wan Nianru. When Nuanyang arrived, wrapped in a quilt, he saw Wan Ningyan wiping her tears. When Nianru's face was paler than before, her eyes red. Tears quickly froze onto her face, leaving two translucent, slightly white streaks. Only the areas where Xiaofan had rubbed her were faintly red. What's wrong? Nuanyang smiled, squatted down, and scratched Wan Nianru's nose. Is our little Nian Nian scared and crying? Wan Nianru pursed her lips and whispered, I'm not scared. Then why are you crying? Because when I looked up and saw the zombie face, it looked so much like someone I know, and I felt so bad. Wan Ningyan hugged her and, with the tone of someone who had experienced it, lectured Wan Nianru, saying that zombies were different from humans. She even used the same rhetoric Nuanyang had used to counsel Wan Ningyan. Aliens are attacking Earth. Nuanyang instantly recalled that night. The harbor breeze blew across Wan Ningyan's cheeks, ruffling her soft hair. A humorous metaphor brought a smile to a sad person's face. I want to live well with you. Kill more zombies, so more humans have a chance to survive. We are the righteous side. Be proud of your actions. Xiaofan, you too. When Nuanyang regained consciousness, the Wan Ningyan in her memory overlapped with the Wan Ningyan now smiling at Wan Nianru. She suddenly realized that their original intentions had long since changed. They no longer just wanted to survive together, They also had family and friends. It didn't seem so bad. After being an orphan for so long, having family and friends wasn't bad either. Nuan Yang smiled and helped Wan Ningyan pull Wen Yinru to her feet. Seeing that she looked much better, she asked Xiaofan why she had suddenly gone berserk. Little Pink knew I was upset, so she blamed the zombies. Sister Nuan Yang, I'm sorry I didn't control Little Pink. It must have been terrifying just now, I was so scared. It's quite destructive. Luckily, we've been together so much, otherwise your sister Yin would have fainted. Damn Nuan Yang. How could I be that weak? Gaga Jie. Nuan Yang, seeing the situation was dire, quickly threw away her blanket and ran back. She had only been trying to tease Wen Yinru, but Wan Ningyan had turned on her. Ying Bao even sided with Wan Ningyan, flapping his wings and quickly chasing after her. Ah! Ying Bao was a mutant, after all, and incredibly strong. With a swooping claw, it struck Nuan Yang's helmet, causing him to lose his balance and fall to the ground, chewing on a mouthful of snow. Oh no! Nuan Yang sensed something was wrong, but as soon as she pulled herself up, Wan Ningyan sat on her and pinned her back. Surrender, surrender. Honey, have some mercy on me. I just recovered from a cold. Don't bully me. You're just playing the victim. Wan Ningyan grabbed a handful of snow and sprinkled it on Nuan Yang's helmet. I let you go this time, but if you dare mock me again, I pin you to the ground and beat you. The extreme cold was Wan Ningyan's home turf, and Nuan Yang, reduced to a weakling, immediately surrendered. However, Wen Yinru, who had rushed over from behind, noticed her servile behavior. She blushed, quickly got up, and pointed ahead. There's a fishing port ahead, not far away. Let's go check it out. Sister-in-law Nuan Yang, are you going to catch some fish? No, Fuzhou is a coastal city. I want to see if the ocean dries up during the extreme heat. If it does, it'd be difficult for the ecological system to recover, and the living environment could become increasingly deteriorating. We need to prepare in advance. Wan Ningyan already knew about this, but Wen Yinru was unaware. Her face, which had finally regained its rosy glow, turned pale with fear. Will extreme weather become the norm? Yes, that's what I mean. I need to see it to feel at ease. Little Ningyan, don't look so sad. Wan Ningyan smiled, and put her arm around Wen Yinru's shoulders. Cheer up. If the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. Nuan Yang, the tallest, smiled and said, Yes, I hold it up. Don't be afraid. The three of them, along with the eagle, chatted and laughed for a while. A dense network of houses gradually appeared ahead, along with wooden boats, bamboo rafts, and poles, mostly buried in snow. Nuan Yang hunched his neck, scanning his surroundings through his tactical scope as he walked. There were no survivors, and the zombies were doing well, with only a few scattered zombies locked in a few houses. Nyan, there's a zombie in the room on the left. Go take care of it. Wen Yinru's smile immediately vanished. She nodded solemnly, fearlessly, and headed straight for the room where the zombie was imprisoned. Wan Ningyan wanted to follow, but Nuan Yang pulled her back. Killing zombies is easier the second time than the first time. Besides, Xiaofan has her own consciousness and will protect Nianan. You don't have to go. Why aren't you worried? I am worried. I'm worried that Nianan won't be able to break through her psychological barriers. Once she does, everything will be fine. Nuan Yang raised his chin and pointed ahead. There seems to be a tent over there. Let's go up higher and take a look. Tent? Wan Ningyan was shocked. You freeze to death if you live in a tent in this weather. Who knows? Nuan Yang, breathing heavily, walked all the way to a low house. From here, he could see the tip of the tent, but it wasn't clear. She used a container as a stepping stone, climbed up, and then pulled Wan Ningyan up. Then, together, they reached the rooftop, holding onto the chimney and looking out. Not far away, there were scattered tents, some damaged, others blown into the branches of the trees to the left. Further back, a jagged fence of iron, stainless steel, and wood stood erect, presumably to protect against zombies. Behind the fence, only the tops of the tents, buried in the snow, suddenly became densely packed, stretching past the iconic fishing port buildings and towards what should have been the sea. The tactical scope revealed no signs of life, not even zombies. Nuan Yang figured these coastal residents had either moved away or frozen to death. Even though he had seen enough death, Nuan Yang took 2 deep breaths before activating his perspective function. Inside the nearby tent, a notification popped up with the words human corpses appearing multiple times. Others lay buried in the snow, their irregular, overlapping long strips a reminder of the loss of life. Nuan Yang. I think I saw a lot of corpses. Not just things, but corpses. It must be because of the extreme heat and water shortage. The nearby villagers all moved to the harbor for easy access. We didn't expect the extreme cold to come so suddenly, and everyone froze to death in their sleep. Is it so tragic? Wan Ningyan sighed sadly. Nuan Yang patted her back, signaling Wen Yanru's return, and that finally dispelled her gloom. The two carefully climbed down from the roof. When they landed, Wen Yanru was already in front of them. Her face was free of the depression and discomfort she felt the first time she killed a zombie. Her small pink and crimson buds swayed excitedly, suggesting a smooth journey. Sister-in-law Nuan Yang, Sister Yen, the crystal cores. Wen Yanru opened her palm, revealing 3 crystal cores covered in slime. Wan Ningyan frowned and took a step back in disgust. Little Nyan, you didn't dig those crystal cores with your bare hands, did you? Aren't you afraid of getting infected? I didn't dig them. Little Fan spit them out after eating them. They were stained with her saliva. After Wen Yanru finished her explanation, seeing that Wan Ningyan still didn't want them, she turned around and offered them to Nuan Yang. Nuan Yang couldn't refuse. After all, these were the crystal cores Wen Yanru had obtained in her first real combat encounter. Suppressing her nausea, she stored the 3 crystal cores in her memory and let the system clean them. TSK, TSK, TSK. Nuan Yang's hands were nearly numb from the cold, but he endured it and washed the slime off with snow before quickly putting them in his pocket to warm them. They were sticky and slimy, comparable to the mutant slugs he had encountered earlier. Sister Yen, what were you doing on the roof just now? Scouting. The tents ahead should be filled with villagers, but unfortunately, they all frozen to death. Watch your step when you get over there. Don't step on any bodies. Corpses, corpses? Wen Yanru was clearly frightened, even timid, and begged weakly, sister, can I wait for you outside? I won't run around. No. Actual combat isn't just about killing zombies. You have to come with us. Walk through the pile of corpses, and you be braver. Wan Ningyan had no intention of letting Wen Yanru go, especially seeing her frightened expression. She seemed to find some amusement, spouting words that seemed comforting but were actually intimidating. Frightened, Wen Yanru looked to Nuan Yang for help, her eyes watering. Okay, stop scaring Yanru. Most of those bodies are buried under the snow. You can't even feel them if you walk on them. TSK, why weren't you so gentle when you forced me to kill someone? Oh! The boomerang stabbed me. Nuan Yang coughed strategically and quickly changed the subject. It's still quite far away. Do you want to take a car or walk? Wan Ningyan immediately replied that they wanted to walk. Wen Yanru hadn't been out for a while, and also wanted to walk to get a closer look at the outside world. Nuan Yang, who was very afraid of the cold, had no choice but to follow. Wrapping her scarf tightly around her, she followed the 2 women, observing the situation as she walked. She noticed what looked like someone on the hill behind the woods on the left, but the distance was too far, beyond the range of the monitoring system. Ningyan, Nyan, you two be careful, there's someone nearby. Wan Ningyan was walking, rolling snowballs, and throwing them at Xiufan. Xiufan, like a puppy, always caught them accurately with her flower buds, then crushed the snowballs, which stained the vines. Wen Yanru gently brushed them away. Hearing Nuan Yang's words, they both stopped and looked towards the hill to the left. Smoke was rising from there, but no one was visible. There's smoke. Probably burning branches. The trees are half wet after the snow, so the smoke is thick. Otherwise, it would be hard to spot from this distance. Wan Ningyan's analysis made perfect sense. Nuan Yang hummed a sigh of relief and continued walking. Let's go to the fishing port first. It's so far away, it'd take them some time to get here. Okay, then I leave the surveillance work to you, little Nyan. Do your best. Ah? Me? Yes. Wen Yanru was stunned. This was her first actual combat mission. She knew nothing. Could she possibly handle the surveillance mission? She asked herself several times, but her self-doubt didn't allow her to shirk the task as she wished. Nuan Yang and Wan Ningyan treated her discussion like a trivial matter, not questioning her ability at all. Chapter 336. After walking for a while, Nuan Yang felt herself completely warm. She pulled her scarf down and called to Wan Ningyan and Wen Yanru to hurry and see the first tent they encountered. It was called a tent, but it was actually a black and blue raincoat. Nuan Yang took out a trekking pole and pushed aside the snow, revealing the tops of large steel spikes. The spikes, combined with the heavy snowfall, likely saved the tent from being blown away by the blizzard, but it was quickly buried beneath the snow. Well, Wen Yanru said weakly when she saw Nuan Yang about to open the tent to check, it's not good to disturb the deceased. What's wrong with that? Little Nyan, Don't be so feudal and superstitious. Even the most feudal ancients had armies dedicated to tomb robbing. Don't be afraid of just taking a look. Yes, I'm just taking a look. Nuan Yang, echoing Wan Ningyan's words, comforted Wen Yanru and explained the necessity of examining the bodies. Besides, if you don't examine them, how can you determine the cause of death? If they were killed by some unknown entity, and the extreme cold hit, burying them under the snow, if you don't examine them, you easily let your guard down and fall prey to that unknown entity. Wen Yanru suddenly understood and nodded vigorously. I understand. You really understand? Yes. Nuan Yang took a step back, resting on his hiking pole, and gave Wen Yanru a sly smile. Now that you understand, go open the tent. You already killed several zombies, so you won't be scared by a dead body, right? Wan Ningyan immediately understood Nuan Yang's intentions and aligned herself with him. Yes, Nian Nian, this is your first time in combat, so you need more practice. I'm rooting for you. When Yanru watched the two wives teaming up to bully her words choking in her throat for a long time. Her eyes were filled with grievance, yet she couldn't refuse. So, when Yanru took a step forward, then glanced back at Nuan Yang and Wan Ningyan, hoping they have a good conscience. However, Nuan Yang and Wan Ningyan had no good conscience and didn't relent until when Yanru had reached the tent. I opened it. Yes. Knowing she couldn't escape, when Yanru reached out and grabbed the black raincoat, took several deep breaths, and tugged hard. But it didn't budge. The raincoat was tightly tied to an iron pipe that had been driven diagonally into the ground, and the rope needed to be untied first. Nuan Yang knew why it didn't budge, but when Yanru didn't. She assumed she wasn't pulling hard enough, so she gathered her strength and tugged twice more. However, the tent only shed some snow, but when Yanru pulled too hard, losing her balance as she pulled back, and fell to the ground. Nuan Yang sighed, and was about to go over to help when Xiaofan suddenly appeared, its bud twisting wildly, looking particularly irritable. Then, several vines appeared, piercing the raincoat. Xiaofan pulled the tent out completely, and held it in the air. Then, she flung it far away, shattering it into pieces. Still unsatisfied, Xiaofan slapped the raincoat with the vines. Wan Ningyan gently tugged at Nuan Yang's sleeve. Honey, don't you think Xiaofan is a bit of a protective demon? Nian Nian just threw it, and the snow wouldn't hurt, yet it rushed out to retaliate against the tent. It's outrageous. Protective demon. Nuan Yang muttered the nickname, agreeing. It's a very fitting description. I never thought I'd see a mutant beating up a raincoat in the apocalypse. I never seen this before. If this happened before the apocalypse, it would have been trending on Weibo. I agree. Nuan Yang and Wan Ningyan chatted for a while, until Xiaofan stopped beating up the raincoat. Then they went to check on the tent. The raincoat and part of the iron pipes used to support the tent had been destroyed by Xiaofan. In their place, only a few steel nails, wire, and something vaguely green, resembling cloth, remained, mostly covered by snow. Nuan Yang used his trekking pole to lift the green object. Slowly, a thin, predominantly green, dirty, black blanket emerged. Beneath it lay the curled-up body of an elderly man, his body black, his upper body nearly naked, a smile on his face. As the blanket was completely lifted and tossed aside, Wan Ningyan found the body of a little boy in the old man's arms. He was probably his grandson. His condition was identical to the old man's, consistent with freezing to death. Nuan Yang carefully examined the body, anxiously confirming there were no unusual wounds or other abnormalities. Then he looked around. Wan Ningyan and Wen Yanru were already using small shovels to clear the surrounding snow. They found 2 iron buckets, each with a wire handle at the top. They looked relatively clean, likely used for fetching water. The rest was some uneaten biscuits, clothing, and kitchen utensils. Nuan Yang searched the other side, finding ordinary finds, but one thing caught her eye, a leftover fish bone. Fish bone suggested the sea here might not have dried up, and perhaps the fish hadn't died from lack of oxygen. Nan Yang, owing to boredom, cackled twice, squatting in the snow, watching everyone drift off. Seeing it, Nuan Yang thought of another possibility. Let's go see the sea. Maybe it's not only still thriving, but there are also mutant fish. Mutated fish? Wan Ningyan immediately stood up excitedly. If there really are fish, why not catch one? I want to try. Nuan Yang smiled helplessly. It's so cold now, and the sea is frozen. Catching fish is a bit difficult. Besides, mutant animals grow in size, making them difficult to catch without the right tools. Don't be so arrogant and humiliating. There's salt in the sea, so maybe it's not frozen. We can go fishing, right, Nian Nian? Wan Ningyan Q and Yen Ru to help her. When Yenru froze for a moment, then quickly turned her head to think. Teacher said the sea is salty because it contains a lot of salt, so its freezing point is lower than fresh water. Also, due to ocean currents and convection, even at very low temperatures, it might not freeze. Look, look! Yen speaks so professionally. Wan Ningyan proudly hugged Wen Yenru. If you don't believe me, you should believe the high school seniors preparing for the college entrance exam, right? Wan Yang reluctantly hummed. Okay, let's go and see what's going on. I'll let you catch some fish if I get a chance. Further ahead, past the fence, there was a dense cluster of tents, filled with countless frozen corpses. Wan Yang distributed hiking poles to help everyone check their feet. The fence was actually quite simple, easily breached by a psychic, but the fact that it kept some people out indicated that most people were ordinary people. Wan Yang used his psychic powers to create a hole in the fence for everyone to enter. He then took the lead of the three, using his tactical scope to clear the way, trying not to step on the bodies. Wen Yenru was in the middle, and Wan Ningyan was at the back. They were both unusually silent, unlike just now when they were outside, talking, laughing, and playing snowball fights. The thick snow couldn't hide all the tents, leaving their tips, each colored, visible, stretching out like a series of multicolored graves. An inexplicable solemnity emanated from them, a solemn silence shrouded by death. Wan Yang, caught in the silence, and the countless tent tips before her, felt a strange sense of dread. It felt like walking through a mass grave, a deeply unpleasant feeling. So Wan Yang quickened her pace, frequently glancing back to see if they were keeping up. Only after leaving the tents did she feel her repression ease. We should be almost at the ice. The snow is noticeably thinner here. Everyone, watch your step. If the ice breaks, falling into the sea in this weather could freeze you to death. Wan Ningyan and Wen Yenru's expressions had brightened. Wan Ningyan even took out her fishing rod, looking eager to try. Wan Yang remained the leader, continuing forward. As the snow thinned, she became more cautious, poking at the snow with her trekking pole before moving forward. After walking for about 10 minutes, Wan Yang poked the ground with his trekking pole and found it was very hard, not as soft as the snow, which was easy to poke through. Looks like we arrived. There should be ice underneath. Wan Yang immediately knelt and began to brush away the snow. Wan Ningyan and Wen Yenru quickly came to help. Beneath the layers of white snow, solid ice slowly appeared. It's really ice, so the sea is just a little further ahead? Yes, but the ice is a little thin here. Let's walk a little further and find a place to make a small hole so we can try fishing. Wow, my dear, you're so kind. You really want to go fishing with me. Wan Yang smiled and accepted Wan Ningyan's coquettish hug. Sometimes, fulfilling someone's wishes not only makes them happy, but also makes you happy. Why not? Knowing the ecosystem hadn't collapsed, and now that they were further away from the tents, the three of them became much more lively on their way to fishing. Even the lazy, sleepy eagle was flying around, giving Nanyang the illusion of a winter outing. After about another 20 minutes, the snow had thinned considerably. Nanyang paused. Using her X-ray vision, she vaguely saw fish-like creatures moving below. She took out a chisel and shared it with everyone. We need to make a hole first. Everyone, please chip away the edges. Then I use an ice pick. In about half an hour, we have a hole in the ice for fishing. After sweeping away the snow, Nanyang drew a moderately large circle. Wan Ningyan, excited, took the chisel and began working. Wen Yenru, a little worried, asked Nanyang hesitantly, "Sister-in-law, can we really catch fish this way?" "Yes, there's less oxygen in the water in winter. If we make a hole in the ice, the fish will swim up to breathe. If there are a lot of fish, we can just use a fishing net to catch them." "Okay, then you guys move aside and I do it." Wan Yang looked at Wen Yenru in surprise, not quite understanding what she meant. Then, Little Pink emerged from her back, and Wen Yenru pointed at Little Pink and explained. "Little Pink wants to eat fish and thinks we're slow, so it wants to help." Wan Yang had never imagined that one day she would be disliked by a mutant. She stood not far away with Wan Ningyan, eager to see how Little Pink could help. Little Pink raised its vines, dangling its flower buds in midair, looking down from above. The next second, hundreds of vines leaped out, plunging straight into the ice. Wan Yang felt her feet tremble, and she almost lost her balance. Boom! A loud sound of ice rubbing against ice echoed, as the green vines slowly pulled out the surrounding ice, nearly 2 meters thick. Crack, crack! Little Pink transformed into a giant flower bud and stuffed a 2-meter-thick cylindrical block of ice into it. The sound of her fangs chewing was clear, and shattered ice fell from the flower bud like hail, hitting the ice surface. Nguyen Yang was almost stunned. For all of human civilization, it took about an hour to carve a hole in the ice with tools, but the mutant could do it in just a few minutes. The hole she created was even twice as large as the one she had drawn. No wonder she disliked humans for being slow. Chapter 337. After Xiaofan finished eating the giant ice cube and turned back into Little Pink, the stunned Nguyen Yang and Wan Ningyan finally came to their senses. Wan Ningyan couldn't help but clap her hands in admiration of Xiaofan's prowess. Nguyen Yang also smiled and praised her, then took out 3 small stools, a landing net, bait, a fishing rod, and other fishing gear. Everyone, stay focused when fishing. The fish that survived now are probably mutants. Their size and strength increased. Be careful not to get dragged into the sea. Nguyen Yang carefully instructed the two, but still worried, he used his gold power to build a half-meter-high fence around the ice hole. This would at least provide a buffer if anything unexpected happened while they were fishing. Wan Ningyan happily selected bait while praising Wen Yanru and Xiaofan, making Wen Yanru blush. Xiaofan, on the other hand, swayed from side to side with her flower but held high, looking very proud. Nguyen Yang felt Wen Yanru was a bit insecure, and it was nice to have Wan Ningyan's praise. So, she didn't bother them. After putting the bait on the hook, she lowered it into the ice hole and waited for a bite. To Nguyen Yang's surprise, less than a minute after the hook was in the water, a force pulled the rod downward. Nguyen Yang hurriedly began to reel in the line, but the force suddenly increased, jolting her upright and nearly causing her to fall. Nguyen Yang, what's wrong with you? A fish has taken it. It's so strong. Nguyen Yang spoke through gritted teeth. She'd taken a powerful pill before, but being pulled by a fish required her to use all her strength just to stay in place and avoid being dragged into the water. Let me help. Me too. Wan Ningyan grabbed the rod with both hands, pulling Nguyen Yang back. Wen Yanru used Xiaofan's vines to tie both of their waists together, holding them in place to prevent the fish from pulling them away. With the combined efforts of the three, the fish was no match for them. Nguyen Yang reeled in the line vigorously while leading everyone backward, trying to pull the fish out. However, suddenly, with a crack, the fishing rod broke, and the 3 of them fell backward due to inertia. Nguyen Yang sat up to check and found that only half of the fishing rod remained, the rest of it dragged into the sea along with the fishing line. Is everyone okay? Are you hurt? Nguyen Yang didn't have time to regret the fish's escape. He quickly helped Wan Ningyan and Wen Yanru to their feet, carefully checked them, and confirmed that they were unharmed before explaining the situation to everyone. I'm sorry, I should have thought of it earlier. Mutated fish are not that easy to catch. Ordinary fishing rods can't withstand the strong pull. I'm afraid we won't be able to catch this fish today. A hint of disappointment flashed across Wen Yanru's face, but she quickly suppressed her emotion and smiled. It's okay. Only Xiaofan frantically shook her flower bud in dissatisfaction. Wan Ningyan had a flamboyant personality, and after marrying Nguyen Yang, she didn't hide her emotions anymore. Upon hearing this, she pouted and hugged Nguyen Yang, acting coquettishly while pretending to cry, asking him to think of a solution. I know, but I can't think of anything right now. How about we eat first? Okay. Nguyen Yang took out the small table and the lunchbox Wan's mother had prepared. The 3 of them ate while thinking about how to catch fish. After all the time and effort, it was unpleasant to come away empty-handed. Just as Nguyen Yang was feeling depressed and losing her appetite, she heard a faint sound from the ice hole. Turning around, she saw 2 fish heads peeking out of the water, breathing. Host, congratulations on triggering the hidden quest. Catch 1 mutant fish of any kind within 1 hour to receive a sea fishing artifact. There's no penalty for failing this quest. It's automatically accepted. Please complete it as soon as possible. Sea fishing artifact? What's that? Host, it's glittering, heavy, beautiful, and elegant, a blend of classic and modern, a combination of. Stop the nonsense. Just tell me what it is. Oh, it's a fishing rod for mutant marine life. Nguyen Yang's eyes lit up. Isn't that like giving someone a pillow when they're sleepy? He quickly made a gesture to silence everyone. Seeing no one understood, Nguyen Yang pointed to the fish that had surfaced to breathe. There were already 4 or 5 of them, but they were cautious, coming up to breathe for a second or two before diving back down. Nguyen Yang picked up the landing net and knelt on the ground, taking advantage of the low friction of the snow to slowly slide towards the edge of the ice hole. But the fish were too cautious. As soon as Nguyen Yang reached the edge and put the fence into the space, the fish all dived back into the water, never to be seen again. Oh, these fish are so cunning. Why won't they come up? Frustrated again, Nguyen Yang sat on the ground inside. Wan Ningyan saw this, and complained with her head propped up. Do you really have to wait for it to come up on its own? Throw some breadcrumbs to lure it out. Breadcrumbs? Yeah, breadcrumbs float to the surface, and if the fish come up to eat them, you can catch them. Many birds and cats used to catch fish this way. Haven't you seen short videos of this? Nuan Yang shook her head. Her free time was either working or studying. Her only entertainment was reading free novels to relax. She didn't really come across short videos. Then I watch it with you next time. Try this method now. You should be able to catch some fish. Come on, honey. Okay, I give it a try. Nuan Yang pulled out a bag of sliced bread, tore off a piece, and threw it into the water. Before she could finish, there was a bang on the surface, and the 2 pieces of bread disappeared. It really works. Nuan Yang quickly finished tearing the bread, then gripped the net tightly with both hands and opened her tactical scope. Only then did she discover a school of fish beneath the ice hole. They were densely packed, and several bold fish were already swimming upwards. 3, 2, 1. Nuan Yang mentally counted down according to the fish's speed. When it reached 1, she quickly lowered the net and scooped it up, catching a long, large black fish. Wow! I actually caught it! Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden quest and obtaining a sea fishing artifact *1. Ding! The sea fishing artifact has been unlocked and can be purchased in the equipment section of the store with points. Cheering filled his ears, and Xiao Lu's voice filled his head. Nuan Yang didn't dare relax. The fish was incredibly powerful, constantly flipping and thrashing in the net. Afraid of breaking the net, Nuan Yang mustered all his strength to fling the fish into the snow beside him. Paw, paw, paw! The fish, nearly half a meter long, lashed its tail wildly, its mouth opening and closing, its densely packed fangs visible. The tactical scope revealed a mutated black sea bream. Normal black sea bream are only about 30 centimeters long, but after the mutation, it had grown so large. Its pulling power and strength had increased exponentially. No wonder the tools used before the apocalypse were useless. They were completely on a different level. Ga. Ing Bao suddenly flew towards the fish, swooping down, its sharp claws piercing its body and pinning the thrashing fish firmly beneath its claws. Wow! Ing Bao, you're amazing. You caught a fish. Mommy's taking a picture of you. Wan Ningyan pulled out her phone and snapped away. When Yenru, beside her, smiled and took a few photos. Not far away, Nuan Yang, clutching his newly purchased sea fishing gear, saw the scene with a twitch of his lips. Wife, Nian Yen, do you remember who went to such great lengths to catch that fish? No one responded. Wan Ningyan had already given her phone to Wen Yenru. She was now happily squatting beside Ing Bao, taking a photo with the now struck Ing Bao. A moment later, she grabbed the still struggling fish and took another photo. She even pulled out her selfie stick and asked Wen Yenru to join in the group photo. Nuan Yang sighed silently, thinking, never mind. After all, it was such a hard-earned catch. As long as everyone was happy, there was no need to dwell on these matters. Nuan Yang, ever self-satisfied, consoled herself and went to look up how to use the sea fishing artifact. The tool wasn't expensive, costing 5,000 points each, capable of withstanding a tensile force of 50 million points. It also had maintenance features, costing only 10 points per use. Nuan Yang bought 2, and with the bonus from the quest, she had just enough for each of them. She planned to catch more to take home. With so many mutant fish under the ice, she had to recoup her investment. Chapter 338. After the photo shoot, Wan Ningyan, who had been feeling happy for a long time, finally remembered Nuan Yang and called him to join her for a photo. Nuan Yang pretended to be happy and went over. After the photo was taken and the fishing gear was shared, he sent Wen Yenru away and scooped up Wan Ningyan, who was also about to leave. Why are you running? Fishing, what are you doing? Let me go. No. Nuan Yang put the obstructing fishing rods into storage, and then tightly embraced Wan Ningyan, his arms gripping her waist tightly to prevent her from escaping. His eyes, with drooping eyelashes, were colder than the winter. He stared at Wan Ningyan without saying a word, his mind still preoccupied with the fisherman. After struggling for a while, he finally realized something was wrong with Nuan Yang and spoke cautiously. Wife, why are you looking at me like that? What do you mean? Ouch. What's wrong? Your face looks so cold, as if I'm cheating on you. Nuan Yang snorted. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Wen Yenru had already reached the ice hole, preparing to fish. Apparently, she had her back to her, so she lowered her head and leaned forward to kiss her. Jealous? Try to comfort me, hurry up. You're such a stingy person. Wan Ningyan poked Nuanyang's cheeks with her index fingers, expressing her disapproval. Then, grabbing Nuanyang's scarf, she pulled him closer, pressing her warm, full lips against hers, even rubbing them briefly before pulling away. Nuanyang half closed her eyes and grasped the back of Wan Ningyan's head, trying to deepen the kiss, but Wan Ningyan was quick to act and immediately covered Nuanyang's mouth with her hands. What are you doing? What if Nian sees this? Nuanyang looked up. When Yenru was sitting obediently on a small stool, he stretched out his hand and poured out his spiritual power. A wall of ice blocked Yenru's back. Can we do it now? Wan Ningyan's eyes widened. She gently punched Nuanyang's shoulder and said coquettishly, Is that how you use superpowers? You're really being rude. Want to kiss? You? Wan Ningyan paused, pouting and hugging Nuanyang's neck. Humph. It's your turn. With pleasure. Kissing in freezing weather felt different than usual. Everything around them was cold, except for the intoxicating passion between their lips and tongues. The warm breath splattered on their faces, like a rapid, intense, and passionate love that made Nuanyang reluctant to let it end. Jie. Ingbao stood on the fish, his neck stretched out, his small eyes watching the two of them with curiosity. He let out a cry that startled both Nuanyang and Wan Ningyan. Wan Ningyan buried her face in Nuanyang's arms, utterly embarrassed. Nuanyang felt helpless, having been interrupted while kissing her happily. He hated himself for being so focused on Wenyenru that he'd forgotten to deal with Ingbao, the little light bulb. It's okay. Ingbao's still young. She doesn't know what we're doing. But she's our daughter, woo-woo. It's all your fault, you pervert. Okay, it's my fault. That pervert is taking you fishing. Do you want to go? Go! Wan Ningyan's quick recovery made Nuanyang raise an eyebrow. If Ingbao wasn't truly an animal, she seriously suspected the mother and daughter were acting together. Back at the ice hole, Wenyenru was touching the pink flower bud, as if tickling it. The hook was baited, but she hadn't caught it yet, waiting for Nuanyang and Wan Ningyan to arrive. Sorry for the wait, Nuanyang said, pulling out the fishing rod from his space. Here, honey, this is yours. Everyone, remember, no matter how strong the fish is, don't let go of the fishing rod. It's precious. If you're truly struggling to catch a fish, store it in space, but don't drag it back out to sea. Nuanyang instructed as he pulled out the fence and secured it again with his supernatural powers. The sea fishing officially began. However, fishing was much easier than Nuanyang had imagined. Within seconds of Wenyenru casting the hook into the water, a fish took a bite, with exceptional force, similar to the pull Nuanyang experienced the first time. Nuanyang and Wan Ningyan immediately came to help. The system-generated hook had been bit into a 90-degree angle, but it remained resilient and reeled in smoothly. The three of them just had to hold the rod tight, otherwise it could easily be dragged back into the sea. Soon, the fish reached the surface. It was much larger than the black sea bream, its head alone almost halfway up the ice hole. Its body was a striking pink, a striking sight. I yelled 3, 2, 1, and everyone worked together to pull the fish out. Okay. 3, 2, 1, push! The three of them gritted their teeth and strained, bending the fishing rod almost 180 degrees. With their sheer strength, they managed to pull the fish out completely, flinging it onto the snow. Paw, paw, paw! The pink, over 3-meter-long mutant fish bounced relentlessly across the snow, leaving Nuanyang stunned. At that size, one would be enough for the whole family to eat for several meals. The tactical scope showed a mutant red grouper, 3.35 meters long. This figure, based on mutation, wasn't an exaggeration. Before the apocalypse, over 30% of grouper species reached lengths exceeding 1 meter, with some exceeding 2 meters. 3 meters seemed rather stingy. Bang, bang, bang. Wan Ningyan lifted a long wooden chair and smashed it against the fish's head. The jumping fish was quickly knocked unconscious, its tail still flapping. Wan Ningyan tossed the cracked wooden chair aside and sat on the fish's belly, panting with a yes sign. Quick! Take a picture. This fish is much more imposing than a black sea bream. I have to keep a record. Nuanyang, seeing Wenyenru pull out her phone, quickly sat down beside Wan Ningyan. This fish was truly enormous. After catching it, he felt incredibly proud. A photo was definitely in order. The three of them took turns taking photos and continued fishing. Almost every time they dipped their hooks into the water, a fish took a bite. Fortunately, they weren't all huge, powerful fish. The mutant yellow croaker, for example, was easy to catch. At the size of 2 palms, and with minimal power, Wenyenru could handle it all by herself. Next came the mutant sea bass, a couple of meters in size, fierce yet tender and boneless. Before the apocalypse, they were a delicacy. Nguyen Yang couldn't bear to see Xiaofan and Ing Bao harm him, so he stunned the two he caught and immediately stored them in his space, leaving the black sea bream and yellow croaker to their own devices. Because mutant fish are so powerful, even knocking them unconscious with an iron rod right after they were brought to the surface was extremely exhausting, especially for powerful mutants, which often weigh over 100 kilograms, making them a significant effort to lure ashore. So, after the three of them managed to land a 5.3-meter-long mutant cod, they all gave up, no longer having the energy to fish. Even Wan Ningyan didn't bother taking a photo with the fish, even though it was the largest mutant fish they had caught. Let's leave it at that for today. Next time, bring more people. We fish again. Nguyen Yang took several breaths as she spoke. She was hot and tired, and had removed her helmet and scarf. Wen Yinru and Wan Ningyan were even less physically fit than Nguyen Yang. They were so exhausted they couldn't speak, only nodding in agreement. Even Xiaofan, whose flower buds drooped withered due to Wen Yinru's exhaustion, lost the excitement of the fish she had just caught. Nguyen Yang checked the time. It was only 2:40 p.m. Great. After over an hour of fishing, all three psychics were exhausted. Naturally, normal sea fishing wouldn't be like this. Sometimes, even over an hour, no fish could be caught. System Shao 6 later explained that this was because the extreme heat caused the ocean to have very little oxygen, while the extreme cold and ice prevented them from surfacing to breathe. This is why all the mutant fish nearby flocked to the holes to replenish their oxygen. With so many fish, it was easy to catch them with just one hook. After drinking a cup of hot milk tea, Nguyen Yang regained some strength and began to count his catch. Besides the rewards for Xiaofan and Ing Bao, he found 1 mutant cod, 2 mutant red groupers, 2 mutant sea bass, 9 mutant black sea bream, 12 mutant sea catfish, and 32 mutant yellow croaker. Generally speaking, the smaller the fish, the more numerous and easier to catch. The larger ones were less common. Sister-in-law, it looks like someone's watching. When Yenru suddenly called out, and Nguyen Yang quickly looked in the direction she pointed. In the direction of the fishing port, a small snow mound was clearly visible in the smooth snow, with a small black dot emerging from behind it, appearing and disappearing from time to time. Nguyen Yang zoomed in and activated the perspective function. Because it was a bit far away, he could only make out the outline of a human. It must be a survivor from the mountain. Pretty brave, coming all alone. Let's go and take a look. Wan Ningyan sat on the ground, refusing to get up, and stretched out her arms to Nguyen Yang. Honey, I'm so tired. Can we take a ride? Okay, let's drive. Nguyen Yang pulled out the SUV and helped Wen Yinru, who had already stood up, into the back seat. Then he took out a tray, placed Ing Bao, who was still chewing the yellow croaker, and the remaining fish on it, and then threw it in the back seat for Wen Yinru to watch. Finally, he reached for Wan Ningyan, gently pulling her up, then half-carried, half-dragged her to the passenger seat, fastening her seatbelt. Wife, you're so kind. Who told you to be lazy? Nguyen Yang can walk on her own, but you can't? Huh? Wan Ningyan, exposed, blushed and quickly pushed Nguyen Yang away. Go drive now. Hurry up, don't dilly-dally. You're pretty good at putting the blame on someone else. Nguyen Yang smiled as he closed the car door. As he made his way to the driver's seat, he glanced ahead and saw that the man had completely hidden behind a snowdrift. He found it amusing. Even with snow everywhere, a small snowdrift would be noticeable. What a poor hiding method. The SUV started and quickly drove alongside the small snowdrift. As they got closer, they saw that the man, wearing a dirty white t-shirt, was crouching behind the snowdrift, covering his brown pants with snow, trying to hide. Looking at her hair, it looks like a girl. Yes. Nguyen Yang opened the car door. Let's go down and take a look. She only has a knife on her, so she's not a big threat. Nguyen Yang, remember to put the pinky away. After getting out of the car, Nguyen Yang saw the hiding woman visibly trembling and inching to the side, a sham attempt to cover her ears and steal the bell. Hey, I seen you. Stand up, or I shoot. Nguyen Yang pulled out a pistol and threatened. The woman immediately scrambled to her feet, her hands raised, her face filled with panic and fear. The woman had a clean-cut face and looked young. She was short, about 1.6 meters tall, and was wearing a mix of summer clothes. She didn't seem to have any winter clothes. She wouldn't be able to withstand temperatures of -70 or 80 degrees Celsius out there. The woman was visibly nervous, yet she feigned composure as she apologized, her voice trembling. I'm sorry, sisters. I just wanted to see how you catch fish. I mean no harm. If you don't like it, I leave now. Before Nuanyang could say anything, the woman turned and tried to run. Nuanyang instinctively tripped her, sending her falling to the ground. He just happened to see the knife tied to her back with a rope, a short, hatchet-like blade, more than enough to save her life. Why are you running? Did I let you go? Yes. I'm sorry. The woman raised her face, her eyes red, and the snow on them made her look incredibly pitiful. Nuanyang wasn't buying it. Who could feign pity better than Wan Ningyan? She was already immune to it. She pointed the hand holding the gun at the snowpack. Get back on your feet. Hurry! Or I kill you right now. The woman scrambled to her feet next to the snowpack. Nuanyang pointed at her waist, urging her to untie the knife and throw it far away. Nuanyang, she looks like a student. Don't be so stern. It's not easy to survive in the apocalypse. Don't assume every woman you see is a good person. It's better to be safe than sorry. Wan Ningyan, of course, agreed with Nuanyang's sentiments, but she felt the woman wasn't acting like a bad person, so she offered a warning out of pity. Tell me, what's your purpose for sneaking up on us and spying on us? No purpose, really. I just wanted to see how you guys catch fish. After the woman finished speaking, her stomach growled. She looked apologetic and cautiously lowered her hand. Seeing that Nuanyang didn't scold her, she quickly tightened the rope around her waist to alleviate the hunger. This action reminded Nuanyang of a past life. When she and Wan Ningyan were starving, they would also use the rope to tighten their waists for a bit of comfort. How many days have you been without food? Well, it snowed for days, and I couldn't find food outside. I just drank plenty of water to get by. What's your name? Where do you live? Do you have any companions besides you? How did you survive the blizzard? Tell me everything. If you tell the truth, I give you a fish and let you go. If you lie, Nuanyang pulled the trigger. You know the consequences. The woman was delighted and asked, Give me fish? Are you really willing to give me fish if I tell the truth? Yes. After receiving the promise, the woman immediately confessed everything. When she felt thirsty, she would grab a handful of snow to quench her thirst. My name is Jui. I'm a sophomore at Xiamen University, majoring in chemistry. I have 3 roommates, and they live with me in a cave over there. When the snowstorm hit, we woke up from the cold. Realizing the weather wasn't right, we quickly cut down some trees and dragged them back to the cave as the temperature dropped. We built a fire to keep warm, and when we were hungry, we melted snow to drink. The snow fell for a long time, and when we were starving, it finally stopped. We went down the mountain to look for food, and found that everyone had frozen to death. We were cold and hungry, so we searched the tents for food. We needed supplies, but no one had winter clothes, so we couldn't withstand the cold. We only managed to pick up a few supplies and headed back. Xiao Nua even developed a fever. Later, it started snowing intermittently, and the weather got even colder. We couldn't stay in the cave and wait to die, so we gave all our clothes to me, the one with the best physical condition, and asked me to go out and find supplies. But before we left, everyone spotted you and thought you were part of the rescue team, but then... Jui swallowed, looking terrified. Nuanyang probably knew what they had seen. Go on, why didn't you come for help, but instead stalked and spied on you? Because you were a little too good, beyond our imagination, so we kept an eye on you from the mountain. Later, we discovered you were ice fishing. We hadn't had any proper food in a while, so we wanted to come and check it out. We planned to pick up any leftovers after you left, or try to catch some fish. So far, Nuanyang thought it made sense, but there were also some things that didn't make sense. With so many people at the fishing port, and it was fenced off, for female college students hiding in a cave. There must be something fishy going on. Her stomach kept growling while they were talking, so Nuanyang handed her 2 meat buns. Eat something first. I have something to ask you after you finish. Chapter 339. When the 2 meat buns were still piping hot, placed in a plastic bag and handed to Jui, she was stunned, not even daring to reach out to take them. For me? Yes, take them. Really for me? Really? Eat them. Thank you, Wu. Jui took the buns and burst into tears. Nuanyang didn't know what to do. She was clumsy and terrible at coaxing people, and she couldn't keep up her stern expression any longer. She quickly stood beside Wan Ningyan and Wen Yanru, asking for help. If she keeps crying, why don't you go and comfort her later? Nuanyang, what did you do? You made her cry. My dear wife, you saw and heard everything. I just asked her a few questions, and since she was hungry, I gave her some buns. Who knew she'd start crying? I told her not to be so harsh, but you didn't listen. Look, you scared her into tears, you badass. Okay, I'm being mean. When Yenru, seeing Nuanyang being bullied, spoke up to defend her. Sister Yin, don't be angry. Maybe she's just moved by not having had buns in a while. It's none of your business. Little Yin Yin, why are you siding with Nuanyang? Don't turn your elbows outward. Otherwise, you have to watch zombies for 5 minutes. No. Sister, I was wrong. That's good. Nuanyang, listening from the sidelines, naturally didn't dare interrupt, but she was actually smiling brightly inwardly. It was great to have more people around. Little Yin Yin foolishly took the blame on herself, saving Nuanyang from getting scolded. As the three of them whispered to each other, Zhuyi had stopped crying. She wiped her tears hastily, then picked up the bun and took a big bite. It's really a meat bun. Whoa! Meat bun? Zhuyi started crying again, even louder than before. From her words, Nuanyang could tell that, as Xiao Nianyan had said, she was moved by not having eaten normal food in a long time. However, just as Zhuyi was about to take a second bite, she suddenly stopped, wiped her tears, tied the plastic bag tightly, and stuffed the bun into her clothes. What are you doing? Zhuyi, assuming Nuanyang was upset, shrank back and replied cautiously, I want to take some back for everyone. Everyone's still hungry, especially Xiao Nu. Nuanyang hadn't expected Zhuyi to be so loyal. After all, in the apocalypse, food becomes scarcer as time goes on. Not only roommates, but even blood ties are shaky. Eat it. Don't skimp. After you finish, answer my questions truthfully, and I give you some more buns. Really? Yes. Zhuyi's face flickered with surprise, but then a hint of hesitation appeared. She cautiously asked, Sister, are you giving me back the fish? Nuanyang was amused. This girl was still thinking about the fish. Yes. I give you everything I promised you. Eat it quickly, or it get cold. Thank you, sister. Zhuyi let go of her inhibitions, and gobbled the buns ravenously. They were just ordinary meat buns she stockpiled before the apocalypse, but Nuanyang couldn't help but drool at the way she ate. He even felt a tinge of hunger. This isn't just a matter of not having eaten for days. I'm starving, not even afraid of choking. Because it's food I finally had, even ordinary pre-apocalyptic fare tastes incredibly delicious. Listening to Wan Ningyan and Wen Yinru's conversation, Nuanyang suddenly remembered Wen Yinru's own painful past, where she ate rabbit meat and drank rabbit blood, facing the threat of zombie rabbits. She truly empathized with Zhuyi more than Wan Ningyan, who had always had plenty of food. Sister, I'm done. Anything else you want to ask? Zhuyi, now brighter, stood smiling beside the snowdrift, waiting for Nuanyang's questions. Her docile demeanor made it even harder for Nuanyang to pretend to be tough. Tell me, how did you and your roommates survive? How did you end up living in a cave? Isn't the fishing port supposed to be safer? The fishing port is actually... Zhuyi's expression was awkward. She hugged her clothes tightly, and gave a helpless laugh. Then I start from the beginning. Just don't mind me being long-winded, sisters. It's okay. Wan Ningyan waved. Come over and talk by the car. You be out of the wind. Okay, thank you, beautiful sister. Zhuyi trotted over to the SUV and glanced curiously at Wan Ningyan again. Suddenly, her gaze met Nuanyang's. Startled, she turned her head away, not daring to look at them. Wan Ningyan patted Nuanyang's shoulder, warning her not to look at him fiercely. Nuanyang felt aggrieved. She hadn't really been mean to Zhuyi just now. She only looked serious when her expression was blank. My roommate and I are both students at Xiamen University, both with excellent grades. After school started, our scholarships for the previous semester arrived, giving us 2,000 each, so we decided to travel together. Since neither of us is from a coastal city, we chose Fuzhou, hoping to enjoy seafood and try our hand at fishing. On our first day at the Fuzhou BNB, news broke about several cases of manic bites and warnings to stay indoors. We ignored them and continued our trip. The next morning, we went to the morning market and witnessed a manic bite. It was different from what we'd seen on the news. We realized it wasn't manic, because the person's skin, eyes, and teeth looked different than normal. The four of us girls were out of town, unfamiliar with the area, so we quickly returned to the BNB to discuss our plans. We considered returning to school, going home, or calling the police. However, we discovered online that many people's calls to the police had gone unanswered, and traffic was paralyzed in some areas, making it unsafe to go out. We contacted our parents and the school, but only Xiaonuo and Hualei's parents got through. Xiaoming's and my parents didn't answer. Xiaonuo and Hualei's parents said they would come to pick us up, and told us to stay at the BNB and wait for them to arrive, prepare some food and drinks, and wait patiently. We suspected chaos was coming, so we quickly bought plenty of food and water at a nearby store. Then we waited until the water, electricity, and internet were cut off, and their parents didn't show up. By then, the zombie outbreak had already begun, and we knew we couldn't rely on our parents. We had to rely on ourselves. Originally, we wanted to stay in the guest house, but the weather got incredibly hot, and the water was running out quickly. We didn't want to wait for death, so we planned our route and decided to go to the beach. We had a suitcase and packed everything we could possibly need, and we fled all the way to the fishing port. Wan Yang suddenly interrupted. Wait a minute, the distance from your guest house to the fishing port is quite far, right? Did you encounter any danger along the way? It was dangerous, so we made 2 tools similar to explosion-proof forks before we left. Xiao Ming and I defended against the zombies, while Hua Lei and Xiao Nuo carried the luggage. The zombies were quite slow at the time, so we went to the store to search for supplies, found fireworks, and made some simple bombs. Bombs? You know how to make bombs? Well, we're chemistry students, familiar with these things, so we made some self-defense measures. Great. Keep going. When we arrived at the fishing port, we found it had already been occupied by the indigenous people of the fishing port, and many people like us had come from nearby due to lack of water. They surrounded the fishing port, and to enter, we had to hand over 50 kilograms of food. 50 kilograms was too much. We couldn't bear to leave, and since the indigenous people were mostly men, they all looked at us with ill intentions, so we ran away. Zhu Yi paused and continued. To survive, we headed to the nearby mountains to find a place to stay for the night and discuss a solution. Luckily, we came across a cave and settled in. Later, we discovered that the indigenous people were indeed problematic, even scarier than zombies. Scary? Yes, they were all bad people. Worse than the devil. Wan Yang frowned. She could roughly guess what would happen in a gathering place in the apocalypse, but hearing the specifics still made her feel a little uncomfortable. Chapter 340. Zhu Yi lowered her head slightly, her eyes reddening. Her breathing became increasingly heavy. It took a moment for her to regain control of her emotions and begin to speak of the Aborigines' atrocities. Those Aborigines sealed off the entire fishing port and occupied the area closest to the water source. Anyone arriving could only surrender food to enter. Those who didn't could stay, but they had to live outside the fence and exchange supplies for water. Actually, there weren't many zombies around the fishing port. When we arrived, the closer we got to the port, the fewer there were, or even none at all. That's why we dared to go up the mountain and find temporary shelter. However, every once in a while, a zombie would appear and bite those outside the fence. Many who wanted to save supplies became frightened and paid to enter. Some, fearless enough to escape once, stayed outside to endure the effects. We were also frightened. Although the cave entrance was protected, we were always afraid of zombies appearing, so we took turns keeping watch every night. Then one night, we discovered that the zombies were actually the work of the Aborigines. They did it. Ghost? Wan Yang was startled, vaguely guessing something. He asked hoarsely, What do you mean? They're raising zombies in the house. They beat up any troublemakers they encounter, saying they drag them to the right and bury them. We saw it clearly from the mountain, but they're actually taking them to a house on the right, which is full of zombies. They're using people to feed the zombies. And to get more food, they leave through the small door on the right in the middle of the night and release a zombie into that house, specifically luring them outside the fence to attack anyone who refuses to hand over food. Once everyone panics and a few people die, the natives will pretend to arrive and kill the zombies together. Then, with some intimidation, they get a group of people to hand over food. They also take all the supplies from the dead, claiming it's compensation for their hard work in killing the zombies. What a scoundrel. Completely devoid of conscience. Wan Yang couldn't help but curse. However, what no one expected was that the Aboriginals were even more brutal than they had imagined. This is just the tip of the iceberg. No one is allowed to search or live in the houses outside. The Aboriginals claim they are their homes, and will kill anyone who dares to enter. But everyone needs food and water, and with nowhere to find food and no one to go far, the Aboriginals are monopolizing the water supply, including the fish in the sea. Even if you hand over your food, you can only get 1 bucket of water per day. If you want fish, you have to trade them for supplies or your own body. So, after the food runs out, many people are forced to have sex with the Aboriginals just to survive. Seawater can't be drunk long term. The Aboriginals have evaporators that evaporate and filter seawater to create fresh water. They drink it themselves and don't share it with others. Many people who drink seawater over a long period of time become increasingly ill, even becoming dehydrated. Death. The indigenous people would bury these people to feed the zombies. Then, after a number of them died, they would start selling fresh water, asking everyone to trade for supplies or their bodies. Everyone became numb, and exchanging bodies for supplies became the norm. We often saw them doing that in the open space to the left of the fishing port. Later on, fewer and fewer people came to the fishing port, and the food they handed in also decreased. Plus, at first, there were still fish to be caught, but later, due to weather conditions, many fish died, making fresh fish difficult to catch. So, the indigenous people began to become violent. People could still trade their bodies for supplies, but their tactics became increasingly perverted, and many people died. And then, instead of feeding them to the zombies, Ju-yi was trembling, clearly terrified. Her hands clasped tightly, she spoke of what the gang had done. Instead, they dismembered people and roasted them for food. They all saw it. Everyone knew the natives were cannibalizing people, and none of them resisted. They even traded supplies for meat. They were like crazy. Whoa! Wan Yin walked over and hugged Ju-yi, gently patting her back and soothing her. It's okay, don't be afraid. Good deeds will be punished. So they all froze to death, and you're still alive. This is God's reward for you. Wan Yang wasn't good at comforting people, so after handing it off to Wan Yin and Wen Yinru, she stepped aside and gazed at the dense cluster of tents in the distance, sighing deeply. This location was perfect. Everyone could have supported each other to resist the zombies, and weather the extreme weather, but instead, so many heartless acts occurred. The victims even sided with the perpetrators, killing their own kind just to survive a few more days. In the end, they were all buried in the blizzard. It was all their own fault. After a while, Ju-yi finally stopped crying. Her face had already been in a bad state, and the cold weather made her eyes red and swollen, making her look even more pitiful. Have you cried enough? Ju-yi saw the warm sun coming up, took a step back with a sense of inexplicable fear, and nodded. One last question. How did you survive? After crossing the mountain, you can go around to the beach on the right. We went there every day to fetch water, and then built a simple distillation device to filter the seawater. As for food, there aren't many resources here, only the sea. But aside from the dead fish and conchs we could pick up at the beach at the beginning, there was nothing to eat later. We survived entirely on food we scavenged from the shops. 3 days before the snow, we were completely out of food. When we were hungry, we boiled tree bark and seawater. Then, with the snow, fresh water finally became available, allowing us to drink as much as we wanted. That's how we managed to survive until now. Wan Yang carefully reviewed the situation and felt it unlikely that Ju-yi was lying. Having never entered society and being studious, they were both studious students. It would be difficult for them to be privy to the dark side of society, let alone fabricate such absurd, yet commonplace, story in the apocalypse. Wan Yang was cautious, however, and still wanted to visit their cave to reassure them. After all, given Wan Yin's personality, she most likely wanted to take the 4 of them to Shu Embroidery Village, where all the people were women. She couldn't afford to send 4 wolves, tigers, and leopards there. Let's go, and see where you live. I have some buns, and fish for you to save you the trouble of lugging them all the way back. Wan Yang was telling the truth. The 4 of them had been hungry for so long. If they wanted a full meal, they needed at least a Black Sea bream. Dragging a fish over half a meter long all the way back to the cave would probably make Ju-yi collapse from exhaustion. For safety reasons, Wan Yang didn't let Ju-yi take the knife back. He also had Wan Yin sit in the back seat. With 2 people watching over one, they could keep an eye on the situation. Ingbao then took the passenger seat. The little guy had devoured most of the fish and, now sated and full, began to doze off. You're feeling comfortable. You're sleeping after eating. Wan Yang poked Ingbao's chubby body, and then drove back towards the fishing port. However, the mountain was densely wooded, so when they reached the foot of the mountain, they had to get out of the car and hike up. Wen Yinru seemed particularly sympathetic to Ju-yi. She stayed by her side, occasionally helping her, fearing she might fall. Wan Yang and Wan Yin followed behind, walking slowly and in unison. While the mountain wasn't steep, it was still quite high, and after just a few steps, they were already sweltering. When they were a little further away, Wan Yin squeezed Wan Yang's arm. Wife, I feel so sorry for Ju-yi and the others. How about taking them to Shu Embroidery Village later? They're chemistry students, and they could help the village make bombs. They'd be very useful, right? No. Huh? Wan Yin seemed surprised Wan Yang would refuse, her voice a little anxious. Why? They haven't done anything bad, and they have such a good relationship. Even when they were starving, They still remembered to bring food for everyone. Why can't they go to the village? Look at the time. There's no time to go to Sichuan. Today is Nian Nian's first field mission, and Mom is so worried. I saw her almost crying before we left. If you go back any later, aren't you afraid Mom will get sick from fright? That's right. Then should we send a call? Zhao Rou's still busy at the hospital. If we return to base late at night, and there's no one to help with the security, the military will get suspicious when they see our absences. So we can't go today. We take them in a couple of days. It'd be a good time to bring more people fishing. Don't miss out on this free resource. Okay, then give them some supplies later. Don't be so stingy with just one fish. Honey, don't make me sound so stingy. Wan Yang pouted in mock anger, imitating Wan Ningyan's usual behavior, hoping for a kiss as compensation, but she just sneered. You annoying bastard. Don't imitate me. Only the governor can set fires, not the common people. Chapter 341. After walking for a while, we finally arrived in front of the cave. Looking around in the warm sunlight, we saw that several trees had been cut down, making the area noticeably more spacious than the rest. The entrance to the cave was fenced off with wood and string. The wood had been sharpened at the top, and seemed to have been painted with something yellow and green. The paint is toxic. If it gets into the body directly, it can cause benzene poisoning, and large amounts can be fatal. This was made to fight back against those indigenous people. 2 of them had tried to bully us, but after being pummeled by the paint and bombs, they were hushed and no one dared come again. Zhu Yi spoke with immense pride, calling out Xiao Lei Xiao Ming. Soon, 2 thin girls in scantily clad clothes emerged. They were a little frightened by the strangers, but when Zhu Yi explained that they were there to deliver food, they hesitantly untied the ropes and moved the fence aside. Well, it might be a little dirty in there, sisters, don't be offended. Wan Yang looked at Wan Ningyan and whispered, Do you want to come in? If not, just stay at the door. I'm coming in. At worst, I can go home and take a shower, or something. A certain misophobias frowned as she entered the cave. Wan Yang looked at her background and found it amusing. It wasn't a big deal, but forcing herself to come in to see it was asking for trouble. Entering the cave, Wan Yang found it quite a pleasant place. A short straight path led to a right turn that led to an area of just over 3 square meters. The corner was perfectly shielded from the wind and snow, a natural thermal barrier. Inside, a pile of tools, wood, and suitcases were placed on the uneven ground on the left. In the middle, a fire pit was formed with broken stones and dirt. On the right, the ground was covered with dead leaves, grass, and sheets. A pale, thin girl lay there, her eyes closed. It must be Xiao Nua, who had a fever. The cave was actually quite warm. Even with only a few thin blankets for cover, it wasn't too cold. The only drawback was the air quality, which stank of sweat. There were no chairs or tables in the cave, so Zhu Yi laid her suitcase flat for everyone to sit on, while the 3 of them simply spread 2 pieces of cloth on the ground and sat down. Zhu Yi had taken off most of her thick clothes and piled them on her left. It was then that Wan Yang realized that Zhu Yi only looked normal because of her round face, but she was actually very thin. Her wrists were so thin that they looked like just skin covering bones. The other 2 girls, Hua Lei, were the shortest and petite, so their thinness made them look even more pitiful, as if they would collapse at the slightest breeze. The other girl, Zhang Yuming, was half a head taller than Zhu Yi and more sturdy. She had a dark spot under her eyes, and a sallow complexion. She looked like she was about to faint from hunger. Wan Yang took out 8 meat buns, and gave them to each person. Eat first, I give you fish later. The 3 people's eyes lit up, but none of them took them. When Wan Yang gestured for Zhu Yi to take them, she bit her lower lip, and shook her head. Sister, you gave me too much. 6 will be enough. I already eaten. Wan Yang hadn't expected this to be the reason. Suddenly, she thought of the stubborn Zhao Rou. She hadn't expected to encounter so many argumentative people in the apocalypse. What a sweet dilemma. So clear then? I have some antipyretics here. Do you want them or not? Antipyretics? The 3 of them looked delighted. The girl named Hua Lei looked like she was about to cry. She clasped her hands together in gratitude, muttering, Xiao Nua is saved. Sister, we don't want the buns anymore. Can we have antipyretics instead? Oh! No buns? Wan Yang tucked the buns into her space, and exchanged them for a box of antipyretics. Are you sure you want the antipyretics? Sure. The 3 of them answered almost instantly. Wan Yang could still hear their stomachs growling. Their friendship truly made Wan Yang envious. Wan Yang was about to offer the antipyretics, But when Yenru tugged at her sleeve through Wan Ningyan, whispering a plea. Sister-in-law, it's been incredibly difficult for them to survive this long. Give them the buns and the medicine. Wan Ningyan was concentrating, holding her breath. The smell made her reluctant to speak. She looked at Wan Yang and nodded frantically in agreement with Wan Yenru, even reaching out to pinch her waist. His. Wan Yang gasped in pain, speechless. Did he really look like a bad guy? Everyone had the same expression. He snorted aggrievedly at Wan Ningyan. Wan Yang then set out a low table for them and laid out antipyretics, mineral water, steamed buns, canned fruit, instant noodles, sausage, braised eggs, tissues, wet wipes, ginger sugar powder, and a pot. Under the three people's surprised gazes, he went to Xiao Newell and pulled out a down quilt to cover her. He also took 3 quilts and 3 blankets and placed them aside. Give Xiao Newell her medicine with mineral water. She's sick and has a weak immune system, so the bacteria might not survive. Wan Yang took out a watch and adjusted the time. Feed her every 4 to 6 hours. Keep track of the time, and don't stop until the fever subsides. Remember to mix the ginger sugar powder. It replenishes sugar, and ginger can also dispel cold. Don't go out unless you have time for the next few days. Girls shouldn't be exposed to the cold for long periods of time. It's bad for their health. Instant noodles come in cans, so they're cleaner. Just boil some hot water every day. Don't use the old ones. They're all patinaed and unhygienic. Eat 1 can of fruit a day. You need vitamins to restore your health. Keep your hands and face as clean as possible. Use wipes and tissues. Illness comes from what you eat. I don't want you all looking sick when I come in 2 days. Okay, any more questions? Or is there anything else you need? Wan Yang rushed through a flurry of instructions. It was getting late, almost 4, and it was getting dark early. She wanted to be back before 6, to avoid the military's suspicion. The 3 of them looked at each other, their eyes growing redder. They whispered something, and then Jui became the spokesperson, questioning Wan Yang. Sister, why are you helping us? How did you conjure up all these things? Are you immortals? Wan Ningyan couldn't help but laugh. She leaned on Wan Yang's shoulder and asked them with a smile. Look at me. Do I look like an immortal or a celebrity? Jui blurted out Wan Ningyan's name almost without hesitation. I always thought you looked a lot like Wan Ningyan, and the more I look at you, the more similar it becomes. You're so beautiful. I'm Wan Ningyan smiled, lifting Wan Yang's chin. Look, this is my wife. We're married. Wan Yenru, next to you, is our sister. We're not immortals, we're human. What you see is called spatial ability, the kind often described in novels. You can store supplies in space, and take them out when you need them, and they stay fresh forever. As Wan Ningyan spoke, Wan Yang saw the bewildered expressions on their faces. No one had expected to meet a famous star in the apocalypse, a star married to a woman and possessing incredible spatial abilities. Each of these things was truly outrageous for ordinary people. However, the 3 of them were university students, more open to new things and possessed excellent logic. After a brief exchange, they finally accepted reality. So, what's your purpose in helping us, sisters? There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. We're helping you because it's been hard for you to support each other to this day. You're loyal, righteous, and brave. We want to bring you to our village to help it develop. Wan Yang paused, took out a black sea bream and placed it on the ground, handing it a bag of coal. Of course, you may not want to go, so you can discuss it for a few days. If not, just live here and I provide you with some supplies. If you're willing, we'll be here in 3 days and take you away. Take good care of yourself for the next few days, and don't run around. The village. Is it like this? Wan Yang smiled and shook her head. It's an all-female village. It's much better than this. Wan Yang briefly described the village, and the 3 were fascinated. They even thought he was lying, saying that the place was a paradise, which definitely didn't exist. Whether it exists or not, you find out when you go, if you're interested. Wan Yang said, standing up. It was getting late, and they couldn't wait any longer. Remember to take good care of the patient. We're leaving now. Well, goodbye, sisters. Thank you, sister. Chapter 342. The extreme cold weather was much like winter, with short days and long nights. By the time Wan Yang arrived near Sanyang Mountain, it was already half dark outside. Residents were walking in groups of 2 or 3, dragging and carrying trees toward the base gate. Thankfully, it wasn't too late, so Wan Yang relaxed and followed the rest of the group through security checkpoints and back home. The snow he had shoveled away at the doorway had formed a thin layer again. Inside, The first floor living room was brightly lit, and from time to time, figures could be seen swaying through the windows. All of this crystallized Nuan Yang's concept of home. He had seen it countless times, yet each time it brought a warm feeling to his heart. Sister Nian Yin. Sister and sister-in-law. Are you back? As soon as the car parked, Wan Ningyue came running over, followed by Mother Wan, Father Wan, and Wan Ningfeng. The whole family rushed to the parking garage. Seeing everyone safely back, a smile appeared on their faces. Nian Yin, check on me. Are you hurt? Annie, don't worry. I'm fine. I even killed zombies. When Yenru raised her hand and made a 6-6. Wow. Sister Nianan is amazing. Where will also kill zombies and fight alongside me in the future. Okay, I rely on you to protect me then. Wan Ningyan stood beside Nuan Yang, holding Ying Bao. She sighed and complained, I don't know if I'm your biological child. You haven't asked me for ages. It's true that elders always favor the young. When you were away, Mom worried about you a lot. Now that Nianan is in combat for the first time, and everyone's showing some extra attention, you're jealous? What jealousy? I just feel a little left out. Don't you feel the same way? Nuan Yang shook her head. I'm very content with everything I have now. Okay, are you mocking me for being ungrateful? Wan Ningyan reached out to pinch Nuan Yang's cheek, but her mother arrived and quickly stopped her. Yin Yin, stop bullying Xiaoang. Come home. It's cold outside. I made you some soup. Soup? What soup? The pear soup you loved as a kid. I knew I loved me. Who else would I love if not you? Be careful, don't strangle Ying Bao. Mother Wan turned back and called to Nuan Yang, Xiaoang, watch your step. It snowed this afternoon, and the roads are a little slippery. Don't fall. If you're scared, I hold your hand. Thank you, Mom. We're family, so thank you. Back home, Nuan Yang, who had been afraid of the cold, finally felt better. He took off his thick coat and sat in front of the fireplace, stroking Lucky while waiting for his mother's pear soup. When Yenru was surrounded by Wan Ningyue and Wan Ningfeng, who kept asking about the details of the zombie killing and the current situation outside. Nuan Yang, figuring he had to tell everyone about his trip later, asked Wen Yenru to clean up and then sat by the stove to tell the story, saving him the trouble of having to repeat it. Wan Ningyan was a misophobe. After returning, she put Ying Bao on the bird perch and immediately went to take a shower, much to the displeasure of her mother. That kid. Can't she just drink some soup before taking a shower? Nuan Yang quickly took the soup. Mom, don't be angry. I keep it in a space, so it won't get cold. When Ningyan comes out, she have it hot. You're the one who spoiled Yin Yin. Nuan Yang, innocently caught in the crossfire, could only smile. After all, Wan's mother didn't hold a grudge, so a few words didn't matter. But Wan Ningyan wouldn't. If she knew I hadn't spoken up for her, she'd probably make a scene that night. The family soon gathered around the fireplace, sipping pear soup, while Wen Yenru recounted her adventures. When she got to the part about fishing, Wan Ningyan returned and was glared at by her mother. What's wrong with my mother? Why did she suddenly glare at me? Wan Yang whispered, Mom's upset you took a shower right after you got home. She wanted you to drink the soup before going out. It's no big deal. Why are you so angry? You mean-spirited person. Yeah, we're all mean-spirited, but you're the most generous. After being teased by Nuan Yang, Wan Ningyan fell silent and began to drink her soup. Every now and then, she'd catch her mother's eye and smile and give a thumbs up, effectively placating her. Watching all this, Nuan Yang felt like he'd been scolded for nothing. There was no real grudge between mother and daughter. His worries were in vain. We spent over an hour and caught a lot of fish. The largest was a cod, over 5 meters long. Everyone was shocked. Fish that size were uncommon before the apocalypse, unless they were large species. Seeing everyone's curiosity, Nuan Yang stood up and set up a long table in the back area, then brought out several varieties of fish. Big boss, this is incredibly large. It lasts for several meals. This fish head is almost taller than the moon. The scales are so huge. Jinyu, could you make me some fried scales as a side dish? Stop looking for excuses to drink. Mother Wan angrily snarled at Father Wan, then her expression changed in a flash, stroking the fish with a smile. We've been eating a lot of meat lately, not fish in ages. How about making a fish feast for everyone tomorrow? Sure. Naturally, no one objected. They've been eating a lot of lamb and beef lately, and they've been wanting a change of pace. Besides, no one had ever tried the mutant fish before. It was something new, and they were all excited. Yin Yin and Xiaoyang helped me scrape the scales and cut the fish. Xiaofeng and Yin Yin, go to the kitchen and get 2 large basins and some water in a bucket. Lao Wan, go cook the noodles. I already made the toppings, so we can all eat right after we're done. Seeing everyone else was busy, Wan Ningyue felt unhappy and wanted to do something too. Mother Wan smiled and patted her head. Keep an eye on Lucky and Ingbao. They're naughty and greedy. Don't let them steal the fish. Okay, I promise to complete the task. There were so many fish, they couldn't finish them all in one meal. Mother Wan asked Nuanyang to help carve a piece of cod and decapitate a black sea bream. She then processed a sea bass, a red grouper, and several yellow croaker and sea catfish. She stored the rest in her space. When she was almost done, Nuanyang received a call from Zhao Rou. She had changed shifts at 1:30 this afternoon and had 2 days off, so she slept until just after waking up that night. Your voice isn't very good. Are you tired? Yeah, my mental energy is almost at the brink of exhaustion every day. It's too much. Then you should rest first. Bring your mother to my house for lunch tomorrow. I got some new stuff. Come try it. New stuff? What is it? You know when you get here. I have something else to talk to you about, so it's more convenient to talk in person. Okay, got it. After hanging up, Nuanyang thought about the number of mutant fish he had seen during the day, then took out a black sea bream, hooked it through its mouth with wire, and handed it to Wan Ningyan. Tomorrow when you go to the Rose team, give this fish to Wei Mingy and ask her if she wants to catch some. Huh? Wan Ningyan instantly understood Nuanyang's intention. Are you going for a big catch? Of course. The extreme cold and heat make fishing so easy, I have to catch more. It's a good time to do the Rose team a favor. The better the relationship, the tighter the bond. Okay. Leave it to me. Remembering that Wei Mingxue had missed the self-service last time, Nuanyang casually reminded her. By the way, Zhao Rou has returned from her shift to rest. Ask Wei Mingxue about her situation tomorrow. If she's also resting, have them come over tonight and resupply Xiaoxue with the self-service. I know. You're always worried. Are you an Aries? Nuanyang smiled helplessly, handing her the bowl of noodles. I won't bother you anymore. Go eat. Mom said the toppings are in the pot. Chapter 343. The next day, Nuanyang and Wan Ningyan were still sleeping. The pleasant aroma immediately made them hungry, but neither of them wanted to get up, so Ingbao was the first to rise. Soon, they could hear Wan's mother feeding Ingbao. Wan Ningyan reached into Nuanyang's back and gently scratched her. Honey, go see what delicious food Mom has made. I don't want to get up yet. I'm sleepy. Honey, aren't you curious? Besides, you're hungry? I heard your stomach growling. You talk as if you haven't. Let's go together. The calm was comfortable, and Nuanyang didn't want to get up. But as soon as she finished speaking, Wan Ningyan pinched her waist, waking her from a nap in pain. Honey, be gentle. Are you going or not? Go, go, go. I'm going. Wan Ningyan wrapped the quilt around herself and kicked Nuanyang. Hurry up. I got it. There was really no other way. Nuanyang put on his cotton pajamas and reluctantly got off the Kong. The 3 children had just finished their exercise and were ready to eat. Each of them held a large bowl filled with milky white soup, noodles, and dumplings. Big brother, sister-in-law, Mom is in the kitchen. I made delicious fish soup today. Go try it. Okay. Nuanyang went to the kitchen, puzzled. It was much colder than the living room. In winter, there's less sunlight and less electricity from photovoltaics. Even the air conditioner in the kitchen can't be turned on. He didn't understand why Mama Wan was cooking here. Xiaoan, you're here. Mama Wan, wearing a thick cotton jacket, wiped her hands hastily and looked at Nuanyang. Do you want noodles or dumplings? Mom will make them for you. And where's Yan Yan? If she's not up yet, I make them later, otherwise everything will get clumpy. I'm fine with either. 1 bowl of noodles, and 1 bowl of dumplings. Ningyan and I will share. Okay, it'd be ready in 5 minutes. Mother Wan opened the lid of the nearby pressure cooker, and ladled a few tablespoons of fragrant fish broth into the iron pot, then turned on the heat to cook the noodles and dumplings. Nuanyang glanced around the kitchen. The red grouper had been sliced into fillets and set aside. The sea base was placed on 2 large plates, all seasoned, presumably for steaming. The cod had been sliced into thick slices and soaked in the sauce. The yellow croaker and sea catfish had been gutted and placed in 2 large bowls. The black sea bream's head was split in half, with a large plate of red peppers next to it. At this point, Nuanyang understood why Mother Wan endured the cold to cook in the kitchen. The living room kitchen wasn't fully equipped and wouldn't be convenient for cooking so many dishes, so she took out an air conditioner and placed it in a corner, adjusting the temperature. Mom, you work so hard cooking. Let me help you. No. Don't do it. Mother One immediately refused. You can't cook, and being here will only make things more troublesome. Yin Yin will come to help me later. You and Yin Yin, just eat and drink well. You worked so hard yesterday, so rest well. Nuan Yang really couldn't cook, and even helping out was a bit of a struggle. But she agreed. After the noodles and dumplings were cooked and stored in her space, she went to find the lazy Wan Ningyan. After getting on the Kong, Nuan Yang closed the curtains and called for Wan Ningyan to get up. But she was so lazy that she refused to get up. You're going to eat on the Kong if you don't get up? Isn't it okay? Your brothers and sisters are all up, and you're not? Aren't you embarrassed? Wan Ningyan wrapped herself in her little blanket and turned her back to Nuan Yang. You're so noisy. I'm ignoring you. Ah. Nuan Yang brought out a small table and laid out the noodles and dumplings, taking out some seasonings. Get up and eat. Mom made soup with the mutant fish, and then added dumplings or noodles. Which do you want? Noodles. Wan Ningyan was up almost instantly, and Nuan Yang couldn't help but roll his eyes. You're just waiting for me to serve you, right? No, I was just too tired yesterday and didn't feel like moving today. Then am I tired? The cunning man's eyelashes fluttered, and he reached out, hooking his hand around Nuan Yang's collar and pulling him close, then kissed her cheek vigorously. Are you still tired now? Nuan Yang felt secretly pleased, suppressing a smile as he leaned his other cheek closer. A little tired. Pop! The kiss made Nuan Yang's heart burst with joy, and he couldn't even think about being kicked off the Kong that morning. Although Nuan Yang always felt tricked by Wan Ningyan, when she came to her senses, she was happy to take the bait, succumbing to Wan Ningyan's tricks. When are you going to see Wei Mingyi? I go after I wash up. Nuan Yang was stunned. Going later? Aren't you going to sleep a little? I don't want to sleep after I'm full, honey. This fish soup is delicious. I'm a little regretful that we caught so few yesterday. When are we going again? I want to catch hundreds. Nuan Yang couldn't help but laugh. Hundreds? Will you be able to lift your arms the next day? You'd be whining and blaming me then. We still have the captain and the others. Strength lies in numbers. Otherwise, take Xiao Ro with you. If she gets really tired, let her treat me, and I'd be full of energy in no time. Nuan Yang thought about it, and realized it was a good idea. After all, healing only consumes mental energy, so using it more often would help him level up faster. Then let's go tomorrow morning. We have to go to Sichuan, so it'd be best if we leave around 5 or 6. You ask Wei Mingyi, and I ask Xiao Ro at noon to make a reservation. Okay. Do you want me to take you there? No, I walk there. It's a good opportunity to stroll around and see what's new at the base. Well, be careful then. I'm planning to renovate the kitchen with Dad and build a small stove so Mom doesn't get cold while cooking. Wan Ningyan put down her bowl and chopsticks, leaned over, and kissed Nuan Yang on the lips. What a filial wife, so virtuous. Now, please take care of my leftovers. Leaving. Nuan Yang, still immersed in his wife's kiss, was brought back to his senses when he heard the word leftovers. He glanced at Wan Ningyan's bowl. She finished the soup, but only a small portion of the noodles was left. You're a rat. Small appetite and picky about food. Nuan Yang poured all the noodles into a bowl, mixed them with the dumplings, and began to eat heartily. After being together for so long, Nuan Yang had eaten Wan Ningyan's leftovers many times and had become accustomed to it. Instead, he worried that Wan Ningyan wasn't eating enough and wouldn't get enough nutrition, completely ignoring her rounder face and worrying that she might go hungry. Soon, Wan Ningyan left, and the other children, eager to play with snow tools, also went out to build a snowman outside their home. After finishing their meal and washing up, Nuan Yang went to see Wan's father to discuss the stove. Considering safety and space issues in the kitchen, they decided to build a simple fireplace behind the door, with the smoke vent above the window. This way, even if the cold air seeped through the wall, the kitchen temperature could be kept around 20 degrees Celsius. Building a fireplace is no easy task. Mixing the cement and finding the necessary parts took quite a while, and the parts all needed to be painted with heat-resistant paint. Nuan Yang and Father Wan worked for 2 or 3 hours before finally getting everything ready. Don't rush, you two. There's no rush. Go wash your faces. Shiro will be here soon, so don't show up looking dirty. I know, Mom. Jinyu, can we have a glass of wine at noon? Eating fish without wine isn't very enjoyable. Then you can have noodles for lunch. We still have some fish soup. Nuan Yang almost laughed out loud. To embarrass Father Wan, she immediately got up to wash her face and hands. But just as she finished, someone hugged her waist. She looked up and saw Wan Ningyan, beaming at her in the mirror. Why are you back just now? Did you have fun? Wan Ningyan pouted, aggrieved. I wasn't having fun. I was on business. Really? Wan Yang turned and hugged her. What business? Tell me. I went to the orphanage, honey. Do you remember when we went to watch the captain's duel? You said you met a group of children there to watch with you? Yes, I do. They're living in the orphanage now. Their life isn't bad. They get 3 meals a day, but it's simple. Steamed buns, porridge, and pickles. Once every weekend, they have stir-fried vegetables and rice. Not bad. At least they have 3 meals a day, and they're growing up well. Wan Ningyan's fingers circled Nuan Yang's chest, clearly troubled. Nuan Yang patted her, motioning for her to move aside, but she didn't. If you have something to say, just say it. Why do you have to ask me? The welfare home accepts donations, but right now, only Bai Mo and Bai Xing have donated. The supplies they donated can only keep the children fed. It's so pitiful. I wanted to donate some food to them, but Wan Ningyan quietly glanced up at Nuan Yang, cautiously saying, that would expose our supply situation, and what? Didn't you say being too kind in the apocalypse isn't good? I think I'm a little too compassionate. Wan Yang sighed. He was indeed too compassionate, but so was he. Otherwise, why would he keep giving away the supplies he painstakingly collected, and how could he have saved so many children? Since the welfare home is sponsored by the base, even if no one donates, those children won't starve. We only need to help once, choosing from supplies the military knows about. We can help again when needed, to avoid arousing suspicion. Wan Ningyan smiled instantly, tilting her head back and kissing Nuan Yang several times. Wife, I knew you were the best. You're only at your best when you're asking for help. What did you do to me this morning? I won't listen, you bastard. Wan Ningyan covered her ears, trying to make Nuan Yang forget everything that happened that morning with a kiss. Nuan Yang naturally accepted. Getting a bargain. Don't take advantage, you bastard. Chapter 344. Nuan Yang and Wan Ningyan were fooling around in the bathroom, about to get into a fight when Wan Ningyu's voice came from outside. Sister-in-law, sister-in-law. Are you in there? Nuan Yang paused, trying to speak normally. Yes, what's up? Xiao Yu and her parents are here. Sister-in-law, can you give me another toy? I want to play in the snow with Xiao Yu. I know. Wait a minute, sister-in-law will be right out. Unable to continue, Nuan Yang regretfully buttoned Wan Ningyan's bra. Hearing her laughter, he bit her lip again in anger. Just laugh. Next time you're interrupted, just be quiet. Wan Ningyan puffed out her chest, deliberately rubbing against Nuan Yang's arm. She hooked her arm around her neck and whispered, I'm afraid you'd be even more upset than me then, you little pervert. Nuan Yang's eyes darkened, and she said nothing. She couldn't argue with Wan Ningyan anyway, so she might as well find another opportunity to retaliate against her. After leaving the house, Nuan Yang saw Xiao Yu and her family of 3 standing outside. They were very well behaved and didn't come in until the adults in the house opened the door. It wasn't that Father Wan and Mother Wan didn't open the door, but because the family was lucky. Ingbao had taken away the space and the air conditioner, so they pretended not to be home and hid in the kitchen. Nuan Yang quickly gathered the animals and items that couldn't be seen by others, then took out a set of snow toys and gave them to Yu Air before opening the door. Uncle Yuan, Aunt Kai, sorry, Mom and Dad went to visit. I was busy upstairs and just came down. Did you keep me waiting? Come in and warm up. It's okay, we just got here. Uncle Yuan and Aunt Kai smiled as they carried a large bag of things into the house. Xiao Yu followed behind them. Her face was rosy now, her illness had healed. Sister-in-law, Xiao Yu and I are going out to play. Bye. Okay, be safe. Yin Yin, Xiaofeng, you too, keep an eye on your sister. Don't let her fall or get cold. Got it, sister-in-law. After getting a response from Wan Yanru and Wan Ningfeng, Nuan Yang closed the door. Wan Ningyan had just finished packing and pretended to come downstairs, greeting them warmly. I pour you some tea. Wait a moment. Aunt Kai quickly grabbed Wan Ningyan. Don't bother. We're just here to deliver the medicine. We be leaving soon. We need to go home and cook. Cooking? Wan Ningyan winked at Wan Yang. Get some new stuff for you, Uncle and Aunt. Yes, Uncle Yuan, Aunt Kai, I go pack the herbs for you. I also get you some good stuff to make soup for you to nourish your bodies. No way. Xiaolong, we already taken a lot of your stuff. We really can't take any more. Aunt Kai, We're all in this together. You're so cold. Why are you being so reserved? Wan Ningyan sighed. It's not even cold yet. If Grandpa and Grandma don't eat something good, what will happen if they get sick again? And Xiaoyu, she's just recovered from her illness, and she hasn't had any nutritional supplements. It's okay if she doesn't grow taller, but the main thing is, what should we do about her weak immune system? Constant illnesses will wear you down. Nuan Yan couldn't help but laugh as Aunt Kai and Uncle Yuan's faces grew worse. Wan Ningyan's words were truly vicious, always stabbing people in the gut to force them to give in. You two chat, I'm going upstairs to get the herbs. Nuan Yang couldn't stay any longer. She was afraid her laughter would upset Wan Ningyan, so she hurried upstairs, took out a sack, and began to pack the herbs. Xiaoyu's family received the medicine just in time today. Since I'm going to the village tomorrow, I can take it there too. While Western medicine works quickly, traditional Chinese medicine is more effective and gentler, making it more suitable for the elderly and young. After packing the herbs, Nuan Yang placed 2 yellow croaker and a black sea bream in a black plastic bag. There weren't any fish at the base right now, especially mutant fish, so they had to be hidden, or the military would definitely come looking. After going downstairs, the atmosphere between the 3 of them had improved considerably. When the fish were offered to them, they didn't refuse. However, upon seeing that they were fish, and larger than normal mutants, their expressions changed. Xiaowan, this is fish. Its gills are still moving, and it's fresh. How can you find fish these days? How did you get it? Nuan Yang was truly stumped by this question, and motioned for Wan Ningyan to come over. Wan Ningyan made a hushed gesture, then glanced mysteriously out the door before whispering an explanation. Aunt Kai, Uncle Yuan, we're telling you this because we trust you. Don't tell anyone. This fish was stolen. We ran into a military special forces team fishing at the beach, and after they left, we went and scooped up some too. Later, the military took control of that area. I guess they want to keep all the fish for themselves. So, after you're done, don't throw the bones around. It's best to burn them, otherwise the military will know we stole the fish. Steal fish? Nuan Yang was almost unable to contain himself. How could Wan Ningyan tell such lies? The point was, Aunt Kai and Uncle Yuan believed them. They solemnly promised not to tell anyone, and then cursed the military for finding fish but not letting ordinary people catch them or selling them, only caring about their own interests. The military naturally gives priority to the good stuff. Don't be angry, we benefited from it anyway. Yes, thanks to you, we have nothing to thank you for. We hurry up when we get back, and pack the new batch of medicine, and send it to you as soon as possible. No hurry, no hurry. After a few pleasantries, Nuan Yan accompanied Wan Ningyan to help Aunt Kai and Uncle Yuan move the herbs. Xiaoyu had just recovered from a serious illness, so they didn't dare let her play for too long, so they sent her home with them. When Nuan Yang and Wan Ningyan returned home, they happened to run into Zhao Rou and her mother. They were both supporting each other, carrying a bamboo basket. I made some cakes for the children. They're not expensive, so you must accept them. Thank you, Auntie. I love cakes, so you be welcome. As long as you like them, I make them for you next time. Wan Ningyan, who had coaxed Zhao Rou's mother into a good mood, went inside and sat by the fire with everyone else. Mother Wan and Father Wan also got the signal and came out, chatting together. Nuan Yang had something important to discuss with Zhao Rou, so he took her to the sofa and bought her a cup of hot chocolate. Have a drink. You look fine. Haven't you recovered yet? I'm much better now. What's the matter? Nuan Yang told Zhao Rou the news he heard from Wei Mingyi, and also what Wan Ningyan had seen at the welfare home today. Besides that, do you have any news I don't know? There's a little bit. Let's start with the coal plant. The slow heating wasn't intentional. They did a test run before, and it was extremely hot. Then an extreme cold came, and the temperature dropped too quickly. The strong wind blew away the insulation on some pipes, leaving them exposed, so the cold kept the heating from reaching them. Later, the deputy commander led the team to perform thermal maintenance, ensuring proper heating. There's no temperature control going on now. I heard from teammates at the coal plant that the daily capacity is fully utilized, otherwise the indoor temperature wouldn't be so high. Is that so? That's okay, I was just being overly suspicious. What else? Do you know what happened with Han Qingcheng and Bayemo? I only heard a little bit about this, and I don't know if it's true or not. Tell me about it. Because there are many abandoned children and orphans at the base, and there's surplus supplies, the deputy commander suggested establishing an orphanage where all children under 14 can receive basic meals. This way, the base will have a steady supply of young people for the next few years. But the commander disagreed. He felt the most urgent priority was to prepare for the extreme cold. The children could live in Area E for free, plus receive one free steamed bun a day. The deputy commander disagreed. Because those kids were constantly bullied and robbed of supplies, living in Area E was practically impossible. They started arguing with the commander. He heard that Special Assistant Bai Xing was also siding with the deputy commander, so the commander was furious and, for the first time, lost his temper with Bai. Angry? Nuan Yang couldn't help but frown. Bai Xing is Bai Mo's sister. Isn't it normal for her to side with her brother? Why was Han Qingcheng so angry? I don't know about that. I only know that the deputy commander was transferred here after Bai Xing came to the 95th Regiment to serve as the commander's special assistant. People have always said that Deputy Commander Bai dotes on his sister. Otherwise, with his qualifications and background, he would have been a commander elsewhere, not Han Qingcheng's deputy. Wow! What a ridiculous plot. Could it be that Special Assistant Bai has a crush on Han Qingcheng, and Bai Mo is a sister con? That's what they write in novels. Wan Ningyan arrived, sitting next to Nuan Yang with a gossipy look on her face, urging Zhao Rou to continue. There's nothing else to say. That's all. After that, the deputy captain and special assistant Bai donated supplies, and the captain agreed. You probably all know the rest. Then, there was a snowstorm, with the welfare home being the hardest hit. Bai Xing came to Nuan Yang to buy supplies. What about the crystal core extract? Does it agree with what Wei Mingxue heard? I don't know much about it. There shouldn't be any side effects. I haven't heard of anyone having any problems. But the crystal core extract production is indeed very low. Military soldiers are currently waiting in line, so it's reasonable to give some to ordinary residents. It's for rare superpowers, after all. After all what? Zhao Rou looked at Nuan Yang with a complicated expression and asked, the military relies on you for both scavenging and storage. You're so desperate for rare superpowers. Could it be that you're after a spatial ability user? Zhao Rou's words reminded Nuan Yang that his deal with the military seemed harmonious. He didn't ask for much profit, but the base was large, so he had to share more. It would be far better to cultivate a spatial ability user himself. They'd be more loyal, and he wouldn't have to share as much supplies. It's possible, and judging by their urgency, the probability is quite high. The base now has no worries about food and drink, livestock and planting are going on, and while industrial production hasn't resumed, it's gradually being built up. There's also a seemingly capable scientific research team. It's natural for them to want to be independent of me. And Nuan Yang leaned against the sofa cushions, remembering something unusual. You said coal usage is maxed out every day, but even before the extreme cold hit, the military was still worried about coal shortages, and sent many people out to search for coal resources. Logically, they're not saving now, which means they found it, but I haven't received any mission notifications. Zhao Rou nodded. Indeed, but it's also possible that the snowstorm has just ended, and the base wants to deal with internal matters first. After all, the coal won't expire, so there's no rush. That's right, forget it. Just keep an eye on it, and notify me if there's any news. At worst, we just run if things go wrong. Understood? Chapter 345. After the business was settled, Nuan Yang began discussing fishing with Zhao Rou. He also bought a cup of milk tea for Wan Xiaoyao, who was unhappy about not hearing the juicy gossip. I pick you up tomorrow morning at 5:30. We go fishing. Several members of the Rose team will be going, too. Go to bed early tonight, and make sure you don't get up tomorrow. Fishing? Zhao Rou sat closer to Nuan Yang, a worried look on her face. Are you losing your mind? During the heat wave, the river at the base dried up. Where can we go fishing now? At sea. Nuan Yang saw Wan Yinru coming out of the kitchen with dishes. He stood up and said to Wan Ningyan, you and Zhao Rou should explain everything. I help serve the dishes. We can talk while we eat. Okay. Mother Wan's fish feast was so rich that Nuan Yang almost fainted upon entering the kitchen. There were chopped pepper fish head, pickled fish, boiled fish fillets, steamed sea bass, braised sea catfish, all emitting an alluring aroma. Mother Wan even made fried fish scales, something Nuan Yang had never tried before. They were golden and looked like crispy croquettes. Nuan Yang, bearing the aroma, brought each dish to the table. She noticed everyone had stopped chatting and sat in their chairs, salivating over the food as they waited for it to start. Until Mother Wan returned with a large pot of rice and announced they were out of dishes, everyone immediately began to eat. For a moment, there was nothing but exclamations of admiration and enjoyment. Nuan Yang tasted every dish. Each one was incredibly delicious. She couldn't handle spicy food, but the sauerkraut fish and boiled fish fillets were irresistible. Her face flushed with spiciness as she ate, and she'd pick up some steamed fish or fried fish scales to counteract the spiciness. The fish scales were fried until crispy, and could be eaten plain or with a dipping sauce. Nuanyang loved them, and so did the children, so they devoured them quickly. Mother Wan was delighted, and went back to the kitchen to fry another portion. After finishing his second bowl of rice, Nuanyang felt a bit full. He drank some fish soup and put down his chopsticks. Then he noticed that Wan Ningyan, for once, had also finished her second bowl. Not losing weight? You're always talking about things you shouldn't be talking about. Wan Ningyan glared at Nuanyang and continued eating. The chopped pepper fish head and braised sea catfish seemed to suit her liking. Like a little hamster, she didn't even swallow her food before picking up another sea catfish and putting it in her bowl. Nuanyang watched, lost in thought. Suddenly, he felt that fishing that day was too slow. So he contacted the system to inquire about a fishing net that could catch mutant fish. Host, I'm telling you this, you might not like it, but you can't pull the fishing net. Why can't you pull it? I have heavy trucks and boats in my dimension. Isn't that enough to catch fish? Host, the smallest fishing net in our mall can catch about 50 to 100 tons of mutant fish at a time. You can roughly calculate the pulling force of these fish as 10 times their weight, which means the required fishing boat must be over 2,000 tons. Nuanyang went to his dimension to take a look. The ships they had collected at the port were all container ships, the largest of which was only 30 tons, completely inadequate for fishing. Taking them would risk them capsizing. The danger is too great, especially since the fish in the sea are all mutated. If you fall into the sea, there might be fish more terrifying than zombies. Sigh. Fishing isn't working, so I have to resort to fishing rods. Nuanyang plans to buy a few more rods tomorrow. Since so many people are going, everyone needs to get busy, including Zhao Rou, the logistics support. Nuanyang thought about this, and couldn't help but glance at Zhao Rou. This guy was already on his third bowl of rice. He had a good appetite. Eating at the buffet would definitely pay off. Thinking of the warm sunshine at the buffet, I suddenly realized I never taken Zhao Rou to a buffet. What if she talks about buffets with the Rose team tomorrow, and realizes she's never been there after all this time with me? What if she gets upset? No. I have to make amends. Zhao Rou, what are you doing this afternoon? Nothing, maybe sleep. Then you can sleep at my place. I have a comfortable Kong there. Auntie, why don't you stay here this afternoon? We have friends coming over tonight, and we're planning a buffet. Come try something new with Zhao Rou. Buffet? Zhao Rou's mother immediately refused. No. I have something to do this afternoon, and Zhao Rou has to help me, so we won't be eating. Auntie, you have to eat, otherwise how are we going to make up for it? Ningyan, Mom, come and talk them down. I go lock the door. Nuanyang wasn't good at persuading people, so he simply left it to Wan Mama and Wan Ningyan. He went to lock the door himself. He couldn't let them escape. If Zhao Rou got upset over such a trivial matter, it would be more trouble than good. Although Nuanyang didn't think Zhao Rou was petty, who knows what people's hearts are like. He tried to be fair if he could. Soon, under the repeated persuasion of Wan Mama and Wan Ningyan, Zhao Rou and her daughter agreed to stay. Mother Wan made up her bed for Zhao Rou to rest, and then asked Nuanyang to take out the mahjong table. She, Father Wan, Zhao Rou's mother, and Wen Yinru planned to play mahjong together. Wen Yinru didn't know how to play, so Mother Wan taught her. She originally wanted Wan Ningyan to play, but Wan Ningyan had to go to the welfare home with Nuanyang. Wan Ningfeng was stupid and couldn't learn, so she let the smart Wen Yinru take over. When Nuanyang and Wan Ningyan went to the garage, he asked her why she played mahjong. Wan Ningyan sighed helplessly. It's just to stay in the circle. Many big names in the entertainment industry love to play mahjong. If you don't know how to play, you miss out on opportunities. Sometimes, you deliberately set off a firecracker to cheer someone up, and if they're happy, they agree to give you a chance to audition. I see. It's just social etiquette. Nuanyang closed the garage door, opened the trunk, and began to put out the donated supplies. The base shouldn't be short of rice and grain. Nuanyang put 5 bags of flour in there, to make some noodles for the children. Eating porridge every day is really getting boring. As for the rest, Nuanyang thought the only thing she could give out in large quantities was Mingya's instant noodles. Military brass knew Nuanyang had given 20% of the noodles, so even if the welfare home told the military, it wouldn't arouse suspicion. The rest was to pick out some thick children's clothing from the garment factory, to keep the children warm. Can't we give them some snacks or something? No, The military would be suspicious if we did. We emptied out a shopping mall, and over half a year has passed. Are we, a family of 7, willing to donate supplies that are rare even on the base, to the welfare home? Is that reasonable? Wan Ningyan sighed in disappointment, hugged Nuanyang, and said pitifully, Wife, is there no other way? The children are so pitiful. They're growing up with only steamed buns and porridge. They'd be malnourished. Nuanyang felt a little distracted when she saw Wan Ningyan's expression. She thought about it. The last time the military came to buy glass, they gave them a lot of crystal cores. She could use some of them to buy things at the supply station. It's not that there's no other way. I'd just like to ask for a reward. Wife, are you willing to give it to me? Sure. What reward do you want? Nuanyang leaned forward and tapped his lips. Kiss me. Wan Ningyan blushed and snorted. She tilted her head back and kissed Nuanyang's lips. But Nuanyang wasn't satisfied and tapped his lips again, making Wan Ningyan blush even more. As their lips and tongues met, the one taking the initiative quickly became the one being forced to take the bait. Her body went limp, completely draped over Nuanyang, requiring his embrace to barely stand. Huh, are you satisfied? Thank you for the treat. You pervert. Nuanyang chuckled and kissed her ear. Hearing a soft moan, he contentedly carried her to the passenger seat. Hold on tight. Let's go to the supply station to buy some stuff. Supply station? Won't that cost a lot of crystal cores? Prices are so high on the base. There's no other way. If we want the military to avoid suspicion, we have to go to the supply station. I buy some when the time comes, and I get some from the space so the children can have a few more good meals. There's nothing else we can do. We're not saviors. Well, can we buy some meat? Sure. Nuanyang, following the base's exchange rules, took out a bag of crystal cores and gave it to Wan Ningyan. There are 300 crystal cores in it. You can use them as you wish. No more. We're not crystal rich. That's enough. Thank you, my wife. You're so kind. Nuanyang received a few more kisses from Wan Ningyan, and he was so happy that he kept a smile on his face as he drove, not feeling the pain anymore. 300 crystal cores for a kiss from his wife. A great deal. Chapter 346. Nuanyang had never seen Wan Ningyan so meticulously selecting items. She calculated points, bargained, bartered, and even offered sympathy for gifts. She used every trick in her trade. Finally, because she bought a large quantity and included 2 boxes of fever-reducing medicine, the supply station agreed to sell Wan Ningyan a lamb spine for a mere 30 points, originally priced at 160. Only 30 points. This lamb spine, mixed with some vegetables and instant noodles, is enough for the kids to enjoy. Freeze the rest of the meat, and even if you eat it once a week, it lasts them forever. I didn't expect 300 crystal cores to buy so much. Your bargaining skills were a credit, but it was a bit ostentatious. Huh? Wan Ningyan, delighted, looked at Nuanyang in confusion. What do you mean? The military is suspicious? Not the military. Just now, when we were loading the items onto the truck, a few people in the queue gave her a stern look. Nuanyang shook Wan Ningyan's hand, his tone serious. Everyone knows your face, and now they know you're wealthy. Next time I see you wandering around the base alone, I might harbor malicious thoughts, like robbery. So, try not to go out alone in the future. If you need to go out, ask Xiaofeng or Ningyan to accompany you, or have Xiaoro pick you up. Do you understand? Nuanyang. What's wrong? Wan Ningyan's voice was tearful, her face thick with guilt. I'm sorry. If it weren't for me, we wouldn't. Ningyan! Nuanyang interrupted her, parked the car on the side of the road, and rubbed her head vigorously. What are you thinking about? We don't need to say thank you or apologize, especially for such a small matter. I'm not blaming you. I'm reminding you to be careful. After all, it's the end of the world, and people's evil thoughts will be magnified immensely. Of course, I don't doubt your ability. I'm just worried they might use some dirty tricks, and you might get caught in their trap. Oh. Wan Ningyan's eyes were red as she stared at Nuanyang tentatively. Nuanyang knew she was still a little unsure, so he tried to smile, trying not to look angry or blaming. I thought I caused you trouble, and made you unhappy. What kind of trouble is that? You're overthinking it. I'm afraid I caused you trouble. Seeing Wan Ningyan's expression normal, even a bit coquettish, Nuanyang breathed a sigh of relief and restarted the SUV towards the orphanage. Suddenly, Nuanyang felt something was wrong. With Wan Ningyan's personality, she wouldn't blame herself to tears over such a trivial matter. She should be scolding her fiercely, or perhaps excited enough to beat up a robber for fun, not the way she was just now. This feeling reminded Nuanyang of Wan Ningyan in Inner Mongolia, waking up drunk and tearfully declaring herself a liar. What are you doing? You keep glancing at me. Nothing, my wife is pretty. Wan Ningyan was delighted by the compliments. She took Nuanyang's right hand and kissed it. Reward? Drive well, and don't peek at me anymore. If you want to, come home and see as much as you want. Okay. Nuanyang's heart was also filled with sweetness at the sweet words. As for his recent abnormal behavior, he didn't take it to heart. People often say that a woman's heart is unpredictable, so her changeable temperament is understandable. The welfare home was built behind the former entertainment city. Wan Ningyan had heard that after the entertainment city was renovated, there were some books inside, making it easier for children to learn knowledge. At the same time, it was kept away from people, to prevent them from being bullied or cheated of supplies by adults. It makes sense, but it's also illogical. This place is a bit out of the way. It was once a place where wealthy businessmen played, and they didn't want the poor disturbing them, so they built it here. After the wealthy businessmen were dealt with, the place was renovated, but it's practically deserted. Everyone is busy trying to make a living, so how could they have time to relax? Under these circumstances, converting the entertainment city into a welfare home would make more sense. It would save on building materials and manpower, and it would also allow for thicker walls, preventing it from becoming the hardest hit area by the snowstorm later. Indeed, Wan Ningyan pondered for a moment and offered a hypothesis. Could it be that they were intentionally wasting Bai Mo's supplies? He made it. As deputy leader, he must have received a lot of gifts, but he argued with Han Qingcheng, indicating he wasn't fully obedient to Han Qingcheng. As the head of the base, Han Qingcheng naturally couldn't tolerate this. Are you saying that Han Qingcheng deliberately refused to renovate the entertainment city to deprive Bai Mo of his resources and prevent him from opposing him? Well, why waste resources building a new orphanage? There aren't many children there, just over 30. That was indeed a problem. At this moment, Nuanyang saw Bai Xing exiting the orphanage gate and quickly alerted Wan Ningyan, then got out of the car to greet Bai Xing. Special Assistant Bai, what a coincidence to see you here. Miss Wan? And Miss Wan? What brought you here? We're here to donate supplies, and buy some food and clothing for the children, Nuanyang said as he walked over to Bai Xing. She was wearing a down jacket, a long, wide military coat, and a lei feng hat. She was thin, with a small, fair face, red from the cold, making her look a little fragile. Nuanyang couldn't help but think of her struggling to walk in the blizzard. Donating supplies? Shang Xinggong's smiling face flashed with surprise. And food? Well, I don't have anything fancy here. Just instant noodles, and some vegetables, and meat from the supply station. The children can have a snack today. Thank you so much. Miss Wan, I want to thank you on behalf of the children. The supplies arrived just in time. They just recovered from a serious illness, and need nutrition right now. Assistant Bai, thank you isn't just for words. Wan Ningyan hugged Nuanyang's arm and smiled, gesturing to the car. Come and help. We bought a lot of stuff, and since Nuanyang can't use his powers, we have to carry it several times. Shang Xing's smile grew even brighter. It wasn't a formal smile, but genuine joy. Okay. Let's move some things first. Once we're inside, have Aunt Zhang and Aunt Lu come help. Who are they? They're the aunts at the orphanage, specializing in taking care of the children's daily needs and meals. Soon, Nuanyang and Wan Ningyan met Aunt Zhang and Aunt Lu. One tall, one short, both of medium build and thin. Aunt Zhang had a slightly rounder face, while Aunt Lu was older, so she had more white hair. When they met, Aunt Lu was making her rounds. The children were napping after dinner, and she had to keep an eye on everyone to prevent anyone from sneaking out to play. Aunt Zhang was making steamed eggs in the kitchen. Later, I learned that Bai Xing had saved all the egg allowance she and her brother had earned to give to the children as a snack, which was why Bai Xing was at the orphanage. After moving the supplies, Bai Xing expressed his gratitude profusely and hurried off to work. Nuanyang and Wan Ningyan found out a lot of information in the name of donation. Although most of it was about the experiences of various children, it confirmed their guess that Bai Mo did propose a plan to rebuild the entertainment city, but it was rejected by Han Qingcheng. In the end, they could only hastily build an orphanage in the vacant land behind. Han Qingcheng is a smart and cunning man. He couldn't possibly be unaware that reconstruction is the most cost-effective way to save manpower and money. He's deliberately making things difficult for Bai Mo, and I'm afraid there's a rift in their relationship. Isn't the base about to go into civil unrest? Nuanyang shook his head. In the apocalypse, having supplies and weapons is paramount. Bai Mo has been sidelined. At best, he has a few loyal followers, but he can't accomplish anything significant. Besides, his sister is Han Qingcheng's special assistant. Han Qingcheng has Mo under his thumb. No matter how foolish Mo is, he won't confront Han Qingcheng head-on. Wan Ningyan leaned back, relaxed. That's great. I can continue living a peaceful life. I don't want to flee. You said you loved the village a while ago, but now you're reluctant to leave the base? Wan Ningyan rolled her eyes at Wan Yang. I don't understand why I like you. You never say anything I like. My fault? Please be magnanimous. Don't be angry. I take you to find Wei Mingyi. Drive quickly, Mimi driver. Before the argument escalated, Wan Yang quickly shut up and took her to find Wei Mingyi and Wei Mingxue, bringing them home early. First, they could exchange information. Second, Zhao Rou and Wei Mingyi could get to know each other. And third, they could confirm the details and procedures for tomorrow morning's fishing trip. They would try to return that same day. Otherwise, Zhao Rou would need to help erase the record of their departure to avoid any suspicion from the military. Chapter 347. When they returned home, Zhao Rou was napping, and the adults were enthusiastically playing mahjong. Wen Yinru, with the bonus of a novice, won several games. Mother Wan complained that Father Wan wasn't good at playing, but when she saw Wan Ningyan return, she immediately had Father Wan replaced. Wei Mingxue, Wan Ningyan's biggest fan, pulled a chair and sat next to her to watch. Father Wan sat next to Mother Wan, pouring water and cracking melon seeds. Wan Ningfeng, a heavy drinker, sat to Wen Yinru's left and chattered constantly. Wan Ningyue, to her right, would call out, "Brother, be quiet." A true gentleman watches chess without saying a word. The mahjong game was as lively as New Year's Eve. Captain Wei, please sit on the sofa for a while. I go get Zhao Rou. Okay. Wei Mingyi greeted all the elders and juniors, and sat on the sofa. He only glanced at the Wan family's lively mahjong fun. Only when he saw Wei Mingxue did his eyes light up with a tenderness rarely seen in Nuan Yang. After waking Zhao Rou from her sleep, Nuan Yang brought a fruit plate to Wei Mingxue, and a bottle of strawberry milk to Wan Ningyan. Mingxue, we have a buffet tonight. Take whatever fruit you can that won't fill you up, but leave some space. We need to make up for it tonight. Yeah. I was looking forward to it when my sister told me about it. I ate less today, just in anticipation of a big feast tonight. Your words put my mind at ease. Wan Yang smiled, then leaned over to Wan Ningyan's ear and said, Honey, I'm going to be busy. Call me if you need anything. Okay, I need it later. Gang. Wan Ningyan perfunctorily said a few words to Nuan Yang, her attention completely focused on mahjong. Nuan Yang, feeling a little bored, sat down awkwardly on the sofa and handed Wei Mingyi and Zhao Rou a bottle of orange juice each. Zhao Rou and Wei Mingyi didn't know each other, but they were both familiar with each other. The Rose Squad was a renowned all-female team at the base. In a life-or-death duel, Wei Mingyi's feat of piercing Liang Haiping's abdomen with her bare hands and defeating the dragon capture team was legendary. She became a legendary figure feared by the men at the base and admired by the women. Zhao Rou had naturally heard of Wei Mingyi. The base hospital was short of medical supplies, so healing psychics became the primary treatment force. Wei Mingxue and Zhao Rou became colleagues, though unfamiliar, with each other's presence. Zhao Rou was the only former Special Forces healer at the base. She was allowed to accompany the team on missions, not on hospital duty, and she also sported a shaved head, making her a prominent figure among the healing psychics. Wei Mingxue often mentioned Zhao Rou to Wei Mingyi, envying her ability and the courage to shave her head. Furthermore, Wei Mingyi had heard of Zhao Rou, given the Gao family's forced purchase of a member by a dental dealer. Since they were all familiar with each other, Nuan Yang had no trouble acting as the go-between. After a while of chatting, the atmosphere became quite harmonious, and Nuan Yang got to the point. Captain of the Guard, how many of you are going? Including me, there are 6. Lin Baiwei and Guyu are not going. Xiaowei has a cold recently, and shouldn't go out. Guyu has to stay with the team, handling internal affairs, and overseeing reserve training. Zhao Rou frowned and looked at Nuan Yang worriedly. Before the apocalypse, it took 7 or 8 hours to drive from Sanyang Mountain to Fuzhou. Now the snow is so deep, and there are zombies blocking the road. Even if there's enough gas and the car doesn't break down, it'd still take more than 10 hours. How can we make it back and forth in one day? If we stay out overnight, it won't be difficult to erase your family's record of going out. But it's so cold, and without suitable shelter, it's easy to get into trouble. Isn't it a bit too risky for so many people to take such a risk? Don't worry, let me count the number of people. Including you, me, Ningyan, and Yin Yin, there's 10 of us. Nguyen Yang stretched out his fingers and began to calculate the number of transportation options. Yan Ying can drive a motorcycle, so she can take someone with her. My SUV can seat 2 in the front, and if the back is made into a bed, 6 can squeeze in. But there are still 4 survivors at the fishing village. If I go there, Zhao Rou and Yin Yin will have to follow the Rose team back to base first. 8 people will need 4 flying motorcycles. Nguyen Yang glanced at his space. He had 1 flying motorcycle, Wan Ningyan had 1, and Wei Mingyi had 1. He only needed to buy 1 more. It's a little slower than an SUV, but it should take at most 2 hours. After the fishing trip, he would take the survivors to the village, while the Rose team returned to base first. Wei Mingyi would keep the motorcycle in the space. This way, the Rose team could make the round trip on the same day, which was more secure, and he wouldn't have to return to base late. Zhao Rou had gone back early, so she could help bribe the security guards. What do you think? Wei Mingyi's face was expressionless, as she simply gazed at Nguyen Yang inquiringly, as if pondering its plausibility. Zhao Rou, however, completely disagreed. She hadn't known off-road vehicles could fly, much less seen a flying motorcycle. Everything Nguyen Yang said was unbelievable. Why not believe it? Haven't I given you enough amazing home appliances? A flying motorcycle is perfectly normal, and an off-road vehicle that can fly is also quite plausible, since it can transform. Ever heard of Transformers? They're even cooler than that. Nguyen Yang's words left Zhao Rou speechless. A space refrigerator, a non-electric air conditioner, a supercommunicator, these things far surpass pre-apocalyptic technology. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them science fiction. So, flying motorcycles and off-road vehicles were quite normal. That makes sense. Wei Mingyi calmly accepted Nguyen Yang's suggestion. The round trip should only take 4 hours at most, plenty of time. Tomorrow morning, I lead everyone out on a supplies search. Where should we meet? Leave the base and head south. Fuzhou is to the south, so there shouldn't be many people around at 5:30 in the morning. Let's meet about a kilometer away. It's safer to avoid being seen. No problem. Wei Mingyi finished speaking, her eyes fixed on Zhao Rou. Zhao Rou opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but seeing Wei Mingyi readily accept Nguyen Yang's suggestion, she kept her mouth shut and only nodded in agreement. With the most difficult part of the plan discussed resolved, Nguyen Yang completely relaxed, and the 3 of them began to chat. But as they chatted, Wei Mingyi suddenly asked Nguyen Yang a question that sent a chill down her spine. I'm curious, what are these magical appliances you were talking about? Ah? This? Nguyen Yang's orange juice suddenly lost its flavor. Initially, because the Rose team had so many members, many with families, and because not everyone had confirmed their partnership, she didn't dare share the system's products, fearing a leak might spark suspicion from the military. Wei Mingyi's personal questioning left her feeling uneasy, fearing she might provoke a rift with Wei Mingyi. Then Zhao Rou, tell me. Seeing Nguyen Yang hesitating, Wei Mingyi asked Zhao Rou, leaving her stunned. She stared blankly at Nguyen Yang for help. Sigh. Useless. If only Wan Ningyan were here. Nguyen Yang had no choice but to tell the truth, only to see Wei Mingyi twisting 2 dark green beads in a circle, watching the 2 of them with an ambiguous smile. Miss Nguyen's work is quite interesting. We're all part of a team. Some haven't seen magical appliances, some haven't seen flying motorcycles, and we have no idea what's going on. Wei Mingyi's calm, teasing tone blended with the clatter of mahjong, yet every word reached Nguyen Yang's ears clearly, sending a flush of embarrassment. There was nothing wrong with Wei Mingyi's words. The Rose team had already demonstrated their loyalty. Even if there were concerns, they should have told the truth, not concealed anything, including Zhao Rou. Nguyen Yang quickly came to his senses, and confessed some of the things he had been hiding to Wei Mingyi and Zhao Rou. While not revealing everything, he did reveal everything he could. He also released the air conditioner, Eagle Treasure, and Lucky from the space. For a moment, the mahjong clatter ceased. Wei Mingxue and Zhao Rou's mother were frightened by the sight of the tiger and the steppe eagle, and the Wan family rushed to comfort them. Zhao Rou, pale with shock, stood there, staring intently at the now medium-sized tiger cub. It took a while for her to speak. Is this just the tiger they caught at the zoo? Well, I really like cats, so I kept it and raised it as a cat. Who would raise a tiger like a cat? Zhao Rou leaned over the sofa and sat down, still in shock, struggling to process all this. In contrast, Wei Mingyi was much calmer. After a brief moment of surprise, she dared to touch Xingyun's head. Xingyun didn't like being touched by strangers, and with a low growl, both Wei Mingxue and Zhao Rou's mother jumped, but Wei Mingyi just smiled. Very energetic. Captain, touch Yingbao. Yingbao is more obedient than Xingyun. After revealing the secret, Wan Ningyan immediately brought Ying Bao to Wei Mingyi, eager to let everyone know how adorable and well-behaved Ying Bao was. Wei Mingyi smiled faintly, scratched Ying Bao's head twice, and then looked at Wen Yinru. What does the mutant look like? Can I see it? Wen Yinru's smile froze instantly. Her hands clutched the hem of her dress nervously, bewildered. She watched Wan Ningyan and Nuan Yang plead for help, unsure what to do. Nuan Yang knew Wen Yinru was terrified of being treated like a monster, and tried to evade the question, but Wei Mingyi had already spoken. Don't be nervous. I don't mean anything. I'm just curious. It's inconvenient, so forget it. We see each other tomorrow anyway. Tomorrow? Mother Wan realized something was wrong. Is Nian Ying going tomorrow too? Yes, Mom. Nuan Yang quickly explained to Mother Wan, the sea is completely frozen over. It's very thick. It would take an hour or two to dig a hole manually. With Nian Nian here, it only take a few minutes, so we have to take her with us. Is that so? Okay then. Take good care of Nian Nian. Safety first. I know, Mom. Don't worry. The little incident was finally resolved. After sharing the family secret with Zhao Rou and Wei Mingyi, the people of Nuanyang felt more relaxed, and their relationship seemed even closer. While eating at the buffet, Nuanyang mentioned this to Wei Mingyi, and Wei Mingyi gave him a rare look of teasing. You know, the premise of cooperation is mutual trust. If you keep hiding this, I run away. Captain Wei, you can't run away. If you do, my wife might divorce me. I'm not that charming. Wei Mingyi smiled as she spoke. Nuanyang knew the matter was finally settled, so he clinked glasses with her. Looking at Zhao Rou, she was the quickest to embrace the buffet, already stacking 2 large piles of barbecue plates. Nuanyang initially felt guilty for taking her to the buffet so long, but Zhao Rou was content and didn't feel owed at all. She even offered comfort to Nuanyang. Without you, how could my mother recover? How could she have enough to eat and drink? It's just a buffet, nothing special. I'm just worried you'd be upset if I neglected one thing for the other. No, my life, Zhao Rou, is yours. I won't be angry about this. Nuanyang was quite surprised. This was the first time Zhao Rou had expressed her loyalty so clearly. There were no high-sounding words. She even went back to eating the barbecue after she finished, as if it were a trivial matter. Chapter 348. Because they had to get up early the next day, Zhao Rou and Wei Mingyi didn't stay long and left after dinner. Before leaving, Nuanyang wanted to give Wei Mingyi and the others some home appliances, but Wei Mingyi refused. It's not the lack of appliances that's worrying, but the inequality of their distribution. If I had them, everyone on Team Rose would be jealous, but if everyone had them, your secret wouldn't be safe. Then you sisters can use them. You have a space ring anyway, so just take it out when you need it. My teammates are suffering. How can I feel comfortable enjoying myself? I appreciate your kindness. Wei Mingyi's words left Nuanyang speechless for a long time. A wave of admiration welled up within her, and she increasingly understood why Wan Ningyan admired Wei Mingyi so much. Living in the apocalypse, yet possessing such noble character, who wouldn't like such a person? Mom, what are you doing? Cooking rice and steaming buns. 10 people are feeding me. I need to make more for breakfast and lunch, and I need to make some soy milk to go with it too, or I choke. Nuanyang came to his senses as he heard the conversation between Wan Mama and Wan Ningyan. Their backs were no longer visible through the window. Only the falling snowflakes covered the newly shoveled road with a blanket of white velvet. Nuanyang tucked his cold hands into his pockets and went into the kitchen to persuade Wan Mama to rest. 10 people's breakfast and lunch are a lot of food, and martial artists have big appetites. Wan Mama has to steam 40 or 50 buns alone. It's too much work. You left so early, you definitely didn't have time for breakfast. It's cold, and how can you go fishing while starving? We have to make sure everyone has enough to eat. Mom, I have so much food in my space, I can't finish it all. Don't worry. I just boil some mutant eggs. A few of the psychics might need some mental energy. Mother One could be quite stubborn at times. After agreeing, she bargained with Nuanyang, saying they had dumplings ready at home and that cooking wouldn't be difficult. Nuanyang was completely overwhelmed by her constant nagging, but Wan Ningyan refused to help and smirked. How about this, Mom, make a few buns and eggs and I take them. And don't cook the dumplings, they're too time-consuming. Okay, got it. Buns can be steamed in multiple baskets at once, but dumplings can only be cooked in one pot. Nuanyang's final compromise was to let Mother One make something less time-consuming, so she wouldn't feel guilty about not being able to help. Leaving the kitchen, Nuanyang wanted to bully Wan Ningyan to get back at her for not helping. But then, he noticed Wen Yinru standing by the sofa, waiting. Wan Ningyan, like a cunning fox, winked and smiled brightly. Xiao Nianyan is looking for you. You guys chat, I'm going to shower first. I'm so tired, I'm going to enjoy a milk bath today. Wan Yang raised an eyebrow, as he watched Wan Ningyan shiver, as she entered the bathroom, his gaze finally landing on Wen Yinru. What's wrong? Are you nervous about revealing Xufan's existence tomorrow? Wen Yinru nodded, rubbing her fingers together. She felt not only exhausted but also extremely anxious. Why? Are you scared? Or something else? Wen Yinru's expression grew increasingly painful. She bit her lower lip for a long moment before finally expressing her concerns. I'm afraid of being mistaken for a monster. I'm different from you. How am I different? Do you have an extra nose or extra eyes? Sister Nuanyang, you know that's not what I'm talking about. Ah. Nuanyang sighed, her smile faded. With a serious expression, she led Wen Yinru to the window. Look at this world. When it's hot, it can be 60 or 70 degrees Celsius, and when it's cold, it can be minus 100 degrees Celsius. Zombies can evolve, plants and animals can mutate, and people can awaken special abilities. Who knows what will happen in the future? The world would already be in chaos. So Nian Yen, what if you have a mutant form? Is this world normal? You're afraid of others calling you a monster, but who knows? They might actually envy you because you have a protective umbrella that allows you to be weak, fearful, withdrawn, and timid. It gives you the luxury of trial and error, but ordinary people don't have that, right? Wan Yang's words seemed to touch Wen Yinru, and a hint of confidence returned to her face. She looked out the window, slowly reaching out and gently caressing the frosted glass. Wen Yinru wasn't afraid of the cold, she wore only a wool sweater and remained composed. Wan Yang, on the other hand, was afraid of the cold. She felt the chill just standing in front of the window, and she wouldn't even touch the freezing glass. My biology teacher said that nature is a game of natural selection, where the fittest survive. So, I should be thanking Xufan. Without it, I wouldn't have survived with my physique. I used to be very weak. I get dizzy easily when the weather got a little hot, and I catch a cold and a fever as soon as winter arrived. Now I'm fine. Sister Nuanyang, although I still feel a little concerned, I come to a lot of peace of mind. Thank you for your guidance. Nuanyang shuddered, smiled, and patted her shoulder. We're family, so we don't need to say thank you. But next time we want to chat, let's go by the fire. You're not afraid of the cold, but I'm freezing. How can a sister-in-law be so weak? Of course not. It's so cold. I'm going to take a bath. You should also take a bath, and go to bed early. Don't stay in bed tomorrow. Got it. After comforting Wen Yinru, Nuanyang rushed to the bathroom without stopping. Once inside, she locked the door, and used her space to take off her clothes as she rushed to the shower. Pushing open the glass door, she saw Wan Ningyan soaking in a milk bath. Wife, I take a bath with you. Wan Ningyan opened her eyes, but before she could fully grasp the situation, Nuanyang had already entered the tub. His slightly cool body rubbed against Wan Ningyan's chest, causing her to frown. Who let you in? You're interrupting my beauty bath. Don't be angry, I'm here to help. A milk bath requires massage, so the skin can absorb more nutrients. As soon as Nuanyang felt warm, he immediately began to give Wan Ningyan a serval massage. His expression was serious, and his massage technique was devoid of lust. Wan Ningyan was puzzled for a moment, but finally trusted Nuanyang and closed her eyes again. Little Mizi, you served me well. I allow you to bathe with me. Yeah. Little Mizi, what an acting talent, Nuanyang grumbled inwardly as he massaged her, but the milk bath was indeed very comfortable. Besides milk, it seemed like something else had been added. It smelled sweet, with a watermelon-like aroma. The skin left after a bath soft and smooth. Wan Yang, who had originally planned to come in and bully Wan Ningyan, ended up happily cuddling with her in the bath and chatting after Wan Ningyan, in a good mood, kissed him. All their grudges were forgotten. The next morning, Wan Yang and Wan Ningyan woke up at 5. To get more sleep, they skipped breakfast, planning to grab a snack on the way. Wen Yinru got up even earlier than Wan Yang and the others, quietly warming up upstairs, and then working out for half an hour at the supernatural training camp. Little Nian Yen, are you pumped up? You worked so hard today. Sister Yin, stop teasing me. I'm just cramming. Why would I tease you? I love you so much. Wan Ningyan and Wen Yinru giggled as they entered the back row. Their main task today was fishing, so they hadn't brought their eagle. Since Wen Yinru was still a little worried, Wan Ningyan kept her company to help relieve some of the stress. It was already late in the morning, and it was still dark after 5 o'clock. Nuanyang drove south of the base as agreed, and soon met up with Team Rose and Zhao Rou. I'm sorry you've been waiting for a while. Wait a moment, I take care of the back seat. After Wan Ningyan and when Nianya got out of the car, Nuanyang quickly folded the back seat into a bed, and opened the car door wide, allowing everyone to see the magical scene. The back seat transformed into a bed, creating a larger space, but the body of the SUV remained unchanged. The bed was much longer than the body. After finishing, Nuanyang retrieved Wan Ningyan's flying motorcycle from the space. We're a bit outnumbered, Ningyan. You can take one person on the motorcycle, and the rest can take the car. Okay. Wan Ningyan, who loved riding motorcycles, immediately got on. Who wants to learn? Get on board. I teach you. You have to drive on your own on the way back. I do it. Qin Yun was the first to raise his hand, and immediately took the back seat, not giving anyone else a chance. Nuanyang had no objection. Qin Yun was a know-it-all at the base, smart and observant, so learning to ride a motorcycle should be easy. Wife, I follow your bike later. Don't go invisible, and don't fly too high or too fast, or I won't be able to keep up. Got it. Nuanyang replied, and Wan Ningyan eagerly started up, circling low in the sky with the curious Qin Yun. Oh my god! This bike really can fly! So sci-fi. The captain didn't lie to us. We can really do it back and forth that day. Flying is much faster than driving. Then the off-road vehicle can't fly either. Look at it. It doesn't even have wings. How can it fly? The chatter of the Rose team members drifted past. Nuanyang smiled, saying nothing. After all, everyone would know once they took off. Zhao Rou, being on the taller side, sat in the passenger seat. When Yenru and the 5 members of the Rose team took the back bed, they couldn't lie down, but sitting cross-legged wasn't too crowded. Nuanyang observed through the rearview mirror. Aside from Wen Yenru and Wei Mingyi, everyone else was curiously looking around. Mu Yi and Gu Xiaoyao had already started to touch the car. We're about to take off. There's a handrail on the roof. Everyone, hold on tight, don't fall. Everyone grasped the handrails, and Nuanyang started the SUV. Zhao Rou sat in the passenger seat, silent, her eyes fixed on the control panel. She saw the SUV switch to flight mode, and a push from her back made her look out the window. Huge wings extended from the bottom of the SUV, supporting it in flight. This car can actually fly. Who are you? How do you have such advanced technology? Nuanyang asked Zhao Rou with a smile, adjusting the SUV to the speed and altitude of the flying motorcycle. Who do you think I am? God, you're like a god, otherwise I couldn't understand how you possess so many things science can't explain. You guessed wrong. I'm just an ordinary person. If a zombie bites me, I'd be infected with a virus. If I don't eat, I starve to death. If it's cold, I catch a cold. I'm just lucky. I have a secret I can't tell you. Wei Mingyi sat on the edge of the bed. Apart from watching the SUV take off, she stared at the warm sun. Hearing her words, a rare touch of pity crossed her face. Are you really just lucky? You must have paid a price. I don't believe in free lunches. Nuanyang gave a wry smile and acquiesced, but didn't say what it was. Death in her previous life was a thorn in her side. She hadn't spoken in detail about the one family except for Wan Ningyan, and she didn't want anyone else to touch upon her most painful memories. However, this incident made Nuanyang somewhat afraid of Wei Mingyi. Wei Mingyi was so clever, she always figured out things Nuanyang was hiding, making her love and hate him. The off-road vehicle could actually reach Fuzhou in less than an hour, but the flying motorcycle was slower, so it would take an hour and a half. During this time, Nuanyang chatted with everyone, answering any questions they could raise, and their closeness grew rapidly. Everyone, grab some snacks. We have breakfast when we get to the fishing village. A full stomach makes it easier to fish. Then you're welcome. Kino happily grabbed a bottle of Starbucks. I've been wanting this for ages. I never thought I'd get to drink something I used to be reluctant to drink. Look at you, it sounds like the captain used to treat you harshly. Xia Haiming immediately retorted, you're clearly being stingy and saving to buy a house. Otherwise, with your savings, you could drink every day. Can you please stop talking about buying a house? It breaks my heart to think of hundreds of thousands of dollars in savings becoming worthless. Wei Mingyi suddenly responded, really? Aren't you happy to not have to pay the mortgage? You? Don't be so hard-pressed. The atmosphere became lively, and Nuanyang's smile never faltered. Zhao Rou and Wen Yenru, though unfamiliar with the group, gradually blended in. Zhao Rou had a sour face, and everyone was a little afraid of her, so Wen Yenru became their favorite target for bullying. A group of people were clamoring to see the mutant, but Wen Yinru naturally refused, delaying it as long as possible. So, until they reached the fishing village, Wen Yinru didn't let Xiaofan out. Get out of the car, everyone. Be careful. While there aren't many zombies here, there are still some. Wan Yang got out of the car, and went to check on Wan Ningyan. Seeing that she and Qin Yun were chatting happily, and that nothing had happened, he felt relieved. He wrapped a scarf around himself, and went to store the SUV in the spaceship. The fishing village had more snow than the previous 2 days, so some of the tent roofs were completely buried in the snow. Wei Mingyi took the Rose team's weapons from the spaceship. The giggling group immediately turned serious. After wrapping themselves tightly, they grabbed their weapons, and waited for Nuan Yang to lead the way. There's a graveyard ahead of the fishing port. All the survivors have frozen to death. Nuan Yang pointed to the nearby mountain. There are 4 survivors up there, all female college students. I'm going to pick them up. You can come along if you want. Otherwise, we can search for supplies down there. There should be a lot of good stuff in the graveyard. Supplies? The eyes of several Rose team members lit up. Nuan Yang knew what they were interested in, and nodded with a smile. However, Nuan Yang was wary of any accidents, so he went to the mall and bought Wei Mingyi a multifunctional tactical goggles. Put it on. It'll alert you when zombies approach, preventing any potential accidents. Okay, thank you. Wei Mingyi rarely refused, which made Nuan Yang very happy. Then, everyone split up. Nuan Yang, Wen Yinru, and Zhao Rou went up the mountain to fetch the people, while Wan Ningyan and Team Qiangwei searched for supplies below. Chapter 349. Because of the snow, the mountain path was a bit difficult to navigate. Nuan Yang gave Zhao Rou and Wen Yinru hiking poles, and then followed his memory. Zhao Rou was curious about how the 4 female college students had survived. Nuan Yang spoke briefly, then gasped and felt the cold air sting her throat. Yin, tell me, I can't go on. I'm so cold. Okay, sister-in-law, just focus on leading the way. After that, Nuan Yang climbed all the way to the cave entrance, accompanied by Wen Yinru's calm voice. Looking back, Zhao Rou, a special forces soldier, looked fine, just a little more rapid in her breathing. Wen Yinru was less stamina, her face flushed with exercise. One strong, the other not afraid of the cold. How wonderful. Nuan Yang felt a surge of envy, then shook off the snow that had fallen on her while climbing, and began to shout for the people inside to open the door. Actually, they could have just removed the barrier at the cave entrance, but these 4 university students were chemistry students, and the paint alone on the barrier could cause benzene poisoning. Nuan Yang didn't dare move, fearing they might have added some chemicals and harmed her. Here they come. Different voices responded to Nuan Yang, and soon, 4 people arrived at the cave entrance. They were all in good spirits. Though thin, they all looked more energetic than before. Sister Nuan Yang, we've been waiting for you for a long time. Really? Looks like you made up your mind? Yes. The 4 of them held each other's hands tightly, smiled at Zhui, and nodded. Zhui smiled back at them, then told Nuan Yang their decision. Sister, whether it's paradise or hell out there, we're willing to go. We believe you're a good person and wouldn't lie to us. Nuan Yang laughed, somewhat helplessly. You say you trust me, but you think I sell you out. What kind of trust is that? Sister, don't worry about these details. We're all willing to go with you anyway. No matter what happens, we won't complain. We won't bear any grudges against you either. I'm afraid you won't have the chance to complain. Our shoe embroidery village is much more comfortable than your cave. Nuan Yang gestured for them to move aside. I have space. You don't have to pack your things. I do that. Okay. The 4 of them immediately formed pairs, leaning against the rock wall, each on either side. They were incredibly obedient. Before going in, Nuan Yang asked them to chat with Wen Yinru and Zhao Rou for a while, and to learn about the fishing trip. After Nuan Yang finished packing, he took out 4 down jackets and fleece-lined thermal pants. He placed perfume, a wash basin, a towel, a kettle, and a pitcher of cold water on the small table, and told them to go in and wash their faces before changing. Originally, Nuan Yang didn't need to do all this extra work. Just as he entered, he took a moment to check on Xiao Nuo, whose full name was Li Nuo. She'd been delirious from a fever, and now that she recovered, Nuan Yang took the opportunity to check on her. Noticing her pale complexion and a bit dirty, Nuan Yang then remembered that during the intense heat, they'd barely been able to wash their faces. While the freezing snow water allowed them to wash, they lacked cleaning supplies, and wet wipes were completely useless. So not just Li Nuo, but all 4 of them had dirty, unwashed faces. We left in a hurry the previous time, and our supplies weren't complete. Now, we were going fishing together, so the Wan family and Zhao Ro, needless to say, all had clean bathrooms. Team Rose's life had been tougher before, but after the extreme cold, the snow water was inexhaustible, making it easy to boil water for bathing. And with the toiletries and the supplies, everything was clean now. Only Zhu Yi and the other 4 were there. Their faces and hair were filthy, and they hadn't showered yet, leaving them with a slight odor. This might make them feel inferior, and afraid to fit in when they rejoined the others. To ensure team harmony, Nanyang had to wait for Zhu Yi and the others to clean themselves up. This wait lasted until 7:50. Fortunately, Team Rose was happily searching for supplies, and didn't complain about the long wait. When they reunited with Team Rose, Nanyang felt they were so divided. They beamed when they found supplies, then turned sad the next moment. She clasped her hands together and bowed to the tent, then took the supplies to Wei Mingyi, who stored them in her space. In contrast, Wan Ningyan seemed to be venting her anger. The tents around her were in disarray. It was said that if Wei Mingyi hadn't intervened, Wan Ningyan would have gone even further. After introducing Zhu Yi, Li Nuo, Zhang Yuming, and Hua Lei to the others, Nuanyang didn't give them much time to interact. She was anxious to go fishing, so she led the group towards the fishing port. After all, they would become familiar with each other over time. On the way, Nuanyang asked Wan Ningyan why she was so cruel. Wan Ningyan snorted, her face full of disdain. Why should I be respectful of the corpses of those heartless people? They should all be fed to my fans. It's hard to believe. Back then, you had to force someone to kill someone, but now you can torture corpses with ease. Who tortured me? I was just a little rough with the tent. How can that be considered corpse torture? Yes, our great actress Wan is the kindest. Nuanyang didn't dare to provoke Wan Ningyan. She was still counting on Wan Ningyan's supernatural powers to keep her warm. Her little hands were warm, soft, and tender, much more comfortable than keeping them in her pocket. Behind Nuanyang and Wan Ningyan came the Rose team, then Wen Yinru accompanied Zhu Yi and the other 4, and finally Wei Mingyi and Zhao Ro. They walked past the fishing harbor and headed east, stopping half an hour later. Wan Ningyan was exhausted and sat on the ground, looking at Nuanyang with resentment. Why walk so far? Because the farther you get from the fishing harbor, the deeper the sea, the more numerous and diverse the fish. I see. To catch more fish, I can walk another half an hour. Nuanyang laughed and squatted down to rest. She was tired too, but she had finally put together a fishing group, so she had to do something big. Digging a hole in the ice near the fishing harbor like last time would only yield a mutant cod. That wouldn't work, it would be a waste of time and effort. Nuanyang had to catch a few big fish to break even. Everyone, take a break and have breakfast. I have whatever you want for breakfast. Pick, Nuanyang finished, and the Rose team cheered. She quickly added, but you have to eat. Afterwards, we go fishing. Those mutant fish are very strong and heavy. Don't let them drag you back into the sea because you're hungry and weak. No matter how powerful this fish is, Muyi raised his sword with murderous intent. My sword is no pushover. Let me chop its skull apart. Wei Mingyi gave Muyi a stern look, and Muyi immediately sheathed his sword, looking serious and obedient. Qin Xiaoya and Qin Yun smirked at Muyi, teasing her with little tricks, leaving her furious and unable to speak. Nuanyang checked the time. It was almost 8:30. She immediately prepared a long table and a dozen chairs, then served breakfast to everyone. The mall's breakfast area was fully unlocked, offering a wide variety of breakfast options. No one ordered anything extravagant, just local noodle dishes. Only 4 female college students, long hungry, were left with greasy food. Nuanyang didn't dare give them anything, so he let them have porridge with pickles and steamed buns. So, are we going to chisel ice later? I heard the mutant fish are quite large, so we have to make a big hole. Nuanyang agreed with Gu Xiaoyao, then looked at Wen Yinru, who was nibbling at her breakfast. She had no appetite at all. Don't worry about chiseling the ice, Yin Yin will handle it. With that, everyone looked at Wen Yinru. She paused with her spoon, her face flushing and flushing. She quickly lowered her head, pretending to eat wontons, not daring to answer. You're so mean. Little Yin Yin is even red. It seems that actress Wan is even worse than me. She could have taken Yin Yin with her, but she left her in the SUV, being interrogated by a group of people about her mutant form. TSK. No way. You bastard, you're wronging me. Wan Ningyan, exposed, turned hostile and dumped the spicy noodles directly into Nuanyang's bowl. I'm full. You take care of these. Nuanyang had specially selected the light chicken noodle soup. Now it was ready, mixed with the spicy pork noodles. Wan Ningyan had even added extra chili peppers. Nguyen Yang was so upset that she could only drink milk while eating to alleviate the spiciness. Breakfast ended quickly. Everyone was eager to go fishing. Afterward, Nguyen Yang set up a large tent, which contained some lounge chairs and stools for a temporary resting place. He also put some hot drinks in the insulated box, and asked Wen Yen-ru to dig a larger hole in the ice. It's about 6 to 8 square meters. This place is far from the fishing port, so there must be a lot of large mutant fish down there. If the opening is too small, we won't be able to pull them out. I understand, sister-in-law. Wen Yen-ru responded, and under everyone's curious gaze, she walked about 50 meters away before stopping. Nguyen Yang, do you think Yen Yen will get stage fright? Probably not. I persuaded her the other day. If she gets stage fright again, I have to take drastic measures and send her straight to the big city to fight the zombies. Wan Ningyan immediately pinched Nguyen Yang's waist. What a bad idea. Hiss. Be gentle, honey, it hurts. Nguyen Yang had just finished speaking when he caught a glimpse of a huge black shadow from the corner of his eye, and exclamations of wow and oh my god filled his ears. Turning his head, he saw Xiaofan emerge, her butt even larger than last time, soaring high into the sky. As the butt opened, its densely packed fangs flashed a chilling cold light, terrifying. Swish. Vines shot out one by one, piercing the ice with force, nearly causing Nguyen Yang to slip. However, Wan Ningyan, unable to maintain her balance, desperately grabbed Nguyen Yang's arm, and they both fell flat on their backs. It hurts. Nguyen Yang rubbed his bottom, and quickly checked on Wan Ningyan. After confirming she was alright, he glanced around and saw several people had fallen to the ground. He felt better, as long as he wasn't the only one. Soon, the ice beneath them began to vibrate more violently. Even with the support of trekking poles, it was difficult to stand steadily. Everyone sat down, their eyes wide open as the green vines tightly wrapped around the massive block of ice, dragging it out. Crackle, crackle. The small pink bud, like a yawning abyss, swallowed up the dozen cubic meters of ice. Wen Yen-ru, tiny at the bottom, stood out in stark dissonance. Is this the mutant? So cool. Is it a plant? It looks like the piranha plant from Super Mario. It should be a plant. Wen Yen-ru has a wood-type ability, so it's perfect for her. Nguyen Yang listened to everyone's discussion, and briefly explained Wen Yen-ru's mutant to them. Then, opening her tactical scope, she noticed a school of fish gathering beneath the ice hole. Let's go fishing, but just in case you're let down, try a couple of catches first. Okay. As they reached Wen Yen-ru, Wan Ningyan hurried over to talk to her. Nguyen Yang noticed that Wen Yen-ru's face was pale, and her eyes were evasive, as if she didn't want to face them. Meanwhile, Xiaofan had shrunk to a petite size, and kept rubbing her cheek. Wow! It can even shrink. So cute. The braver Qin Yun immediately trotted over to Wen Yen-ru. Yen Yen, can I pet your mutant? It looks so cute. Cute? Wen Yen-ru looked at her in surprise. Don't you think? It's scary. It was quite scary just now, but now it's cute. And since you're a teammate, you definitely won't hurt me, so I'm even less afraid. Yeah, it was scary at first, but now it looks cuter and cuter. Wow. It can even wiggle. Just like that sunflower playing the saxophone. Everyone's chattering praises completely dispelled Wen Yen-ru's worries. Nguyen Yang saw her pale face slowly turn a shy blush and smiled, patting her shoulder. You worked hard. Take a break off to the side. I take care of the rest. Okay. Although it was called a break, it was actually hard to rest. Everyone gathered around Wen Yen-ru, teasing her little pinky. The little pinky was also extremely excited, twisting and turning like an excited puppy. Captain Wei, do you want to try? Nguyen Yang handed Wei Mingyi a magical sea fishing tool. Without hesitation, Wei Mingyi took it and began threading the fish, then cast the hook into the sea. The chattering crowd gathered around Wei Mingyi once again, seeing the fishing begin. After just 4 or 5 seconds, Wei Mingyi's brows suddenly furrowed, and the fishing rod in his hand began to bend sharply downward. It's taken! What a powerful force! Wei Mingyi shifted his stance, now in a horse stance. His right hand gripped the rod tightly, and his left arm pressed down on the end, securing it firmly. However, his footing soon gave way, and he was slowly dragged into the water by the fish. Wan Ningyan saw Wei Mingyi struggling to hold the fish, and immediately stepped forward to help. Seeing that Wei Mingyi didn't refuse, the others quickly joined in, and the fish quickly lost its advantage, and was slowly pulled up. Splash! A turquoise fish was dragged to the surface, desperately jumping, trying to break the line. Nguyen Yang saw his opportunity, and brought out his sledgehammer, smashing it hard on the fish's head. The fish began to thrash wildly, and Nguyen Yang hit it twice more before it finally calmed down. Mutated blue-dotted Spanish mackerel. Looking at the information in his tactical scope, Nguyen Yang sat on the ground, panting. The fish was actually not that bad, 4 meters long, slender, and weighing only 50 or 60 kilograms. It just had a tough head and was a bit aggressive. It took several hits to stun it. What a big fish. This one will keep me eating for ages. You only know how to eat, Xia Haiming sternly corrected Mu Yi. We have to work together to pull this fish up. If there are bigger fish below, we could be dragged out to sea if we're not careful. It's very dangerous. Wan Ningyan saw the silence that had suddenly fallen and quickly tried to calm everyone down. Don't be afraid. Nguyen Yang will build a fence around the edge. Besides, the big fish are all in the deep sea. Even if the fish mutate, they won't be very big. With so many of us, we can definitely catch them safely. Yes. The quiet Zhao Rou echoed. Last time, Nguyen Yang and her 3 friends were able to catch so many fish. What are we, a dozen or so, afraid of? With that, everyone felt a little more reassured and returned to discussing the big fish. Nguyen Yang explained the species to them, and then discussed dividing up the teams with Wei Mingyi. Fishing in teams is more efficient. After all, no matter how many people there are, only 4 or 5 will actually be able to touch the rods and help. Splitting up the team saves manpower. Chapter 350. Of this group, Yu, Ningyan, Zhao Rou, and Yin Yin are the strongest, followed by our Rose team. We can split into 4 teams to fish. Wei Mingyi paused and looked at the 4 female college students. Those 4 students haven't recovered yet. I suggest they handle logistics and go to whichever team needs help. Yes, most agree. It's just that Yin Yin is a problem. Nguyen Yang sighed. Little Pink has her own mind and could easily quit. Let Zhao Rou team up with Yin Yin and add a member of the Rose team. That's safer. The mutant won't obey its master? It's because Yin Yin hasn't fully mastered it yet. Besides, the mutant has emotions and can be temperamental. It's the one thing it's always determined to protect its master. Wei Mingyi looked at Wen Yinru not far away and muttered to herself, interesting. Captain of the guard, then we divide into 3 teams? Okay. 3 teams was actually a bit too few, but for safety's sake, it had to be that way. Nguyen Yang distributed his sea fishing artifacts to everyone, then formed a low wall of ice, surrounding the entire edge of the ice hole and increasing its thickness to minimize the chance of fish being pulled into the sea. Wait! How does she have ice abilities? Dual abilities of space and ice? How is that possible? I never encountered dual abilities in all this time. It's definitely an ice ability, and it looks very high level. The ice condensing speed is incredibly fast. What are you guessing? Qin Yin pointed at Wan Ningyan in confusion. My wife is here. Why not just ask Sister Ningyan directly? Xia Haiming slapped his head speechlessly. Yeah, I told you not to listen to Xiao Yi. You led me astray. Mu Yi curled his lips in displeasure. What's it to me? When Nguyen Yang returned to the group, Wei Mingyi, Zhao Rou, and Wen Yinru stood on the far left, while Wan Ningyan was surrounded by the others, vividly describing the power of Nguyen Yang's ice abilities. The car was surrounded by zombies, completely swarming. I thought I'd die young, but then my wife got out so stylishly, and then ka. Wan Ningyan made a few dart-throwing motions. Those ice cones shot out like sharp blades, instantly reducing the zombie population. Then, she condensed into an iceberg as tall as the Pearl of the Orient in midair, crushing the zombie swarm to pieces. The Pearl of the Orient? It wasn't that exaggerated. It was only a few stories high. Ahem. Nguyen Yang feigned a cough, interrupting Wan Ningyan's somewhat exaggerated praise. It's time to fish. Let's start according to the groups we just formed. Group 1, Zhao Rou, Wen Yinru, Qin Yuan. Group 2, Wan Ningyan, Mu Yi, Xia Haiming. Group 3, Nguyen Yang, Wei Mingyi, Chen Xiaoya. Free Helper Group, Team Leader Gu Xiaoyao, Members Zhu Yi, Li Nuo, Zhang Yuming, Hua Lei. The mutant fish caught will be stored by Nguyen Yang or Wei Mingyi in their storage area. After the catch, the fish will be counted and distributed. The specific distribution rules have not been discussed. After all, with someone like Wei Mingyi, Nguyen Yang doesn't worry about it, so he's not in a hurry. Many bold fish have already surfaced to breathe, even unafraid of humans. Nguyen Yang put on the bait and cast, and within seconds, they'd taken the bait. Nguyen Yang immediately stabilized his lower body, pressed the fishing rod tightly with his armpits, and then began to reel in the line with great effort. Qin Xiaoya and Wei Mingyi helped Nuan Yang hold the fishing rod one after another. Although Nuan Yang was still the most exhausted in this position, the added support made it easy to reel in the fish. It also allowed Wei Mingyi and Qin Xiaoya to maximize their stamina, allowing them to quickly switch positions if Nuan Yang tired. Once the fish surfaced, the freehand team would help stun it, making it easier and more efficient to reel it in. As they caught more fish, their rapport grew, and they found more ways to slack off. Gu Xiaoyao, a free-fighting competitor, taught Zhu Yi and the others free-fighting techniques, which she used to swing a hammer, allowing for maximum damage with minimal force. Using the principle of leverage, Nuan Yang and Wei Mingyi used the ice wall to press a quarter of their rod against the wall. They then simply reeled in the line and held down the rod's end, allowing the rod to absorb some of the mutant fish's pulling force. After practicing this leveraging method, Nuan Yang and Wei Mingyi found it effective. They were about to share it with the other two groups when they discovered they all had their own unique fishing methods. In Zhao Rou's group, when Yinru was the lead angler, every time a fish took the bait, she often would simply wrap vines around the rod and dive into the water to tie up the bite. Zhao Rou would stand behind when Yinru, holding the rod in place. Qin Yun would help from the front, pulling the rod and praising Xiaofan profusely, making Xiaofan happy. Not only would she willingly accompany them fishing, she would even use vines to hold Qin Yun's waist when she slipped and fell. Wan Ningyan's group's fishing methods were even more outrageous. Nuan Yang knew without a doubt who had come up with the bad idea. As more and more fish surfaced to breathe, Wan Ningyan kept her line short. Mu Yi stood behind her, waiting to help hold the rod in place. Xia Haiming and Zhang Yuning crouched under the ice wall. Whenever a fish surfaced to breathe, Wan Ningyan would place her bait close to it. Once it took the bait, Xia Haiming and Zhang Yuming would immediately hammer the fish's head. Wan Ningyan and Mu Yi would frantically pull the fish back. Once the fish reached the shore, Wan Ningyan and Mu Yi would pick up their hammers and join in the hammering. From the moment they were hooked to the moment they were landed, each fish was knocked unconscious at breakneck speed and then thrown far away, waiting for Nuan Yang or Wei Mingyi to collect it. Wife, don't you think this method is a bit cruel? Nuan Yang looked at the snow in front of their group, stained with fish blood. Look at all this blood. Killing is not cruel. Wan Ningyan muttered, huh? Fish don't feel pain. Knocking them unconscious saves us the effort of pulling them up. How is it cruel? Mu Yi and Xia Haiming immediately defended Wan Ningyan. This fish is meant to be eaten. There's no difference between chopping off its head and hitting it in the head. It's not cruel. We just want to make the fish faint, not torture it for psychological gratification. It can't be considered animal abuse. Zhang Yuming added weakly, it seems everyone has hit the fish. Wan Yang choked. Seeing the blood all over the floor, she had considered using cruelty to get Wan Ningyan to switch to her fishing method, so she could spend some time with her wife by sharing her experience. Instead, she was judged. Seeing her plan unsuccessful, Nuan Yang quietly returned to fishing. Wei Mingyi's lips curled up when she saw her return. If you want to go fishing with your wife, just tell her. Xiaoya and I can switch with Ningyan. No way. I just think their fishing method is too dirty. It leaves blood everywhere. Wei Mingyi smiled but said nothing, as did Qin Xiaoya. Nuan Yang felt her stubbornness exposed and blushed. She let Qin Xiaoya take the lead and ran behind her, acting as a pressure rod. Ah! Qin Xiaoya was suddenly pulled out. Fortunately, there was an ice wall. She lifted one foot and stepped onto it, gripping the fishing rod tightly with both hands and leaning back. It's a big one. Come! Help! Qin Xiaoya was a boxer with strong arms, but the fish was pulling her so hard that she could barely speak. Nuan Yang and Wei Mingyi both tried to pull the rod back, but found it impossible. They could only barely help Qin Xiaoya from being pulled in. Through the tactical scope, Nuan Yang saw a massive shadow beneath the water. The fish was at least 7 or 8 meters long, so it must have weighed at least 100 kilograms. The mutant fish's pulling force was about 10 times that weight. It was terrifying. 3 people couldn't handle it. Everyone, come help! It's a big one! Hurry! The free group immediately came running, either helping to pull the fishing rod or grabbing Qin Xiaoya's waist and pulling her back. Nuan Yang reinforced the ice wall to prevent the strong pull from breaking it. The other 2 groups, after finishing their catches, arrived immediately. When Yinru controlled Xiaofan to extend vines along the fishing line into the sea, attempting to tie up the large fish. Zhao Rou and Wan Ningyan held when Yinru's waist to prevent her from being pulled under. Suddenly, Nuan Yang felt the line loosen. Qin Xiaoya also felt it and began to reel in faster. However, the next second, the line suddenly tightened, and when Yenru was yanked into the air by the powerful pull. Zhao Rou and Wan Ningyan tried to grab her, but failed, and both fell to the ground. Help! When Yenru was so frightened that her screams broke. Muan Yang immediately gathered his mental strength, preparing to freeze the seawater into ice, but Xiaofan was faster than her. Dozens of vines flew out in all directions, firmly burying themselves in the ice and holding Wen Yenru. She was only half a meter above the water's surface, and the mutant fish could easily leap out and bite her, leaving her in a state of distress that was only slightly better than falling into the sea. With a swish, a whip flew out, tightly wrapping around Wen Yenru's waist. It was Wei Mingyi's 9-section whip. Xiaofan, I pull left, and you gather the vines on the right. Xiaofan raised her bud, swung it toward Wei Mingyi, and began to withdraw the vines on the right. Wei Mingyi took 2 steps forward, using the ice wall as a step to bounce back, and yanked left, pulling Wen Yenru back to the ground. Chapter 351. Wen Yenru was successfully pulled back onto the ice. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, the giant fish moved again. Qin Xiaoya's rod nearly slipped out of her grasp, but she managed to grab it, leaving her palm scratched. I hold the rod. Ningyan, why don't you just forget about it? Nuanyang saw that the giant fish was not only incredibly strong but also intelligent and resourceful. He took out his special scissors for sea fishing and said, I cut the line. We don't want this fish anymore. Why? You almost killed Yin Yin and hurt my friend. I'm going to drag it up and kill it. Wan Ningyan, furious, grabbed the rod, bent down, and pulled hard. The others, unsure of what to do, kept looking at Wan Ningyan and Nuanyang. Seeing this, Wei Mingyi confirmed that Wen Yenru was safe. Then, with a swipe of the 9-section whip, he bounded Wan Ningyan's waist and dragged her backward. What are you all standing there for? Help! The members of the Rose team immediately stepped forward, and the others soon joined in. After Zhao Rou treated Qin Xiaoya, she glanced at Wan Yang without saying a word, then stood behind Wan Ningyan to help her control the fishing line. Wan Yang, knowing Wan Ningyan's temper well, stored the scissors in his space and, while reinforcing the ice wall, pondered a solution. Yin Yin, Xiaoping's vines haven't retracted yet. Are they entangled with that big fish? Wen Yenru pondered for a moment, then nodded. Yes, but that fish is very aggressive. It keeps biting Xiaoping's vines, trying to break free. Let Xiaoping hold on for a while. I get it a weapon. Wan Yang pulled out a pile of knives from his space, clattering loudly. These were actually shielding his gold-type supernatural power, the melting gold needle. Xiaoping could control the vines to wield knives, but the mutant fish had thick scales, making it difficult for the knives to injure the fish. The needle was the best weapon. A single pierce into the fish's spine would render it immobile, almost paralyzed. Yin Yin, the fish's scales are too thick. Have Xiaofan insert these golden needles into the fish's spine. Just penetrate. Okay. Wen Yenru began to control Xiaofan's movements. Nuanyang instructed Gu Xiaoya and Zhao Rou to hold onto Wen Yenru, preventing her from being thrown into the sea again. Of course, all this was just an excuse. Nuanyang's goal was to replace Zhao Rou and stand behind Wan Ningyan to help her control the fishing line, while quietly speaking to her. If you pierce the fish's spine, it will be paralyzed. But there's resistance in the water, and the mutant fish's scales are stronger than before the apocalypse. Xiaofan hasn't reached the highest level of maturity yet, so she probably can't handle it. Please help. How? Use the needle to pierce it. You and Xiaofan should be able to do it together. Don't worry about the rod, I hold it steady. Great. Honey, you're so smart. Praise me when you succeed. Nuanyang began to exert his strength, gripping the rod with one hand and pressing it with the other. The large fish was swimming in circles underwater, trying to shake off the hook and vines. Suddenly, it began to struggle. Ningyan, it must be Xiaofan making a move. Hurry! Wan Ningyan didn't answer Nuanyang. He saw her frowning, biting her lip, and soon beads of sweat were forming on her forehead. Wan Ningyan's only low-level ability, object manipulation, proved incredibly difficult to use. The large fish's pull not only caused the fishing rod to tremble, but even through her gloves, Nuanyang could feel the rubbing pain on her palms. Everyone, hold on. Xiaofan is piercing the fish's spine. If we can get through, we win. Come on. Ah. Kudo roared, yanking on the 9-section whip and exerting force frantically, veins visible on his face and neck. The other team members, all martial artists, roared and began to exert all their might, their faces flushed red as they gritted their teeth. The big fish's strength grew, a desperate struggle. Wan Ningyan's lips had turned white from her exertion, beads of sweat dripping from her hair. Wen Yenru was also being pulled forward bit by bit. Qin Yun, hold the whip tight. Wei Mingyi finished her instructions, and quickly rushed in front of Wen Yanru. With a flip, she wrapped several vines around her waist, then wrapped her left arm around them twice, and pulled back with all her might. Nuanyang saw that her eyes seemed to be bloodshot. Ningyan. Come on. Everyone can't hold on any longer. Try harder. Nanyang gritted his teeth and urged Wan Ningyan in her ear. He knew she was exhausted and anxious, but she was the key to the solution, so he could only put pressure on her. Suddenly, the powerful force vanished, and everyone was caught off guard and fell backward. Nuanyang instinctively hugged Wan Ningyan tightly in her arms. The huge impact hurt her chest. MMM. Nuanyang groaned from the impact, his eyes black as he lay on the snow, his mouth open but unable to speak. He felt so much pain in his chest. Nuanyang. What's wrong with you? Zhao Rou, come quickly. Don't worry, I'm treating you. Everyone, stop crowding around. Check on each other to see if you bumped into anything. Nuanyang's ears were filled with a cacophony of voices. It took a while for the pain in her chest to subside before she regained consciousness and slowly sat up. Nuanyang. Whoa. I'm sorry, it's all because I was too heavy, and that's why you got hurt. Before Nuanyang could react, a furry head appeared in her arms, hugging her and sobbing. Zhao Rou, beside her, felt helpless. You were just unlucky and got hit in the heart, which is why you were temporarily unconscious. It had nothing to do with Miss Wan's weight, but she didn't believe it, feeling like she almost killed you by mistake. Nuanyang laughed. This was truly something Wan Ningyan could do. He hugged her and patted her gently, offering a few words of comfort. Seeing Wei Mingyi approach, he remembered the big fish. Captain Wei, where's the fish? It's paralyzed. We pulled it up together and stored it in storage. Wei Mingyi tapped the tactical scope. It shows a mutant robin trevally, over 10 meters long and weighing about 300 or 400 kilograms. It was a very ferocious fish before the apocalypse. Thankfully, everyone's safe. Nuanyang breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Wan Ningyan raised her head from Nuanyang's embrace. Her eyes were red from crying, wet around her eyes, and there was a trace of blood on her lips. Not at all. I should have listened to you. It's okay, I'm fine, aren't I? But you, why is your mouth bleeding? I bit you. Is it from your mental energy? Wan Ningyan nodded, and Nuanyang felt even more distressed. Low-level superpowers don't double in effectiveness simply because of abundant mental energy. It's like an invisible wall pressing down on the superpower user. The upper limit is 1, and you can only get closer and closer to 1, never reaching 1, unless you level up and break through to raise the upper limit. To help Xiaofan pierce the fish's spine with a golden needle, Wan Ningyan was essentially fighting against this upper limit. The mental pressure was excruciating, and it would be difficult to achieve without strong willpower. You did it. Great. Without you today, we wouldn't have succeeded. Nuanyang hugged Wan Ningyan and whispered praise in her ear. Zhao Rou and Wei Mingyi tactfully walked away. The others, exhausted, rested and replenished their energy at the temporary rest area across the street. You're trying to comfort me, aren't you? No, I'm telling the truth. A mutant fish weighing 300 or 400 kilograms must have a pulling force of at least 3 or 4 tons. Even if we spent a whole day pulling it, it would be hard to exhaust it. You're the real hero. I don't want to be the hero. I just hope you're okay. I was so scared just now. I thought I was going to be a widow. Huh? You were saying you were going to commit suicide for love, and now you're going to be a widow? Wan Ningyan gently patted Nuanyang's shoulder. Stop it. I'm talking to you seriously. Okay, go ahead. I'm listening. Nuanyang finished with a smile, her eyes falling on the water nearby. Suddenly, she realized something was wrong. Ignoring Wan Ningyan's words, she patted the person in her arms and immediately pulled her to her feet. What's wrong? Look, Nuanyang pointed at the water. Why are there no fish? From extreme heat to extreme cold, the fish in the sea have long been deprived of oxygen. It's impossible that there are no fish breathing. Yes, it's indeed strange. It seems that after the wandering scad was pulled up, no fish came out to breathe. How strange. Suddenly, many long red shapes appeared faintly in the tactical scope. Soon, the shapes became clearer and larger. Warning! A school of mutant tiger sharks has been spotted. Please leave immediately. It's a shark. The wandering scad's blood has attracted the sharks. Nuanyang hurriedly pulled Wan Ningyan towards the fishing port, shouting for everyone to retreat. However, after a few steps, the ice suddenly shook, and a mutant shark leaped from the water like a giant beast. Its tail could not be seen even after it reached a height of over 30 meters. As it swung downward, its tail slammed into the ice, causing a crack to appear. Chapter 352. The ice cracked with a crisp sound, the cracks continuing all the way to the temporary rest area. Wei Mingyi and Zhao Rou immediately shouted at everyone to run. The Rose team, with their years of martial arts training, were in good physical condition, and Zhao Rou, a special forces soldier, was even more so. However, the 4 students, whose bodies hadn't fully recovered, couldn't outrun the sharks, and some even slipped in their haste. When Nianru used the pink vines to wrap around the 4 women's waists, and then pulled them along. However, she soon ran out of strength. Zhao Rou and Wei Mingyi, seeing this, supported Wen Yanru's arms, one on each side, and pushed forward. At first, they were fine. After running for half a minute, the mutant sharks beneath the ice suddenly rushed forward. The ice beneath their feet trembled, and many fell. Nuanyang held Wan Ningyan with one hand, and used a hiking pole with the other to barely keep his balance. Boom! With a loud bang, the ice ahead cracked under the continuous impact, and seawater surged up. Nuanyang braked abruptly, pulling Wan Ningyan to the right, trying to get around them. Boom! Crash! A mutant tiger shark broke through the ice, its maw gaping wide, and charged towards Nuanyang and Wan Ningyan. Nuanyang released his grip, and quickly formed a 100-meter ice wall. But the mutant shark was too massive, nearly 50 meters long and weighing several tons. Its mutated fangs were incredibly sharp, and the ice wall quickly shattered. The abyssal maw opened from above, ready to devour the two. Hurry! Nuanyang was suddenly pushed forward. Realizing it was Wan Ningyan, he felt something was wrong. He tried to turn his head to look at the person who was luring the shark in the opposite direction. He was transported back to his previous life, the moment before his death, when Wan Ningyan had sacrificed herself for love. A heart-wrenching feeling quickly washed over him. Ningyan! Nuanyang, having fallen to the ground, ignored the pain, his voice hoarse as he anxiously scrambled to his feet and rushed to Wan Ningyan. However, the ice and snow were too slippery, and after falling 3 times, his knees ached. Knowing he couldn't reach the target quickly, the frantic Nuanyang tried to calm himself. He pulled out his RPG from his spaceship, knelt down, shoulder held, and aimed at the shark's head with bloodshot eyes. Swoosh! As the rocket launched, a figure and green vines flashed before Nuanyang's eyes. It was Wei Mingyi and Xiefan. Wan Ningyan had already drawn the mutant shark farther away. As the maw was about to descend, she stretched out her hands, ready to unleash a fireball. Suddenly, her waist tightened, and before she could release her mental energy, she was pulled into the air. Wei Mingyi leaped forward with all her might, swung out a 9-section whip, and bounded Wan Ningyan. Xiufan's vines quickly wrapped around Wei Mingyi's waist, hurling him upward and left. Both were flung into the air, narrowly missing the shark's fangs. The next second, a rocket blasted into the shark's mouth. An explosion echoed, and flesh and blood scattering in an instant. Fire erupted, and the remaining half of the mutant shark crashed onto the ice, cracking the surrounding ice and causing blood to slowly spread outward. Nuanyang recovered from the shock of the scene and sprinted frantically towards Wan Ningyan and Wei Mingyi. Falling from such a height was no joke. Faster than Nuanyang were the vines. Hundreds of them stretched out, entangling the two before piercing the ice. Retracting their spikes, they formed a vine net to catch the two falling. Ningyan! Ningyan! Nuanyang felt like he was going insane. He could hear and see nothing, and all he could do was pray for Wan Ningyan to be alive. After running and falling all the way, he finally reached Wan Ningyan. The vines had withdrawn completely, and she was sitting on the ground, receiving treatment from Zhao Rou. Ningyan! Nuanyang held her tightly in his arms, feeling her warmth and breath. His panic slowly returned to normal. I was so scared. I thought I was going to lose you again, Wan Ningyan. Don't take risks like this again, or I never forgive you. I was just in a hurry. Nuanyang, honey, I'm fine. But can you please let go? You're hurting me. Hurt? Nuanyang hurriedly released his arm, looking Wan Ningyan up and down, anxiously asking, where does it hurt? Are you injured? I give you a pill. Wan Ningyan quickly held Nuanyang's hand, allowing her to take the medical pill back. It's just my left arm that hurts. It's okay. Zhao Rou is treating me. It's all your fault for interrupting me. Otherwise, it would have been healed long ago. I'm sorry. Nuanyang looked at Zhao Rou, who had been forced to stop treating her. Continue the treatment. I go see Wei Mingyi. Wei Mingyi had suffered some minor injuries. She used her hand too much today, and she dislocated her right arm too much when she pulled someone. She had just reattached it herself. Jin Xiaoya and Qin Yun were applying the medicinal wine they had brought to her. Captain Wei, thank you for what I did just now. Otherwise, Ning Yen would have been in great danger. You're welcome. Wan Ningyan is a member of my Rose team. Saving her is my duty. Thank you too. Nuan Yang saw Wei Mingyi's arms, covered in bruises after he rolled up his sleeves, and felt even more guilty. Ning Yen is getting treatment. Once she's healed, I have Zhao Rou treat you. No need. Let's find a way to deal with the sharks. We can't escape. Nuan Yang was stunned. Ever since the mutant shark was killed by the rocket, the swarm of mutant sharks beneath the ice had calmed down considerably. How could they not escape? Tactical scope, take a look yourself. The sharks have been following us, waiting beneath the ice for an opportunity. The weapons we just used didn't frighten them, they just become more cautious. Hearing this, Nuan Yang crouched down. His knees stung from falling so many times, but he endured it, crouching down completely, brushing off the snow, and then activating the see-through function on his tactical scope. 1, 2, 3. 14, 15, 16. At least 16 mutant sharks were swimming back and forth beneath the ice where the crowd was gathered, occasionally approaching and then diving back. They certainly seemed to be targeting humans. Nuan Yang thought, looking up and glancing around. The 4 female university students were definitely not in good physical condition. When Yenru sat on the ground, panting, and Little Pink, with her bud drooping, hung in front of her, listless. Team Rose and Zhao Rou were physically fit, but the sharks were too powerful. They had actually managed to break through the ice. The journey was a full half-hour long, and there was no way they could reach the fishing port safely. Only Wan Ningyan knew how to fly a flying motorcycle. Even if Qin Yun managed to do it, only 4 of them could fly. The SUV wouldn't fit the remaining 10. What would they do? Oh, right. The SUV has a sailing mode? Everyone, pay attention underwater. Wait a minute. Nuan Yang quickly got the SUV and got in. He quickly clicked on the control panel and found the sailing mode. It unlocked for 30,000 points, and came with 2 cannons. He immediately clicked on it. Ding. Sail mode unlocked. The gift of a large caliber naval gun has arrived. Host, should I store it in the space or install it on the ship? Ship? Sail mode actually takes the form of a ship. Yes, host. Do I need to install the naval gun? Install. Where are the ammunition? Ding. 2 large caliber naval guns have been successfully installed. The corresponding ammunition has been unlocked in the weapons and equipment section of the store. Host can purchase it with points. Great. I can blast those beasts to death. Nuan Yang switched to sail mode, and the entire interior transformed rapidly. The front row became the cockpit, the steering wheel became the rudder, and the back row became the interior cabin. A central aisle flanked by capsule beds, with bunk beds on either side. At a glance, there were at least 20 beds. When Nuan Yang opened the car door, it wasn't snow outside, but the deck of a ship. On the left side of the ship's hull was an automatic staircase for boarding and disembarking. It turns out that a ship has the largest capacity of all off-road vehicle forms. Not only can the interior cabin accommodate people, but the deck can also accommodate at least several hundred people. Chapter 353. As soon as she disembarked, Nuan Yang noticed everyone was stunned and shouted a warning. Don't just stand there. Get on board. Bang! 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 The sharks beneath the ice suddenly launched a collective charge, with crashing sounds echoing from time to time. Everyone quickly climbed the stairs. Those who had reached the deck earlier began offering their arms to help those behind them, speeding up the boarding process. Nuan Yang was the last to board. Just as she was about to take the first step, the ice suddenly cracked beneath her feet, sinking her whole body into the shattered ice. It was so cold, Nuan Yang felt the icy water pouring into her clothes. Her limbs were numb from the cold, and she couldn't breathe. She shook her brain, which had been dulled by the cold, and began to feel around with her arms and legs. She soon realized that the ice here hadn't completely broken up. She put her heavy, soaked coat into a space, then used her hands and feet to swim upwards, following the large ice blocks. The plunge into the sea was so sudden that Nuan Yang didn't even have time to catch her breath, quickly depleting her oxygen supply. The combination of suffocation and the cold weighed heavily on her heart and lungs, and the further she climbed, the weaker she felt. What should she do? Nuan Yang asked herself over and over again. She pulled out a lifebuoy from her spaceship, but the ice was blocking her path, making it less helpful and more likely to get stuck. Hooking the ice to quickly ascend would easily break it, sending Nuan Yang plummeting back several meters. The sharks below continued to pound the ship, and the resulting surge of water would send Nuan Yang spinning away from the stairs. Nuan Yang. Nuan Yang, can you hear me? Are you still alive? If you are, connect the video. Let me see where you are. Wan Ningyan sent a contact request linking to Nuan Yang's perspective. At this point, Nuan Yang had just been swept a short distance away, nearly fainting from the spinning and lack of oxygen. Hearing Wan Ningyan's voice, she snapped back to consciousness. I must survive. Wan Ningyan is waiting for me. I can't die. If I die, that fool will commit suicide again. Nuan Yang summoned her last bit of sanity. After reconnecting, she found the snake transformation pill in the space and swallowed it with difficulty. It's over. Nuan Yang felt her heart pounding, and she felt dizzy. Everything was blurry. A red warning box popped up in her tactical scope, and she couldn't see clearly. She only felt something swimming towards her. The suffocating feeling suddenly disappeared, and the biting cold seemed to disappear. Her gradually clearing mind made Nuan Yang slowly open her eyes. Her eyelids transformed into transparent scales covering her oval pupils. Shark? A mutant shark rushed towards her. Wan Ningyan's anxious voice filled her ears, telling Nuan Yang to run. Before her eyes was a gaping maw and razor-sharp fangs. Nuan Yang reacted quickly, swiftly feinting upward to deceive the shark. Then, she suddenly dived down, pulled out a machete from the space, grabbed the dorsal fin, and slashed hard. The shark, attacked, began to swim rapidly, trying to shake Nuan Yang off. Nuan Yang switched to a small shovel and scraped off 2 scales from the shark's surface. Then, he pierced the shark with a hook, holding onto it to prevent it from being thrown away. He then used the machete to hack at its dorsal fin. Sharks are the dominant species in the sea, but without their dorsal fins, they lose their balance and become unable to swim normally, easily sinking to the bottom and dying from lack of oxygen. This knowledge came from participating in an environmental protection event, where experts mentioned the reasons for opposing shark fin. It was only then that Nuan Yang realized the importance of shark fins to sharks. Quickly, Nuan Yang had chopped off the entire dorsal fin, thinking that shark fins were also valuable, and stored them away. Then, suddenly Nuan Yang slapped his head, filled with regret. Couldn't you just store the fish in the space? Why bother cutting its dorsal fin? It's freezing. Nuan Yang swam quickly towards the off-balance shark, reached out, and tucked it into the space, then swam towards the stairs. Worried that Wan Ningyan and the others would rush over to save them, Nuan Yang made a thumbs-up gesture in front of them, indicating that she was all right. The light was getting closer, and just as Nuan Yang was about to charge, another shark approached. Nuan Yang thought, sharks are so powerful, why not use them to break the ice and save on ammunition? So she lured the shark towards a cracked patch of ice nearby. Just as Nuan Yang was about to collide with the ice, she flexed her body. A loud crash was heard from behind. The shark broke through the ice, leaped out, and fell heavily, cracking the ice on the left side of the ship. Nuan Yang seized the opportunity and swam quickly to the surface. When she saw the stairs, a whip appeared before her, Wei Mingyi's 9-section whip. Grabbing the whip, Nuan Yang was quickly pulled up the stairs. At the end of the stairs were Wan Ningyan, Wei Mingyi, and Zhao Rou. They had ropes wrapped around their waists, and everyone on deck was holding onto the other end, seemingly ready to dive into the sea to rescue anyone. Go up first. Nuan Yang didn't know why the atmosphere was a little strange. Even Wan Ningyan, who initially excitedly wanted to hug Nuan Yang, suddenly had a look of fear in her eyes. Once on deck, everyone's cheers quickly gave way to silence, and everyone looked at Nuan Yang speechless. What are you looking at? Get in the cabin quickly. These sharks might attack the ship soon. We have to fight back. Nuan Yang warned everyone as she retracted the automatic staircase. It was then that she realized something was wrong with her. Not only his hands, but his entire arms were covered in scales. Nuan Yang, remembering the snake-transforming pills he'd taken, immediately pulled out a mirror. In the mirror, his entire face was covered in snake scales. His eyes, blinded by the lack of eyelids, had oval green pupils. When he opened his mouth, his tongue was forked, and his 2 canine fangs had become long, pointed tubes. No wonder everyone looked so horrified by this image. Even Nuan Yang herself found it terrifying. Well, I couldn't breathe underwater, so I took a snake pill. I'll be back to normal in 3 hours, don't be afraid. Snake pill? Wan Ningyan suddenly realized and hugged Nuan Yang. I thought you had a mutant, and such an ugly one at that. Woohoo! So you mean I'm ugly? No! Wan Ningyan's eyes drifted upwards as she denied it, a typical lie. I'm just not used to you like this, so... I believe you. Nuan Yang pulled her arm away. Let's go to the cabin. Everyone else, hurry in. The priority was to kill the mutant sharks. Nguyen Yang hurried into the cockpit. Just as he was settling in, the boat was hit by a shark, rocking back and forth before regaining its balance. Xiao Lu explained the operation method. While listening, Nguyen Yang went to the mall to buy cannonballs. The price was good, 500 points each, so he bought 10. The sharks had largely broken away the ice near the ship. Nguyen Yang turned the rudder, steered the ship toward the fishing harbor, aimed at the unbroken ice on the right, and fired. Bang! Boom! The ice exploded, and flames shot up dozens of meters before slowly fading. Unburned shells on the ice emitted thick black smoke. The sharks in the sea, hearing the loud noise, weren't frightened. Instead, they all moved to the left and began ramming the ship, attempting to capsize it. Nguyen Yang didn't hesitate. He aimed his 2 cannons at the sharks, and fired 8 shells in quick succession. The entire sea surface was blasted with huge waves crashing onto the deck. When the bombing stopped, several shark carcasses were floating on the surface. Nguyen Yang checked the surveillance system, and saw that 4 mutant sharks had escaped, leaving 15 shark carcasses. 6 had been shattered, and only 9 were relatively intact. Nguyen Yang, plus the one he caught, made a total of 10, each weighing dozens of tons. There was no need to worry about seafood, but he wondered if the shark meat would be tasty. Nguyen Yang breathed a sigh of relief and slumped in his chair. Today had been exhausting, catching fish, falling into the water, and battling sharks. He never experienced such a thrilling day in his 2 lives. "Honey, are you okay?" "Yeah, a little tired." "There's no danger now. Tell Wei Mingy to collect the sharks. I need to rest." "Oh, that." Nguyen Yang turned his head, weary eyes fixed on Wan Ningyan, seeing her face brimming with curiosity and anticipation. "What's going on?" "Yeah, I want to kiss you. Is that okay?" Nguyen Yang was puzzled. Hadn't she thought she was ugly before? What was going on? "Your tongue is forked. I want to know what it feels like to kiss you." Nguyen Yang hadn't known Wan Ningyan was curious, but after she mentioned it, he became curious too. Despite his fatigue, he kissed Wan Ningyan. As they kissed, Wan Ningyan suddenly blushed and pushed Nguyen Yang away. "Ahem, you? Were you deliberately bullying me?" "Huh?" Nguyen Yang was confused. "I wasn't." "You were? You bastard. I was so worried about you, and now you're bullying me." Wan Ningyan finished her curse and ran to the inner cabin, leaving Nguyen Yang sitting there, completely unaware of what was happening. Chapter 354. When Nguyen Yang woke up again, it was already 2 p.m. Everything around him looked strange. He looked carefully and found himself lying on a bunk bed. His wet clothes had been removed, his hair was dry, and his snake phosphorus was gone. Nguyen Yang stared blankly at the duvet and thick blanket covering him. The colors and patterns were unmistakably Wan Ningyan's aesthetic. A smile played on his lips. Nguyen Yang got out of bed, changed into his combat uniform, and took out his thick coat. As he put them on, he looked inside the cabin. Surprisingly, no one was there, though laughter could be heard from outside. On the vast deck, Wan Ningyan was fishing with the Rose team, cheering and celebrating every time they landed a fish. Xiao Rou and Wei Mingy were watching the fire in the middle of the deck. They had set up a small stove, and Li Nu and Hua Lei were slicing fish at a small table nearby. "Miss Nguyen, you're awake." Xiao Rou stood up in surprise, a rare smile on her sullen face. Wan Ningyan, who was fishing nearby, heard the noise, dropped her fishing rod and ran over. But she stopped mid-run, her smile faded, and she snorted, returning to her fishing. Everyone watched this scene, their eyes darting back and forth between the two like they were eating melons. Only Mu Yi, engrossed in his fishing, complained upon seeing Wan Ningyan return. "Look at you, you just threw your fishing rod away. If I hadn't been quick, it would have fallen into the sea. No, why did you come back? Aren't you in a hurry to see your wife? Why aren't you saying anything? Why are you trying to grab my fishing rod? You didn't want it, so it's my turn now. Stop arguing." Wan Ningyan's face darkened upon seeing Nguyen Yang approaching. "She refused to give up the rod. I just slipped. I'm going to fish now." Qin Yun couldn't help but remind Mu Yi, "Sister Xiao Yi, please be considerate and don't make things worse. What mess did I make?" Kino looked around in confusion, then suddenly realized what had happened when he saw Nguyen Yang approaching. "Oh, you're putting on an act for your wife. Are you afraid she'd say you're not fishing hard enough?" Nguyen Yang couldn't help but hold his head in his hands and chuckled. This Mu Yi had a truly bizarre way of thinking. "Don't worry, I wouldn't blame my wife even if she couldn't catch a single fish." "How dare you?" Wan Ningyan muttered in retort. Nguyen Yang walked up behind her and handed the fishing rod to Kiyo, then pulled the reluctant woman to the other side of the deck. Honey, thank you for cleaning me up. And, what happened this morning? I was wrong. Although Nuan Yang didn't know what he had done wrong, Wan Ningyan was angry, so it must have been his fault. Humph, I'm not like you, full of evil intentions. I repay evil with kindness. Okay. My wife is the kindest and most understanding. Nuan Yang smiled, lowered his head, and kissed her lips. Without dodging or resisting, he offered her a way to reconcile. What happened while I was asleep? Tell me about it. Nothing much. After the captain stored the shark into space, the bombarded seabed no longer had any big fish daring to come. But there were small fish eating the scattered shark meat, so we kept fishing, adhering to the principle of not wasting anything. We caught a lot of mutant mackerel. Later, around noon, you were dozing off again, so the captain led everyone in grilling the shark meat. Honey, come on, go eat some too. Aren't we going to the village anyway? We'd be leaving just in time after we finish eating. Yes, we are. It was already getting a bit late, but fortunately, Fuzhou was closer to the village. Nuan Yang quickly devoured the grilled fish fillets Wei Mingyi and Zhao Rou had reserved for him. The shark meat was firm, but a little tough after grilling, so it was better to eat it with sauce. After eating, they sailed non-stop to the distant ice. The ice remained intact for a long distance from the fishing port. Nuan Yang didn't want to waste ammunition breaking the ice, so after everyone disembarked, he switched back to off-road mode. Ning Yen, and I will teach you how to fly the speeder bikes. Once you learned, we head to the village. Captain Wei, you and everyone should return to base early. Okay, but... Wei Mingyi twirled the emerald green beads in her hand, looked at Nuan Yang, and asked with a smile, can I make a request? Of course, as long as it's not excessive. I want to go with you to see the village. Huh? Nan Yang hadn't expected this. It wasn't that Wei Mingyi couldn't see the village, but when Team Rose and the others returned to base, someone would have to use a space shuttle to store the speeders, otherwise they'd be easily exposed. Space? Wei Mingyi looked at Wan Ningyan with a smile. Doesn't your wife also have a space? Wan Ningyan was stunned. I never told you I did, Captain, how did you know? Wei Mingyi's smile widened, and he raised his left hand to show the subspace ring. You have one too. Is it just for decoration? This? Wan Ningyan smiled awkwardly at Nuan Yang. Sorry, honey, I forgot about that. It's okay. Everyone will find out anyway. The subspace rings all look the same, but with different serial numbers. Exposure is inevitable. Since they're all family, Nuan Yang isn't worried. He quickly reconciles the original plan with the current changes, then takes out 2 flying motorcycles. How about this, Ningyan, you stay and teach everyone how to drive motorcycles, and then we return to base together. Captain Wei, the 4 students, and I will go to the village first. Captain Wei, please bring out your motorcycle as well. It'd make a total of 4, along with Ningyan's. I return it to Ningyan when we get back. Yes. After arranging the necessary matters, Nuan Yang instructed Zhao Rou to take good care of Wan Ningyan and Wen Yanru before driving off. After switching to autopilot, seeing that the arrival time was 2.5 hours, Nuan Yang first contacted Shuxiu village and briefly explained the situation. He then bought a super communicator for Wei Mingyi, who was in the passenger seat. Although we are in the same base, a communicator isn't really necessary, it's worth keeping just in case. Well, was this how Ningyan contacted you today after you fell into the water? Yes, don't you have a tactical scope? I help you integrate it. From now on, you can not only make calls but also share your view. Thank you. Wei Mingyi pulled out a bag of crystal cores from his spaceship and handed them to Nuan Yang. Don't get me wrong, this is just a token of gratitude. Without your transportation and fishing gear, we wouldn't be able to catch any fish. It's also thanks to your car that we were able to fend off the shark attacks. So you have to accept this thank you gift. Otherwise, our Rose team wouldn't be able to continue clinging to you for free. Nuan Yang didn't take it, feeling a little uncomfortable. Captain Wei, I know you're an upright person, but we're allies now. Do we really need to be so discreet? If you really want to thank me, just give each family a bit more fish. There's no need to be so detached with the crystal cores. Miss Nuan, don't you need crystal cores? Wei Mingyi placed the bag of crystal cores in Nuan Yang's arms. I said before, I never believe in free lunches. Those sci-fi gadgets of yours must be very expensive, right? The people in the Sichuan villages, Mongolia, Shaanxi, and the base all rely on you for support. If it were truly free, why would you charge them for supplies? Nuan Yang didn't respond, a tacit agreement. Everything costs points, and points are crystal cores. Having helped so many people, it was natural that they were expended, even nearly going bankrupt at one point. Thanks to your support, our Rose team has ample supplies, but few Esper players. Crystal cores aren't of much use to us right now, so a thank you gift would be perfect. And it happens to be what you desperately need. Take them. Wei Mingyi, you seem to be able to guess everything. Nuanyang sighed, looking at her with a look of relief. Luckily, you're my friend, otherwise I have a formidable rival. In the apocalypse, everyone's fighting to survive. Even if we weren't friends, I wouldn't become your enemy if I discovered anything. Nuanyang was delighted to hear this, and was about to praise Wei Mingyi when she added, at most, they steal some supplies. After all, your wife is pretty easy to fool. As expected of Wei Mingyi, her words were shocking. Fortunately, Wan Ningyan wasn't there, or she'd be furious after hearing this. Chapter 355. The journey was long, and by the time they arrived at Shuxiu village, Zhu Yi and the other three had already fallen asleep. Nuanyang woke them, and then Sister Lu and the others came trotting over, umbrellas and blankets in hand. Sister Nuan, you're finally here. Where are the four sisters? Nuanyang stepped aside. They were in the car. They did some hard labor, and fell asleep from exhaustion. They just woke up. Oh! Look how skinny you are. Why are you still doing hard labor? If you need help, just call us. As Sister Lu spoke, she had already covered each person with a thick blanket, and the sisters, one supporting the other, walked into the house. Sister Ying knew someone was coming, so she cleaned the house and made some soup. After dinner and a bath, you should be fine in a few days. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. It's snowing hard outside. Sister Lu, please go home. Sister Nuan, since you come all this way, why don't you come in and sit for a while? Even a meal would be nice. As Sister Lu spoke, she glanced at Wei Mingyi, who was standing behind Nuanyang. Then, Nuanyang remembered she hadn't introduced Wei Mingyi. I was so busy talking about those students just now, that I forgot to introduce you. This is Wei Mingyi, our ally. She comes from a martial arts family, and is proficient in all 18 martial arts. When we have the chance, let her teach us martial arts. What? A martial arts family? Sister Lu's eyes lit up, and she looked Wei Mingyi up and down. No wonder I immediately felt that this sister was extraordinary. The heroic spirit in her brow alone is beyond ordinary. May I ask what weapons Sister Wei usually uses? Sister Lu, you're too kind. I only know a few weapons. I'm clumsy, so I often practice with the 9-section whip. Since few people use it, I was able to scare her. Sister Nuan, please excuse me. Wei Mingyi not only hides her incompetence, but also calls her Sister Nuan. Doesn't that put her down by a generation? Good allies, suddenly their status becomes unequal. Nuanyang frowned, coughed, and persuaded Sister Lu to go back first. After we finish our tour, we go see Grandma Kong. Sister Lu, go back. There are radish soldiers patrolling the village. How can you get lost? Okay. Then you should go back to the house early. It's snowing, don't catch a cold. I have Sister Ying make some ginger soup. Yes, thank you for your help. After sending Sister Lu away, only Nuanyang and Wei Mingyi remained in the village. The women gathered inside, and from the sound of it, they were bringing food to Zhu Yi and the others. Come on, I show you around. Yes. Holding an umbrella, the two walked side by side towards the fields behind. Although the fields were frozen hard due to the extreme cold, the mutant cows helped plow the soil. The cabbages were almost ripe. It's so cold, and the soil is still so hard. Are these vegetables? The seeds you gave me? Yes, there are vegetables that are heat-resistant and drought-resistant in summer, and cold-resistant and frost-resistant in winter. So there's no need to worry about these vegetables. As long as we cultivate them year-round, there won't be a shortage. Wei Mingyi stared at the field full of vegetables for a long time, until a radish soldier passed by, and she turned around. What's that? A robot? That's a radish soldier. It can patrol 24 hours a day. I got them protecting the village. Although everyone practices martial arts, most of us are embroiderers. We can handle needlework, but not necessarily swords. We always have to have a life-saving weapon. Life-saving? Isn't it a patrol robot? How does it protect us? That robot is in communication with me, and will notify me if it encounters danger. It's also equipped with a machine gun that can kill enemies. If it encounters an enemy it can't resist, it will self-destruct, buying time and giving us more chances to escape. That's the death squad, isn't it? That's great. Let's go! That's the breeding area. I show you some live mutant animals. Nuanyang was more pleased with the village's breeding area than with farming. The women there were meticulous and clean, and the area had been beautifully renovated and comfortable, with frequent cleaning, so there was little odor. Yin Yin and I met these 3 mutant cows in Coal Hill. They're very human-like. Knowing we saved their family, they've been very well behaved and cooperative with us when we plow the fields. Yin Yin and I caught these mutant chickens in the mountains. They're delicious and incredibly good at laying eggs. We always cook a few on missions to help with their ability recovery. That sheep belongs to Kimujit's family. If you want to visit Inner Mongolia, I can take you with me at the end of the month. We're going to do a trade. Wei Mingyi was looking at the mutant chickens and smiled faintly at Wanyang's words. Even though Waningyan isn't here, I heard a lot about your memories. If we go to Inner Mongolia together, wouldn't we be fed an endless supply of dog food? Wanyang then realized he'd just been discussing a lot of things with Waningyan. Although they all involved mutant animals, others might have thought they were flirting. Captain Wei, I'm sorry, I didn't pay attention. If I could, bring Xiaoro or Nian Nian with you next time we go to Inner Mongolia. Wouldn't it be more comfortable to have 2 third-party companions? Oh, thank you so much. After a short walk around the village, the 2 returned to the main house. The 4 female university students had already finished their meal and were bathing. Wanyang, understanding the situation, wanted to give the village some fish, both for a change of taste and to provide some nutritional support. After discussing it with Wei Mingyi, he gave Sister Ying 1 mutant mackerel, 5 sea bass, and 5 mackerel, and also took out the prepared Chinese medicine. The swordfish is a thank you gift for taking in and caring for those students. The Chinese herbs are for future use. Captain Wei wants to trade the remaining fish for some vegetables. Sister Ying, please discuss this with Captain Wei. Very good, very good. We're allies, so we're family. Sister Ying invited Wei Mingyi to sit at the table. Drink some of the ginger soup first. As for the vegetables, I asked Wan Yu to take Xiao Salin to get them. We checked the quantity later. Seeing that Wei Mingyi was getting along well with everyone, Nguyen Yang went to the inner room to find Grandma Kong. She wanted to know if there were any difficulties in the village that she couldn't share. Nothing difficult. I practice martial arts, farm, feed animals, and patrol every day. I'm having a happy life, much happier than in the hottest days. Grandma Kang's words didn't sound false, but Nguyen Yang saw a subtle expression on her face, as if she was concealing a lie. Really? Grandma Kong, I made it all this trouble to come here. If there's anything, please tell me. Don't let anything get out of hand. It's nothing serious. Grandma Kong sighed, observing the bustling scene outside. Everyone's working hard, but we're women after all. How can we be out in the cold every day? Several of them have had stomach aches. Young girls like Xiaowan and Lizzie never had menstrual cramps before, but now they do. It's just that medicine is in short supply right now, and there aren't any doctors around. Nguyen Yang thought it was probably a cold uterus caused by the cold. Western medicine only relieves pain, not cures it. Traditional Chinese medicine, on the other hand, regulates the body and can achieve a cure. Xiao Yu's family could definitely help. Grandma Kong, there's a solution. Please get a few sisters and friends who have stomachaches to write down their feelings. Where does it hurt, how it hurts, and how long it lasts. Write it down clearly. I take them back to a Chinese medicine doctor and prescribe some Chinese medicine. Chinese medicine doctor? One girl, Western medicine is hard to find these days. Where are you going to find herbs? Grandma, you don't have to worry about that. It just takes some time to prepare the medicine. I bring it back at the end of the month. If anyone has a stomachache now, just take some ibuprofen for the pain. Don't skimp on those heat packs. Just ask me for more if you run out. As long as it's not free, Grandma will feel comfortable taking it. I understand, Grandma Kong. You don't have to ask me about that. I understand. As long as you understand. Chapter 356. On the way back to the base, Nguyen Yang had wanted to take a nap to replenish her energy, but when she saw Wei Mingyi, deep in thought and showing no sign of rest, she felt it was inappropriate for her to sleep soundly, so she forced herself to chat with her despite her fatigue. Captain Wei, how is my backup survival area? Good and bad. What do you mean? Nguyen Yang's sleepiness instantly dissipated, and she sat up straight, awaiting Wei Mingyi's next words. She had thought Wei Mingyi would be completely reassured after reading them, but she hadn't expected him to find them bad. Wei Mingyi looked at Nguyen Yang and smiled faintly. Literally, this place is both good and bad. If you want to hear it, I tell you. Just don't get angry after I'm done. If you want to hear it, go ahead. I won't get angry. Wei Mingyi stopped playing with the beads and began to seriously analyze the village's strengths and weaknesses with Nguyen Yang. Just looking at the production and manufacturing in the village, It's quite backward. There's no manufacturing, only agriculture and animal husbandry. While there's trade with muge, and there's no shortage of vegetables and fresh meat and eggs, compared to the base, there's a supply exchange station, a mission hall, a hospital, rentals, a cafeteria, a power plant, and a coal mine. In Area A, there's even a research institute, which can be quickly set up if needed. So, in terms of production and manufacturing, the base is overwhelmingly superior. Looking at defense, the base has a well-trained army, combat-trained squads, a growing number of psychics, and tens of thousands of residents. If faced with a zombie wave, their human wave tactics, combined with the base's arsenal, should hold out for a long time. What about the village? A group of embroidering women, even if they trained daily for half a year, would need significant improvement. Without psychics, without tall, sturdy walls, relying solely on carrot soldiers and firearms, how many minutes could they hold out against a large zombie wave? Also, and this is what I'm most worried about, the village is extremely vulnerable to looting or even seizure. In extreme weather conditions, those who survive are either exceptionally powerful psychics, have abundant supplies, or have ample ammunition. Their common long-term needs are fresh vegetables and meat, which the village fully meets. Wei Mingyi propped up her chin and looked at Wan Yang with interest. If you were any of them, and stumbled upon the village, what would you do? Wan Yang's expression grew increasingly grim. She knew, of course, that the village couldn't compare to the base, but as Wei Mingyi outlined all of the village's shortcomings, her panic only grew. If it were me, I seek cooperation, but anyone else? I'm afraid they massacre the entire village. Have you thought of a countermeasure? Yes. Wan Yang took out the crystal core extract. I'm breaking it down. Once I'm sure it's non-toxic and has no side effects, I distribute some to the village. If there are any psychics, their combat effectiveness will be enhanced. Where did you get this? The military is limiting purchases right now. There aren't enough for our own people. It was a gift from the military for my wedding. There were 5 tubes in total, but I was suspicious, so I used one for testing. Wan Yang then took out 2 tubes and gave them to Wei Mingyi. Take these. I was planning to give them to you after the results came back, but since we agreed, I give them to you now. But don't use them now. Wait until I confirm they're safe. Wei Mingyi didn't refuse this time and readily accepted them. Thanks, but you only have 2 left for yourself, and you're giving some to the village. Is that enough? I'm giving both to the village. My family doesn't need them anymore. Oh. Wei Mingyi gave a sly smile. So your wife has superpowers too. Wan Yang leaned back in her chair, as if she had lost all her strength and resources. She had never imagined that simply discussing village issues with Wei Mingyi would lead to information being tricked out of her. Judging from your reaction, I guess right. What kind of ability is it? Don't worry, I won't tell her I know. Wan Yang raised her eyelids and glanced at Wei Mingyi. She had a feeling that someone with a righteous demeanor was actually quite sinister, and she sighed silently. Fire element? Sure enough, she's not cold even with so little clothing, and she doesn't have a cold or fever. Everything makes sense. You haven't suspected it for a long time, have you? Well, I was a little suspicious at first, thinking she had a strength ability. But then, I noticed she didn't have a cold or fever despite wearing so little, and since I knew you were a dual ability user, I figured she was at least a fire element. At least a fire element. Wan Yang felt even more powerless. Wei Mingyi was too clever. It felt like the more she talked to her, the more she let slip. I'm a little tired and want to sleep for a while, Captain Wei. Please do as you please. Okay, I wish you a good sleep. Wan Yang took out a blanket and turned his back to Wei Mingyi. He looked exhausted, but in reality, he was mired in self-doubt. Wan Ningyan was a big sieve, and so was he. Sigh. At 9:42 p.m., they arrived at the base. Wei Mingyi didn't want to take Wan Yang's car and planned to walk back slowly. It's okay to go back together. Zhao Ro can bribe the security guard to erase my travel records. No, what if the bribery doesn't work, or if they manage to get both sides to agree? If the military sees us coming home late together, they not only suspect you, but also suspect we're colluding. Wan Yang checked the surveillance system. There were no zombies or survivors nearby, so it shouldn't be a problem. Okay, I'd be going back first. Be safe. Okay. Back at the base, Wan Yang handed a pack of cigarettes to the guard, who was about to register, as they entered Area B. Miss Wan, you're offering a bribe? Really? Wan Yang smiled, and pulled a box of chocolates from her pocket. Is my stuff not good enough, or do you prefer wine? The male soldier hurriedly stuffed the cigarettes and chocolates into his thick cotton coat, glanced around, and put the registration form away. Don't do it again. Okay, don't do it again. Nuanyang smiled as she drove in. Don't do it again was the second time. Bribery is something that happens once, and twice, and countless times. It's not easy to control one's greed and luck. Back home, everyone was up, gathered around the fire, chatting, and eating snacks. Seeing Nuanyang return, Mother Wan immediately got up and brought out the fish soup. Xiaoyang, you worked hard. Come and have some fish soup. This mackerel is so fresh, just perfect for warding off the cold. Okay, thank you, Mom. Nuanyang brought the fish soup and sat down next to Wan Ningyan. She casually placed a plate of peeled sunflower seeds in front of Nuanyang. This is for you. Eating these tonight will make you fat, so you should eat them. Wan Ningfeng immediately raised her hand. Sister, next time you're feeling fat, give them to me. I'm not afraid of getting fat. Get lost. What's it to you if I peel them for my wife? Stingy. When I find a wife, I have her peel them for me too. Nuanyang chuckled, thanked Wan Ningyan, and began to drink the soup and eat the sunflower seeds. He was a little hungry after not having dinner, so he had a good meal to eat before bed. By the way, Nuanyang, Mom said the military came today and asked you to be prepared. You might have to go on a mission soon. Military? What mission? They said they found some coal and are checking other supply points. Once they confirm everything, they plan to go out and bring it all back, so it might take a while. I see. Is it Shinjun again? Wan Ningyan nodded. I heard he's awakened his powers. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to hold on to his position as leader of the search team. Recalling the previous team configuration, Nuanyang agreed. Indeed, with so many people with powers these days, it would be hard for him to convince the others if he didn't awaken one. The two were chatting. One day, Wan Ningyan suddenly leaned over to Nuanyang's ear and whispered, Nian and I have already told everyone about our fishing adventure, but we haven't mentioned the shark incident. Don't let anything slip, or Mom will definitely worry. Okay, I understand. Do you want to come with us on this mission? No, I'm helping the Rose team cut down trees and find supplies. Have you told Mom yet? Hey! I'm not ready yet. I tell Mom in a few days. Nuanyang said nothing, seeing Wan Ningyan's evasive look. She didn't know why Wan Ningyan was so afraid to confess everything to her mother. She just hoped she wouldn't be discovered before she did. Chapter 357. Amused. The next morning, Nuanyang was still sound asleep when Wan Ningyan woke him. He looked at the time and saw it was only 5:40. Stop it, get some sleep. I'm not making a fuss. Hurry up, please. Honey, why are you up so early? Wan Ningyan pulled the blanket over their heads and grumbled softly, Don't you remember what you promised me last night? Hurry up and get up. Or how am I going to get out? Out? Nuanyang reluctantly opened his eyes. Where are we going? We're going to chop trees with the Rose team. They need to get there early to secure a spot. They're leaving at 6. Hurry up. How am I going to tell Mom? Nuanyang had woken up too early, his mind still groggy. He vaguely remembered something, blinking as he thought about it when he felt a soft touch against his lips. He raised his eyes, unable to see Wan Ningyan's expression, only her rapid breathing smacked against his face. Is this okay? Realizing Wan Ningyan had misunderstood, Nuanyang was momentarily at a loss for words. During this moment of hesitation, Wan Ningyan took the initiative and kissed him again, this time even longer, and even sucked on Nuanyang's lower lip flatteringly. Is that enough? I'm warning you, don't go too far. If you bully me again, I won't let you touch me. Not allowed to touch me. Nuanyang instantly regained consciousness, immediately threw back the blanket, and pulled him up. Hurry, wash up and get out. The elderly were light sleepers, and upon hearing the noise, both Wan's mother and father woke up. Nuanyang saw this, and waved Wan Ningyan to the bathroom, leaving him to deal with the two elders. Xiaoyang, why are you and Yin up so early? Well, Mom, I was so busy yesterday that I forgot to tell you I had to go out this morning. I won't have time for breakfast. Don't get up and get busy. Just go back to sleep. We'll be back before dinner. Where are you going so early? Chopping wood? Didn't you go fishing with the Rose team yesterday? I heard they need to chop wood this morning, so I like to help out. Mother Wan glanced out the window in confusion. It was pitch black, and she couldn't help but worry. Is chopping wood so early? And the firewood is soaked in snow, so it's wet and smoky when it burns. It's better to give them some coal, which burns longer and is cleaner. Mom, you know the captain of the guard. He's fair and impartial. He buy what he wants, but they don't have enough crystal cores, so they can only give us half firewood and half charcoal. There's nothing I can do. Mother One seemed to remember something and lay down again. Alas, you're such a stubborn idiot. Then you two should be careful and come back early. I know, Mom. Having narrowly escaped danger, Nuanyang entered the bathroom and saw Wan Ningyan already washed up. He pretended to be disappointed, causing Wan Ningyan to look anxious before finally speaking with a smile. Mom, just brush it off. You scared me to death. Wan Ningyan breathed a sigh of relief, hugged Nuanyang, and kissed him. Honey, you're so good. Without you, I don't know how I could have lied to Mom. I didn't lie. I was supposed to be helping chop wood, but you were the one who went, not me. I know. Go wash up. You're going to be late. Nuanyang, with dark circles under his eyes, quickly washed up, fixed his hair, and drove them downstairs to the building where Team Chiangwei lived. By this time, the Rose team had assembled downstairs and was loading axe, rope, and other tools onto a cart. On top of it were some woven bags labeled urea. Captain! Wan Ningyan trotted over to Wei Mingyi and stood at attention. Wan Ningyan reports. Wei Mingyi glanced at Wan Ningyan, then turned to look at Nuanyang approaching from a distance and smiled. Although I wasn't late, scouting isn't a good habit. Next time, arrive at least 5 minutes early for the gathering. Can you do that? Yes. Okay, then return to the group. Seeing Wan Ningyan return, Nuanyang came over to greet Wei Mingyi and curiously asked why they were still using carts. Wouldn't it be more time efficient and labor saving to just fly over on a motorcycle and chop down trees and store them in the space? After the battle with Liang Haiping, our Rose team has become quite famous in the base. Everyone coming in and out, not just the military, but even ordinary people, will glance at them. This situation means that everyone's words and actions are being scrutinized. Chopping wood without anyone watching would be impossible to explain the constant smoke and flames in the house. Besides, relying on the space isn't good for everyone. I might turn into a zombie someday, so everyone needs to be prepared for the space to disappear. After hearing this explanation, Nuanyang admired Wei Mingyi even more and gave him a thumbs up. Captain Wei is incredibly thoughtful and cautious. I admire you. Wei Mingyi chuckled. You were so careless that you let me know so many things. Nuanyang was speechless. Unexpectedly, Wei Mingyi leaned in close and said to Wan Ningyan, "Aren't you cold wearing so little?" Wan Ningyan was stunned for a moment, then immediately pulled a down jacket from her space and put it on over her combat uniform. It's freezing. I was in a hurry this morning and forgot to put it on. Wei Mingyi's smile widened even more than before. Turning back to Nuanyang, he whispered, "Look at your silly wife. Not only can she not hide her powers, but if it weren't dark, someone might have seen her space just now. Captain Wei is right. I talked to her later." Nuanyang was so embarrassed she couldn't even lift her head. As soon as the Rose team left, she hurried back to the car, her face flushing and pale with embarrassment, but she felt helpless. What frustrated her most was that she couldn't go home yet, and she had nowhere to go. She could only drive to the welfare home, sleep in the car, and return at noon. Wan Ningyan wouldn't go home so early, but Nuanyang couldn't sleep in the car all day. If the military came looking for her again, not seeing her at home for 2 consecutive days might arouse suspicion. Nuanyang slept until 11 o'clock, then leisurely drove home. He explained that after helping cut down the trees, Wan Ningyan would stay with the Rose team to help chop firewood, and he had to return early because he needed help from Xiaoyu's family. This matter really can't be delayed. For us women, if we're constantly exposed to the cold, menstrual cramps are minor ailments. We're worried about irregular menstruation, uterine cold, and other conditions. Mother One handed Nuanyang the packed lunch box and said, "Go ahead. When you ask for help, you should bring a gift and be polite." "Okay, Mom. I go first." "Wait." Mother One called Nuanyang back, helped her tighten her scarf, and put earmuffs on her ears, only to feel relieved. "Go ahead. The ground is slippery. Take your time. Don't rush." Nuanyang looked at Mother One, her eyes slightly moist. She smiled and responded, slowly heading towards Xiaoyu's house. The atmosphere at Xiaoyu's house was a bit off. After explaining her purpose and giving her a gift, she inquired about the situation and learned that the 2 elders had been fired. Why were they fired? Even if there were a cure, they couldn't rely on psychics to treat every illness. How dare the military reject a profession as scarce as doctors? Grandma Yuan sighed, "They just dismissed us because they think we're too old, too slow, and less efficient than young people. And if anything happens, they have to pay us a subsidy." Grandpa Kong wiped his tears and apologized to Grandma Yuan. I'm sorry, Shufan. It's all my fault for not walking carefully and falling. The military gave us the subsidy and then dismissed you too. I'm useless. It's not your fault. If there's anyone to blame, blame us for being old. We would have retired before too. The military has done its best. The military dismissed the two elderly people and gave them a subsidy, leaving only Aunt Kai and Uncle Yuan. While Zombie offered many benefits, the pressure on a family of 5 with only 2 people working to support them was immense. Especially since the elderly were indeed old, future medical expenses would cost a lot of points. Xiaoyu is also growing, so she needs vegetables and protein, which is more than 2 ordinary doctors can afford. While the military's decision was understandable, it only served to further secure Nanyang's grip on Xiaoyu's family. The military couldn't afford to support the traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, who was vulnerable to injury in the extreme cold, but Nanyang could. After exaggerating the military's faults, Nanyang proposed that the 2 elders work for him. That's unfortunate. I need your help with a bunch of Chinese herbal prescriptions, and I also need to package the herbs. I don't recognize the herbs or know how to measure them, so how can I possibly package them? Why don't you work for me? It saved me the headache of having to think about what gifts to bring every time I ask for your help. Let's just pay you by the piece. Grandma Yuan immediately waved her hand in refusal. No. We're not telling you this to ask for a job, but it just happened to be a coincidence that you came across it, so we can't hide it from you. As for writing the prescriptions and packaging the herbs, it's all to thank you for your help in the past. Let's put it this way. If we agree to pay you by the piece, where will our dignity be? Grandpa Kong. Grandpa echoed, yes, one shouldn't be ungrateful or shameless. Who would continue to ask for favors before repaying a favor? Nanyang, please don't mention this salary. It's not like our family is without a source of income. Aunt Kai and Uncle Yuan also joined in the dissuasion. We have medical skills, how can we survive at the base? Don't worry, or I won't be able to tell you if something happens later, as it will seem like we have ulterior motives. Nanyang, constantly being criticized by Xiaoyu's family, didn't know how to persuade them. He figured he'd do this for now, and then call Mother Wan and Wan Ningyan. If he couldn't convince 4 of them by himself, how could 3 of them? Chapter 358. Back home, the living room felt a bit deserted. Father Wan had taken Wan Ningfeng upstairs to harvest vegetables. When Yinru and Yuer were in their room changing the quail's bedding, even Lucky and Ingbao had slept together by the stove. Nanyang could only tell Mother Wan about Xiaoyu's family's misfortune to ease his anguish. Is Grandpa Kong okay? Yes, he had a broken bone. I went to the hospital to see a doctor, but he was reluctant to see me because it cost too much points. He went home and stayed in bed halfway through treatment. Nanyang thought about the state of Grandpa Kang's wound and guessed, the bone should be healed, but the flesh is still there. I think he'd be fine in a week. It takes 100 days to heal a broken bone. The elderly have a slow metabolism, so it will take even longer. Mother Wan anxiously stood up and headed for the refrigerator. Xiaoyang, we have a lot of soup bones at home. Can I give some to Grandpa Kong to nourish him? Mother Wan and Wan Ningyan sometimes have similar personalities. They ask questions, but are already taking action. If she refused, she would probably be upset. Nanyang thought, after all, these are just some soup bones. They are far less delicious than fresh fish, so she agreed. Okay, but it took a lot of persuasion to get them to accept the gift just now, so I'm afraid these bones won't be accepted. No problem, Mom will go with you, and I make sure they accept it. Well, it's best to persuade the 2 elders to accept the job as well. I can't guarantee that, but I just do my best. Okay. Mother Wan picked out some lamb and yak bones, plus 2 old hens that had been prepared but not eaten yet. Even in the freezing weather, they weren't afraid of spoiling. She placed them in a bamboo basket, covered it with a tarpaulin, said goodbye to Wen Yinru and Yuer in the bedroom, and left. Wait, Xiaoyang, look, isn't that Captain Qin? Nanyang spotted a figure at the entrance to Area B and zoomed in with his tactical scope. It was indeed Qin Jun. It's Captain Qin, probably here to see me. Mother Wan snatched the bamboo basket away. Then I go by myself? You talk to Captain Qin. Mom, why don't you wait until I'm done? It's quite heavy, and there's thick snow on the road. You might fall. It's such a short distance. What could go wrong? Hurry back and gather your things. Don't let Captain Qin find you. I'm leaving. Nanyang couldn't resist. After a few words of advice, she waved to Qin Jun from a distance and hurried back inside to store everything that shouldn't have been there. When Qin Jun reached the door, Nuanyang realized he was holding a mutated needlefish. Before the apocalypse, this fish was very small, only 20 to 40 centimeters long and tasted insignificant. After the mutation, it was nearly a meter long and could be cut into pieces and braised like hairtail. Of course, that wasn't the point. The point was that the military actually managed to get a fish. It was covered in snow, presumably frozen, and shipped back to base. Miss Nuan, these are supplies from the military. Supplies? Nuanyang feigned surprise and ignored the message. I haven't been on a single mission since the extreme cold, so how could I possibly be asked for supplies? I have a new mission coming up soon, so I might be away for a long time, so I sent you a fish. Qin Jun said as he found a small hook on the wall and hung the string from the fish's mouth. Miss Nuan, don't be offended by the small size of the fish. There are only 7 in total, and this is the biggest one you're getting. The biggest one? Nuanyang feigned surprise again. Captain Chen, did you find a fish? Yes, Sanyang Mountain is quite close to the sea. We sent people to investigate during the extreme heat, and the sea hadn't dried up. So after the blizzard subsided, we went back to check the situation. Surprisingly, there were actually fish surviving in the sea. Qin Jun's happy expression slowly faded. It's just that those fish have mutated and are very strong. Our tools can only catch small ones, like braided fish and needlefish. So, there are fish in the seas off Fuzhou, and certainly in Province Z as well. However, hearing that the military's tools can only catch small fish made Nuanyang feel relieved. So what should we do? Food is scarce now, and achieving a balanced diet is difficult. We can't give up on this fish. Don't worry, Miss Nuan. We have a solution. We just need your help. Captain Chen, please don't be shy. I do my best to help you. Qin Jun pulled a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Nuanyang. The mission plan was written at the top, followed by the coal washing plant, shipyard, and port. Miss Nuan, this mission is quite time-consuming. Driving is difficult in the freezing cold, and the destinations are far apart, so it might take 4 or 5 days. It's okay. I'm supposed to do it. When do we leave? 5 a.m. the day after tomorrow. That's fine with me, but why do we need to go to the shipyard? To catch fish? Well, the Research Institute is rushing to build fishing nets that can withstand the weight and impact of the mutant fish, but they need heavy-duty fishing boats, so we have to go to the shipyard. Qin Jun sighed. It's just that the shipyard is far away, so Miss Nuan will have to travel with us. It's okay. If we can actually catch some fish, I benefit too. I usually eat dried fish, which isn't very tasty. Having some fresh seafood won't hurt the extra days. After settling the matter, Qin Jun prepared to leave. As Nuanyang saw him off, she noticed he wasn't dressed too warmly. She tentatively asked, and Qin Jun readily admitted it. You awakened your fire ability, which is quite common, but at least you're not afraid of this awful weather anymore. That's great. I envy you. Nuanyang hunched her neck to avoid the chill seeping into her clothes. I'm so cold I don't even want to go out right now. I'm probably going to catch another cold after this mission. Don't worry, Miss Nuan. I get some extra gas and turn up the car heater. Thank you, Captain Chen. Be careful on the road. After seeing them off, Nuanyang immediately returned to the house. It was snowing again. After releasing Lucky and Yingbao, she hurried to meet Mother Wan with an umbrella. On the way, Nuanyang began to quickly review the events of the past 2 days. Wei Mingyi made her feel that her so-called caution was superficial, and she needed to be more rigorous. She also needed to have a good talk with Wan Ningyan. The fishing incident that day, when Wan Ningyan abandoned her to lure away the sharks, had left Nuanyang terrified, and she didn't want it to happen again. Secondly, the new military mission had reduced Nuanyang's suspicions of the military. If the military wanted a spatial ability user to replace her, there was no need to include the coal mission in this mission. The base's coal reserves would easily last 3 months, and collecting it herself would require a 20% profit share, which would be a waste of time. Now it seems that the military may have been too busy at the base, coupled with the fishing issue, for issuing the mission late. In addition, the military wanted to use fishing nets to catch fish, which also made Nuanyang uncomfortable. He couldn't do something even with the system's support, but the military could actually do it. What was the point of all the hard and thrilling fishing before? He had to find a way to borrow a boat to use. The fish caught could be raised. If he could find freshwater fish, the river in the village that had dried up could be used for aquaculture. Chapter 359. When they reached Xiaoyu's door, Mother Wan was just leaving. Seeing Nuanyang, her eyes were filled with surprise and joy, and she smiled as she returned the umbrella to Aunt Kai. My Xiaoyang is here to pick me up. You can relax. Go back inside, it's cold outside. Aunt Kai looked envious. Aunt Chen is so lucky to have such a thoughtful daughter-in-law. She's kind to Xiaowan and you too. If Xiaoyu could have someone like her in the future, I'd die with my eyes wide open. She'd be there, but the world is in turmoil right now. If you want Xiaoyu to be happy, you have to let her grow up healthy and safe. Mother One held Aunt Kai's hand like an elder. Xiao Kai, discuss Xu Yang's proposal with everyone. You can't let the child suffer if it's hard on you. I understand, Aunt Chen. We discuss it thoroughly. I let old Yuan know when we have a conclusion. Okay. Then we be leaving. Nuan Yang, holding the umbrella, leaned closer to Mother Wan. Seeing her good mood, she guessed things were going well. It's great. Not only did we get the broth, but we also got some work done. Mom is amazing. How did you do it? Not amazing, really. I just figured out their weak spot. Strongest spot? Xiaoyu? That's right. A medical family like theirs has a strong pedigree, dating back to their ancestors. Even if they agreed to stand by us for saving their lives, they wouldn't feel comfortable accepting our help. With this unity, we can only start with Xiaoyu. No matter how hard life may be for adults, their immune systems are strong, and they don't get sick that easily. But it's different for children. Malnutrition can lead to a host of symptoms. Her family are all doctors, so how could they not know the severity of the situation? And just now, I saw Xiaoyu. She's even thinner than when it was so hot. She doesn't seem very energetic after her illness. Unlike Yuer, who's always full of energy and has been gaining strength lately. Mother One glanced at Xiaoyu's family behind her and said to Nuanyang in a low voice, when I was trying to persuade them, I deliberately exaggerated Xiaoyu's condition and kept comparing her to Yuer. I almost made Xiaokai cry. It wasn't very kind, but it was effective. Nuanyang couldn't help but burst out laughing. She finally knew who Ningyan took after. She was just like Wan Mama. She looked gentle and kind, but she always had some nasty tricks that shocked everyone. The snow was getting heavier. Nuanyang was worried about Wan Ningyan. After returning home, she gave the mutant needlefish to Wan Mama and quickly called Wan Ningyan to ask when she would be back. Wife. Don't worry, we're chopping wood. We'll be back as soon as we fill the cart. How long will it take? It's snowing heavily. I'm worried about you getting into trouble. Almost there. I promise I'll be home in an hour. Hang up. Wan Ningyan didn't give Nuanyang a. Without a chance to talk, she hung up the phone, angering Nuanyang even more. He was especially furious when he thought about how she pushed him aside without consulting him, and had led the shark away alone. Nuanyang sat on the sofa with a sullen face, waiting for Wan Ningyan to return. His aura was so subdued that Yuer didn't dare approach him. When Wan Ningyan arrived, her family frantically winked and signaled at her. She got the signal, but before she could respond, Nuanyang dragged her to the second-floor bedroom. Nuanyang, be gentle. It hurts. Nuanyang loosened his grip, but remained completely unconvinced. Don't give me that. I didn't use any force. Don't try to distract me with that. It really hurts. Wan Ningyan rubbed her right wrist, her eyes slowly turning red. I chopped down 9 trees today, chopping wood for 3 or 4 hours. My wrist and base of my thumb are aching. You just pulled, and it hurts so badly. It really hurts? Yeah. Wan Ningyan's voice was tinged with tears, and Nuanyang's heart was in turmoil. He sat her down on the bed, and carefully rubbed her wrist. Is it better now? Yeah, my wife's rub is still so good. It's much better. Wan Ningyan leaned against Nuanyang, pouting coquettishly and planting kisses on Nuanyang's cheeks. Nuanyang knew this was Wan Ningyan's plan. Now that you're feeling much better, tell me. When the shark attacked, why did you push me away and try to divert it alone? Did you know that was dangerous? If Wei Mingyi and Yen Yen hadn't come to your rescue, not only would your wrist have been lost, but you probably have been killed. It wasn't that serious. I saw your ice element wasn't working, so I wanted to divert the shark and use a fireball. Who knew the captain would come so quickly and drag me away? Otherwise, I could have burned the shark. Wan Ningyan's voice faded as she spoke. Her beautiful eyes now looked at Nuanyang with pity. Seeing Nuanyang's gloomy face, she quickly hugged him and acted like a spoiled child. I know it was a bit risky, but I didn't want anything to happen to you. You're not good at ice element, and your gold element level is low. As a max level Esper and your wife, there's nothing wrong with me stepping in and helping you. That's not a reason to risk your life. You came with me. If fire element didn't work, at least I could have taken you to hide in the SUV. You ran so far. Do you know how devastated I was? I couldn't even get to you. Knowing Wan Ningyan's temperament well, Nuanyang stood up and took off his pants, revealing his bruised knees. They weren't painful anymore, but they were purplish blue, looking frightening. Wan Ningyan had indeed calmed down, squatting down to look at her knees, her voice trembling with worry. Are you injured? Why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you ask Zhao Rou for treatment? It was a minor injury. Zhao Rou treated everyone, so I didn't bother her. Nuanyang squatted down to look at Wan Ningyan's worried face, softening his voice. Ningyan, I know what you're thinking, but don't take such risks in the future. We're wife and teammates, and we should solve problems together. Didn't you always say I was too arbitrary, and didn't consider you a teammate? What about you? After your strength increased, you also treated me like a burden? I'm not. I'm just what? Wan Ningyan pursed her lips and said nothing. Nuanyang, well aware of her subtle thoughts, pointed them out. Do you think I wouldn't know if you didn't tell me? If I lure away the sharks, even fire types won't be able to withstand them. At least I can survive. That's the reason you took the risk, right? Wan Ningyan didn't deny it, but simply asked Nuanyang if he was angry. No, I was more sad. Ningyan, do you know what I was thinking when I was drowning in the sea? I don't know. I think I was thinking about you. I was thinking about you. I told myself I couldn't die, because if I did, you commit suicide for love. So I had to live well. I didn't want you to do anything stupid. Ningyan, when you decided to protect me with your life, did you think about me like that? Do you think I would survive? And when there were clear ways to survive, why did you choose to risk your life? Nuanyang had no intention of arguing with Wan Ningyan, nor did she want to lecture her. The more she thought about it, the more frightened she became. Wan Ningyan had always been impulsive, and now that she had attained her max-level superpower, her initiative had only grown stronger. She was truly terrified that Wan Ningyan might accidentally lose her life. I'm sorry. I was only thinking about your safety at the time. I didn't consider that a fire type would be no match for a shark. I was indeed reckless. So what about today? Did you hang up on me? Huh? Wan Ningyan panicked for a moment, then started to play dumb. No, it's snowing. The captain told us to finish chopping wood and get back to base quickly. I was so anxious. Nuanyang pinched her chin with a cold face. Don't do that again, or I really get mad. Nuanyang thought she was being serious, but the scene was actually a bit hilarious. She had taken off her pants, squatting on the ground in her panties, and pinched Wan Ningyan's chin, who was also squatting on the ground. Wan Ningyan couldn't help but laugh. Chuckles. Seeing Nuanyang's still stern expression, she quickly pulled out a blanket and wrapped it around her legs. I didn't mean to laugh. It's just that the way you look and what you're saying makes you seem very what? Very tempting. Nuanyang put his pants on with a scowl, appearing calm, but his toes curled up in embarrassment. I had originally wanted to persuade Wan Ningyan to be less impulsive and more cooperative, and then talk about Wei Mingyue and Qinjun. Now, it felt like I was seducing her. Chapter 360. After their lovemaking, Nuanyang embraced Wan Ningyan and lay down on the bed, resting. She couldn't understand how the medicated wine she was supposed to use could have gone off accidentally. An hour ago, Nuanyang felt the atmosphere was awkward and wanted to end the conversation, hoping to discuss it another time, but Wan Ningyan stopped her, saying she wanted to help Nuanyang apply the medicine. Nuanyang wanted to say it wasn't necessary, but seeing Wan Ningyan's red eyes and worried expression, she agreed. The temperature on the second floor was low, and the bedroom felt like an ice cellar. Without any emotional support, Nuanyang was already freezing. She turned on the air conditioner, half-dressed, and sat down on the edge of the bed. Wan Ningyan squatted under the bed, holding the medicated wine. She poured it into her palm and, using her fire ability, rubbed circles of it onto Nuanyang's knees. It felt so hot and burning that Nuanyang felt the heat penetrate his bones, numb and comfortable. Soon, the touch of his knees made Nuanyang's mind wander. The air conditioner was still blowing towards the bed, making his face feel hot, but the cold air around the bed kept coming, a world of ice and fire. Next time. Be careful. Wei Mingyue has discovered your superpowers. Nuanyang said this to distract himself, which made Wan Ningyan stop moving. She didn't believe she had been exposed. I hid it well. I only use my superpowers when I'm with you. I act like an ordinary person the rest of the time. How could the captain find out? Then did you use fire to keep your body warm when you were out? Yes, it was because I was cold. Wei Mingyue noticed. When you go out, you don't even wear a thick coat or a scarf. You don't look like a normal person who's afraid of the cold. Nuanyang mercilessly exposed all of Wan Ningyan's carelessness. After spilling the beans, including the details of her conversation with Wei Mingyi, Wan Ningyan was filled with regret and sat down next to Nuanyang, blaming herself. I didn't notice so many things, Nuanyang. I'm so sorry, I was so stupid. The captain caught on. Wei Mingyi is just too clever. We live at the base, so it's impossible for us to notice everything. There's always a chance of slipping up, and she's so cunning that she pulled all the stops, coaxing and deceiving us. Nuanyang sighed. Fortunately, Wei Mingyi is one of us, but we've been too lax lately. We need to put on a proper front when we go out. If the military notices, the consequences could be disastrous. Okay, got it. Wan Ningyan responded obediently, her hand casually resting on Nuanyang's thigh. Too close, her palm too warm, and Nuanyang's gaze, having finally averted it, returned to Wan Ningyan. After a long day of hard work, the knuckles of her hands were rubbed red by the handle of the hatchet, and her wrists were sore and tender. Nuanyang simply tried to remove her hand, but when he touched her wrist, she let out a delicate sound and looked at him with a wronged look, as if blaming him for not being gentle with her. Where's the medicinal wine? Bring it here, I rub it for you. Wan Ningyan hummed coquettishly and held her wrist in front of Nuanyang. I don't like the taste of that medicinal wine, it's pungent. Here. Just blow on it and rub it. Nuanyang looked at the white, soft wrist, swallowed his saliva, and opened his mouth to blow. As he blew, his lips pressed against it. The tip of his tongue licked the skin, causing Wan Ningyan to bite her lip and tremble. Only then did Nuanyang realize he was kissing her wrist. He turned to explain, but found that Wan Ningyan had already stripped off her combat uniform, leaving only her underwear. Her eyes were filled with affection as she gazed at Nuanyang, hesitant but unable to resist. Hiss. It's so cold. Nuanyang leaned over and hugged Wan Ningyan tightly to his chest. The warm, human-shaped heater was more comfortable than the air conditioner, and he wished every inch of his skin could touch it. No, no, honey, please let me go. I'm just cold. I'm holding you to keep warm. Don't overthink it. Oh, then hold you. Wan Ningyan fell asleep as she spoke, exhausted. After a day of hard work and 2 attempts at harassment from Nuanyang, she was completely exhausted. Nuanyang saw her fatigue, and despite the chill, he wiped her with a hot towel. Then he went out to tell his family, but when he opened the door, he found Mother Wan, Wen Yanru, and Wan Ningyu all standing at the door, each hunched over. Xiao Yang. Sister-in-law. The 3 of them, startled, immediately stood up straight, hesitating and mumbling. Mom, Nian, Yuer, what are you doing at the door? Nothing, it's quite late, I wanted to call you for dinner. Nuanyang couldn't believe it, and closed the door tightly. Ningyan didn't want to eat. She's been chopping trees all day, and fell asleep tired. Oh, then I save her some food. Xiaoyang, you can clean up the space later. Yin will be hungry when she wakes up, so give it to her. Okay. The 4 of them went downstairs while talking. Downstairs, Father Wan and Wan Ningfeng seemed to be warming themselves by the fire, their eyes fixed on Nuanyang. The atmosphere was truly strange. Afterward, at dinner, the atmosphere became even more strange. Everyone was mostly silent, their eyes fixed on Nuanyang. Nuanyang almost thought they had seen the hickey, but on second thought, she had checked before leaving, and there couldn't be any problem. Mom, Dad, what's wrong with you? It's okay. What could possibly happen to us? Seeing they remained silent, Nuanyang put away the meal he prepared for Wan Ningyan, sat on the sofa to play with Ying Bao, and then found an opportunity to call Yu Er, the most gullible person. After several rounds of coaxing, Yu Er confessed everything. Mom said you and Sister Yin had a fight, and I was worried, but I didn't dare ask for advice for fear of putting pressure on you. I just wanted to know how serious the argument was. So you were eavesdropping at the door? Yeah, Yu Er shook her head, a look of resignation on her face. Sometimes I really don't understand adults. They're the ones who want to eavesdrop, and they're the ones who cowardly ask me to accompany them when they do something bad. Then, when they get to the door, they start to back out, but they refuse to leave. We didn't overhear a single word until my sister-in-law opened the door and came out. Got it. Yu Er, keep it a secret. Don't tell Mom. Okay, Yu Er held out her hands. And where's the reward? Nuanyang searched in his space and handed Yu Er a box of 8 treasures cake. I remember you didn't like this kind of pastry either. Do you like it now? Sister Nian likes it, so I gave it to her. For Nian? Yes, Sister Nian teaches me homework every day. It's really hard. I'm going to find Sister Nian. Bye, sister-in-law. Okay, run slower. Nuanyang watched Yuer's back, his gaze slowly shifting to the busy Mama Wan. She was cleaning up Pig's trotter, planning to make a trotter flour soup for Ningyan tomorrow. Nuan Yang walked over, took the small stool, sat next to Mama Wan, and helped shave the pig's hair. Xiaoyang, just leave it to me. Go get some rest. It's okay. I've been pretty free these past 2 days anyway. After my mission the day after tomorrow, I might not be home for 4 or 5 days. Even if I ask for your help, I won't be able to. Be careful though. The bristles are prickly. Take your time with the tweezers. Don't rush. Okay. These pig trotters were from ordinary domestic pigs, easier to handle than the mutant ones. The two of them finished in about half an hour. Mother One placed the trotters in a basin, and took them to the kitchen to split and blanch them. Nuanyang followed. The fireplace was mostly finished, but the finishing touches weren't yet complete. Nuanyang glanced at her and said he'd finish it with Father Wan tomorrow. Don't rush. You don't need the kitchen every day. It's okay, Mom. Just finish it before you go. I'd be at ease. Thank you. Mom is so happy to have you around. You always be here. Mother One was stunned. She hadn't expected Nuanyang to say such a thing. Taking advantage of her distraction, Nuanyang took the kitchen knife from her. The pig's trotter is tough, let me chop it. Okay. Nuanyang wasn't very good at getting along with elders, and he didn't want Wan Mama and the others to constantly worry that he abandoned Wan Ningyan, so he could only reassure them with verbal promises. Although actions are most important, after decades of time, trust can't be gained simply by looking at actions. Only occasional verbal promises, combined with promises, can reassure the elders. Chapter 361. The next day, Nuanyang woke up early. The bedroom was too cold. The electric blanket, air conditioner, and thick quilt made it comfortable. Most importantly, there was a small stove to keep him warm. However, Wan Ningyan disliked her tight embrace and unconsciously pushed Nuanyang away several times, even snatching the quilt. This caused Nuanyang to wake up from the cold several times. In the end, he had to get up early to avoid catching a cold before the mission. Downstairs, everyone in the family was asleep. Lucky and Yingbao had taken Nuanyang and Wan Ningyan's Kong bed. Nuanyang was displeased and tapped his head with his fingers. Then, he took his tools and went to put the finishing touches on the kitchen fireplace. Every time she went on a mission, Mother One would prepare the corresponding meals for Nuanyang to take away. With so many dishes, she definitely needed to use the kitchen, which was why Nuanyang was anxious to finish the fireplace. As she finished, Nuanyang rested against the island counter and accidentally saw someone walking outside through the window. He reached out and wiped the light frost off the glass. It was Aunt Kai and Uncle Yuan. They supported each other as they walked out, each carrying a medicine box over their heavy clothing, apparently heading to work. It was such hard work, Nuanyang sighed silently. Ordinary doctors at the base received a fixed salary, unlike the healing psychics, who could earn commissions. They worked from dawn to dusk for little. It was too hard. At the same time, it was ironic. Years of hard study and clinical internships were needed to cultivate an excellent doctor, but in the apocalypse, their living space was squeezed out by a group of psychics, just like AI replacing basic jobs. The development of the times was helpless. Xiaoyang? Why are you up so early? Mom works pretty early too. Nuanyang smiled and responded, squatting in front of the fireplace to start adding coals. Are you going to make breakfast? The fireplace is already built. I light it so Mom won't be cold while she cooks. Ready? Mother One looked surprised and squatted beside Nuanyang to watch her start the fire. What time did you get up? You have a mission tomorrow, why didn't you sleep in a little longer? Or, did Yinan bully you? Nuanyang felt both amused and annoyed. Why did Mother One worry so much about Wan Ningyan bullying her? Did she really look that easy to bully? Not at all. Mom, Ningyan is very good to me. It's just that the bedroom is too cold and I can't sleep well. I just catch up on some sleep on the Kong this afternoon. I'm glad she didn't bully you. I go make dinner then. Okay. Mother One made pig's trotter soup and flatbread for breakfast. The flatbread could be torn into pieces and dipped in the broth. It sounded delicious, but the pig's trotters took a long time to stew, so she had to get up early to make the soup. Nuanyang felt that Mother One was too hardworking, having to cook for the whole family in such a cold weather. He decided to find someone to help her. Looking at the 3 children sleeping soundly on the Kong, his eyes quickly fixed on Wan Ningfeng. Wer was still young and couldn't help much. Wen Yinru, on the other hand, often helped out and was well-behaved and sensible. However, she was starting to work and would be out more often, so Wan Ningfeng was the perfect fit. So, after Wan Ningyan woke up, Nguyen Yang discussed the matter with her. She wholeheartedly agreed. She didn't care about her hunger, but changed her clothes and went downstairs to wake Wan Ningfeng. He told her that in addition to tending to the poultry, he would also help with cooking and washing dishes. Cooking? How could a grown man like me cook? What's wrong with men? They're more refined than women, so why can't they do it? If you can't do it, just learn. Sister, that's not what I meant. I'm a man, how can I learn with my clumsy hands? Wan Ningyan took out a bamboo stick and threatened, you can't learn, right? Then I beat you until you're willing to learn, okay? No, sister, even if you beat me to death, I won't learn. Why not let Sister Nian Nian do it? She usually. Wan Ningfeng was beaten before he could say a word. He ran around the living room in pain, and Wan Ningyan chased him and beat him. The noise woke everyone else, who sat on the Kong, watching in confusion. Mother Wan hurried out of the kitchen, unsure of what was going on. Mom, sister-in-law, please help me. I'm going to beat me to death. Don't bother. Or I join in the beating. No one dared to say a word after this. Nguyen Yang sat on the Kong, comfortably holding Ying Bao and combing its feathers as he watched Wan Ningfeng get beaten. Suddenly, he felt like a troublemaker, stirring up chaos in the house with just a few whispers. After a dozen minutes, Wan Ningfeng was convinced and willing to take on the daily dishwashing and pot washing duties. As for cooking, she started by helping out. When Yenru, the kind-hearted one, even offered to help Wan Ningfeng share some of the burden, but was rebuffed by Wan Ningyan. Since you enjoy washing dishes and cooking so much, how about you stop practicing and just stay home and do it all? Sister, I'm just helping. Helping should prioritize. You already started studying away from home. You should focus on training your physique, improving your superpowers, and controlling Xiaofan, striving to become independent as soon as possible. Why was my younger brother assigned to help with cooking? Because his superpower control is terrible, and Mom is old and needs help, so he's the only one left to do the logistics. If you go too, without me and Nguyen Yang, who will protect this family? Will it be where? Or will it be up to Mom and Dad to fight for it? Wan Ningyan's stern words and serious expression gave her the authority of a sister. When Yenru bowed her head in shame, promising to improve her skills, Wan Ningfeng, rarely obedient, rubbed his slapped back and dragged his mother to the kitchen to help. Back in the bedroom, Wan Ningyan immediately dropped her disguise and asked Nguyen Yang if he had gone too far. It's okay. Aside from 2 or 3 hours of daily exercise, the kids haven't had much pressure. They should learn to take on responsibilities within their capacity. We can't help them forever. And look at Chen Haitang. He's still a minor, yet he's already been selected for the patrol team. He's been through the elements at such a young age. In comparison, our kids are pretty spoiled. Having said that, I still feel a bit too aggressive today. Nguyen Yang smiled and pulled Wan Ningyan into his arms. It's good to lose your temper occasionally. Mom is soft-hearted, Dad rarely cares about the kids, and I'm not good at losing my temper. It easily makes everyone suspicious. So you're the only one who can do it. Thank you, my wife, for your hard work. It's tough, of course. How can Wan Ningfeng be so tough? My hand hurts. You spent all day chopping trees yesterday. Your hand was already sore, and now you're fighting again. Of course it hurts even more. Come, let me massage it for you. Nguyen Yang remembered that Wan Ningyan didn't like the taste of medicinal wine, so he took out a box of ointment, applied it, and massaged her to relieve the pain. Thank you, honey. But you can massage me, but don't think about anything else. My waist is still sore. Nguyen Yang blushed instantly, but remained silent, pretending to massage diligently. Why don't you answer me? Answer what? It wasn't just my fault yesterday. Wan Ningyan was clearly at fault too. She'd taken off her combat uniform to seduce Nguyen Yang. How could she put the blame solely on Nguyen Yang? You're just getting worse and worse. Wan Ningyan didn't delve into yesterday's events. Instead, she leaned on Nguyen Yang's shoulder and asked her about her plans for the day. After breakfast, I need to deliver the herbs to Xiaoyu's family. By the time I return from my mission, it'd be the end of the month, so I have time to visit the village and Inner Mongolia. Well, I go with you. Aunt Kai and Uncle Yuan aren't here, so I try to persuade them to get the job done. Okay. And what about you? Will the Rose team still be cutting trees these days? No, we won't be cutting trees today because it's snowing. We go again tomorrow or the day after tomorrow when the snow stops. Then, we go scavenging and hunting nearby. I heard a lot of mutant animals are out looking for food these days, and military hunting teams often kill wild boars and rabbits. We like to try our luck there too. Be safe, then. If anything happens, call me. I'll be back as soon as possible. Just focus on your mission. I'm a max-level psychic. What could go wrong? Yes, yes, my wife is the best. Chapter 362. After Wan Ningyan's education, the three children were very well behaved. Besides eating, resting, and helping Yue with her homework, Wan Yinru would go to the supernatural training camp to train. Wan Ningfeng diligently helped Wan's mother, washing pots and pans. In her free time, she wasn't just playing around, she practiced controlling her supernatural powers. Wan Ningyue was the youngest, and Nuanyang only required her to exercise. However, she had also started finding things to do on her own, caring for the family's pets, from Quail to Lucky, feeding and watering them, and cleaning their fur, which made Nuanyang very happy. Isn't it too early for you to be happy? Wan Ningyan couldn't help but roll her eyes. If they had better self-control, how could they have failed to stick with the training in the first place? Don't be blinded by appearances. I don't believe you can stick with it. The stick is the truth. Nuanyang didn't argue. It was true. She had been furious when she learned that the children hadn't persisted in their training and couldn't control their supernatural powers. It was a little early to praise them now. Go knock on the door. What are you doing so silly? Right away. Wait a minute. Nuanyang hurried to the door. She and Wan Ningyan had come to deliver Chinese medicinal herbs to Xiaoyu's house. She'd been lost in thought while talking to Wan Ningyan and had forgotten to knock. The house was home with only Grandma Yuan, Grandpa Kong, and Xiaoyu, making it quite quiet. After Grandpa Kang's injury, the younger generation was gone, leaving only Grandma Yuan to do the housework. Therefore, lunch was simple: leftover soup with some dried vegetables and some rice. Grandma Yuan, what's wrong with Xiaoyu? I have a cold and a headache. I'm sleeping. Where's Grandpa Kong? Is he feeling better? The lump is going away, but it hurts sometimes with the cold weather. I wonder if there will be any sequelae. Wan Ningyan sighed, took Grandma Yuan's hand, and began to act out a scene with a worried look on her face. Grandma Yuan, I know you don't want to keep accepting our help, but look, Xiaoyu had a fever and then a cold, which means her immune system is weak and she needs to replenish her body. Grandpa Kong needs rest and follow-up examinations, and he needs points. Aunt Kai and Uncle Yuan's salaries are not enough. Of course, you have your own persistence, and we understand and respect it, but it depends on the situation, right? It's the end of the world now. The country no longer exists, and humanity is in danger. Is your persistence still meaningful? If you let Xiaoyu's health decline, it will be difficult to change her mindset. It's definitely not too late. Nuanyang has life-saving pills, but they're precious and in short supply. If they run out, even if you beg Nuanyang, it'd be useless. Won't Xiaoyu be the one suffering? Besides, have you ever been to an orphanage? Those malnourished children are so skinny, their heads look huge. Aren't you afraid Xiaoyu will suffer the same? Wan Ningyan was even more ruthless than Wan's mother. She used Xiaoyu as a target the entire time, shedding tears every now and then, saying she couldn't bear to see her adorable little girl end up like that. Grandma Yuan and Grandpa Kong are old and easygoing, but they couldn't bear to see their precious granddaughter suffer. When Wan Ningyan touched on their sore spot, they looked at each other with tears in their eyes, and soon wiped their tears secretly. Nuanyang saw that the time was right, and went along with it. Grandma Yuan, Grandpa Kong, piecework is actually a good idea. You feel like you owe the Wan family a debt of gratitude, but you already been their doctors, and you stood by them through thick and thin. Why should you continue to owe them anything? On the contrary, we feel bad about your current behavior. Why don't we all compromise and accept piecework to earn a little extra money to supplement the family income? You decide the price, and we won't pay more, okay? Nuanyang and Wan Ningyan finally persuaded Grandma Yuan to relent, but she set the price incredibly low, 0.2 points per medicine bag. This was only after Wan Ningyan's bargaining. The original price was 0.1 points. This was a huge bargain for Nuanyang and the others. Making medicine bags is not easy. You have to weigh each herb individually, take the appropriate weight, and then wrap them in brown paper, which is time-consuming and laborious. But there's no other solution right now. Xiaoyu's family, from old to young, are all stubborn. It's already a rare opportunity for them to gradually accept the constraints of profit. The rest can only be done slowly. 100 medicine bags for only 20 points. Sigh. Even cattle and horses before the apocalypse weren't that cheap. The old man is stubborn, and it's hard to get him to give in. But since we have such a large demand, it's not a problem. Nuanyang calculated for Wan Ningyan. Over 30 women will need this medicine for 2 weeks to recover, and at least another 2 weeks to consolidate their condition. That doesn't include the cold and cough medicine packs. A few hundred points will be enough to subsidize them. Well, I asked them to help with the family's medical treatment and checkups later, and I can find an excuse to send some food. The plan works. You're really smart. After resolving Xiaoyu's family issues, Nguyen felt much more relaxed. She went to the con to catch up on some sleep. Wan Ningyan also slipped into her arms, a look of reluctance on her face. You've been gone for 4 or 5 days. I miss you, what should I do? If you miss me, just call me. If you want to see me, you can ask Xiao Rou to share her perspective, so you can see me from her perspective. Good idea. Wan Ningyan raised her head and kissed Nguyen Yang's chin. Wife, you're so smart. Help me think of an excuse to trick Mom. Otherwise, if I leave early in the morning without you, she definitely gets suspicious. Nguyen Yang opened her eyes and snorted coldly. I thought you really couldn't bear to leave me, but it turns out you have something to ask. I really can't bear to leave you, but I just can't find a good excuse. Honey, don't be stingy, help me. Nguyen Yang was completely defenseless against Wan Ningyan's coquettishness, especially after receiving a few kisses. She was so happy that she lost herself in happiness and tried hard to think of a solution for her. How about you just say you're volunteering at the welfare home? It's far away, and I never been there before, so I probably won't go to see if it's real. But I suggest you confess. If you keep lying like this, what if I find out? I know. How about this? I confess when you get back from your mission. Will you stay with me? Okay, then can you go to bed? I'm sleepy. Sleep, sleep, sleep. Having achieved her goal, Wan Ningyan was incredibly well behaved. She slept with Nguyen Yang in her arms, not pushing or grabbing the blanket. When Nguyen Yang woke up that morning, it took some effort to escape from Wan Ningyan's embrace. Are you an octopus? You're holding me so tight. Wan Ningyan remained asleep, unresponsive. Nguyen Yang gently kissed her cheek, then tiptoed off to wash. The moonlight was bright outside. Even though it was almost 5 o'clock, there was no sign of dawn. It was completely dark. The Wan family was still asleep. Nguyen Yang, having donned all his warmth, quietly sat beside Wan Ningyan, waiting for Chen Jun's arrival. When Chen Jun arrived early, Nguyen Yang's reluctance to leave reached its peak. While complaining about Chen Jun's punctuality, he kissed Wan Ningyan again and again, reluctantly leaving before quietly departing. Captain Chen, have there been any changes to the search team? No, they're all veterans. Chen Jun smiled, feeling cheerful. But there have been some changes to our transportation. Our superiors want us to arrive early and return early. Besides the assault vehicles, they also approved a helicopter. We plan to fly to the coal washing plant first. Helicopter? What a lavish investment. Captain Han, are you really willing to spend? Chen Jun smiled and pointed ahead. It's right there. How could it be fake? Nguyen Yang gazed at the nearby area in the moonlight. The tactical scope showed a Z-18A helicopter, capable of carrying 30 people, more than a typical military helicopter. Han Qingcheng had truly invested heavily. Helicopters consume 5 times as much fuel as cars, let alone a large one like this. Chapter 363. The advantage of a helicopter is its speed, but its disadvantage is that it has no heating system. The cabin is very cold, and at an altitude of several hundred meters, it's even colder than on the ground. Nguyen Yang had originally wanted to sleep on the way, but ended up with her teeth chattering with cold. Xiao Rou gave her warm military coat. The coat was very thick, but it did provide better warmth than a down jacket. You gave me your clothes. What about you? Aren't you cold? Not bad. Nguyen Yang wasn't going to let Xiao Rou suffer the cold herself, so she dug out a military coat and blanket from her space and gave them to her. That's strange. How come your military coats are warmer than the ones I stocked? They're from the Research Institute. They're said to be usable down to -80 degrees Celsius. -80 degrees Celsius? Amazing. Want to sell them? How many points are they per piece? Production is low right now, so only soldiers on the front lines have access to them. Xiao Rou leaned close to Nguyen Yang's ear and whispered, if you like them, take them. Don't say a word. Wouldn't it be stealing? Nguyen Yang hesitated for a few seconds before returning the military coat to Xiao Rou. How could he steal such a rare item without being noticed? Unless he stole Xiao Rou's coat, which would put her in even greater danger than others on her missions. That wouldn't work. The temperature isn't particularly low right now. I can handle it. When you have more free time, come see me, and I can make you a replica. Okay, if you're too cold, tell me and I change my coat. Aren't you afraid of the cold? I never heard that healing can keep you warm. I'm a special forces soldier. I received cold resistance training. Nguyen Yang then remembered that Zhao Rou was a special forces soldier, and that cold resistance training involved wearing summer clothes in temperatures of -20 or 30 degrees Celsius. No wonder she was more cold resistant than him. Miss Nguyen, please wear my coat. While Nguyen Yang was lost in thought, a military coat was handed to her. It belonged to Yuan Man, a fire-type warrior who wasn't afraid of the cold. Nguyen Yang accepted it without hesitation. Thank you, Man. I return it to you when we get there. No rush. I'm not afraid of the cold anyway. I can return it to you after the mission is over. Yuan Man smiled, her eyes curved as she spoke. However, her round face had become so thin that her cheeks were devoid of flesh. This was the result of Nguyen Yang's frequent feeding. The other male soldiers were even thinner. Nguyen Yang felt something was amiss. The base shouldn't be short of food, so how could the soldiers be getting thinner and thinner? Zhao Rou, why are everyone so thin? Is Han Qingcheng not feeding them? No, we're full every day. It's a lack of protein, so we can't retain muscle. Long-term protein deficiency? That means a lack of meat and eggs. That's even more strange. Doesn't the supply exchange station often have meat for sale? Ningyan also said that the hunting team often captures mutant animals, and Bai Xing and the others even receive egg subsidies. Soldiers shouldn't be so short of food. Meat and eggs are limited, and priority is given to the top brass and the research institute. To stabilize public sentiment, a portion of captured mutant animals will also be distributed to the public for purchase, so soldiers rarely get to eat them. Priority to the top brass and the research institute? Does that mean the lives of ordinary soldiers aren't worth living? Are you treating them differently? Zhao Rou's face flickered with resignation. She nodded, agreeing with Nguyen Yang's statement. Then, Nguyen Yang received a contact message from Zhao Rou. This is also why I was desperate to find a way out and targeted you. Military supplies are limited, and ordinary soldiers can only guarantee enough to eat. A balanced diet is nearly impossible. If I died, my mother would probably live worse than an ant. I must find someone to support her. Nguyen Yang breathed a sigh of relief. She understood Zhao Rou's helplessness and her choice. If she were in Nguyen Yang's shoes, she would also fight tooth and nail to find a way out for her loved ones. Nguyen Yang patted Zhao Rou's shoulder. It's all over. Cheer up. I'm quite happy. Nguyen Yang looked at Zhao Rou's sour face and silently turned away. Okay, maybe she wasn't too happy to show it. About an hour later, the helicopter arrived over the coal washing plant. The loud noise attracted zombies from the surrounding area, but not many, because the coal washing plant is far from the city, with a sparse population and fewer zombies. Miss Nguyen, please retract the helicopter space first to avoid any accidents. Okay, Captain Chen, you're a bit shy. Chen Jun smiled sheepishly. Now, every time we go on a mission, we're more afraid of wild boars than zombies. They're incredibly destructive. They are indeed quite powerful. The search team was prepared to sacrifice themselves that time, but luckily, they escaped unharmed. The zombies approached slowly, their limbs extremely stiff from the cold, and they trudged unsteadily. The military didn't want to waste ammunition, so 4 soldiers with machetes killed them, while the rest protected Nguyen Yang as she entered the plant. All that coal outside is unwashed and can't be used. The 3 large warehouses in the back are all washed. Miss Nguyen, please collect it. Well, then you won't take the coal from outside? No, this raw coal is too toxic to burn. If there's not enough, we send someone to wash it. If there's enough, we wait until the extreme cold is over to process it. It's too cold to wash it here. Nguyen Yang responded to Chen Jun and began to go into the warehouse to collect the coal. In fact, he had secretly used the navigation to note this place. There was a pile of raw coal collected from the coal mine in the space, and he was worried about not being able to use it. Now, with the equipment of the coal washing plant, he can find time to process it. Once he understands it, he can even replicate the equipment for his own use to avoid encountering military personnel and exposing himself. The coal from the coal washing plant was stored in bunkers and then stacked in a large warehouse. Wet piles were laid on the floor to prevent spontaneous combustion. By now, the wet piles had frozen into ice chips, and Nguyen Yang's footsteps made a crackling sound. It was quite noisy, but easier to collect than at the previous coal plant. Dozens of coal bunkers were collected in about half an hour, and Chen Jun immediately ordered them to the shipyard. Their positions were disrupted, so on the way to the shipyard, Nguyen Yang sat with Chen Jun, Zhao Rou, and Yuan Man. Captain Chen, is the Research Institute's special fishing net ready? Yes, it's been delivered to the port, just waiting for us to bring the boat there. If we have a good harvest, will you sell it? I haven't eaten seafood in a while, and I'm a little craving it. Chen Jun laughed. Miss Nguyen, what else do you want to buy? The fish will be shared with you. I'm just helping you deliver the boat. Fishing is your own skill, not mine. How can I take it for free? Special Assistant Bai said that without Miss Nguyen's help, we can't get the boat to the port, so we share the fish with Miss Nguyen according to the agreement. Nguyen Yang hadn't expected the military to be so honest and not play tricks. According to the agreement, Nguyen Yang could only share the supplies needed for her space, such as coal and boats. The extreme cold acted as a natural refrigerator. The fish caught by the military could be transported back to base slowly and easily without worrying about spoilage. Therefore, they didn't need Nguyen Yang's space to help them, and naturally, they didn't need to share the fish. Chapter 364. The shipyard is quite far away, on Chong Island in S City. A 2.5-hour flight from the coal washing plant is required. Sanyang Mountain is closer, reaching it in an hour and a half. Chong Island is not connected to S City, there's only a cross-sea bridge between them. If the bridge breaks, the only way to get there is by water, meaning driving across the ice. The military approved helicopters because they feared the bridge would be damaged, making driving across the ice dangerous, and also because they were anxious to catch fish. The fish are in the sea, they won't run away. What's the rush? We're anxious to replenish everyone's bodies. Thanks to Miss Chung Nguyen, the base isn't short of food, but we've been short on meat. We finally have some fishing, so we have to hurry. Nguyen Yang played dumb, looking at Chen Jun in confusion. Low meat? I seen meat sold at the supply station all the time, and my family's bought it several times. How could it be out of stock? Yes, but it's expensive. Chen Jun sighed. My salary is only enough to buy meat for Haitang twice a month. More than that isn't enough. I have to have some left over for living. Those soldiers without ranks get even less, and eating meat once a month is a luxury. Nguyen Yang then understood the military's cunning. Meat and eggs were prioritized for the research institute and senior officials, while the rest was directly purchased by soldiers and civilians at the supply station. Then, under the guise of a shortage, the prices were set high, so the military couldn't be blamed for not being able to afford it. Chen Jun was a typical example. He blamed his low salary for not being able to buy meat for his daughter regularly, but never considered the unreasonable nature of the military's arrangements. Nguyen Yang understood everything, but remained silent. As a soldier, obedience to orders was paramount. Since they all agreed, why would he get involved? Covering Yuan Man with her military coat, Nguyen Yang pulled out a hand warmer and slept with it. The cold weather made sleep erratic, but there was no other choice. Waking up too early would have left me feeling exhausted, and sitting still would have been boring. Chen Jun, a quiet man, wasn't much to talk about, so it was better to catch up on some sleep. Nguyen Yang slept and woke, for a long time, until she felt hungry and finally woke up. Looking at the time, it was almost 11 o'clock. The outline of Chong Island could be seen outside the window, so she should be arriving at her destination soon. She started to pack up, planning to have lunch after landing. Suddenly, the helicopter tilted over 90 degrees to the right, sending Nguyen Yang's newly taken out hand warmer careening off, and her elbow colliding with Chen Jun's right arm. Miss Nguyen, are you okay? I'm fine. I'm wearing my seatbelt. Sorry, Captain Chen, I bumped into you. It's okay. I go check on the situation. Chen Jun had just picked up the radio when a clattering sound came from the other end. Captain Chen, we just came under attack. The shipyard is under attack. What should we do? Why panic? Get out of their range and land nearby. Everyone, be on alert, beware of sneak attacks. Yes. How could there be survivors in a place like a shipyard? Nguyen Yang leaned over to the porthole and looked down. The shipyard was quite large. From this height, he could clearly see the Jiang'an shipyard sign. Opening the tactical scope, he saw 20 or so small dots below, all survivors, and about a dozen zombies surrounding them. But unlike Kiaban's words, the group below had lit a fire, sending smoke billowing upwards. There were red SOS letters in the snow nearby. This didn't sound like an attack, but rather a cry for help. Captain Chen, it looks like the shipyard is calling for help. Help? Chen Jun immediately directed several soldiers near the windows. Take a look and confirm the information is consistent. A moment later, several soldiers gave the same answer as Nguyen Yang, a distress signal below. No matter what, the attack on us is real. Land nearby first, send scouts to gather information, and then make a decision. Roger. The helicopter quickly landed east of the shipyard. There were few buildings here, as if it were still under development. The vast expanse of smooth snow stretched as far as the eye could see. Even though the shipyard wasn't far away, anyone trying to approach would be easily spotted. Jun quickly arranged the work. 2 soldiers, wearing snow suits, headed towards the shipyard. The rest of the group set up tents, built a stove, and inspected the helicopter. Yang, holding a thermos, drank hot water while eavesdropping. It must be a gun. There's a bullet scratch here. There's also a bullet scratch on the glass. I don't think those people are asking for help. They're trying to kill us. Bullets? That means there were guns. Yang switched to zoom mode and saw through the tactical scope a bullet scratch on the bottom of the helicopter, and another on the front glass, indicating a 5.8mm bullet scratch. Helicopters fly at a relatively low altitude. Some military helicopters don't even fly above 500 meters, which is well within rifle range. No wonder they were able to hit it. Miss Nguyen, the tent is ready. Come in and warm up. It's cold outside. Yes. Yang followed Zhao Rou into a small tent that could accommodate no more than 4 or 5 people, but only a folding table and a stool. I'm not alone here, am I? Right now. After dinner, Man and I will be guarding the area. If you're tired, I'd bring a cot so you can rest. Don't bother. I just slept all the way, and I'm not sleepy anymore. Yang put the small table and stool away and replaced them with a taller table and 3 plastic chairs. Call Man over. The 3 of us can eat together. The military food there is terrible. No, you can eat by yourself. Man and I will take turns guarding the door to prevent anyone from seeing us. It would be bad. Zhao Rou was sometimes so stubborn. Yang couldn't persuade her, so she let her be. She took out the food prepared by Wan's mother and began to eat. After 2 meals of starvation and cold, her stomach was already full. She ate half a bowl more than usual before she felt full. There was a constant noise outside. After eating and drinking, Yang peeked through the gap between the 2 large tents. A fire had been lit between the 2 large tents. A large military pot hung above, boiling snow. After a while, Shirtu came over carrying a box of instant noodles. Man began to add the ingredients to the pot, and added some vegetables. It seems the military's lunch is just instant noodles, a rather unnutritious treat. While it's plentiful, tasty, and easy to carry, Yang still snorted, disdainful of the military's actions. The instant noodles I brought back from the Ming family factory were enough to last the base for a year or 2. I assumed it was a subsidy to the civilian population, continuing the low price, limited purchase instant noodles. I hadn't expected the team's outreach staff to eat this either. It wasn't even as plentiful as the food we were given before. It's true that having more supplies only made things worse. Yang didn't bother to watch anymore. He pulled out a recliner, closed his eyes, and rested while contacting Wan Ningyan to see what she was doing. Honey, why are you calling? Are you done? No, I just got to the shipyard and am taking a break. How about you? It doesn't seem to be snowing today. Did you go chopping trees? We did this morning. The captain said the hunting team came back from the south and caught several mutant rabbits. We plan to go check out the south this afternoon. There might be a herd there, and we're afraid they'd be gone if we go too late. So you're going too? Yes. I have to go. I'm a sharpshooter. I have to show everyone how good I am. Yang couldn't help but laugh. He reminded her to be safe, then told her about the helicopter and the survivors at the shipyard. So will you be back soon? Yeah, if everything goes well today, I deliver the boat. Tomorrow, they catch some fish, and I be back at base with a batch. Then I tell Mom I wait for you home, moi. Okay. After chatting with Wan Ningyan, her bad mood vanished. Yang hummed a song and swung her legs, waiting for the 2 scouts to return. She hoped everything went well. She didn't want to spend the night outside. It wouldn't be as comfortable as sleeping on a Kong. Chapter 365. Nearly 2 hours passed before the scouts returned. Zhao Rou gave them a warning, and Yang immediately rose from her recliner, wrapped herself tightly in her military coat, and headed for the large tent in the middle. 2 scouts had taken off their ghillie suits, and were drinking hot water to warm themselves. A man knelt on the ground nearby. He was thin, with prominent cheekbones and sunken cheeks. He was dressed in a tangle of summer clothes. His outermost work uniform was inscribed with JNZC, the pinyin abbreviation for Jiangnan Shipyard. A dirty, shiny black blanket covered his lower body. His hair was a tangled mess, frozen into ice. Even in the cold, Yang could smell the sour odor emanating from him. Yang took 2 steps away in disgust. It had been a long time since she had encountered someone so filthy. She couldn't adjust to the situation for a moment, so she could only watch from a distance. Here, after you drink, tell me your purpose. Qin gave the man a cup of hot water. The man thanked him gratefully, but as he drank, his eyes kept glancing at the scout eating instant noodles next to him. Wanyang had noticed, and so had Qin and the others, of course. However, the military had always been cautious, and would never offer food without confirming the danger was clear. Therefore, as the man's behavior became more obvious, no one paid any attention to him. I'm so hungry. I haven't eaten in a long time. Can you give me some food? Qin didn't respond. He pulled a chair and sat in front of him. With a wave of his hand, Shirtu brought the brazier to the man's side. You had your water, and the fire's warm. Tell me, what's your business? The man didn't get the food he wanted, and a hint of displeasure crossed his face. He moved closer to the brazier before stating his purpose. We're employees of the Jiangnan shipyard, 22 of us. We're begging you to save us. If we stay any longer, we surely die. Save you? You just fired at our plane. How does that sound like a call for help? No. We were afraid we missed you, so we fired to attract your attention. We even lit fires and drew distress signs, but you still didn't come. We thought there was no hope. Later, Mengdu saw your helicopter landed not far away from us from a high vantage point, so he chose me as his representative to come and ask for your help. So you mean you want to come with us? Yes. You're soldiers, right? There should be some military base we can hide in. Take us with you. We're capable. All we need is shelter, and a good meal every day. Qin didn't respond. Instead, he asked about their gender, age ratio, and how they survived. We were all men. Shipbuilding is physically demanding, so there were more men there. The oldest was in his early 40s, the youngest around 24. The zombies suddenly appeared, and the factory was in chaos. Many people fled home. Those of us from other places didn't have homes, and we usually lived in the dormitories, so we stayed at the factory. At that time, Lu Mozi came to us and said that food might be scarce in the future. We should quickly find supplies and gather food and drinks together to avoid difficulties finding food when there were too many zombies. We thought it made sense. Besides, the factory gate was not sturdy, and the sliding door could easily be pushed open by zombies. So we chose a cargo ship, gathered all the supplies on board, and stowed the boarding ladder so the zombies couldn't get on board. Our factory had 3 canteens, all stocked with food. We also had food from nearby shops. We scrounged whatever we could find, and that's how we survived. Wanyang thought it made sense. A shipyard like this, with its vast territory and large workforce, had numerous canteens, allowing employees from all areas to eat nearby. The shipyard was also close to the sea, and since the ships had to go out to sea for sea trials, they were luckier than those inland during the extreme heat. The sea hadn't dried up, so it could be turned into drinking water, and perhaps even some fish could be caught. The only thing was that the gun's origins weren't mentioned, and the shooter seemed to have good aim, which was a bit odd. Then, there was the number of people. Only 22 people were left in such a large shipyard. Wanyang didn't believe it. Besides, it was impossible for a place with so many men to be free of conflict. They must be hiding something. What Wanyang could think of, Qin also thought of it, and he asked directly about the gun's origins. We stole it from the police station. The cop turned into a zombie. We killed him and took the key. There was a key to the armory, but there were only 2 rifles and some accessories and bullets left. We took them back to the ship for self-defense. How many bullets are left? The man shook his head. I don't care about guns, so I'm not sure. With Brother Meng, we rarely use them. If you want to come with us, you're not allowed to keep your guns. Are you willing to hand them over? That? I have to ask Brother Meng. Qin said nothing more. He took a pack of instant noodles from the box nearby and threw it to him. Go back and tell everyone that our base is in Sanyang Mountain. We have heating and food. If you want to come with us, you must hand in all your guns and knives. We can buy or rent them if you need them. If you can't, you can leave them here. No discussion. Okay. Thank you, Master June. Thank you, Master June. I go find everyone now. The man took the instant noodles and thanked them as he backed away. He then turned and walked quickly towards the shipyard. What did you two just scout out? Captain Chen, that guy must be telling the truth. They're all living on a large cargo ship. A lot of the deck has been stripped down, probably for heating. I'm most afraid of someone telling the whole truth, but hiding some facts. Qin stood up and walked over to Wanyang. Miss Wan, what do you think? Me? Captain Chen, you're joking. I'm not a police officer, so I can't tell if what he's saying is true or not, but... Nguyen Yang looked at the helicopter. Isn't it rated for 30 people? How can they fit 22 of them? Besides, Captain Chen, aren't you afraid of attracting some attention? Gather jackals, tigers, and leopards and bring them back to the base? The maximum capacity is 30, but 35 can usually fit. The rear cargo hold can also accommodate people. With a load capacity of 15 tons, less than 40 people should be no problem. As for the jackals, tigers, and leopards, the base has laws. Those who break the law will be sent to the police, and serious offenses will be shot. Since they're trying to survive, they won't act recklessly in the base. That makes sense. Chen Jun's words reminded Nguyen Yang not to worry too much. Whether they were good or bad, if they wanted to survive, they had to abide by the base's rules once they arrived. No matter how powerful they were, they couldn't defeat the larger, well-trained, and well-equipped military. In that case, whether these men were jackals, tigers, and leopards didn't matter much. Besides, they couldn't enter the wealthy area. Miss Nguyen, please put the supplies in the cargo hold into your space. There's ammunition in there, and they can't get it. Okay, then what should we do next? They can't know about my space either. Chen Jun thought for a moment, and called Shirtu and Tai Ban over. If they come to seek refuge later, you two will stay where you are and watch over them. They can cook the box of instant noodles themselves. I take the others and Miss Nguyen to the factory to collect the boat. After that, we meet up with you and head to the port. Yes. Nguyen Yang sighed silently. The space was hidden now, but it was going to be tough for him. Chen Jun definitely wouldn't fly there. He'd have to walk twice. Chapter 366. The shipyard's personnel arrived faster than expected. In just over an hour, 22 men arrived, carrying large and small bags, and a wooden plank dragging a pile of miscellaneous items. The noise attracted a zombie, but it was slow to move and was killed by the armed man. Nguyen Yang observed him, and found that the armed man was also thin, only slightly fatter than the others. From this perspective, the survivors of the shipyard don't seem to have a strict hierarchy, otherwise there would be a significant difference in size. But it's not absolute. It's also possible that the weak were eaten, or that after multiple leadership changes, those who survived were the ultimate victors. While Nguyen Yang was speculating, the group had already approached. A sour odor mixed with the smell of urine almost made her vomit. She quickly pulled her scarf up to cover her mouth and nose. Have you decided to come and surrender? Yes. The man with the gun immediately offered his rifle. We accept the terms. As long as we can live on the base, anything's fine. Chen Jun took the gun and handed it to Shirtu, who was standing beside him. Confiscate the weapons and inspect them carefully. Yes. Nguyen Yang stood not far away, watching the group hand in their knives. He quietly pulled out his tactical scope and turned on the X-ray scope. Wow! They were really pretending to be so honest. The man with the gun was Meng Ge. After handing in his rifle, he claimed he had no weapons. But Nguyen Yang clearly saw a pistol hidden at his waist. The others were also dishonest. They had hidden small knives like fruit knives in their clothes. There were also some bullets, which, judging by the caliber, must have been hidden for Meng Ge. Nguyen Yang didn't want any accidents to happen, so he told Zhao Ro, who was standing nearby, about the few people who had hidden weapons. Zhao Ro immediately went over to help search them, recovering the pistols, bullets, and fruit knives, and warned them. What's the point of just warnings? There must be punishment. Chen Jun walked out, looked at Meng Ge and the others, and had them stand on the far right. Everyone else can make instant noodles now. You guys stand here and eat last. Captain Chen, we didn't mean to do that. We just had too much food and forgot to bring it out. Please be merciful. We haven't eaten in a long time and are starving. If you don't behave, stay and don't leave. Chen Jun's words silenced the men. They stood obediently, their eyes blazing with discontent and anger, but they dared not utter a single word. To prevent these men from harboring any ill intentions, Chen Jun left 4 more soldiers to help manage the stones and iron plates, then led the rest of the group to the shipyard. Nguyen Yang sighed, wrapped his military coat tightly around him, and began to trudge forward. The snow had never been shoveled here, and it was knee-deep, making it difficult to walk. He soon felt tired and cold, and the sweat dripping down his back was cold. Turning around, he saw the tent was quite far away. Nguyen Yang pulled out a pink thermos from his spaceship. Inside was ginger soup that Wan's mother had prepared to keep the cold at bay. Fearing she might catch a cold, Nguyen Yang quickly drank most of it. Feeling warm all over, he continued on his way. The shipyard was vast. The wire fence around the edge looked sturdy, but it had been damaged in several places, with bits of zombie skin still clinging to the raised wire tips. It looks like this place has been attacked by a swarm of zombies. Despite the noise just now, only a few zombies emerged. They shouldn't be around anymore. We can't let our guard down, Chin-jun warned, calling over 2 team members. Enlarge the opening to make it easier to get in and out. Nuan-yang walked to the front of the wire fence, activated his X-ray camera, and took a look around. Indeed, there were no survivors or zombies inside, just as he had seen from the plane. This was strange. With so many people at the shipyard, there should be a lot of zombies. Chong'em Island has a thriving tourism industry and a large population. There weren't many zombies when the helicopter landed just now, so it looked a bit eerie. Miss Nuan, come in. Yes, I'm coming. Since she was already here, she decided to make the best of it. Nuan-yang gathered her thoughts and quickly entered the shipyard, desperate to pack up the boat and leave. She was afraid of encountering something strange here. The shipyard wasn't full of completed ships. Various areas held parts of ships. Only those awaiting sea trials, or already at sea, were complete ships. Therefore, one had to traverse the entire shipyard to the northernmost shore to collect the ships. After walking for about half an hour, they finally arrived. Before them stood a row of large ships. 2 of them were uncovered. They were still unfinished and unpainted. Their hulls were showing signs of decay after so long. Of the 4 covered ships, 1 had a hole missing, showing obvious signs of human life. It must be the ship the group had been staying on. Miss Nuan, please take those 2 large cargo ships. We don't want the others, so take them if you need them. Chin-jun specifically requested the 2 ships on the far left. Both were large, weighing 2,000 to 3,000 tons. With a carrying capacity of 10,000 tons or more, they were definitely enough to catch mutant fish. Nuan-yang naturally felt itchy with these large ships. The system had fishing nets, but without a boat, she could only fish one by one, not as comfortably as a net weighing tens of thousands of tons at once. So after taking the ship Chin-jun requested, Nuan-yang also took the other 2. Although she deeply disliked the one she occupied, she feared one wasn't enough, so she kept it as a backup. After collecting them, the group immediately returned. It was almost 4 p.m., and Chin-jun planned to reach the base before dark, drop off the survivors, and then head to the harbor. He would conduct a trial run and fish the next morning, hoping to bring a batch of fish back to the base by the afternoon. Halfway through, Nuan-yang suddenly had a bad feeling. He glanced around as he walked, quickening his pace. Boom! 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 A sudden booming sound came from the distance. The snow beneath his feet began to shake. He frantically searched for the source, only to find it was to the south. Zombies were visible in his tactical scope. Run! It's a mid-level zombie. Get on the plane! Someone shouted. Nuan-yang was still wondering about the mid-level zombies, when Yuan Man and Zhao Rou grabbed each arm and dragged her forward. Slow down. No matter how much Nuan-yang trained, she couldn't match the physical fitness of a soldier. She quickly lost her pace and fell to the ground. Man, let's just drag her away. Okay. Nuan-yang had just stopped to catch her breath when she was flipped over, lying on her back. Then, by her arms, she was dragged forward. I can walk on my own. But no one listened to her, because she was so slow that even being dragged was faster than Nuan-yang could run on her own. Nuan-yang had no choice but to accept her fate and let Zhao Rou and Yuan Man pull her along. Bang! The sound was getting closer. Nuan-yang twisted her head and saw a fat, big-eared zombie in the distance. This was the first time Nuan-yang had used the word fat to describe a zombie, because normal zombies have dry, hard skin, and rarely are they as plump as that one. Warning! Intermediate-level gluttonous zombie spotted. Gluttonous zombie? What was that? Nuan-yang immediately contacted the system, which sounded excited and amused. Host. Intermediate-level gluttonous zombies are voracious eaters who devour everything. They feed on low-level zombies, humans, animals, and insects. The more they eat, the taller they grow. Their bodies secrete a fat-like zombie paste, making it difficult for weapons to penetrate and damage their internal organs, making them extremely difficult to kill with physical attacks. Since they're difficult to kill, what are you excited about? Aren't you afraid of losing my life? Because there's a mission. But it seems the host is leaving soon. It's okay, this is a special mission that can be triggered by encountering a gluttonous zombie. If the host wants to challenge it, they can come back and trigger the mission. So there is a mission, but now is not the right time. This intermediate level zombie is difficult to kill with physical attacks. I need to go back and make plans. At the very least, I need to lure Wan Ningyan, a fire type, here. Chapter 367. After boarding the helicopter, Nguyen Yang was pinned to his seat and fastened. He barely caught his breath when the plane quickly took off, heading north at a 45-degree angle, escaping before the intermediate-level gluttonous zombies could reach him. While Nguyen Yang was still inside the cabin, he could still hear the zombies' roars. The helicopter shook violently before slowly regaining its balance. Captain Chen, the fuselage was scraped by a tree thrown by a zombie. We checked it, and all functions are normal. No anomalies have been found. Please provide instructions. Roger. Fly at low altitude and return to base as soon as possible. If any anomalies are detected, find a safe place to land immediately. Yes. Nguyen Yang breathed a sigh of relief after hearing the conversation between Chen Jun and the pilot. It seemed they were safe. Then, he silently took off his snow-soaked military coat. He looked so embarrassed. Remembering how Zhao Rou and Yuan Manman had criticized him for running slowly, Nguyen Yang felt sick. Manman, I'm sorry your clothes are dirty. I wash them and return them to you when I get home. No need. The fabric is waterproof. I just use my supernatural powers to dry them. Okay. Nguyen Yang's mood worsened. She felt unwanted and powerless, like a burden. She empathized with Wan Ningyan's previous situation and vowed to train hard when she got home. Just then, Wan Ningyan contacted Nguyen Yang, requesting to share her perspective. Nguyen Yang couldn't speak. Since there were military personnel and some shipyard survivors on the plane, she accepted and typed a message to Wan Ningyan. Wife, I can't speak. Talk, I listen. A gray-white rabbit appeared on the screen, the size of a piglet, with shiny fur and a plump body. A crossbow bolt was lodged in its head. Mimi, honey, look at the rabbits I hunted. Aren't they amazing? Yeah, my wife is the best. Hee hee. The captain is even better. We hunted 5 today, and 3 of them were found by the captain. Don't you have a tactical scope? How come you didn't find as many as Wei Mingi? The captain has it too. I'm not as experienced as her, but she always finds the places where the rabbits hang out. The scene shifted, and a fleeting scene seemed to be outside the base. For more rabbits appeared, mostly gray and white. Look, honey, what a great harvest. Hee hee, it's a must. Nguyen Yang, your wife is such an accurate crossbow shooter. She never misses. Of course not. We all work so well together. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Without you blocking the holes and smoking them, I wouldn't have had a chance to shoot. Nguyen Yang listened to Wan Ningyan and the Rose team's praises, and saw their happy smiles, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Wifey, give everyone my regards. We go rabbit hunting with you guys next time. Okay, we're heading back. No more chatting. Bye, wife. So cute. Bye, wife. Ha ha, stop laughing at Ningyan. Look, she's blushing. Sister Mu Yi, you're so annoying. Wan Ningyan said coquettishly before hanging up. Nguyen Yang couldn't help but laugh, her shoulders shaking. Yuan Man, beside her, was bewildered. Miss Nguyen, why are you laughing all of a sudden? Huh? Nguyen Yang panicked, but continued to smile stiffly. I just got so excited thinking about having fish tomorrow. Yuan Man nodded understandingly. Me too. I haven't had seafood in 6 months. I didn't expect to have another chance. Grilled fish, stewed fish, braised fish. I'm drooling just thinking about it. Yeah. Yuan Man suddenly felt a little sad. I really want to boil fish, but unfortunately I don't know how to cook it. It's okay, my mom knows how to cook. You can bring some fish to my house, and she cook it for you. Yuan Man smiled, and declined Wan Yang's offer. No, I just want to eat my mom's cooking. So that's how it was. Wan Yang remembered that when they first met Yuan Man, the food he shared with her reminded her of her hometown. That's how Nguyen Yang realized she was far away from her family, and that's when he started his quest to find her. Seeing Yuan Man's grief, Nguyen Yang suppressed the urge to tell her that Aunt Yuan was still alive, and offered her a few words of comfort. Yuan Man was an excellent soldier, strong, optimistic, kind, and alone. Nguyen Yang longed to fully recruit her, but she didn't dare. Before the apocalypse, she'd seen many stories praising comradeship, but she didn't know the depth of the soldier's identification with his comrades and the barracks. So, she didn't dare take the plunge, instead slowly testing the waters and looking for an opportunity. Of course, Nguyen Yang also had a mean thought. Even if Yuan Man was more willing to side with the military, she could still use Aunt Yuan to force her to go with her. After all, Aunt Yuan was far away in Shushio village, and Yuan Man would be 1,000 times unwilling to do so. Family ties were far more important than comradeship. Darkness fell early in the extreme cold, and by the time the helicopter arrived at the base, it was already mid-dark. The survivors were all taken off the plane and handed over to the security guards. As Nguyen Yang waited for the next takeoff, she took out her perfume and sprayed it. The stench of the group had kept her awake on the way, and now she could finally clear the air and avoid the nausea. By the time they reached the port, it was completely dark. It should have been lunchtime, but Shinjun was walking Nguyen Yang all the way to the beach. "Captain Zhang, we're here." A lean, middle-aged man on the beach was directing the ice-cutting operation. Hearing Chen Jun's voice, he rushed over, his face brimming with surprise and anticipation. "Captain Chen, long time no see. Is this Miss Nguyen?" "Yes." "So beautiful. So impressive. No wonder you awakened your spatial abilities. You're truly one in a million. Nice to meet you, Miss Nguyen. I'm Zhang Fei, just call me Old Zhang." Zhang Fei chattered away, and Nguyen Yang was so overwhelmed by his enthusiasm that she could only offer perfunctory him an okay. Seeing him chattering non-stop, Chen Jun quickly interrupted him. All right, stop wasting time. Tell us where to put the boat. We finish this soon so they can go back and eat and rest." "Oh, right. Zhang Fei slapped his forehead. "Look, I'm so excited I'm losing my mind. Miss Nguyen, come over here. We dug a big hole here, ready for the boat." "Dig?" Nguyen Yang couldn't help but look at the soldiers working hard on the ice. "You're not relying solely on manpower to break the ice, are you? How long will it take?" Ha, that's impossible." Zhang Fei shone his flashlight at the ice not far away. "Miss Nguyen, look at this." Nguyen Yang saw a small path cut through the ice. It wasn't wide, just enough for a bundle of explosives. "Are you planning to break the ice by blasting?" "Well, we surveyed it beforehand and found few fish near the coast. We need to go at least 200 meters out to sea, and there needs to be enough water to set our nets, so we're planning to use explosives to break the ice. The explosion will definitely scare off the fish, so we want to break the ice around midnight. That way, by the time we get off the boat tomorrow morning, many of the frightened fish will have returned, perfect for catching them." "I see." The military was surprisingly cautious. After launching a boat, Nguyen Yang chatted with Zhang Fei about tomorrow's fishing trip, then hurried back to the assigned room with Chen Jun for lunch and rest. Nguyen Yang wasn't anxious to return, not because he was hungry, but because it was too cold. Being stuck in a plane makes you chill easily, and the chill at the beach was even chillier after standing for a while. Chapter 368. The port's environment was deplorable, with no suitable accommodations. The military only found a small hut with 2 rooms. Originally used as a resting place for security guards and meals, it was now covered with military waterproof and windproof cloth and furnished with 3 camp beds and 2 braziers, making it a simple dwelling. 7 or 8 meters from the hut, a makeshift women's restroom constructed from ice and snow was covered with snow and reserved for Nguyen Yang, Zhao Ro, and Yuan Man. Nguyen Yang felt a pang of bitterness at the sight of this freezing open-air restroom and the small, cold camp beds. It wasn't that she was being hypocritical, but who would want to sleep on a cold bed outside when they already had a warm, comfortable home and a sweet, soft wife? "Since there's only one hut, where will you sleep?" Zhang Fei grinned. "Don't worry, Miss Nguyen. We have a container. We can all squeeze in and stay warm." That was a bit hard. "Of course not. Miss Nguyen is the one who's working hard. I heard she was almost eaten by a mid-level zombie. Captain Chen is no match for you. Next time, I should take over the protection. I'm definitely more reliable than you." Chen Jun rolled his eyes in disdain and said goodbye to Nguyen Yang while pulling Zhang Fei away. "He's talking nonsense. Miss Nguyen, don't mind. Get some rest. There are soldiers patrolling nearby. They won't let the zombies get close." "What are you doing?" "I finally got to meet a woman. I need to talk a little more, Zhang Fei was covered by Chen Jun's hand and dragged away. Yuan Man laughed and grumbled. "Captain Zhang is such a chatterbox. He doesn't have any special powers, but he wants to protect you. He's really overthinking it. Your special powers are several levels higher than ours. You don't need anyone to protect you." Nguyen Yang raised an eyebrow at this. "Then why are you still dragging me along?" Yuan Man was at a loss for words, and Zhao Ro came to her rescue. "With outsiders here, it's inconvenient for you to reveal your abilities, and you're slow, so I had no choice but to drag you along." "Slow?" Nguyen Yang stared at Zhao Ro in shock, unable to find a retort. Especially when Zhao Ro was serious, her expression was so serious and even tinged with contempt, which only made Nuan Yang feel even more frustrated. He simply didn't answer and went inside to rest. The two rooms were separated by a single door. Nuan Yang lived in the inner room, while Zhao Rou and Yuan Man Man lived in the outer room. Nuan Yang had originally thought that sharing a room would be more cozy and warmer, but Zhao Rou and Yuan Man Man had to take turns keeping watch, and to avoid disturbing Nuan Yang's sleep, they chose to stay in the outer room. Nuan Yang understood, considering it her duty, and brought them a few Sichuan dishes and some hot corn soup for dinner before returning to the inner room alone. Sigh. Nuan Yang sighed several times. The soundproofing between the two rooms was poor. She didn't dare use the air conditioner, let alone the bathroom. She could only sit by the brazier and eat slowly, delaying her meal as long as possible. She didn't want to go to bed so early. After a while, Nuan Yang suddenly heard footsteps, followed by the sound of a door opening and closing. Just as she was wondering which of them had left, there was a knock on the door. It was Zhao Rou. Man Man is out on patrol. She'd be there for the first half of the night, and I'd be there for the second. If you need to shower, go quickly. Otherwise, Man Man will notice any noise after the handover. Okay, I got it. Do you want to shower? No, Man Man will get suspicious. Zhao Rou's caution reminded Nuan Yang of Wei Mingyi's complaints. She silently gave up the idea of showering and simply took out the bathroom sink, washed up, applied moisturizer, and lay down on the bed. The camp bed was a bit hard, so Nuan Yang covered herself with a quilt to feel more comfortable. She also took out the air conditioner and placed it next to the bed, intending to let it run for a while before putting it away. This way, the room wouldn't be too cold to sleep. As she was getting bored and trying to fall asleep, Wan Ningyan sent a request to share her perspective. Nuan Yang immediately agreed, and then she saw. A bathtub? Wife, are you taking a bath? I just finished, and I missed you, so I wanted to chat. What are you doing? I'm in bed, getting ready for bed. Nuan Yang shared her perspective with Wan Ningyan, and she saw the scene change. The camera angle rose, the sliding door opened, and she was wiping herself with a bath towel. Swallowing silently, Nuan Yang felt a little warm, especially as his mind flashed back to the scene of him wiping the water droplets off Wan Ningyan. Sometimes, Wan Ningyan would hug Nuan Yang and act coquettishly, saying that Nuan Yang was deliberately touching her sensitive spots, her breasts pressed tightly against her chest, impossible to ignore. Honey, it looks so lonely over there. Do you have a stove? No, there's only a brazier. We sleep on a camp bed, and it's so cold. Xiaoyan. I miss you so much. I want to hold you while I sleep. Really? The voice that had just been a little worried suddenly turned into a seductive, queenly voice. Nuan Yang shuddered, feeling numb. Then, everything in front of him turned white. When he looked closely, Wan Ningyan was already at the sink. Nuan Yang saw her topless body in the mirror. In a flash, she had put on her pajamas, but the large v-neck still revealed a lot of her sensuality. Nuan Yang's words were stuck in her throat, her eyes wide open. The scene just now was simply a critical hit. She was no longer sleepy at all, not even afraid of the cold. She suddenly sat up from the bed, and stared at the person in the mirror intently. Why aren't you talking? You said you miss me, but after just one day apart, you already lost everything? Wan Ningyan scolded Nuan Yang in a deep, overbearing voice. Her hands didn't stop moving. She squeezed some body lotion, and began applying it to her neck. As she did so, she reached inside her pajamas, and smeared it all over her little white rabbit. Nuan Yang's breath hitched. How could she even speak? Who could say that? Look at you. I told you so many times not to leave marks, and you never listened. Wan Ningyan pulled open her collar, revealing more kiss marks. As she applied body lotion, she complained about Nuan Yang's disobedience. Nuan Yang's mouth dried, and she blurted out what she was thinking. Pull it down a little more. Wan Ningyan was stunned, then her eyes curved with a smile. She leaned closer to the mirror, pulled her pajamas open, revealing her beautiful shoulder. Are you coming home tomorrow, honey? Yes. I go fishing this morning and bring some back to base first, then I come home to find you, okay? Okay. Wan Ningyan straightened her pajamas, even the collar. I'm going rabbit hunting tomorrow morning. If you don't see me when you get home, find me in the woods east of the base. I'm going to bed now. Good night, honey. Huh? The video ended so quickly that Nuan Yang didn't even have time to say goodnight to Wan Ningyan. Her body was still aroused, and she tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. In the middle of the night, a series of explosions came from the sea. Nuan Yang was still alert, and her message to Wan Ningyan hadn't received a response. Only then did she realize Wan Ningyan had done it on purpose. The next day, Nuan Yang woke up with panda eyes. It was the first time she realized that lust could also cause insomnia. She actually been thinking about her wife all night. It was so pathetic that when Zhao Rou and Yuan Manman asked her about it, she felt embarrassed to say she was homesick and could only blame it on the weather. It's too cold. I keep waking up from the cold, so that's all. Sorry, this is the best place we could find. It's okay. Let's go and watch the fishing. Nuan Yang comforted Yuan Manman and headed for the harbor. She didn't need to come so early. After catching a boatload of fish, someone would notify her when the boat returned. But thinking of Wan Ningyan, Nuan Yang wanted to go fishing with the boat, just to save time and get home earlier. However, after the shark attack last time, and with the military personnel here, Nuan Yang didn't want to take the risk, so she took a chair and sat by the beach, waiting for the boat to return. Chapter 369. The sea surface broke through a nearly 50-meter wide channel. Nuan Yang pulled up his tactical scope to watch them casting their nets. After waiting for about an hour, the boat finally pulled up the net. The dense mass of various mutant fish made Nuan Yang stand up. If only I had a heavy-duty boat, I wouldn't have had to fish so hard. I almost died. Nuan Yang once again marveled at the convenience of the fishing boat. At the same time, he carefully observed the soldiers' operation. He planned to learn how to go fishing again and catch more, so that he wouldn't have to take such risks in the future. The fishing net was very heavy, and it took nearly half an hour to pull it aboard. The military had two types of fish boxes, one for small fish and the other for large fish. However, large fish are too strong and can break free, so once the net was aboard, soldiers swarmed over and injected the large fish's spines with thick needles before dropping them into the boxes for large fish. The boxes of fish were stuffed with ice to keep them fresh. Qin Jun said the drive from the port to the base only took 40 minutes, so they could do without Nuan Yang. However, the sheer volume of fish, coupled with the fuel consumption of the car, meant they naturally prioritized using space wherever possible. The first fishing trip took the military nearly 3 hours. By the second time, with experience in setting the nets, collecting the nets, and sorting the fish, they were done in 2.5 hours before returning. Nuan Yang checked the time. It was almost 10 o'clock. She hadn't expected to start fishing so early in the morning, only to have to wait until almost noon to return to the base. She was deeply frustrated. She was already missing Wan Ningyan. Miss Nuan, please take these fish back. Everyone at the base will be grateful. Captain Zhang, you're so polite. Working for the base is for myself. There's no such thing as a hassle. Zhang Fei nudged Qin Jun's arm. See what I said? Miss Nuan is so kind. If we wait for them to move the food, how long will it take for everyone to eat? That's ridiculous. Qin Jun took a step to the side, putting some distance between them and Zhang Fei. Miss Nuan, let's go! We need to get back quickly. The supply depot and the cafeteria are waiting for us. Okay. Nuan Yang smiled faintly, but she was actually terribly anxious. She wished she could sew Zhang Fei's mouth shut. After collecting the fish, he chatted with Nuan Yang for over 10 minutes. Miss Nuan, Zhang Fei is a man with a lot of mouths, but he's a good person. If I offended you in any way, I apologize on his behalf. Don't take it personally. On the way back to the base, Qin Jun apologized on Zhang Fei's behalf. Nuan Yang replied, dismissing the matter. After all, the search team was the one she interacted with most often, so the good and bad of the others didn't matter to her. Upon arriving at the base, Nuan Yang first went to Area A to deliver the fish. They had already been counted at the port, so Bai Xing simply checked the records and discussed with Nuan Yang the types of fish to be distributed. The ordinary people at the base don't have much savings, so we like to get a larger share of these small fish. Miss Nuan, could you focus on the larger ones? Sure, that's fine with me. I have a large family anyway, and larger fish are more satisfying. Thank you so much. Bai Xing had the soldiers pack a box of various small fish for Nuan Yang, and Nuan Yang was free to choose the remaining larger fish. Nuan Yang didn't hesitate, selecting some delicious fish, as well as some unexpectedly caught octopus, shrimp, and sea cucumbers. The mutated seafood was really exaggerated. The shrimps were as big as 2 palms, the octopus was like a small ball, and the sea cucumber was as long as an arm. Nuan Yang thought that Wan Ningyan had been either chopping trees or catching rabbits these days, and it was time for her to replenish her body. So after taking 2 steps, he came back and took away one of the abalone he saw, and threw back 2 shrimps. 2 for 1, the base wasn't at a loss. Nuan Yang consoled himself with this thought, taking out his hiking pole and starting to walk home. His eagerness to return home was tempered by the slippery snow, especially after the shoveling, when the ground had frozen over, making it even more slippery than walking directly on snow. Nguyen Yang could only walk slowly and carefully. When he arrived at his doorstep, Nguyen Yang took out sea cucumbers, abalone, and octopus, one for the elders to nourish themselves, one for the children to try, and one for his wife. After arranging everything, he smiled and opened the door, calling out to Nguyen Mama as a courtesy. "Mom, I'm back. I brought..." Nguyen Yang hadn't finished her words when she realized there was no one on the Kong, and the stove was even dark. "Sister-in-law." "What? Sister-in-law, you're finally back." Wan Ningfeng ran over from the sofa, a mournful look on her face. Nguyen Yang sensed something was wrong, and after storing the seafood in her storage, she quickly asked Wan Ningfeng what was wrong. "Sister, Wu, your eye is injured." "Mom knows." "She fainted. The doctor's abilities aren't enough. Yin Yin told me to wait for you at home." "Wu, sister-in-law, are you and Mom going to die?" Wan Ningfeng was sobbing and her speech was incoherent, but Nguyen Yang had caught all the details. Mama Wan had fainted, and Wan Ningyan was injured. How could this happen? Nguyen Yang couldn't believe it. Everything was fine yesterday. Last night, Wan Ningyan had deliberately flirted with him, eager for him to come home. How could something like this happen? Calm down. Did you say something wrong? Ningyan was injured? Mom fainted? What happened? It's true. Sister seems to be blind. Mom fainted and went to the emergency room. The doctor doesn't have abilities. She might die. Could die? Blind? Even Nguyen Yang, who had just prepared herself mentally, was so startled she took 2 steps back, collapsing against the wall. Her eyes instantly turned red, and her voice distorted. Where are they? At the hospital. Nguyen Yang immediately rushed out, got out her SUV, and sped towards the hospital. Her heart was pounding with anxiety, her legs weak and aching from the sudden change, and she nearly hit pedestrians several times along the way. After quickly arriving at the hospital, Nguyen Yang asked the front desk for information and rushed all the way to Ward 303 on the 3rd floor of the inpatient department. Opening the door, she saw Wen Yenru and Wei Mingyi. Sister-in-law, you're finally back. Sister Yen and Mom are in trouble. Where's Ningyan? Where are they? Wei Mingyi stepped aside. Ningyan is here. Auntie is still in the emergency room. All the healing staff have gone. She should be fine. Nguyen Yang had been clinging to hope, but now, seeing Wan Ningyan lying in bed with gauze wrapped around her eyes, he felt as if the sky had fallen. He walked unsteadily to the bedside, reached out a trembling hand, and gently touched Wan Ningyan's cheek. The warmth of her body spread to his palm, and he finally had to face reality. Ningyan, I'm back. Did you hear me? Ningyan. Stop yelling. Ningyan fainted from the pain and won't wake up for a while. Fainted from the pain? Nguyen Yang stood up and looked around. Where's the doctor? Why isn't there any doctor here to treat her? Save Auntie. Wei Mingyi stepped forward and patted Nguyen Yang's shoulder. Don't get excited. A healing doctor will be back in about an hour to recover their powers and come treat Ningyan. 1 hour. Wait, what happened to my mom? How did Ningyan get injured? Besides, there are plenty of healing doctors out there. Why wait? Chapter 370. Let's talk outside. Don't wake Ningyan. Her injured eye can't take painkillers, and there's no saline solution. It might be better if she fainted. Wei Mingyi's words stabbed Nguyen Yang's heart like a knife, causing a dull pain. Regaining a shred of sanity, she quickly checked her space to find the medical pills. There were 2 left, and she immediately took one out to feed Wan Ningyan. Wei Mingyi grabbed Nguyen Yang's wrist. What is this? Medical pills. They can cure any illness. Nguyen Yang tried to put the pill into Wan Ningyan's mouth, but Wei Mingyi held her back. The injured eye won't kill her, but news of her injury will quickly reach the military. How are you going to explain how she recovered without the healing system? But, don't say buts. I understand you're not thinking straight. Just listen. Put the medicine away and call Zhao Ro over. You're back, so she should be too. Let her treat you. After we made the calls, come out with me. I explained the situation in detail. Nguyen Yang's chaotic mind pondered for a few seconds before he did as Wei Mingyi instructed. He first contacted Zhao Ro and asked her to come to the hospital immediately. Then, he told Wen Yenru to call him if anything happened, and then he followed Wei Mingyi to the ward. Don't worry about Auntie. Qin Yun came by and said she's recovered. After the healing system treatment is complete, she'd be transferred to the ward to rest. Well, tell me. What happened? Weren't you catching rabbits? How did she get injured like this? The base hospital's hospitalization fee was very high, and few people would stay in the ward to recuperate. Therefore, the corridor was silent, with only the occasional sounds of a nurse working at the front desk in the distance. Wanyang sat on a bench by the door, looking much calmer. With red eyes, he listened quietly to Wei Mingyi's account of the morning's events. Yesterday we caught 5 rabbits, a good catch, but there weren't enough to go around, so each person only got half. Ningyan said today is the winter solstice, and since you'd be back, she wanted to catch 2 rabbits for the holiday, 1 spicy and 1 braised for you, who can't handle spicy food. So she didn't want yesterday's rabbits, and planned to catch some this morning. There's a rabbit herd in the woods east of the base. Besides the military hunting team, many ordinary people have been catching rabbits there these past few days. It's quite safe, so Ningyan told us not to help, so I agreed. Catching rabbits wasn't part of the plan. Since we were delayed in chopping woods, I took everyone to the woods across the way to cut trees, so I wouldn't disturb her while still being able to keep an eye on her. At first, nothing unusual happened. Ningyan was searching for rabbit holes, but there were too many people catching rabbits. The rabbit population was rapidly declining, so it took her a long time to catch just one. It was almost noon when she caught the second one. I was chopping wood at the time, and I only learned about it when Muyi said he saw Ningyan holding a rabbit in one hand and preparing to come over. When I heard Muyi's words, I turned around and saw someone lying in the snow, right on the path Ningyan had taken to get to the other side. I was wondering when I saw her go over to investigate. Then, the person threw lime powder at Ningyan, and she collapsed in pain. The snow on the ground reacted with the lime powder, corroding her eyes so quickly they couldn't open. Hearing this, Wanyang clenched her hands even tighter, her nails digging into her flesh to ease the stinging pain in her heart. She raised her already red eyes and asked, suppressing her anger, "Who was it? Did they catch him?" Wei Mingyi shook his head. "No, we only know it was a boy, probably underage. He seemed to be searching for something near Ningyan. When he saw us coming, he immediately grabbed the 2 rabbits and ran off. Saving him was the most important thing, so I said Qin Yun and Muyi to chase him, and then I and the other members provided emergency treatment to Ningyan." Wei Mingyi sighed softly and looked at Wanyang apologetically. "I wanted to inform you, but Ningyan wouldn't let me, saying you were out on a mission and we didn't want to worry you." Then Qin Yun and Muyi came back and said the boy had help. Halfway through the chase, someone came to help, but the 2 of them skied away, making it impossible to catch up. I thought that since they had help and had prepared lime powder and escape tools, they were well prepared, and the Wan family might have been attacked. So I said Qin Yun to the Wan family and informed them. I heard the news of Ningyan's injury, and unexpectedly my aunt suffered a heart attack from the shock. I'm sorry for making my aunt sick, and the doctors were short on mental energy, so they had to prioritize treating my aunt. That's why Ningyan fainted from the pain. Don't apologize. If I were you, I'd be worried about my family too. But why are the doctors short on mental energy? The number of healing abilities has increased, and the snowstorm relief efforts are over, so the hospital shouldn't be busy. How could they be short on mental energy? I asked Xiaoxua, and she said it was because a group of new survivors arrived last night. They weren't in good health, so they all came for treatment, causing a shortage of healing mental energy. Nuanyang instantly understood. It was the survivors from yesterday's shipyard. He had saved so many people, but delayed treatment for his own family. He felt a sense of helplessness, a twist of fate. I see. I already had Kino call the police, and then I take people to search for clues near the base. The 2 mutant rabbits and the skateboard are too obvious to be returning to the base. They're probably still nearby. At that moment, footsteps sounded not far away. Wanyang looked up and saw Bai Xing approaching. Behind her was a white-haired elderly woman in a wheelchair, being carried up the stairs by 2 soldiers. "Miss Nuan," Bai Xing walked quickly to Wanyang, panting slightly, her face flushed from exercise. "As soon as I heard about your family incident, I immediately brought teacher Jiang here. She's a member of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. You can rest assured with her help." Even though Wanyang didn't understand medicine, she knew the importance of the Chinese Academy of Sciences and immediately greeted teacher Jiang respectfully. Teacher Jiang had a kind face, but now she waved impatiently. "Stop being polite. Get me to the emergency room. A heart attack is no joke." "I take you." Wanyang asked Wei Mingyi to help watch over Wan Ningyan, then followed the soldiers to wheel teacher Jiang to the emergency room around the corner. Father Wan, Wan Ningyue, and Qin Yun were waiting at the door, awaiting news. Xiaoang, you're back. So great. Sister-in-law. Please help Mom. Nuanyang watched teacher Jiang enter, then squatted down and hugged her to comfort her, then looked at Father Wan. Don't worry, Dad. That doctor just now was from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. With her here, Mom will be fine. That's good, that's good. Junyu is saved. Father Wan sat on the bench, patting his chest repeatedly. He'd been feeling a tightness in his chest since Mother Wan and Wan Ningyan's accident, but now he felt a little relieved. After comforting his family, Nuanyang turned and went to Qin Yun to inquire about the situation. Qin Yun seemed helpless and puzzled. The doctor said she's out of danger for now, and can be treated once the healing system recovers her mental strength. But she hasn't come out yet. I don't know what's going on. Where's Xiaoxue? Is she in there? Yes, she was the one who came out to notify me earlier, but she hasn't come out in a while. This made Nuanyang's heart clench again. She took out a small medicine bottle and put a medical pill in it. If the situation got serious, the medical pill would be the only emergency measure. Exposing her would be exposing her. Her family was more important. The Wan family was completely distraught. Nuanyang couldn't let her anxiety show, for fear of disturbing them. She could only feign composure, standing at the door of the emergency room, praying for Wan's mother's safety. Chapter 371. After waiting anxiously for nearly 15 minutes, teacher Jiang was wheeled out by several doctors. Her face looked a little tired, but not heavy, and she wore a faint smile. Nuanyang felt much more at ease at this moment, and hurried forward to inquire about Mother Wan's condition. She's fine, don't worry, little girl. Your mother will be out in a few minutes. Thank you, teacher Jiang. Thank you, doctors. Nuanyang was completely relieved that Mother Wan, who was in the most critical condition, was out of danger. She thanked everyone one by one. Teacher Jiang waved to Nuanyang, who immediately squatted down again. What's wrong, teacher Jiang? Little girl, just because you've been revived doesn't mean you're cured. A heart attack is something that requires gradual recovery. I tell you a few things to keep in mind, and remember them. Okay, you say? I take note. First, avoid strenuous exercise. Just a regular walk will be fine. Second, remember not to stay up late. Maintain a regular sleep schedule. Third, avoid smoking or drinking. Eat a light diet. Teacher Jiang looked exhausted, her voice less powerful than before. She still insisted on going through all the precautions with Nuanyang, finally urging her to have regular checkups. Then she closed her eyes and rested, letting the doctors push her wheelchair away. As soon as they left, Nuanyang immediately took out a small notebook, wrote down the precautions, and handed it to Father Wan. Dad, Ningyan and I are often away from home, so I appreciate your continued care for Mom. Of course. Jinyu is my wife, so it's only natural for me to take care of her. As they were talking, the door to the emergency room opened again. Wei Mingxue emerged first. She looked extremely pale, and with some difficulty, she pulled the door open. Several doctors followed, wheeling Wan's mother out. Mom. Nuanyang hurried over and found Mother Wan's eyes tightly closed, seemingly still in a coma. Doctor, how is Mom? She's fine. She's just in shock from the heart attack, so she's still in a coma. This is normal, don't worry. She wake up tomorrow at the latest. Okay, I understand. Thank you, doctor. The doctors wheeled Mother Wan to Ward 303, making it easier for the Wan family to care for both patients. After they were settled and the doctors had left, Nuanyang closed and locked the door. Zhao Rou had arrived. Nuanyang had seen her treating Wan Ningyan by her bedside and hadn't bothered her. But then she noticed something was wrong. Zhao Rou's face was as pale as Wei Mingxue's, clearly from overexertion. Zhao Rou, you don't look well. If your mental strength is running low, rest for a while. Zhao Rou continued to channel her supernatural powers, replying to Nuanyang with a simple, I'm fine. What's wrong? Stop. Using up all your mental energy is dangerous. It's almost healed. Give me a little more time, and the nerves in my eye will fully recover. Zhao Rou's words were a bit long, and her gritted teeth gave it away through her voice. Nuanyang interrupted her treatment, and pulled her to sit on the empty bed nearby. Xiaoxue, come here too. Wei Mingxue was flirting with Wei Mingyi about how tired she was, but upon hearing Nuanyang's words, she immediately regained her composure, and sat obediently next to Zhao Rou. Nuanyang searched the space and produced 2 boiled mutant eggs, a plate of stir-fried mutant yak beef, a plate of mutant mutton vermicelli, and 2 bowls of rice. Eat something, and recover your mental strength. The two of them, one looked after Wei Mingyi. After receiving permission, they thanked Nuanyang and happily began to eat. The other looked after Nuanyang, and silently lowered his head to pick up his bowl and chopsticks. To the uninitiated, they might have thought Nuanyang owed her millions. The food was delicious, made of mutant animal meat, and Nuanyang's appetite was instantly whetted. Then she remembered it was already afternoon, and no one had probably eaten lunch yet. The ward was also quite crowded. Besides Wan Ningfeng, who was watching over the house, the rest of the family had arrived, along with Wei Mingyi's sisters and Zhao Rou. The ward was packed with 7 people, making it seem cramped. Captain Wei, what would you like to eat? I get it for you. No thanks. I'm going to the police station. I made an appointment with Mu Yi and the others to meet there in an hour, regardless of whether we found any leads or not. Okay. If you have any leads or need any help, please contact me. Okay. Wei Mingyi gave Wei Mingxue a few instructions before leaving. Nuanyang looked at the Wan family, thought for a moment, and decided to leave Wen Yanru behind while taking Wan's father and Wan Ningyue home first. Xiaolong, Dad has to stay here to take care of my wife and daughter. How can I go home? Dad, Ningyan's illness will be completely cured once Zhao Rou and Xushua's mental strength recovers. As for Mom, she's fine too. She'd be discharged when she wakes up. Nian Yin and I are more than capable of doing that. If you stay here to look after her, what will happen to the house? When I got home, it was freezing cold inside, and the breeze was still a bit rough. Someone has to help light the Kong stove and cook. We can't wait for Mom to come home to do it, right? Upon hearing this, Father Wan stood up immediately. Jinyu can't do it. She needs to recover. You are, and I will go home first. Okay, I take you there. Wan Yang got a rice bowl for Wen Yanru, then drove Father Wan and Wan Ningyue home. It was already past lunchtime, and cooking any more would leave them hungry. So, he prepared 3 rice bowls, and gave Father Wan the mutant sea cucumber and abalone. Mom needs a light meal, so make some seafood porridge. Ningyan shouldn't have any dietary restrictions, so just make something nourishing. Dad knows. Xiaolong, go back soon and take good care of Mom and Yan Yan. Okay. Nuanyang looked at the 2 children and warned them, something's happened at home. You must obey and stay calm. Take care of Xingyun and Yingbao, and don't let Dad worry. I understand, sister-in-law. Nuanyang looked at the 2 children and their reactions, then compared them with Wen Yanru. She felt bad. It was normal for Yuer to be flustered at such a young age, but Wan Ningfeng, as her older brother, seemed to have lost his mind in the face of such a big situation. He wasn't as calm and steady as Nian Yan, and the more she looked at him, the less useful he seemed. Back in the ward, everyone had finished their meal. Wan Yanru was caring for Mother Wan, while Zhao Rou and Wei Mingxue stood by Wan Ningyan's bedside, planning to treat her together. You're treating me just as I regain some mental strength. Are you 2 going to die? Or do you want to leave me with some kind of after effect, relying on me for the rest of my life and having me provide for you? Zhao Rou and Wei Mingxue blushed profusely at this statement. They quickly denied it, and sat back on the bed to rest. Wan Ningyan woke up, making a sound of pain. She reached out to touch the gauze. Nuanyang quickly restrained her wrists, and whispered soothing words. Ningyan, your eyes aren't healed yet. You can't touch them right now. It hurts. It hurts. I know. Wait a little longer. Once Zhao Rou and Xiao Shua's powers are restored, we treat you. Wan Ningyan, struggling, suddenly stopped. She grasped Nuanyang's arm with both hands and asked anxiously. Is that Nuanyang? You're back? It's me. Nuanyang pulled Wan Ningyan's hand to his cheek. I'm sorry I'm late. Nuanyang. Whoa. I thought I'd never see you again. Wan Ningyan sat up and touched Nuanyang's body, then hugged her tightly. Nuanyang could sense Wan Ningyan's fear and kept soothing her, hoping to make her feel better. It's him. What? It's that boy. Wan Ningyan raised her head and cupped Nuanyang's cheek with her hands. Her lips trembled, as if she was furious. Nuanyang, do you remember when we rescued Chen Haitang and we were surrounded by survivors from that school? I remember. Several teachers and a group of students. It was that student. The boy you once confronted. He was the one who attacked me. Chapter 372. That boy you once argued with, he was the one who attacked me. As Nuanyang's mind echoed, she could no longer remember what the boy looked like. She only knew that group of teachers and students were bullies, who feared the strong and didn't dare fight zombies, yet they dared to morally blackmail others into escorting them to the base. Ningyan, why did he hurt you? Even if things weren't pleasant at the time, we were their saviors. Throwing lime at them was too mean. I don't know, it hurts. Honey, it hurts, woo. Wan Ningyan wanted to touch her eyes again. Nuanyang, not caring about the assailant, quickly sat behind her, encircling her from behind, his hands firmly holding her arms. Ningyan, don't touch me. It hurt more if you touch the injured nerves. Be obedient. How long do we have to wait? Yang didn't know that before she turned to ask Xiao Rou had already reached the bedside. Let's treat her first. Dr. Wei and I will take turns. We treat as much as we can. At least we can alleviate the pain. Okay, thank you for your help. Ningyan's eye was completely damaged, from the skin around her eye to her eyeball. Because quicklime is a strong base, it undergoes a hydration reaction when it comes into contact with water, reaching temperatures as high as 300 degrees Celsius. It's also a chemical burn, so repairing it requires considerable mental effort. Therefore, even Xiao Rou, a level 2 psychic, couldn't heal it all in one go. When Yang learned this, he simply couldn't bear to see Ningyan suffer anymore. He decided not to treat her, and simply gave her the pills. No! I can bear it. Save the pills. There are 2. It's okay for you to take one. And Mom, isn't she sick? You give it to me. Save the other one for me. I'm fine. How could she be fine? Ningyan's lips were bloodless from the pain. The high temperature burn, so close to the brain nerves, was not something she could just endure. Ningyan, Mom's fine. She's been saved. Be good and open your mouth. You can fight again if the pills are gone. Your injury is more important. Ningyan bit her lower lip, refusing to open it. She leaned into Yang's arms, trying to prove she could endure it, but she still trembled with pain from time to time, which broke Yang's heart. Okay, I won't eat. Xiao Rou, you must continue with the treatment. Xiuxue, please call more doctors. I pay double the medical expenses. No. 5 or 10 times. Have everyone with the mental strength come. Okay, I go now. Ningyan, help hold Ningyan's arm down. When Yenru sat down beside the bed, and quickly grabbed Ningyan's wrist. Yang had time to free a hand, and place it on Ningyan's lips. Ningyan, bite me if it hurts. Don't bite yourself, it's easy to hurt. There was no pain, only the soft touch of lips against the back of her hand, and the chattering of her teeth. Ningyan was shaking even more violently than before. Yang was helpless, and could only soothe her with kind words, hoping she would feel better. No! How did the nerve that was just repaired become disconnected again? Xiao Rou frowned and looked at Ningyan, her eyes full of confusion. Disconnected? What do you mean? This is the second round of treatment, but strangely enough, the nerve that had just healed disconnected again. Even the wound that healed from the first treatment has reopened. How could this happen? Yang quickly took hold of Ningyan's head and lifted her face. He noticed a faint redness in the gauze, as if blood was seeping out. Sister-in-law. I remember. Saline solution. When Yenru suddenly spoke, clutching Yang's arm tightly. The hospital didn't have saline solution, so they didn't treat sister. There must be some lime powder in her eyes. She cried in pain, and her tears might have reacted with the remaining lime powder, causing further damage to her eyes. What? Yang was struck by a bolt from the blue. She instantly remembered Wei Mingyi's words about how the hospital didn't have saline solution for Ningyan, which was why she fainted from the pain. She actually forgotten about it. Sister-in-law, do you have saline solution? If so, bring it out. I get the nurse to help clean my sister first. Otherwise, no matter how many doctors come, they won't be able to heal her immediately. Yes, go get the nurse. I have some. Yang quickly retrieved 5 or 6 bottles of saline solution from her space. Then, she hugged Ningyan tightly, and let Xiao Rou remove the gauze. This was the first time Yang had seen the condition of Ningyan's eyes. The skin had been burned so intensely that it had turned black on the outside, revealing the flesh inside. The skin was almost completely burned, and her eyeball was faintly visible. There was also lime dust clinging to her eyebrows. Ningyan was in so much pain that she couldn't speak, gasping for breath. Yang hated herself for causing Ningyan further harm. She raised her hand and slapped herself. I'm sorry. It's my fault. Wei Mingyi said it was my carelessness that caused you this. I'm truly sorry. Family members, please move aside. Don't interfere with the treatment. When Yenru arrived with 2 nurses. One of the nurses grasped Ningyan's raised hand. Yang wanted to stay, but another nurse shooed her away. The wound is festering. We need to clean and disinfect it quickly. Miss Wan, bear with it. It will feel better after washing, otherwise the pain will linger. Are you family members stupid? You had saline solution, but you didn't bring it out sooner. Seriously? Yang felt humiliated by the nurse's words, and couldn't bring herself to approach. She could only stand a short distance and watch them handle the situation. She regretted it deeply, hating herself for not thinking straight. Miss Nguyen, don't blame yourself too much. You're not a doctor, so it's normal for you not to know the procedures. Yes, sister-in-law, Sister Yin wouldn't blame you either. I saw Sister Yin trying to comfort you just now, but the nurse came. And this is ultimately that boy's fault. If you really feel guilty, shouldn't you try to catch the murderer? Nguyen Yang listened to Zhao Rou and Wen Yinru's words of comfort, forcing herself to cheer up and holding back her tears. Zhao Rou was right. All the suffering Wan Ningyan is going through is due to that boy, and he must be paid back 1,000-fold. Sister Nguyen Yang, there are only 3 doctors with psychic powers, plus me, so we can take turns. We should be able to handle this. Wei Mingxue returned, followed by 3 female doctors, all with healing abilities. Nguyen Yang shook hands with each of them, thanking them as if they were her saviors. Don't be polite, Miss Nguyen. I'm a fan of Wan Ningyan. Why should I thank you for saving my idol? Yeah, it's a pity I don't have a cell phone. Otherwise, we take a picture together after she gets better. Nguyen Yang hadn't expected that 2 of the 3 doctors were fans of Wan Ningyan, and one was a good friend of Wei Mingxue. Since Wan Ningyan was a good friend, they were all very happy to treat her. Even sisters should settle accounts, especially since you're fans. So, when Ningyan gets better, we prepare a generous gift for everyone as a token of our gratitude. No need to be so polite. That's right, we're not here just to get your thank you gift. The 3 female doctors still refused, and Nguyen Yang didn't know what to say. She accepted the gift, intending to give it to Wei Mingxue later. Wan Ningyan fainted from the pain again, but after the nurse cleaned the wound, the lime powder was finally removed. After disinfecting it with saline, the wound looked better. Zhao Rou's mental strength had reached its limit, so Wei Mingxue and the other 4 had to take turns treating Wan Ningyan. However, none of them had much mental strength left, and even after 1 round, her injuries hadn't fully healed. The eyes have been repaired. All that's left is the skin. We do it again in half an hour, and it should be completely healed. Thank you. Thank you, Xiaoxiu. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. Nguyen Yang thanked all the doctors numerous times. She felt her tense nerves finally relax, and finally, leaning against the wall, she breathed a sigh of relief. If the torture continued, she was afraid she would go mad. Chapter 373. Wan Ningyan's eyes were completely healed. It was already half dark outside after all the hard work. Nguyen Yang sat between the 2 beds, exhausted both physically and mentally, yet afraid to close his eyes for fear something might happen to them. At this point, only Nguyen Yang and Wen Yinru remained in the ward. Nguyen Yang had sent Zhao Rou to find Chen Jun, who knew those students. With Chen Jun's assistance, the police could be more efficient in arresting them. Nguyen Yang gave the remaining saline solution to the hospital. The 2 nurses who had been critical of Nguyen Yang changed their tune and brought 2 quilts to protect them from getting too cold. However, Nguyen Yang had instructed the nurses not to use the saline solution on the survivors from the shipyard yesterday. Many of them had old injuries, and healing therapy was completely ineffective. It had wasted the doctor's supernatural powers, causing Ningyan to suffer even more. Nguyen Yang was stingy, and couldn't bear to see the donated supplies go to such people. After nearly an hour of vigil, Nguyen Yang curled up tightly in the quilt, feeling increasingly cold. The hospital had air conditioning, but no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't keep up with the steadily dropping temperature. Snow began to fall outside again. Nguyen Yang checked the weather forecast. It was almost minus 60 degrees Celsius. Nguyen Yang stood up immediately after hearing a small moan. Seeing that it was indeed Wan Ningyan, who had woken up, he quickly sat down beside her bed and held her hand. Ningyan, are you okay? Are you feeling any discomfort? Are your eyes okay? Does it still hurt? Can you open them? Look at me, and test my eyes. If there's anything wrong, tell me and I call a doctor. Wan Ningyan sat up, rubbing her head. Overhearing Nguyen Yang's rambling, she placed her hand on her lips. It's so noisy. Just let me be quiet for a while. My head's a little dizzy. Nguyen Yang stopped talking and nodded vigorously, then kept his eyes open to observe Wan Ningyan. Wen Yinru, who was standing beside him, smiled and reminded him. Sister-in-law, I'm awake now. You don't have to starve like that. Bring out something to eat. I've been hungry all day. Oh yes, I haven't had lunch or dinner yet. I must be starving. Nguyen Yang took out a folding table and placed it on the bed. Then he began to lay out all kinds of food on it. He gave Wan Ningyan everything she liked, even buying her a bowl of chicken noodle soup, her former favorite from the mall. You're exaggerating. I can't eat that much. Pick it up. Have whatever you want. I put away the ones you don't like. Wan Ningyan didn't have anything in particular to eat. She just ordered the chicken noodle soup, but she didn't start eating right away. Instead, she took out a small mirror and kept checking her skin and eyes, making sure there were no scratches. You little bastard. It's a good thing there's no scar, or I skin him alive. Ningyan, even with the scar, I still love you. Don't be angry. Wan Ningyan was just about to eat her noodles when she heard Wan Yang's words, and tapped her head with her chopsticks. Have you watched too many idol dramas? A facial scar is a permanent injury for anyone. So what if you love me? I'd be unhappy forever because of this scar. Can your love for me make up for that? Remember, only I can reconcile with myself, not your love. Indeed. I remember. I was superficial. It's okay. I forgive you. Wan Ningyan had been hungry for 2 meals, and just wanted to eat her noodles. After perfunctorily saying a few words to Nguyen Yang, she began to slurp them. Only after she had eaten most of the bowl did the hunger subside a little. Then she suddenly raised her head and looked at Nguyen Yang. Where's my rabbit? Rabbit? Nguyen Yang took a second to realize what rabbit Wan Ningyan was talking about. Oh, those 2 rabbits, they were stolen. All stolen? Well, it's okay. If they're stolen, they're stolen. I catch as many as you want when I have time. Okay. I'm just so disappointed. I've been looking for them for ages. Wan Ningyan mumbled a few words and continued eating her noodles. Her adorable appearance made Nguyen Yang's lips curl up. It was wonderful to have Wan Ningyan so healthy. The world was so colorful because of her. After finishing her bowl of noodles, Wan Ningyan contentedly lay back on her bed. Turning her head, she saw her mother, Wan, lying on the other side of the bed, and suddenly sat up again. It's over. It's over. What's going on with my wife? What's wrong? What should I do? Mom knows everything, right? Nguyen Yang was confused. Knows what? I used my volunteer work at the orphanage to hide my participation in the team mission. Did Mom know? Well, Nguyen Yang looked at Wan's mother, who was still unconscious, and shook her head. I don't know. I explain it to her when she wakes up. But you have to behave. I had a heart attack. The doctor said that even though I'm alive, I can't let my emotions get too intense. You can't argue with me, okay? Yes, I won't argue with you. Even if you asked me to quit the team, I would agree. Nguyen Yang was surprised. In her mind, Wan Ningyan was obsessed with joining the Rose team. Especially after spending time together, she had developed a strong bond with the other members. She should have been even more reluctant to leave. Yet, Ningyan, are you suffering from some kind of mental illness due to your injury? No, I just don't want Mom to worry. I heard someone say she fainted, and maybe. I was so upset, it hurt more than my eye injury. I don't want to lose Mom. I'm just not joining the team. It's no big deal. It's not as important as Mom. Nguyen Yang could hear a hint of sob in Wan Ningyan's voice, perhaps unwilling to accept the outcome. According to the original plan, after Nguyen Yang returned from her mission, he would confess to her about joining the team. At that time, Wan Ningyan had not only been out many times, but also had 2 mutant rabbits as trophies. With Nguyen Yang's assurance, there was a chance that Mom would relent. Now, there was little hope. Just as Nguyen Yang was holding Wan Ningyan's hand to comfort her, he received a call from Zhao Ro, who had just returned home from the police station. What's going on? Have you caught the murderer? Not yet. Captain Chen and the police have thoroughly searched areas D and E, bringing all the survivors from the school to the police station, but they haven't found the boy. According to feedback from close friends, he got up early and went out. His clothes matched the information provided by the Rose team. Hasn't he come back yet? The temperature's dropping again tonight. It's horrible for him to spend the night out there. Captain Wei and the others looked outside. They were sliding west, but the trail broke off halfway with obvious signs of cover-up. The snow also made it even harder to find. Captain Wei asked me to apologize. They go look again tomorrow. Got it. Let me know when you have more information. If you can't find him, come with me once I sorted out my family affairs. I have a surveillance system. Finding him shouldn't be difficult, unless he's dead out there. Got it. Nguyen Yang wanted to complain at Zhao Ro's military-like response, but Zhao Ro was stubborn and wouldn't change, so he gave up. Chapter 374. Has the murderer been caught yet? Yes, Nguyen Yang replied as he tucked Wan Ningyan into bed. We looked for him at the base, but he's not there. He's probably hiding out there, and hasn't dared come back. That's strange. What's his motive? He can't be after those 2 rabbits, can he? Yang paused, puzzled. What's strange about that? He's still a student. Catching rabbits is hard, let alone mutant rabbits. Seeing you can catch them, he'd be tempted to do something malicious. Isn't that normal? But think about it, it's freezing cold now. What will he do after he finishes eating the rabbits? He'd have to go back to the base, which is heating. He can't just wander around for 2 rabbits. You said he's a student, too. He doesn't even have the skills to catch rabbits. How can he survive out there? That's definitely not right. And he didn't kill you. We know each other. Isn't he just waiting to be caught? So why did he do that? Just as the two were puzzled, when Yenru beside them whispered, Is it possible that his target wasn't the rabbit? Not the rabbit? Yang was even more confused. Then what else would be worth risking? Yin, as if realizing something, quickly sat up and felt around in her pockets. I remember him feeling around in my pockets, but they're empty. I have plenty of space, and never put anything in them. What was he looking for? At this moment, Wan's mother muttered Yin, showing signs of waking up. The conversation ended there, and the 3 of them hurried to Wan's bedside. Seeing her open her eyes, Yenru immediately went out to get the nurse. Mom, look at me. I'm Yin. I'm here. Mother Wan's dazed eyes slowly turned towards her, after hearing Yin's words. She sat up emotionally, and reached out to touch Yin's face. Yin? Is that you? Didn't you hurt your eye? Let me see. Mom, I'm fine. Yin leaned her face closer and smiled. Look at me, am I still as beautiful as ever? Mom doesn't want you to be beautiful. I just want you to be safe. Mom. Yin hugged Mother Wan, saying she was sorry, and would never lie again. She said she would quit the team, so she wouldn't worry her. Yin's voice sounded normal. Mother Wan, held by her, couldn't see her expression, and didn't notice anything was wrong. Only Yang, standing by the bed, saw Yin crying. The nurse arrived with the doctor. Yin wiped her tears, and quickly moved aside, hiding behind Yang to wipe her tears and calm herself. Yang didn't know how to comfort Yin. While listening to the doctor's instructions, he placed his hand around hers, and gently massaged her, hoping she'd feel better. Okay, you can be discharged now. Go home early. The temperature has dropped significantly today. Doctor, what's wrong with my mother's dizziness? The female doctor couldn't help but laugh and asked Yang, Are you dizzy from being hungry all day? Oh. Sorry, I forgot. I take her home for dinner. Be careful on the road. The elderly can easily break a bone with the slightest touch. Don't let them suffer that. I know. So, despite Wan's mother's objections, Yang and Yin, each supporting one of them, led the woman to the SUV. When Yenru went to the front desk to settle the bill. After everyone arrived, Yang drove home. The temperature outside dropped again, approaching minus 70 degrees Celsius. The light snow had turned into heavy sleet, and the plowed road was once again covered with snowflakes. If the SUV wasn't cold resistant, it would definitely not start. Lucky Mom woke up early, otherwise, staying overnight in the hospital in this weather, I'm afraid she'd catch a cold. You're the only one who's susceptible to colds. Yin and I aren't cold resistant. Yang's throat choked, and he couldn't speak. He closed the car door, and continued to help Mama home with Yin. The house had been reheated with the Kong and stove, and with the air conditioning and heating, it was cozy and warm. Dad Wan and Ningfeng were stewing seafood porridge. Ningyue was combing Lucky's fur, and Bao was squatting on Lucky, plucking tiger fur, and stuffing it into his feathers to keep warm. The happy family became even more lively with the return of Mama and the others. Jinyu, have some porridge. Xiaoyang specially gave you some sea cucumber and abalone to nourish you. Thank you, Xiaoyang. We have a wonderful daughter-in-law. Sister, big brother's wife, Yin, have you eaten yet? I served you a bowl. Mom, where was so worried about you? Hug. Yang, Yin, and when Yenru had already eaten dinner, but since it was the winter solstice and the situation had turned positive, they decided to celebrate and eat more together. The sea cucumber and abalone porridge was the main course, and the dumplings made by Wan's mother earlier were served as a side dish, along with some refreshing pickled vegetables. Wan's mother even allowed Wan's father a drink, a rare treat. The family chatted happily about everything, and even Yin smiled brightly. However, Yang noticed that everyone was praising themselves, but not noticing that Yenru had also helped a lot, so she spoke up for her. Actually, our family has another great contributor this time, and that's Yin. Yin? Not only were the family members surprised, But when Yenru herself was also surprised, and she immediately became uneasy. Even Xiaofan straightened her vines, no longer having the joy she had just had shaking her head in buds. Well, Yin Yin did a great job this time. After Mom and Ning Yang got in trouble, she asked Xiaofeng to stay home and inform me, otherwise I wouldn't have heard the news so quickly. Later, when Ning Yin was repeatedly injured, she reminded me that her eyes hadn't been treated with quicklime. She was also the first to call the nurse and doctor when things got tough. Yin Yin was much more reliable than me today. I was too worried about Mom and Ning Yin, lost my composure, and made the wrong choice, which caused Ning Yin more suffering. Nuan Yang raised her drink and smiled at Wen Yenru. Thank you, Yin Yin. With you in this family, I feel much more at ease on future missions. You're polite, I didn't do anything. Wen Yenru blushed as she raised her drink. But that was just the beginning. The family members then realized how much Wen Yenru had silently done, and they took turns praising her, causing her face to grow redder and redder. Later, Wen Yenru's face flushed as red as the setting sun, unable to say no. She silently raised her drink to accept everyone's praise, then, under the pretense of having had too much, she quickly ran to the bathroom to hide. Little Yin Yin is so shy. After the new year, I get her some wine, and see if she be braver. Hearing Wan Ning Yin's bad idea, Nuan Yang reached out and tapped her cheek. Don't do anything rash. What if Xiaofan gets drunk and goes crazy and tears the villa down? I be crying? Nuan Yang wasn't exaggerating. Just now, when Wen Yenru was shy, Xiaofan was like she was on steroids, twisting her vines into a knot, and even sneaking a drink from Wen Yenru's cup. If she drinks now, the house might be in jeopardy. Yin Yin, are you full? Yes, I am. Where's Mom? If you want anything else to eat, tell your daughter. I give you whatever I have in my space. Mother Wan smiled and waved her hand. No more food. Come, let's go inside and talk. Wan Ningyan hadn't expected Mother Wan to initiate a conversation. She could already guess what they were about. The color drained from her smiling face. Seeing this, Nuan Yang patted her shoulder and whispered, "Don't be afraid. She's your own mother. How could she possibly eat you? I rather she ate me." Wan Ningyan sighed and, ready to die, followed Mother Wan into Yuer and Yin Yin's room to talk. Chapter 375. After a stressful day, the Wan family relaxed after dinner, gathering around the stove to roast oranges and stew pears with rock sugar, both good for coughs and lungs. Yuer and Wan's father had weak immune systems, and were experiencing some coughing spells, so they made extra food for everyone to take precautions. Nuan Yang was worried about Wan Ningyan. She knew Wan's mother's temper. If she cheated and got into trouble, she might get a beating, not just a scolding. So she sat on the sofa with Ying Bao in her arms, waiting for someone to come out. They were close, so if anything serious happened, she could go in and plead for mercy. After about half an hour, the door finally opened. Nuan Yang nervously stood up and saw Wan Ningyan's eyes were red, as if she'd been crying, and her expression wasn't looking good. What's wrong? Did someone say something? Nuan Yang held her hand tightly. With Wan's mother behind them, Nuan Yang didn't dare ask, "Did you feel wronged?" For fear of her mother hearing something and getting suspicious. No, Mom agreed to let me join the Rose team. Honey, I'm so happy. Huh? Looking at his wife, who had thrown herself into his arms, weeping with joy, Nuan Yang was stunned. Instead of being beaten or scolded, Mother Wan agreed to join the team? How could that make sense? Mother Wan would rather endure hardship herself than let her children take risks. At this moment, Mother Wan, who had come out later, heard Nuan Yang's words and was unhappy. She feigned anger and asked Nuan Yang, "Xiaoan, what did you mean by that? Did you suspect I was bullying your wife?" "No, I saw Ningyan's eyes were red and I thought I scolded her?" Nuan Yang nodded guiltily. In reality, she thought she might have been beaten, but she didn't dare say it out loud, for fear of being misunderstood. "I'm really angry. You two lied to me for so long. If it weren't for this incident, I wouldn't have known anything." Mother Wan glared at Nuan Yang unceremoniously. "I always thought you were more steady, but why do you have no boundaries when it comes to Yin Yin? You dare to hide something so serious? She's used to being so willful, and you're just playing along?" Wan Ningyan, who had been crying just a moment ago, had learned her lesson. She hid in Nuan Yang's arms, burying her head low and pretending to be an ostrich. This forced Nuan Yang to face Mother Wan's lecture alone, but she was tongue-tied and couldn't say anything other than an apology. What's the point of apologizing? It's better to teach Yin Yin a lesson. She's completely clueless, and will only make me worry about her next time she goes out. Mom, this is truly a special case. Who could have imagined that the child I saved would actually harm me? Ningyan is usually very cautious. I promise I'm not lying. Mother One smiled and pressed down Nuanyang's hand, which had been used to swear. I believe you, but you must never collude with me to deceive me again. I really can't handle such a shock. Well, I won't do that again. Mother One looked at Wan Ningyan again. Where's the other one? Why didn't you say anything? Wan Ningyan cautiously turned away, chuckling. Mom, I know too. You better really know. Don't think I'm reluctant to hit you so you can act recklessly. Of course not. I'm so well behaved. When Wan Ningyan acted coquettishly, Mother One became disgusted, but she couldn't help but smile. She feigned a knock on Wan Ningyan's head and returned to warm herself by the fire. How did you do it? I tell you later. Wan Ningyan dragged Nuanyang to the bathroom. Let's shower first. You're all dirty today, and you need to wash your combat uniform too. Okay, let's take a bath and relax. I'm exhausted today. After all the twists and turns, a bath was the most relaxing. Nuanyang felt his tense nerves relax. The person he loved most was still lying on his chest, and he could feel her presence so clearly that everything he had done today felt like a dream. It's great that you're still here with me, and Mom's okay. Wan Ningyan was playing with Nuanyang's nipples. When she heard Nuanyang's words, she tilted her head and smiled at her. The next second, her plump lips pressed a kiss to her chest. I noticed you get anxious easily. Now that you're okay, you're still nagging about it. It was the same before. Because you died in the extreme cold in your previous life, you were so anxious you couldn't sleep. Can you have a little more confidence in yourself? Nuanyang sighed and hugged Wan Ningyan tighter. I know this isn't good, but the more I gain, the more I fear losing it. Ningyan, you know, when I was first reborn, I just wanted to stock up on more goods, live well with you, and spare you the hardships of my last life. But now, I want to be with you forever. I want you to be happy, my family to be safe, and my friends to be happy. I'm getting greedy. It's good to be greedy. Greed is what motivates you. Fear of loss is what makes you work harder to live, isn't it? Nuanyang then realized he was stuck in a rut again. Possessing more doesn't mean it's easier to lose. It's a reminder to protect what you have even more. My dear. Nuanyang lowered his head and kissed Wan Ningyan's forehead. What should I do? I feel like I'm becoming more and more dependent on you. Life without you feels like hell. Every day is incredibly hard. Then don't leave. Wan Ningyan tilted her head back and kissed Nuanyang, her words drowned between their lips and tongues. Nuanyang felt her uneasiness slowly dissipate, only to be dragged into another abyss by Wan Ningyan. That abyss was called desire. After finishing, Nuanyang took out a small mirror and looked at her cheek. A deep tooth mark appeared on the right side, almost breaking the skin. You're so cruel? What if I get disfigured? Humph. I told you to stop, but you didn't. You deserve it. Nuanyang smiled and kissed the woman, who was so tired she couldn't open her eyes. He also massaged her waist. The previous position was indeed a bit difficult for her, as she was on top. It was very tiring. You haven't told me why Mom agreed. What method did you use? It wasn't me. I didn't use any tricks. It was Nian Nian who helped. Nian Nian? Nuanyang was surprised. When Nianru, with her temper, would actually try to persuade Mother Wan. Normally, even a word of disobedience would be a big deal. Nian Nian was so smart. She didn't try to persuade me directly. She just told my mom about my injury, saying I left the pills for her and fainted from the pain, saying I loved her so much and cared about her. My mom asked if it was true, and I admitted it. Then she asked why I wanted to join the team, and I told her everything, and she agreed. It seems like Mom was moved by you, and she's also grateful. You were in so much pain from the 300-degree burn that you couldn't speak and were shaking. Luckily Mom didn't see it, or she would have been heartbroken and had another attack. My mom worked so hard to give birth to me, so I should love her. Oh, I'm so great. I managed to endure such a painful injury. I really want to give myself an award. Nuanyang rolled his eyes at her. You still want a reward? I told you to take the pill, but you refused, insisting I watch you suffer. You're torturing me in disguise. It's only 2 pills. Is there anything wrong with saving them? Can't you just go do another quest? Wan Ningyan pouted. What quest? You haven't had one in ages. Yes. Huh? A quest? Yes, it's still a mid-level zombie, but physical attacks might not work. After we catch the killer, come with me. The reward should be quite generous. Hearing it was a mid-level zombie, Wan Ningyan didn't seem tired at all. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Nuanyang. What mid-level zombie? Where is it? Why are physical attacks useless? Tell me. I encountered it on Chongyam Island. Nguyen Yang recounted his encounter with the mid-level zombie in detail, including its characteristics, the survivors at the shipyard, and the military's fishing expedition. Wan Ningyan was even more excited than before. Then let's go fishing too. Tens of thousands of tons at a time. Isn't that much easier than fishing? Yes, yes, my dear wife. Let's do it one thing at a time, okay? No. Hurry up and shower. After you shower, go to bed early. We go capture people tomorrow morning, and then we go fight zombies. There's a sea near Chongyam Island, so we can do some fishing as well. So urgent? What's urgent? This is just my normal plan, okay? Okay, I do whatever my wife says. Wife slave. Nguyen Yang immediately surrendered. Although he hadn't finished his bath yet, he immediately got up and showered. After all, as long as his wife was happy, he was happy. Bathing or something wasn't important. Chapter 376. Before bed, Nguyen Yang contacted Zhao Rou and Wei Mingyi and arranged to meet west of the base at 6 a.m. the next morning. Then he began searching through his space and found 10 large bags of lime powder, intending to give Wan Ningyan a taste of his own medicine. This stuff is a powder, so it's easy to drift. Be careful not to accidentally injure one of your own. Don't worry, I have a plan. Wan Ningyan said nothing more. She turned her back to Nguyen Yang and held Ing Bao in her arms. Nguyen Yang was already upset to have Nguyen Yang leave her arms, but seeing Ing Bao's small eyes staring at him, as if he was showing off, he became even more angry. He pressed against Wan Ningyan's back and hugged her tightly. You're so close. You're my wife. What's wrong with getting closer? I'm still kissing and touching. Nguyen Yang finished speaking when Wan Ningyan patted his arm. Be careful, don't let Nguyen anywhere hear you. Okay, I won't tell you, but I do it, okay? Nguyen Yang peppered Wan Ningyan's neck and shoulders with kisses, making her tingle. She smiled and let go of Ing Bao, turning around and snuggling into Nguyen Yang's arms, begging for mercy. Stop it, and go to bed early, okay? Okay then, let's sleep like this, okay? Getting a positive response, Nguyen Yang grinned, her teeth showing, out of Wan Ningyan's sight. Ing Bao, beside him, was anxious. Gaga. He cackled twice, only to be scolded by Wan Ningyan to be quiet. Feeling aggrieved, he glared at Nguyen Yang several times before reluctantly curling up on the blanket behind Wan Ningyan. Awesome. An epic victory. Nguyen Yang raised an eyebrow at Ing Bao proudly and hugged his wife, giving her a kiss. After 2 more kisses, Nguyen Yang finally drifted off to sleep contentedly. The next day, Nguyen Yang and Wan Ningyan woke up early. To be more precise, Wan Ningyan had forced Nguyen Yang to wake her. It was cold at the port, and Nguyen Yang hadn't gotten a good night's sleep. He'd been frightened the previous day, and then had sex the previous night, leaving him exhausted. Hurry up and wash up. Okay. The word okay was followed by a yawn. Nguyen Yang was so sleepy, he couldn't even open his eyes. He could only shake himself with some ice cubes to stimulate himself, and finally wake up. When he finished packing and left, Nguyen Yang was surprised to find not only Wan Ningyan, who looked energetic, but also her mother, who was up and checking her combat uniform. Mom, why are you up? I can't sleep now, so I'm checking you guys. Xiao Yang, come over here too. I check yours. The combat uniforms had signs of damage, so there was no need for Wan Ningyan's mother to check them. However, Nguyen Yang still approached her, stretched out her arms, and let her examine them carefully. Then you should go early and come back early. Tell Mom before you come back, and I heat up breakfast for you. Got it. Thanks, Mom. After the 2 of them left, Wan's mother also came out, draped in a thick cotton jacket. She stood at the door, watching the SUV drive out of the garage and out of Area B. She didn't return until it was out of sight, then she went back inside. It's strange. Even though Mom agreed to join the team, why do I feel more stressed than before? You be content. You're sad when Mom doesn't agree, and you're stressed when Mom agrees. It seems like everything I do is wrong. Oh, I was just complaining. Look at Mom, getting up early with you, giving us instructions, and sending us off. Don't you feel stressed? Nguyen Yang thought for a moment, and shook his head. I feel quite happy. Someone always thinks of me. No matter what I did before, no one cared, no one asked. Only the dean's mom would write me letters. Letters? Wan Ningyan looked at Nguyen Yang in disbelief. You communicate by letters? Well, it's to save money. In high school, the dean's mom let me live on campus, so I could get into a good university. Living expenses and tuition were huge monthly expenses, so I had to save money. Writing letters was more cost-effective than using a cell phone, and there was no monthly rent. When I got to college, I had even more expenses. I couldn't bring myself to ask the dean's mom for a cell phone. I saved up money from working part-time to buy a used one. Wan Ningyan's eyes softened, and she reached out to place a hand on the back of Nuan Yang's hand. Why didn't you tell me about your experience before? It's a small matter, nothing to talk about. Nuan Yang had experienced life and death, and now had a wife and family. He no longer cared about the past. But he didn't expect Wan Ningyan to take notice of something he had just said so casually. How can it be a small matter? Don't be sad, honey. I write to you from now on. I take care of you and care about you, okay? Nuan Yang laughed. Don't you think writing is faster and more convenient? But words are more sincere. I wrote them to you, stroke by stroke, each word carefully considered. Isn't that better than writing? Yes, it is better than writing. Thank you, honey. Then give me a kiss. Wan Ningyan unbuckled her seatbelt and prepared to kiss Nuan Yang, but the car had already arrived at the agreed location. Zhao Rou and the Rose team had arrived earlier than Nuan Yang and the others. Nuan Yang didn't dare delay any longer. She covered Wan Ningyan's mouth and pushed her back into her seat. Hurry up and get out of the car. We're all here. How could you not be tempted by beauty? I'm not so weak as to be incapable of self-control. After complaining, Nuan Yang got out of the car. The snow had stopped, but the temperature hadn't risen, still around minus 60 degrees Celsius. Nuan Yang shivered with cold before he finally had time to greet everyone. Why are you so afraid of the cold? Captain Wei, it hardly snowed where I lived before the apocalypse. What do you think? After hearing this, Mu Yi walked over to Nuan Yang and seriously suggested, being afraid of the cold has nothing to do with where you live. You're just weak. Just exercise more. Look, none of us martial artists are afraid of the cold. That's a great suggestion. Don't suggest it next time. After all, I developed abs and a mermaid line. No wonder. Your skills are just for shaping and looking good, but they're useless. They're just for show. Mu Yi patted his shoulder. Did you hear that? Bang bang. That's how you strengthen your body. I think you should train with our Rose team when you have time. Nuan Yang was about to say that he also knew martial arts when he realized that his strength, Xingyiquan, and quick reaction times were all achieved through pills. No wonder his physical fitness wasn't as good as that of a true martial artist. It seems I need to increase my training. The extreme cold might last longer than the extreme heat. I can't always be the weakest person, right? This won't do. Nuan Yang needs to be strong. We can't let this person go. Seeing everyone chatting, Wei Mingyi interrupted and explained the situation. Yesterday, we chased them nearly 3 kilometers to the west, but their skiing tracks disappeared. They're both rather thin, so they can't get far on foot. Let's just split up into several teams and search. We should be able to find them. This place is quite close to the base. Let's go 1 kilometer out and split into 5 teams. For teams we'll use the flying motorcycles, and the rest will follow. If we find any human traces, we contact them immediately. Okay, Wei Mingyi said, extending his right hand. Communicator. Nuan Yang choked. He had forgotten that Wei Mingyi was the only one on Team Rose who had a communicator, so he simply bought 7, 1 for each person. After dividing into teams, Nuan Yang led Wan Ningyan and Gu Yu to search northwest. Her monitoring system made it easier for her to find the target than the others, but after driving for nearly 15 minutes, she still hadn't received any survivors, only mutant animals and zombies. Suddenly, Wan Ningyan received a call from Lin Yue. After a brief conversation, she immediately told Nuan Yang to turn around and head southwest. Found them? Yes. They're both here. Hold on tight. Nuan Yang immediately drove southwest at full speed. That little bastard, she was determined to get to the bottom of his ingratitude and make him suffer the same fate Wan Ningyan endured, 1,000-fold. Chapter 377. When Nuan Yang arrived, everyone else had already arrived. They gathered in a small room. Zhao Rou and Mu Yi were waiting for Nuan Yang outside. Mu Yi was furious, and upon seeing Wan Ningyan, he started to complain furiously. Ningyan, those 2 guys actually ate most of the rabbit you caught. They devoured a rabbit and a half in 2 meals. Peppa Pig couldn't even eat as much. You little bastards are still shouting that they're not in the wrong, saying you're showing off your wealth. Bah! If someone with limbs wants to eat meat, can't they just work? And that accomplice? Do you know who he is? The hook-nosed one from the dragon capture team. He should have been killed. Nuan Yang listened curiously. The hook-nosed one from the dragon capture team? Who was that? Once inside, they discovered that it was the leader of the underlings, who had led the group to rob the Rose team of their supplies. Wei Mingyi had beaten him to a pulp, leaving him with broken arms and legs. He recovered, but he looked utterly dejected and frail. He must have spent a lot of points at the hospital. As for that little bastard, his hands tied and kneeling on the ground, Nuanyang took a long time to identify him. He used to be short, plump, and pale, but now he grown taller, but still dark and thin, making him hard to recognize. The little bastard's eyes had become even more ferocious since he saw Nuanyang and Wan Ningyan enter the room, and he gnashed his teeth. Nuanyang truly couldn't understand what he had done to deserve such hatred. Have you tried him? No, Ningyan was the victim, so we naturally had to wait for her to arrive. Nuanyang agreed with Wei Mingyi and stepped aside. Ningyan, you do the trial. Don't be soft-hearted just because he's a minor. When he hurt you, he was more ruthless than an adult. I'm not soft-hearted. Seeing this guy reminds me of the suffering I endured yesterday. Forget the trial. Blind him first. The Rose team had never seen Wan Ningyan's fierce side. Their impression of her was still of a beautiful woman with a kind and good temper. They were all stunned, unable to believe that she even started to torture him before even giving him a trial. Nuanyang was already used to it, and without hesitation, he immediately went over and took out a stainless steel basin. After donning a mask, gloves, and goggles, he sprinkled some quicklime powder into the basin. Zhao Rou came over to help, holding the boy back. Why are you doing this to me? The police should be the ones to punish him. You're resorting to lynching. Police? Wan Ningyan smiled, squatting down. Looking into his angry, frightened face, she spoke to him word by word. I am the law. I want you to go blind. I want you to die. If you're smart, just confess everything, or I promise you die in excruciating pain. Nuanyang added some water to the lime powder, causing a violent reaction. The hook-nosed man next to him recoiled in fear, and the boy's fierceness finally faded, his eyes filled with fear. Nuanyang added fuel to the fire. Little boy, you better confess quickly, or you be in trouble. Do you know what she did? Nuanyang took out chili powder and cumin, roast human flesh alive. Roast the man's back first, then add chili powder and cumin, cut it open with a knife, and continue roasting. The whole room will be filled with the aroma of meat. After roasting, cut off the charred meat, and continue roasting the fresh human flesh underneath. There's also blood, and it will sizzle and ooze oil. The reason a minor is that their mental capacity is far inferior to that of an adult. Wan Ningyan and Nuanyang had frightened the boy so much that his face turned pale. When Zhao Rou put her hands on his neck, ready to press his face into the basin, he finally broke down and eagerly told the reason. No, no, no. I'm sorry, I'm just jealous of your wealth, so I wanted to steal your points card. Points card? Wan Ningyan suddenly realized. No wonder I felt you touching my pocket that day, you were looking for the card. Nuanyang grabbed his hair, forcing him to look up. Jealous of her wealth? Steal the card? How do you know she's rich? Where did the lime powder come from? You're just a brat. I don't believe you could come up with such a heartless idea. Nuanyang hinted at something, and the hook-nosed man beside him turned away guiltily, further confirming Nuanyang's certainty that someone was behind this. I saw it. I was waiting in line for instant noodles the other day, and I saw you two bought so much food, even meat. The trunk of your car couldn't fit it all, and some of it went into the back seat, so I wanted to rob you. Later, I followed your car and discovered you donated it to the welfare home. We clearly begged you for help, but you refused. Why are you donating supplies to those kids when everyone's living so hard? We're kids too, and you wouldn't even let us ride in your car, and you even scolded us. You two are completely heartless, beasts in human form. Nuanyang was so angry she laughed. She morally blackmailed Chen Jun into escorting him to the base, thinking he'd at least be grateful. She hadn't appreciated it at all, and even called him a beast in human form. She pressed the kid's head into the basin, holding him down tightly, no matter how he screamed. The high temperature quickly burned and corroded his scalp, sending a foul odor. Ah! The screams continued for a long time, and the kid's legs kicked in pain. Several members of the Rose team silently turned their heads, but no one left. After waiting for a long time, the little BS **** was not only blinded, but his mouth was also burned and he couldn't scream. Only then did Nuanyang pull him up and push him in front of the hook-nosed man. His left eyeball is almost popping out. Turn him around. It's disgusting. Okay. Nuanyang immediately flipped him over, bringing him face to face with Hooked Nose. He shuddered with fear, feeling as if he had peed himself. Wan Ningyan borrowed a knife from Mu Yi and stepped on the speechless brat, brandishing the knife at hooked nose. While this guy might be bad, he's definitely not the mastermind. It was you who came up with this, right? Are you still upset that the captain defeated Liang Haiping? Or are you resentful of having your limbs severed, and looking for revenge against our Rose team? The hook-nosed man licked his lower lip fearfully. I wasn't. I just wanted to score some points. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I apologize, but he was the one who did it. I really had nothing to do with it. I just used the pedal to assist and ate your rabbit. I didn't do anything else. Really? Then whose idea was it to spread the lime powder? Where did the lime powder come from? The hook-nosed man glanced at the little bastard, swallowed, and then placed all the blame on him. He found me. He said he had a way to steal your points card, and all I had to do was lend it to him and provide support. Sister, I really just wanted to get some points to spend, but I didn't expect him to be so cruel to get lime powder to harm you. I swear. I knew nothing. I wouldn't have done this if I had known. The little BS **** lying on the ground began to struggle frantically upon hearing this, but his mouth was burned, and he could only make a whoop. Then I have to trouble you, sisters. Remember to hit them gently, just keep them breathing. Hit them gently, keep them breathing. He's truly a little devil. Guan Yang smiled, as he stood beside Wan Ningyan. Your notoriety is about to be sealed. It doesn't matter. They won't make it back alive anyway. Who knew I was so cruel? That makes sense. Chapter 378. Guan Yang had never witnessed how martial artists extorted a confession. A grown man, even if thin now, still possessed strength, especially after a nourishing diet of rabbit meat, and wouldn't beg for mercy so easily. However, Wei Mingyi simply struck the back of the hook-nosed man's neck with a powerful chop, and he fell straight to the ground, his face flushed and breathing heavily. Captain, you're so cool. What's this? I want to learn it. Hacking the neck will cause blood flow to be restricted, depriving the brain of oxygen. No matter how much larger or stronger the opponent is, they will suffer temporary blindness and weakness. Kino stepped forward and snapped his fingers at Wan Ningyan. Ningyan, don't learn this. A martial artist won't even give you the chance to hit the neck. I teach you a move. Wan Ningyan immediately pulled out her phone. Wait. I want to record. Can we begin? Yes, now let's turn to Kyo. Kino kicked the man onto his back, then placed his toe on the front of his left knee. Remember, kicking this spot not only saves energy, but also easily fractures the opponent's joint. It's also easy to sneak attack and highly devastating. Even if the opponent can endure the pain, it'd be difficult for them to walk. Kino then delivered a powerful kick. The hook-nosed man howled, but he could only bend his right leg. His left leg remained straight, seemingly unable to move. Wow, that's amazing. I used to just kick the knees, but it turns out you can just kick above. Kino, what's this called? Nita leg amputation works on zombies too. I tried it before. A couple more kicks and a zombie can't walk. You can use this move when you encounter a zombie that's hard to kill with one strike. Okay. Thank you, Teacher Mu Yi. Gu Xiaoyao impatiently pushed the boastful Mu Yi away. A knee-chopping injury gives you the ability. Ningyan, watch me. I teach you a special skill. Special skill? Sister Yao, come here quickly, let me see what special skill it is. The forced confession became a show of skill. Each member of the Rose team demonstrated a brutal move. Not only Wan Ningyan, but Guan Yang was also secretly learning. She had never known martial arts could have so many vile yet effective moves: throat piercing, acupuncture, bone breaking. None of them were fatal, but each one was enough to inflict excruciating pain. The hook-nosed man begged for mercy early on, but before everyone could enjoy their pleasure, Jin Yun dislocated his jaw and waited until they had tried all the moves before pressing it back down. Meanwhile, the brat, whose face was severely burned, was still thrashing around, stealthily crawling to the side. Lin Yue stepped on his back and explained to Wan Ningyan that the human spine has 33 vertebrae, including the 2 connected to the neck. Hitting them would cause numbness in the limbs and weakness in the entire body. Hitting too hard could damage the spinal cord, leading to paralysis. Lin Yue only used 3 blows, and the boy ceased struggling and moving, seemingly paralyzed. The hook-nosed man's chest heaved violently after being severely tortured. Only his left hand remained able to move. After his chin was pressed back, he uttered a muffled groan and immediately began to speak, fearing they would silence him and continue the torture. It was my idea. I admit it. I admit it. Stop it. Let me go, I was wrong. It was all your idea. Wan Ningyan stepped on his knee. Then tell me what happened. If you dare to lie, you're dead today. Hooknose cried out in pain, but quickly suppressed it. He tried to tell the story quickly, fearing Wan Ningyan would break the rules and step on his wound again. After I was injured by you, I spent all my points on medical treatment. Since the dragon capture team lost the competition, and the support of the wealthy businessman, it became a hollow shell. I couldn't get many supplies from missions, so I quit. I originally wanted to find a job with another team, but they looked down on those from the dragon capture team. I could only work at the base, but it was too hard. I could barely make ends meet every day, so I kept looking for an opportunity to make a living. Then I saw you guys buying a cart of supplies at the supply exchange station. I knew you were from a wealthy area, and since you were out and about so often, I thought about stealing your points cards from outside the base. Since the points cards weren't real name cards, so if I just robbed it and used it, the base wouldn't be able to detect it. But the base's laws are strict, and I didn't want to take any risks myself. And since this guy got upset and cursed you guys, I decided to let him steal. We secretly observed him at the time, and you were the only one who could do it. You weren't often with the military, you were always out, and... Hooknose's eyes were a little evasive, and he stammered, "You look easy to fool. Aren't all female celebrities big-breasted and brainless? Fuck." Wan Ningyan cursed passionately and kicked Hooknose's injured knee multiple times, dislocating it and making it look strange. Nuanyang rushed to stop him, but he only talked and didn't take any action. After Wan Ningyan had vented her anger, he pretended to put his arm around her waist and carried her to the side. Okay, wait until he finishes, then beat him up. Don't beat him up. Whose side are you on? He's scolding your wife. You're not helping me, and you're asking me not to beat him up? Divorce. It's not necessary to divorce. Listen first, and then I definitely beat him up for you, okay, honey? No. Wan Ningyan said no, but she stopped struggling. She crossed her arms and glared at the man, her brows furrowed in knots, looking incredibly angry. Nuanyang saw that she hadn't moved from his embrace, and knowing she'd been persuaded temporarily, he let the man continue. After we confirmed our target, we started looking for a way to steal the points card. We didn't initially consider using lime powder, but the Rose team was there, and they'd definitely come after us after the heist. So we decided to let her get hurt, so we had to prioritize the injured. That kid came up with the idea. He claimed he was underage, and people wouldn't be as wary of minors, making them easy targets for a surprise attack. So I had him pretend to faint and spread the lime, then steal the card. I meet him halfway, and use the running board to escape. The original plan was that after stealing the card, we stay here for a few days. I go back and buy some supplies to scout out the situation. Once everything was settled, I steal his ID and sneak back to base. Who knew that kid was so unreliable? He couldn't even find the points card. With only 2 rabbits, we have no choice but to stay here. Hooknose cried bitterly as he spoke, and after he finished, he burst into tears, saying he was wrong and begged for his life. He said that while he was the mastermind, it was the kid who had done the ruthless thing. You're lying. Just as everyone was pondering the truth of the matter, Zhao Ro, who had been silent the entire time, stood up. Your original plan was to use this guy to steal the card, then lure him into the hut and kill him, then take the points card back to base and live it up, right? The hook-nosed man was stunned, his expression clearly panicked. He said no, but his evasive eyes betrayed him. We put some supplies in this hut in advance: firewood, cotton-padded clothes, and quilts. But the strange thing is, there's only 1 set of each. If you're planning on staying here for a few days, you need to prepare double. And the firewood is clearly only enough for a day or 2. You say you're staying for several days, but you don't have an axe. How are you going to survive such low temperatures? After Zhao Ro's analysis, Nuanyang quickly examined the supplies in the hut. It certainly didn't look like they were going to stay for a long time. Besides the 2 rabbits, there were only 4 steamed buns. Therefore, Hook-Nose had only been using that kid from the very beginning, but his plan went awry, and he didn't know what to do. Perhaps he wanted to keep that kid around so he could steal again, so he didn't kill him. Chapter 379. Faced with Zhao Ro's questioning, Hook-Nose refused to admit his mistake, even though everything from his supplies to his expression betrayed it. Nuanyang, too lazy to argue with him, planned to burn them both to death with lime powder, but was stopped by Wan Ningyan. Are you being soft-hearted? No, it's just that you taught me before. Killing someone destroys their heart, and I just had a bright idea. What bright idea? You find out in a moment. Wan Ningyan stepped forward and examined the boy's condition. He was half paralyzed, his face scorched by lime powder, and only one nostril, and a small part of his mouth remained open for breathing. Hook Nose was in better condition. Although his bones were broken, he could still use his left hand, and he even had the strength to speak and beg for mercy. Want to live? Yes. Please. Don't kill me. I'd do anything. Okay, then kill him. As long as he's dead, I'd let you go. Nguyen Yang knew what Wan Ningyan was planning after hearing this. It was truly heartbreaking. For that kid, knowing he was part of a plot and had become the means for her survival would surely make him die with regret. And Hooknose, believing he could truly survive, only to find himself doomed. Giving someone hope, and then despair is the cruelest form of despair. Okay. I can do it. I kill him now. Hooknose was overjoyed, but he realized that even after Wan Ningyan untied the ropes, he couldn't walk. He didn't know what to do. Wan Ningyan added pressure, pulling out her phone's countdown, setting it to 5 minutes, and showing it to him. If you don't kill him in 5 minutes, you die with him. Hooknose was too anxious to care about his own injuries. Gritting his teeth in pain, he dragged his broken body toward the boy. The little BS **** was visibly agitated, but Lin Yue's 3 blows had left him unable to move. Nguyen Yang could only see his chest rising and falling, as if he was exerting himself and breathing heavily. Hooknose struggled to reach the boy's side, and began strangling him with his left hand. However, his weakness was too great to kill him. Instead, the boy struggled violently, unable to move his limbs. His upper body and head began to thrash and struggle, trying to break free from his grip. Shall you just die obediently? I promise to burn paper for you every Qingming festival. You won't live long anyway, so why not do something good? Hooknose's eyes were bloodshot from pinching his fist, and the veins on his arms were prominent. But no matter how hard he tried, he just wasn't strong enough. Shall you remain strong and alive? Wan Ningyan held up her phone screen to show him. Hey, there's only 2 minutes left. Can you do it? Yes. Of course I can. Hooknose panicked for a few seconds, then finally gave up on pinching with his hands and began searching for a weapon. Then, he spotted the bag of lime powder Nanyang had just used. It was not far behind Xiaoyu. Hooknose, pressing Xiaoyu's body against his, crawled over, struggling to reach the bag and dragging it over. Then, with his bare hands, he ripped open Xiaoyu's burnt mouth, tearing it wide. Xiaoyu began to thrash in pain, but with Hooknose's body pressed against him, he couldn't escape and could only utter miserable mumbles. Nguyen Yang had seen and killed many people in his 2 lifetimes, but seeing this scene still made him feel a little physically uncomfortable. The others felt the same way. Even the calmest Wei Mingyi frowned slightly. The instigator, now disgusted, also stood behind Nguyen Yang, hiding behind him, only his eyes peeking out. When she saw Hooked Nose pouring lime powder into Xiaoyu's mouth with the small spoon he used to boil water, she made a sound of disgust. The hot air hit Nguyen Yang's ears, tickling them, and sending her into a state of turmoil. She didn't know whether to be disgusted by the sight, or to calm down and cool her cheeks. Dead. He's dead. Hooked Nose laughed happily, his left hand pressing against Xiaoyu's neck. No pulse. Check. He's really dead. I did it. Wan Ningyan didn't dare to check, feeling disgusted. Nguyen Yang didn't want to go either, somewhat enjoying the feeling of Wan Ningyan hiding behind him. So she called Zhao Rou to check. After all, special forces are special forces. Zhao Rou remained expressionless throughout the entire process. After the examination, she confirmed Xiaoyu's death. Since I'd done it, can you let me go? Of course. Wan Ningyan smiled and responded. She then called Zhao Rou over, handed her a dagger, and had Nguyen Yang bring out 2 barrels of gasoline and a bag of quicklime. She then proceeded to chatter in Zhao Rou's ear for a while. Nguyen Yang was a little displeased. They were the wife, so what was she forbidden to hear or do? Do you understand? Well, then you two should get out first. Don't let the lime powder choke you and get you hurt. Okay. Wan Ningyan immediately dragged Nguyen Yang out and sent the Rose team away. No one knew what Wan Ningyan was up to, so Xia Haiming, Mu Yi, Qin Yuan, Qin Xiuya, and Gu Xiuya all watched from nearby windows. Gu Yu and Lin Yue weren't the type to watch the fun. They were quiet. As for Wei Mingyi, Nguyen Yang had just thought it was normal for her not to watch the fun when she saw her take out her tactical goggles and put them on. As expected, experience always brings experience. Compared to the 5 idiots, Wei Mingyi's X-ray vision was truly elegant and clear. Nguyen Yang followed Wei Mingyi's lead and activated his tactical scope. He then watched as Zhao Rou pierced Hooknose's left arm, the only movable part of his body, with a dagger, and simultaneously thrust it into Shuyo's body beneath him, thus pinning Hooknose to the corpse. Gasoline doused half the room behind them, while the other half and the front exit were covered with lime powder. Zhao Rou then aimed her pistol at the gasoline, ignited it, and emerged, shoveling snow several times onto the lime powder with a shovel provided by Wan Ningyan. You don't keep your word. You wicked bitch. I should have killed you back then, you filthy bitch. Even as a ghost, I won't let you go, and you too, you're all beasts. Stupid. Hooknose, realizing he'd been tricked, cursed. Wan Ningyan shrugged innocently. Didn't I give you a way out? The door wasn't even locked, you just had to crawl out. That's strange, why are you scolding me? Wan Yang smiled and replied, yes, my wife is so kind. She gave me a way out right away, and yet you're so ungrateful. Sigh. However, the others' reactions were different. Although the Rose team were all martial artists and had killed people since the apocalypse, they had never seen such tactics. Their eyes changed as they looked at Wan Ningyan, now filled with admiration. Ningyan, you came up with this idea. Kino gave a thumbs up. You're the one. Yes, that's amazing. He was given a chance to escape, but he couldn't. He could only watch helplessly as the fire spread. I'd be devastated. The lime powder is also very poisonous. If you really crawled through it, your internal organs would probably be burned. Even if you were lucky enough to crawl out, you just have to wait for death. Wan Ningyan accepted the compliments with pride. Wei Mingyi, who was watching from the side with a smile, saw that time was almost up and coughed, and the noisy crowd immediately quieted down. Everyone, rest here and have breakfast. We set off in 15 minutes. Set off? Wan Ningyan trotted over to Wei Mingyi and asked, Captain, where are we going? I accepted a base mission, and will complete it later, but you're not allowed to go. Huh? Why? You're completely unprepared. I punish you by banning you from participating in field missions for a week. Reflect on your actions. Just as Wan Ningyan was about to open her mouth to defend herself, Wei Mingyi added, if you don't agree, then I add another week to your punishment. Wan Ningyan instantly shrank, her face aggrieved and on the verge of tears. Wei Mingyi didn't relent. She wanted to turn to Nuanyang, asking her for help, but Wei Mingyi treated everyone the same, adding an extra week even if Nuanyang pleaded for mercy, leaving her with no remorse. Chapter 380. The Rose team accepted a mission to procure medical supplies. En route to the coal washing plant, the military discovered a small private hospital. Due to the limited supplies, the large number of zombies, and the long distance, the military deemed the mission cost-effective. They therefore sent a 1,000-core bounty team to search for supplies. If the required quantity was met, an additional 500 cores would be awarded. Wei Mingyi dared to accept the mission because it was extremely cold, and the zombies, frozen and sluggish, were moving slowly, so a large number of them wouldn't be a problem. Furthermore, the flying motorcycles reduced the distance, further minimizing the danger. Wan Ningyan was even more heartbroken upon learning the mission's details. This was a military mission she had been eagerly awaiting. But Wei Mingyi, with a heart of stone, simply said to the sobbing Wan Ningyan, reflect on your actions, and left with the Rose team. Whoa! The captain is so cruel. Whoa! Wan Ningyan couldn't contain herself anymore, sobbing uncontrollably while hugging Nuanyang. She was so grief-stricken that even snot bubbles formed. Nuanyang could only hold back a laugh and wipe her tears to avoid being noticed and causing harm. Zhao Rou was the most embarrassed. She couldn't just stand there and watch as the other couple cried and comforted each other. So she stood with her back to the two of them, pistol in hand, watching the surroundings, acting as a guard. Whoa! First. Mission. Missed it. Whoa! Don't cry, don't cry. Even though we can't participate in the mission, we can still fight zombies, especially mid-level zombies. Aren't you super excited for that? No. It's different. Whoa. It's different. Team Rose's missions require collaboration, and you're probably the only one left to fight the mid-level zombies. Hearing this, Wan Ningyan sniffed twice and slowly stopped crying. What? What do you mean? Those zombies aren't very effective at physical attacks, so my two abilities shouldn't be much use. But you're different. You can use fire and control them. Isn't this your home turf? And there will be more missions. Intermediate level zombies are hard to come by. Look, I only encountered 3 in all this time. What about you? You haven't even fought one yourself. Now's your chance. If you want to go on the mission, I take Yin Yin with me. Nuanyang tried her best to soothe her. She knew how hard it would be for Wan Ningyan to lose the team mission, but Wei Mingyi's punishment was reasonable. Someone had to punish Wan Ningyan, so she would be more vigilant in the future. So, when should we go? Is today okay? I don't know. After breakfast, I go to the military to hand over the supplies, and then inquire about the arrangements. If there aren't any missions these next 2 days, we go this afternoon. It's close anyway. Wan Ningyan nodded, wiping her tears. After catching a glimpse of Zhao Rou's back, she suddenly shyly hid in Nuan Yang's arms. What's wrong? What's wrong? That's so embarrassing. Why didn't you take me somewhere else to cry? Nuan Yang breathed a sigh of relief, having assumed Wan Ningyan was about to cry again. It's okay. You know Zhao Rou. Even if she saw you crying, she wouldn't tell anyone, let alone laugh in your face. What are you afraid of? It's embarrassing. You should just wipe your tears. Look at your red eyes. If Mom sees them when we get home, she'd think I bullied you. Okay. I put on an eye mask and get the car out. Nuan Yang looked puzzled. Did he need an eye mask? Wouldn't the redness go away after a while if he stopped crying? Putting on an eye mask seemed a bit exaggerated. Nuan Yang, confused but respectful, didn't voice his doubts. As he drove his wife and Zhao rode back to the base in his SUV, he finally understood Wan Ningyan's intention. With the eye mask on, he could just close his eyes and walk home without interacting with Zhao Rou. So cute. Someone who seems fearless always plays the ostrich game. This cute contrast almost made Nuan Yang squirm. If Zhao Rou hadn't been in the back seat, he would have snuck a kiss. When they reached the garage, Wan Ningyan, who had already been squinting for a while, peeled off the eye mask and looked at Nuan Yang in confusion. Why? Is she still here? She hasn't had breakfast yet, so I brought her home to eat with us. I can teach the kids grappling techniques later. Wan Ningyan's eyes widened. Why didn't you tell me? Didn't I tell you now? Wan Ningyan was choked by Nuan Yang's words. Zhao Rou, in the back seat, was about to get out of the car when she heard Wan Ningyan and Nuan Yang's conversation and asked honestly. Is it inconvenient? If not, I go home and eat. No, no. Wan Ningyan immediately smiled. Of course, how could it be inconvenient? It's just that Nuan Yang is so clueless. He didn't tell me, so I thought you were going home. You were sleeping, so I didn't disturb you. Nuan Yang quickly got out of the car after answering. After all, he had already admired Wan Ningyan's colorful expression, and if he didn't run away, he'd get scolded. Leaving Zhao Rou behind did have Nuan Yang's mischievous taste, but she was more worried about the difficulty of dealing with the intermediate zombies. She wanted to take Zhao Rou, her nanny, with her, so she could just take her home and save herself the trouble of picking her up when she left in the afternoon. Nuan Yang. The sound made it clear that Wan Ningyan was furious. Nuan Yang hurried inside, first acting nice to Wan Mama, explaining that Zhao Rou was coming too, and then helping with the dishes and chopsticks, using Wan Mama as a talisman. So Wan Ningyan didn't dare to cause trouble when she got home. Even during dinner, she would hold her bowl and glare at Nuan Yang fiercely with every bite, a glare that made Nuan Yang uneasy. Ahem, well Mom, I'm done eating. I need to go see the military, so I need your help with something. What's it? I was sick yesterday, and Xiaoxua and her colleagues helped a lot. I need to prepare some gifts for them. Mom, you and Ningyan can take care of it. If you're out this afternoon, I drop it off. Nuan Yang barely dared to look at Wan Ningyan as she spoke. Wan's mother understood immediately, and patted Wan Ningyan on the shoulder. I'm fine. What about you? Your wife's talking to you, and you don't even reply? Wan Ningyan glanced at Wan Yang, pouting, and nodded reluctantly. I understand. Be back soon. Okay, sorry to bother my wife. Mom, I'm leaving now. Zhao Rou, remember to keep an eye on the kids exercising. Nuan Yang finished her instructions, and drove the SUV to Area A to find Bai Xing. The only supplies they needed to hand over were coal, and there was a large warehouse next to the power plant, so the handover went quickly. Plus, Nuan Yang didn't want any of it, so there was no need to stay for account. Miss Nuan, thank you so much. Your understanding will save tens of thousands of people. On behalf of everyone at the base, I bow to you. Although Bai Xing acted formally and informally, his gratitude was never insincere. Wearing a thick military coat, his face flushed from the cold, he gave Nuan Yang a 90-degree bow, a gesture of unwavering sincerity. Nuan Yang quickly helped her up. The two exchanged a few pleasantries. Bai Xing mentioned in passing that they were still hunting for the murderer. Nuan Yang simply said, no rush, and then returned to the topic, asking about the upcoming missions. There are several more waves of severe temperature drops ahead. Experts say the lowest could drop to -100 degrees Celsius. So, we've been taking inventory of supplies, and waiting for experts to provide building insulation measures. Once the plan is finalized, we won't have any related missions to carry out. Minus 100 degrees Celsius? How can we still go out? Ordinary people can't go out to buy food every day, can they? Don't worry. Experts are researching clothing to withstand extreme cold. Also, if the temperature drops too low to go out, fire-type psychics will go to various areas to sell supplies and provide a minimum food supply to ensure everyone can survive the extreme cold. Very good, then I be leaving. Well, take care, Miss Nguyen. Nguyen Yang saw in the rearview mirror that Bai Xing had been watching him leave until she was far away from the power plant. Then she turned back to her work. What a serious, almost rigid woman. Chapter 381. On the way home, Nguyen Yang passed a supply exchange station. A long line formed outside, waiting to buy seafood. This reminded him of Wan Ningyan's current situation, stemming from a financial loss, and he felt somewhat helpless. It's like knowing that women being harassed has nothing to do with their attire, and that the harasser should be blamed. Yet many women consciously choose conservative clothing to protect themselves, tacitly accepting the victim theory. At that moment, Nguyen Yang saw two men cutting in line. The people being cut in line were a frail mother and daughter, who dared not speak out, and no one around them dared to help. How funny! Regardless of whether it's the apocalypse or not, women are the easiest to bully. Nguyen Yang immediately stopped the car and ran straight to the two men. You're not allowed to cut in line here. Are you too blind or deaf? You don't know the rules? Hey! You're actually teaching me a lesson. The bearded man took a step forward and tried to push Nguyen Yang's shoulder. Nguyen Yang shifted his body, firmly grasping his arm, and then fiercely kicking him above the knee. Then, he kicked him in the stomach, his wrist following the momentum. With a sideways movement, he threw the bearded man over his shoulder and threw him a short distance away. This series of moves was learned from the Rose team. They used the opponent's force to counterattack, unlike Xing Yiquan, which requires extra strength and was very energy efficient. This attracted the attention of the two soldiers ahead, who were maintaining order. Seeing them approaching, Nguyen Yang pulled back the other man with the goatee, who was trying to escape, and kicked him in the knee, breaking his crotch. He then twisted his arm and threw him next to the bearded man. What are you doing? Who gave you permission to hurt people here? Put your hands up. Nguyen Yang saw the black muzzle of the gun, but remained calm. After handing his ID card to the soldier, he slowly raised his hands. Sirs, they just cut in line. I tried to talk them out, but they wouldn't listen and even tried to hit me. I was acting in self-defense. The two soldiers hesitated, and the mother and daughter quickly came over to explain, proving that Nguyen Yang had indeed struck the cutter. Ouch. They've beaten someone to death. They're killing someone just for cutting in line. How can that be justified? That's right. That's lynching. The goateed man chimed in, we accept the penalty for cutting in line. If she injured us, we have to pay. Medical expenses, lost wages, and mental damages. At least 500 points. A cold glint flashed in Nguyen Yang's eyes. Just as he was about to go over and give them another beating, the soldier checking the ID badges suddenly and respectfully handed them back. Oh, Miss Nguyen. Sorry, we didn't recognize you just now. Are you buying anything? No. Then go ahead and leave this to us. The two men who cut in line were surprised by the military's courtesy towards Nguyen Yang. Seeing they were about to be released, they burst into tears and started a tirade. The compensation was even raised from 500 to 1,000, as if Nguyen Yang had been ripped off. Nguyen Yang lowered his hands, looked at the two men on the ground, ignored them, and drove away. As he left, Nguyen Yang saw in the rearview mirror that two soldiers had called for help and dragged the men who had cut in line away. He had no idea what they would do to them, but after giving them a beating, he felt much better. When he got home, the three children were practicing the basics of grappling with Jiao Ro. Father Wan was finishing up Ing Bao's climbing frame, weaving some licorice grass into a nest and placing it on a tree branch. Wan Ningyan sat by the stove and wrapped gift boxes with her mother. In order to keep a low profile, they used instant noodle boxes, wrapped the food in plastic bags, and stuffed them into the boxes one by one. It was clean and hygienic, and it was not easy for people to find out what was inside. Mom, honey, I'm back. Xiaoang, how's it going? Is everything going well? Very well. The base was short on coal, so I left it all to them. They also gave me 20% of the fish I caught. Consider it a favor. That's how it should be. The military has a hard time. If you can, help them. It's all about accumulating blessings for our descendants. Mother once said, winking at Nguyen Yang, Yin Yin, isn't that right? Wan Ningyan, expressionless after being called out, looked up at Nuanyang coldly and snorted. Yes, it's about accumulating blessings. It's a pity we can't have children, so the blessings are wasted. Hey! You kid! Mother Wan slapped Wan Ningyan's wrist in anger. You can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. Xiaoyang, take her to the bedroom. I get a headache just looking at her. Nuanyang hadn't realized why the mother and daughter were arguing when Mother Wan winked at her to take them away. She understood instantly, and forcibly dragged Wan Ningyan to the second-floor bedroom. Wan Ningyan naturally refused, retorting to her mother, of course a dog can't produce ivory. A dog's mouth only has teeth, while struggling to stay with Nuanyang. Once they reached the bedroom, the struggling person immediately stopped moving, her eyes fixed on Nuanyang. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm just listening to Mom. Yes, you're so filial. You do whatever Mom says, and you're not even this good to me. How can you be jealous of your own mother? Nuanyang felt helpless. She pulled out the air conditioner, turned it on, and pulled her to sit on the edge of the bed. She still looked unhappy, her mouth clenched in anger. The military doesn't have any missions right now. How about we go to Chengmu Island after lunch? Wan Ningyan raised her eyebrows, then regained her composure, nodding slightly in agreement. Wife, how long are you going to be angry? Cold violence is also considered domestic violence. Touch my face. It's freezing outside. I even stood up for justice, and my face is almost stiff from the wind. What gifts did you and Mom prepare for Xiaoxua and the others? Tell me. Wan Ningyan didn't say a word, but her pursed lips turned into a pout, big enough to hold a jar of oil. Puss. It was so adorable that Nuanyang couldn't help but kiss her pouty lips. Wan Ningyan instantly lost her composure, covering her mouth and furiously accusing Nuanyang. We were arguing. Why did you kiss me? We haven't reconciled. Do you understand? You're being offensive by doing that? Apologize to me, or you be guilty of an even greater crime. Her cheeks puffed slightly in anger, making her even cuter than before. Nuanyang felt like she was about to fall for her. Her eyes curved in laughter, and her apologies sounded like coaxing. Seriously? Who smiles after apologizing? Yes, it's my fault, but honey, you were so mean to me so many times today, Zhao Rose saw you. My henpecked side is embarrassing, isn't that fair? Come on! How can you be as shameless as me? You're henpecked, and you can still claim to love your wife, but what about me? How can you be so mean? You bastard, full of evil, and you're still laughing at me. She was so adorable, like a snarling kitten. Despite her ferocity, she was completely submissive when Nuanyang held her in his arms, even wrapping her arms around Nuanyang's neck. Her fierceness was completely unconvincing. I'm sorry, honey. Here's how. After the zombie mission is complete, if you like the reward, I buy you one, no matter how expensive it is, okay? Wan Ningyan snorted, and leaned into Nuanyang's arms. What if you don't have enough crystal cores? We almost went bankrupt last time. I give you my share. I go kill zombies, and save up my own. Okay, I forgive you briefly then. A brief forgiveness? What do you mean? Literally. If you make me angry again, I bring up the past. It seems like even if it's not a brief forgiveness, I still bring up the past. What's the difference? Nuanyang completely didn't understand Wan Ningyan's train of thought and just hummed a yes, then listened to her talk about the gifts she prepared. The base has started selling seafood, so we gave everyone 5 pounds of fish, along with some dried vegetables and fruit, plus some seasonings from the supply station. It's a sincere and thoughtful gesture, isn't it? Nuanyang nodded. Very good, very satisfied. My wife is amazing. Of course, don't you see who I am? I haven't been in the entertainment industry all these years for nothing. Nuanyang's smug expression tickled his heart. He echoed her, leaning in close to her cheek. Just as he was about to kiss her, Wan Ningyan suddenly stood up, leaving Nuanyang empty-handed. Why are you still sitting there? Aren't you always feeling cold? Let's go downstairs and tell Mom you're going out. No, honey, I'm not that cold shy. Wan Ningyan murmured, Not getting Nuanyang's meaning, she reached out and turned off the air conditioner. If it's not cold, then don't waste the electricity. Chapter 382. At noon, Zhao Rou had one more mouth to feed at home, so Mother Wan went to the kitchen and cooked some extra food, creating a seafood feast. In addition to the mutant fish distributed at the base, Mother Wan had Nuanyang bring some shellfish and crabs to make a spicy seafood stew, filling 2 stainless steel trays. Mother Wan used a large spoon to scoop a generous portion of the stew onto Zhao Rou's plate, and then poured her a bowl of fish soup, her eyes filled with heartache. Come on, eat more to replenish your body. You worked so hard yesterday. Auntie is terrified every time she thinks about it. What would have happened to Yin Yin if you weren't here? Xiao Rou sat upright, sipping her fish soup. Upon hearing Mother One's words, she immediately put the bowl down and replied seriously. Annie, don't worry. As long as the Wan family needs you, I rush back, even if it means risking everything. Ouch. Mother One's face was a mixture of laughter and sadness. Silly child, take care of yourself first before you can help others. Don't seek trouble. Mom is right. You're just too rigid. If you are faced with danger, just avoid it. Why do you have to go through it? Are you a little idiot? Followed by Mother Wan and Wan Ningyin's joint refutation, Xiao Rou's serious face turned awkward. She muffled her response, I'm just giving an example. Wan Yang, munching on crab, nearly spit out a laugh when he heard Xiao Rou's words. He lowered his head to stifle a laugh, his shoulders heaving with laughter. A simple-minded person, confronted by the kind-hearted Mother Wan and the sharp-tongued Wan Ningyin, was surprisingly hilarious, even better than the skits at the Spring Festival Gala. All right, eat quickly. And you, Xiao Yang, eat well. Mother Wan called Nuan Yang's name, telling her to stop laughing. Xiao Rou blushed profusely. Nuan Yang responded and continued to nibble on the crabs. Soon, she noticed 2 more crabs in her bowl, but no more crab roe or crab paste. Honey, you eat them. I don't know how to nibble on crabs, I only eat crab roe and crab paste. Wan Ningyan's personal leftover food processor. Nuan Yang nodded, okay. 1 or 2 is still the same, and she very tactfully helped Wan Ningyan peel the shrimp. But soon, Nuan Yang discovered the true garbage processor. The pink one, though seemingly dangling its flower bud behind Wen Yinru, was actually stealing the leftover seafood shells from Yin Yin and Yuer, rolling one up and quickly stuffing it into its flower bud, which then bulged as if chewing. Xiao Lu, I remember you saying that the blood-eating vine can only gain nutrition from feeding on humans or zombies. Eating anything else would be useless, right? Yes, host. Then why is Xiaofan so greedy? She wants to try even the shells of seafood. Isn't that absurd? Host, Xiaofan has only been in this world for about half a year. It's normal for her to be curious about everything edible. Besides, the blood-eating vine's flower buds contain tens of thousands of teeth. Eating crunchy foods helps it grind its teeth, which is why it loves eating seafood shells. Teeth grinding? Nuan Yang laughed. What's the difference between that and having a puppy? Lucky and Ingbao don't eat shells, they both eat meat. So the seafood shells at home have to be disposed of in the trash. Nuan Yang figured since Xiaofan liked them, why not let her grind them all? So, she shared the knowledge she gained from the system with everyone. Mother Wan was incredibly happy. She immediately took Xiaofan's large bowl and dumped all the seafood shells on the table into it. Little Pink was so excited that her 2 vines tightly circled the large bowl. Then, she extended her tongue and rolled the seafood shells one by one into the flower bud, shaking them back and forth with joy. Lucky, curious, stood up and placed her front paws on the table to watch Little Pink. Little Pink whacked her head with a vine, and she let out a wow. She jumped off the table and angrily returned to the ground to gnaw on the bone. Gaga. Eagle Bao jumped to the highest point of the birdbath and laughed at Lucky. Lucky suddenly lost all interest in the meat and bones. If Yuer hadn't come over to pet her head and comfort her, she would have been furious for a while. Since the extreme cold, the house had rarely been this lively, so lunch took a little longer. Nuan Yang, noticing that they were getting faster, urged them on. Xiao Rou and Yin Yin, eat quickly. We leave at 1 o'clock. Don't miss the time. Wan Ningyin was stunned. Xiao Rou is going too. Yes, after all, she's a mid-level zombie. I feel more at ease with a healing person. Come here. Wan Ningyin pulled Nuan Yang into the bathroom, closed the door, and asked Nuan Yang 3 questions. If you take Xiao Rou with you, won't that expose my superpowers? Didn't you say I should keep my superpowers secret and use them as a trump card? Besides, I have 2 max-level superpowers, 1 at level 1. 3 superpowers is much more impressive than your 2. Are you sure you want to reveal them? Nuan Yang smiled, took Wan Ningyan's hand, and soothed her softly. Don't get excited. Your fire ability has long been exposed. Wei Ming could guess it, so you think Xiao Rou couldn't. It's just that she never mentioned it, because we didn't tell her. Indeed, Xiao Rou's observation skills are truly remarkable. Not only did she detect your secret the moment we met, but she was also able to detect a lie from the bad guy in such a short time. She truly deserves to be a perfect detective. So it's okay if you expose your fire ability. As for the other 2 abilities, one is too low level to use, and the other one controls zombies. if you don't mention it. And with Nian Yin helping to tie up the zombies and provide cover, Zhao Rou should have a hard time detecting it. Wan Ningyan suddenly realized, I was wondering why you dared to bring Nian Yin to fight a mid-level zombie. Turns out she was covering for me. Not entirely. This zombie sounds a bit tricky. I remembered that last time we went fishing, Xiaofan volunteered to save people and was able to understand and cooperate with us, so I decided to bring Nian Yin with me. Are you really not afraid that Nian Yin will faint from fright? There will be more and more mid-level zombies in the future. We have to deal with them eventually. Besides, this one is just overweight, so it moves slowly. If we can't defeat it, we can just run away. It's a good choice to bring Nian Yin with us. Wan Ningyan thought for a few seconds and agreed. Okay, let Zhao Rou keep a close eye on her. This is Nian Yin's first time fighting a mid-level zombie, after all. Don't worry, I make all the arrangements. At 1 p.m., the four of them boarded the SUV. When they reached the B area security post, Nguyen Yang handed the soldier a bag of fish. He said, this won't happen again, but he accepted it gracefully. Then they drove to the hospital and delivered several boxes of gifts to Wei Mingxue, asking her to deliver them to the healing doctors. Then, they left the base for Chongyam Island. Zhao Rou, when you get back, make arrangements to erase today's travel records. Yes. What do you usually bribe them with? I give you some. A pound of meat or a bone. Nguyen Yang was surprised. You agreed so quickly? Isn't that a bit too little? Those gatekeepers have parents to care for or children to raise at home. They usually don't want to buy meat, so they're easy to bribe. I see. Cheap indeed. Who would have thought that disciplined soldiers could be bribed with a pound of meat in the apocalypse? No wonder some soldiers succumbed to the temptations of wealthy businessmen and defected. About 40 minutes later, Nguyen Yang flew over Chongyam Island. She didn't rush to land, but circled, searching for the location of the intermediate zombies. According to the monitoring system, Nguyen Yang soon spotted the gluttonous zombies on the east side of the island. That's not right, Nguyen Yang said, turning his SUV invisible. As he flew past the gluttonous zombie, he took another closer look. Why is it bigger than before? Zhao Rou looked at it. Has it gotten bigger? Yes, it's about 2 or 3 meters taller, and it looks a bit fatter. I land farther away. Everyone, be careful. Don't rush in. This zombie is a bit tricky. Let's discuss our strategy before we attack. Yes. Chapter 383. Nguyen Yang landed 5 kilometers away from the ravenous zombies. She had checked the monitoring system ahead of time and found few zombies or mutant animals, nor any survivors, so it was relatively safe. I drive over first. The off-road vehicle has a stealth feature, allowing us to observe the zombies up close without being detected. Well, honey, do you have detailed information about this zombie? Tell me, and we work together to kill it. Wait a moment, I see if I can find any information. While driving, Nguyen Yang contacted the system and asked for a detailed description of the ravenous zombies. The system's explanation was the same as before, the only difference being that it resolved Nguyen Yang's confusion about the zombie's enlargement. Host, this intermediate level gluttonous zombie is almost reaching level 3. Level 3? What do you mean? Isn't it intermediate? It's an intermediate zombie, yes, but a gluttonous zombie can continuously expand its size by eating. Each successful level of expansion adds an additional layer of defensive zombie cream. When it reaches level 10, it can break through the upper limit and evolve into a high-level zombie. Isn't it super cute? You call that cute? And who taught you to talk like that? No cuteness. Nguyen Yang heard Xiaolu sobbing, and the girlish voice made it sound pitiful. But Nguyen Yang was already used to the system's fake crying, and was completely unfazed. She continued to ask it questions. Level 3 form. How thick is its zombie paste? Replying to the host, Level 1 form corresponds to 10 meters of zombie paste, and Level 3 gluttonous zombies have at least 30 meters of zombie paste. Is the zombie paste dangerous? Like corrosive, sticky, or other properties? Yes, the zombie paste can slowly regenerate. Also, like grease in the human world, it's slippery and has an extremely low flash point. Once ignited, it not only burns rapidly but also splatters scalding droplets. At nearly 500 degrees Celsius, the droplets can quickly burn everything. What? 500 degrees Celsius? Then wouldn't igniting it be like igniting a volcano? Yes, Nguyen Yang agreed with Wan Ningyan. And in its level 3 form, over 30 meters of zombie paste is like over 30 meters of grease clinging to its body, a natural protective wall. We have to find a way to cut through the zombie paste and kill it before it regenerates. When Yenru silently raised her hand. Sister-in-law, I don't quite understand. Over 30 meters of grease isn't a diamond wall. Can't I have Xiaofan use vines to penetrate the zombie's head directly? Xiao. Cough cough. Nguyen Yang almost blurted out the system's name, then feigned a cough to reframe his words. My data shows that even swords and guns have difficulty damaging its interior, and physical attacks are almost useless, so vines shouldn't be effective either. But I'm not sure how the distance makes them ineffective. Wan Ningyan continued, then we know if we try it. Isn't this a bit risky? Zhao Ro, what do you think? I agree with Miss Wan. Unlike low-level zombies, mid-level zombies all have special abilities. How can we know their specific abilities without testing them? And so far, it seems this zombie is eating zombie ointment to protect itself. But strangely, such a large and fat body slows down its movements. How can it catch prey? That's right. Let's try it. For safety's sake, don't get out of the car yet. When we get there, Nian Yin will use the vines, I use the ice element, Zhao Ro, you use the gun, and Ningyan, observe the zombies' changes carefully, then review and come up with a specific plan of action. Okay. Nguyen Yang drove to the vicinity of the gluttonous zombie, and a new mission immediately popped up in his mind. Host, do you accept the mission to kill the gluttonous zombies? Yes. Is there a time limit? Ding. Mission accepted. Please kill the gluttonous zombies within 24 hours to receive your reward. If you fail, one of your unlocked product categories will be randomly disabled, and you will be prohibited from using the mall system for 30 days. Nguyen Yang slammed on the brakes, completely stunned. Could the punishment for this special mission be so severe? Host, the missions become increasingly difficult as you progress, and the corresponding rewards become more generous, so naturally, the punishments will also increase accordingly. With you humans. As the saying goes, the higher the risk, the higher the reward. That's the stock market. Next time there's a punishment, tell me in advance so I can at least be mentally prepared. Okay, host, Private Marseille. Nguyen Yang, what's wrong with you? You suddenly stopped and looked angry. Did I say something wrong? Nguyen Yang came to his senses and forced a smile. It's not about you. If we can't kill it within 24 hours, we'd be in trouble. Huh? Trouble? Nguyen Yang whispered to Wan Ningyan that there would be a punishment for failing the mission, and the excited person suddenly became serious. Nguyen Yang, drive around behind it for a sneak attack and easier escape. Okay. Nguyen Yang drove around the left side of the gluttonous zombie, taking a closer look. It was about 60 meters tall, and the zombie paste was about 36 meters thick, a yellow-black color with no uniformity, some orange-yellow, some black, like rancid grease. It had no clothes, and was covered in zombie paste, with only a tuft of black hair at the top. Its eyes, nose, and ears were all covered with thick paste, and only its big mouth could be seen. The snow was thin, and covered with a yellow-black liquid where the gluttonous zombie was. It was standing there, holding a zombie, and slowly chewing it. Nguyen Yang circled behind it, signaling everyone to get ready. Then, he opened the car window. A foul smell penetrated his nose, nearly making him vomit. Everyone, put on your gas masks. While this smell isn't toxic, it's no less pungent than poison gas. Wan Ningyan passed the gas masks around, and Nguyen Yang took one, swapping his face mask for a gas mask. The smell was so pungent that a regular mask wouldn't block it. When they were ready, Xiaofan was the first to rush out. 10 vines pierced the zombie's yellow-black back, and then the gluttonous zombie stopped. Nguyen Yang saw it slowly turn halfway around, and the 10 vines were embedded in its back, looking a bit comical. Nguyen Yang immediately condensed several ice cones, and shot them at the gluttonous zombie's head. The next second, the chubby head shook, deflecting the cones. What? Just deflected? Nguyen Yang, incredulous, condensed dozens more ice cones, some even containing golden needles, but they were all deflected by the slippery zombie paste, unable to penetrate. Not good. Nguyen Yang thought of the mutant slug he had encountered before. Although the situation was similar, at least its gold-based abilities were effective. Yet, even the golden needles couldn't penetrate. Was this the case with all physical attacks? Hadn't Xiaofan penetrated? Why couldn't he? Bang, bang, bang. While Nguyen Yang was pondering, Zhao Ro fired, all 3 shots hitting the gluttonous zombie's shoulder. Nguyen Yang zoomed in, and saw that all 3 bullets had penetrated, but only on the surface, quickly melted by the yellow-black zombie paste and falling to the ground. Roar. The gluttonous zombie finally realized it was being attacked and roared, as if about to launch an attack. Nguyen Yang quickly called Xiaofan back, then rolled down the car window and prepared to evacuate. Click. Suddenly, the entire front window was covered in yellow and black, obstructing Nuan Yang's vision. The SUV crashed directly into the nearby tree stump. Chapter 384. Is everyone okay? Nuan Yang braked and quickly checked on everyone. Wan Ningyan was fine with her seatbelt on, but Zhao Rou and Wen Yinru were only wearing lap belts. Their bodies, thrust forward by inertia, collided with the back of the front seat. Sister-in-law, I'm fine. It just hurt. I'm fine too. I used the back of my hand to block the impact. Let's go! The zombies are coming. Okay. Nuan Yang quickly applied windshield washer fluid and turned on the wipers. The yellow-black zombie paste slowly washed away, but its slippery nature made it difficult to wipe clean. The entire front window was covered in a yellowish, disgusting coating. When the car shifted into reverse, the wheels started to malfunction, seemingly spinning in place. Nuan Yang slowly stepped on the accelerator, and once the mileage increased, the SUV successfully reversed. Nuan Yang, what's wrong? The car just stopped. Was it damaged? No, only 0.5% damage. It's okay. It's just that this zombie paste is too slippery. Everyone, hold on tight. We might get bumped around a bit more. The gluttonous zombie was fat and walked slowly, but it was incredibly oppressive. Every step its massive body took shook the ground. Nuan Yang's rearview mirror was also stained with zombie paste, so he could only drive while staring out the front window while checking the security system. The slippery zombie paste had stuck the tires in place, leaving the SUV barely moving. Puffs of black smoke rose from under the SUV. It's getting closer, Nuan Yang. Can you get the car moving? I'm trying. It's moving. It should be able to get out in a little while. Wan Ningyan glanced back anxiously. The zombie was getting closer, throwing another dollop of zombie paste. Nuan Yang had barely gotten a meter away when he was stuck and skidding again. If physical attacks don't work, I use thermal weapons. What are you going to do? Wan Ningyan didn't answer Nuan Yang. She unbuckled her seatbelt, rolled down the window, and leaned out. She hooked her left foot around the seat armrest, bent her right leg to support her body, then pulled out a rocket launcher from space, aimed at the gluttonous zombie, and fired. Boom! The gluttonous zombie instantly exploded like a giant volcano, sending countless sparks flying. Nuan Yang quickly pulled the person back into the car and closed the window. The next second, scorching sparks landed near the SUV, igniting the zombie cream on the windshield. No way, she's not dead. Nuan Yang was checking Wan Ningyan to see if she'd been burned by the sparks when she saw her mouth drop open in shock. She turned her head, and the tactical scope showed the gluttonous zombie was still alive. Rockets can't kill it? Doesn't that mean physical attacks and firearms are completely ineffective? How can we kill it? Just as Nuan Yang was confused and anxious, the gluttonous zombie, already burning, suddenly roared, and all the flames erupted in all directions, splashing all over the area within 100 meters. The SUV was once again covered in a thick layer of zombie paste, and burst into flames. Alert! Vehicle is burning. Smoke exhaust system has automatically activated. Please move away from the burning area as soon as possible. Warning! Vehicle damage 0.6%. Warning! Vehicle damage 0.7%. Nuan Yang felt like he was going crazy. The SUV was warning of damage every 30 seconds, while the gluttonous zombie not far away had already cleared all the flames from its body. The rocket attack was nothing to it, and it only lost half a meter of zombie paste. Nuan Yang, have I gotten into trouble? It's okay. Nuan Yang quickly calmed down, pulled the nearly crying Wan Ningyan over, and whispered in her ear, control the zombies now. Keep them away from us, but don't let them go where there's fire. If you spray them a few more times, I'm not sure the SUV can handle it. It's just heat resistant, but that doesn't mean it won't be damaged by prolonged burning. Okay, I understand. Nuan Yang immediately activated his X-ray function, stepped on the accelerator, and reached over the car door, beginning to condense ice to extinguish the fire. After a minute, the fire wasn't extinguished at all. With 500 degrees Celsius and the highly flammable zombie ointment, Nuan Yang's ice was no match for the extinguisher. Even if it managed to solidify on the car's surface, it would quickly melt and evaporate. To make matters worse, the SUV was mired in the thick, sticky zombie ointment, unable to move forward. At this moment, Zhao Rou, who had been silent until then, spoke. Do you have a foam fire extinguisher? Foam fire extinguisher? Well, a carbon dioxide extinguisher or sodium bicarbonate powder will do. Since the zombie paste is similar to grease, water or ice won't work. Okay, I look. Nuan Yang immediately searched the space and found the fire extinguishers. She pulled out 2 foam extinguishers and began to survey the vehicle's surroundings. The SUV was encased in zombie paste and engulfed in flames. Opening the windows would easily lead to burns, but with her healing equipment and combat uniform, she decided to take a risk. What are you doing? There's fire all over the place. Ningyan, get back. Once the fire near the car is out, I can go down and lay some steel plates and drive the car out. You're opening the window to put out the fire when it's so big? Are you crazy? You have other options. Why would you take such a risk? There's no other way. This zombie paste is so thick, who knows how long it'd take for it to burn out. Put out the fire quickly and get out, then discuss countermeasures. Wan Yang shook off Wan Ningyan's hand and turned to open the car window, but Wan Ningyan pulled him back. Just as he was about to speak, he heard her whisper that she could control a fire extinguisher. Control a fire extinguisher? Yes, I have this control ability, haven't you forgotten? Tell me how to use it, and then you throw the fire extinguisher through the car window, and I control it to put out the fire, right? Wan Yang hadn't expected this idea. His impatience gradually calmed, and he began to teach Wan Ningyan how to use it, then threw 2 fire extinguishers through the car window. Quickly, Wan Ningyan manipulated the fire extinguishers, spraying white foam all around the SUV. The burning zombie paste slowly died down, leaving only a small flickering flame. It worked. Wan Yang happily got out of the car, but his foot slipped and he nearly fell. Fortunately, he grabbed hold of the car door, but it was too hot, and his hands were covered in blisters. Wan Yang, are you okay? It's okay. Stay in the car and don't come out. I'd be right there. After giving his instructions, Wan Yang took out 2 hiking poles for balance and slowly walked to the front of the car. The SUV looked like it had been doused in manure, all feces yellow. Where the fire had been put out, it was covered in white foam, and underneath was charred zombie paste. Wan Yang endured the stench and the burning smell as he laid steel plates forward, observing his surroundings. 2 zombies, following the noise, slipped on the zombie paste, and then a sea of zombie fire ensued. Seeing this, Wan Yang instantly understood how the slow-moving, gluttonous zombies hunted. The farther away, the less zombie paste there was. After laying nearly 100 meters, Wan Yang quickly returned, stepping on the steel plates. All 4 tires were mired in the zombie paste. Wan Yang pulled out a fire extinguisher and sprayed the car's underside again, then placed a few small steel plates in front of the tires. Only then did he get in. Hold on tight, fasten your seatbelts. The 3 of them silently adjusted their seatbelts. Wan Yang confirmed they were ready, then floored the accelerator with all his might. The tires sizzled, and within seconds, they successfully pulled out of the zombie paste, escaping the sea of fire along the steel plates. Chapter 385. Wan Yang didn't dare stop for a moment, driving south for nearly 20 minutes before finding a relatively safe place to park. It looked like an open-air basketball court. The weather was freezing, and the SUV was incredibly dirty, with a nauseating smell. Wan Yang got out of the car and got back in within seconds. After a discussion, the others decided to review the situation in the car and not get out. Wan Yang spent 10 points on the SUV's automatic cleaning and another 120 points on repairs. After Zhao Rou and Wen Yanru had folded the back seats into a bed, he and Wan Ningyan stepped between them and sat down on the bed. Ningyan has tried it before. Hot weapons like rockets can only chip away at half a meter of zombie paste, and the zombie paste can regenerate. So, physical attacks and hot weapons are ineffective right now. We need to find a way in. Wan Yang observed everyone's expressions as he spoke. Zhao Rou still had that sour look on her face, but she was clearly thinking. Wen Yanru's face was filled with worry. It was rare for someone as gentle as her to be so anxious. Wan Ningyan's expression was the worst, one of apology and guilt. She occasionally glanced at Nanyang, only to immediately lower her head, like a cat cautiously testing its limits. Ningyan, physical attacks won't work. We definitely try fire or other thermal weapons. You tried it beforehand, just to help me, so I wouldn't let you speculate on your own. I really don't blame you at all. Yeah, but I was impulsive. The rockets were too powerful, and we were so close that we could easily be affected. I should have just set fire and run, avoiding 2 consecutive fire attacks. Nuanyang smiled and pinched her cheek. We couldn't escape, but the result was good. We saved an attempt and saved time. Wan Ningyan felt a little better. She looked at Wen Yanru and asked, Nyan, can Xiaofen's vines penetrate? Wen Yanru shook her head. Only about a centimeter. No further. Xiaofen can't squeeze in. Besides, Xiaofen hates zombie cream. When she left, she cut off every vine that touched it. She often hates zombie cream? Nguyen Yang hadn't expected the zombie-eating blood vine, which feeds on zombies, to dislike zombie cream. I thought it would love it. If it hates it, then would she often be willing to eat it? No, I won't even lick it. Sorry, sister-in-law. I tried to persuade Xiaofan for a long time, but it just wouldn't eat. Otherwise, I have it eat the zombie directly. Nguyen Yang wasn't surprised. Xiaofan usually gets excited when she sees a real zombie, but when she encountered a greedy zombie, she only used 10 vines and didn't bite it. She could vaguely guess it didn't like it. Zhao Rou, do you have any leads? Zhao Rou placed her pistol between the 4 men. My pistol is the weakest of the firearms. It can penetrate the zombie paste, but it stays on the surface. The paste can push the bullet out through the flow. Yeah, I saw that too. Rifles and sniper rifles are probably about the same, though the sniper rifle has a slightly longer range. Nguyen Yang sighed and continued, my ice abilities are completely useless. The ice cones are simply deflected by the zombie paste. I really don't know what to do. I have no idea. I did get a little bit of information. Zhao Rou retracted her gun and took out a bullet. Bullets can penetrate the epidermis, and rockets can force it to discard the burning zombie paste. So, can we find a way to control it somewhere, and have it shed the zombie paste continuously? Once the layer is thin enough, we can kill it with a single shot from the sniper rifle. Nguyen Yang carefully considered the feasibility, and found it difficult. Wan Ningyan could control the zombies, but if the zombies voluntarily discarded their outermost layer of zombie paste, she would have to release her control. At this point, she would be unable to control the splattering, still burning zombie paste, which would be equivalent to an attack from countless Molotov cocktails. Hiding far away wouldn't work, controlling supernatural powers was limited to certain distances. If she got close, she would need a shelter capable of withstanding 500-degree heat. An off-road vehicle was the only option, but continuous fire damage would damage an off-road vehicle, and it might not last that long. Most importantly, a layer of zombie paste over 30 meters thick would require the greedy zombies to shed it more than 60 times. That much burning zombie paste would not only create a sea of fire for 100 meters, but even a few meters of paste could trap an off-road vehicle, preventing escape. It was too dangerous. Zhao Rou's plan failed to work out, and Wan Ningyan proposed a new approach. Since that doesn't work, can we drain the zombie paste? Drain? What do you mean? A pump. Wan Ningyan nudged Nguyen Yang's arm. Do you have a pump in your space? Or a water pump or something? Drain the zombie paste like water. It's much safer than setting it on fire, right? Nguyen Yang tapped her forehead speechlessly. That's grease, not water. It's easy to clog tools. None of us know how to repair it, so where would we get enough pumps to drain all the zombie paste? I'm just asking if it's possible. When Nianru, who had been silent the whole time, glanced up at Nguyen Yang. Overhearing the conversation between Nguyen Yang and Wan Ningyan, she quietly retreated. Nguyen Yang naturally noticed and asked if she had any ideas. I do have a half-baked idea. Tell me about it. In high school biology class, the teacher once said that fish need a certain amount of fat to stay healthy. Since zombie ointment is similar to fat, can mutant fish eat it? Wan Ningyan understood immediately, clapping and praising, Nian Yin is really smart. That mutant fish is huge and has been hungry all day, so it must be very short of fat. So what if it's over 30 meters thick? If it encounters a school of sharks, it would be wiped out in a few bites. Nguyen Yang was a little confused at first, but after Wan Ningyan's reminder, she instantly understood. However, she was worried about polluting the ocean, so she asked the system. Xiao Lu, will mutant animals become zombies if they eat zombies? No, mutant animals are no longer ordinary animals, and cannot be infected by the zombie virus. Then why humans? Doesn't awakening our superpowers count as mutations? A sudden sound of slamming the table echoed in her mind. Xiao Lu was so excited that her voice almost broke. Host, do you want to listen to what you're saying? Your powers were awakened by consuming crystal cores, not by mutation. How can they be the same as mutant animals? Stop making unfounded arguments and defaming people, okay? Nguyen Yang was speechless. What on earth is Xiao Lu learning every day? Is this how you can defame someone? Host, please don't dwell on these details. A few bugs are normal for a system. Just assume you're normal. Do mutant fish eat zombie ointment? To host, yes. That's it. Just devise a plan to send the gluttonous zombies to the mutants. The thick zombie paste on the alien fish's mouth will eventually be devoured. Then let Miss Wan control the zombies. Xiaofan will dig an ice cave in the sea's surface large enough to accommodate the zombies. The zombies can just walk in. Then we wait nearby and finish them off after the zombie paste is consumed. Wan Ningyan exclaimed in surprise. Huh? How did you know I could control the zombies? Silly wife, what do you think? Nguyen Yang smiled helplessly. The zombies haven't been chasing us for a few minutes. It's obvious someone's controlling them. A quick check would tell you it was you. Zhao Rou nodded, agreeing with Nguyen Yang's statement. Boring. I was going to show off, but I didn't. Wife, it doesn't matter whether you can do it or not. Once the car is repaired, we set off. It all depends on your performance. Wan Ningyan patted her chest. Don't worry about my work. Yes, I trust my wife the most. Chapter 386. Repairing an off-road vehicle takes a long time, so Nguyen Yang couldn't afford to delay for long, so he simply repaired the dent on the front of the vehicle, which took about an hour. After the four of them discussed the details of the plan in the back seat, Zhao Rou treated Nguyen Yang's burns. Wan Ningyan ate mutant eggs to help her recover, and when Yenru discussed with Xiaofan about digging ice from the sea. Then you go ahead. Remember, if you need anything, contact me, or escape on a motorcycle. Don't engage head-on. Zhao Rou responded, and with Wen Yenru, they drove their flying motorcycles to the eastern sea to prepare the ice hole. Nguyen Yang drove Wan Ningyan to find the gluttonous zombies. The car, freshly washed and spotless, was soon covered in snow and zombie cream, leaving Nguyen Yang heartbroken. What's wrong? That expression? I have to spend 10 points to wash the car after this is over. I feel bad. Wan Ningyan smiled silently. You really are such a tourist, so stingy. I save whenever I can. Nguyen Yang drove east. The monitoring system showed the gluttonous zombie was still nearby, but a bit further away from its original location. Afraid the SUV would get stuck in the zombie paste again, Nguyen Yang drove around the edge and found the zombie between two residential buildings. Ugh! So disgusting. A little. Nguyen Yang patted Wan Ningyan on the back, frowning as he watched. The gluttonous zombie had lost half a meter of zombie paste. The paste inside was actually liquid, not solid, and it was trickling down. The residential buildings and the ground were covered in a yellow-black paste. The greedy zombie was currently holding onto the building on his left with his left hand, and with his right hand, he grabbed the snow mixed with zombie cream on the ground and stuffed it into his mouth. From time to time, he would wipe it off his big fat belly, get more cream on it, and then eat it. Xiaolu, what's it doing? Eating itself? Replying to the host, the gluttonous zombie's zombie ointment regenerates slowly. To reduce the loss of zombie ointment, it will consume any that falls, speeding up its regeneration. Nguyen Yang's brows knitted together, his eyes unconsciously squinting as he leaned back against the backrest of his chair. After briefly explaining to Wan Ningyan, he contacted Zhao Rou for directions. Zhao Rou, 15 degrees east-southeast, about 2 kilometers ahead. Nguyen Yang, got it, we found the zombie. We'd be there in about 10 minutes. After the call, Wan Ningyan, suppressing her nausea, turned the gluttonous zombie around. Its back was still sluggish, the yellow-black ointment slowly dripping down. It was incredibly disgusting. Let's go! Throw it into the sea and get this over with. Yes! To reduce his nausea and avoid getting the SUV stuck to the zombie, Nguyen Yang drove ahead of it, while Wan Ningyan controlled the zombie to follow behind. The gluttonous zombie was enormous and slow-moving. Even with Wan Ningyan controlling it, she couldn't move too fast. In the event of a rush, the zombie would fall, creating a massive crater and taking time to recover. The two had no choice but to drive slowly with the zombie. A 10-minute journey took half an hour. Xiaofan carved out a large area, but before the gluttonous zombie could even enter, its weight caused the ice to collapse, and one of its legs became stuck in the ice. What a twist! Wan Yang sighed. They were only a dozen meters away, but something had to happen at this critical moment. She was exhausted. She asked Wan Ningyan to continue controlling it, then got out of the car and trotted off to find Wen Yenru and Zhao Rou. Nyan, have Xiaofan break through the 10 or so meters of ice in between. The zombies are stuck and can't get out. Okay, sister-in-law, wait a minute. Xiaofan isn't happy about it. I try to persuade him. Not happy? It's just breaking ice, not eating zombies. Why isn't it happy? Xiaofan hates the smell. Then you try to persuade him. I can't use firearms here. It's too dangerous to ignite the zombies. Okay. While waiting for Xiaofan to finish, Nguyen Yang took out his gas mask and put it on. Then, after exchanging a few words with Zhao Rou and confirming that there were no unusual signs nearby and that there were mutant fish in the sea, he returned to the car to look for Wan Ningyan. Honey, do you still have any mental strength left? Yes. How much longer can you control it? Little Pink is throwing a tantrum. Chiseling the ice will take a while. Let me see. I should be able to hold out for another half hour. Any longer and I run out of mental strength and feel uncomfortable. I definitely can't hold out for an hour. Let Yin Yin finish it in half an hour. Okay, I tell Yin Yin. Wan Yang ran back to find Wen Yinru. Her eyes were red, and her hands were scratching the base of the little pink bud. Yin Yin, what's wrong with you? Did Xiaofan bully you? No, Xiaofan agreed, but she said she had to tickle until it felt good, and no matter how I tickled, it didn't seem right. Sister-in-law, do you know where to tickle an itch on a plant? Of course I don't. I didn't even know plants could itch. It's so far. Nuanyang paused, speechless, then recalled the information the system provided at noon. He immediately asked, Xiaofan only said it was itchy, but didn't say where it was itching? She said the flower bud was itchy, and no matter how I tickled it, it didn't seem right. Then it's not the bud itself that's itchy, it's its teeth that are itching, and it needs to grind. Wan Yang found a turtle from the space, and fed it to Xiaofan. Xiaofan, eager to grow a larger bud, rolled the turtle into it with a flick of her tongue, munching away with a crunch, crunch sound. Sister-in-law, Xiaofan is happy. It turns out she needs to grind her teeth, but she didn't say it clearly. Is Xiaofan deliberately keeping it a secret, or is she unable to express herself? Is she unable to express herself? She can't explain many things, but she never lies. Well then, take Xiaofan to chisel ice. Be careful. Okay. After Wen Yinru left, Nguyen Yang contacted the system to inquire. She thought Xiaofan was teasing Wen Yinru, but she hadn't expected the mutant to have no concept of lying or being funny. Don't mutants have subjective initiative? How could they not lie? Host, the mutant's goal is to grow stronger and protect its master. It and Wen Yinru have a symbiotic relationship, a mutual understanding. There's no need for lies. Okay, I understand. Nguyen Yang ended his communication with the system and looked at Wen Yinru, who was not far away. This time, Xiaofan didn't use vines to help, but instead transformed into a giant flower bud and nibbled on the ice, just like a human eating a popsicle. Nguyen Yang exclaimed, "What a good tooth!" Soon, Xiaofan reached the ice in front of the zombie. The fat, gluttonous zombie fell into the sea, but it didn't sink. The zombie paste kept it afloat. Splash. The surface of the sea echoed with various splashing sounds. Small mutant fish were already nibbling on the zombie paste. Nguyen Yang activated his perspective function, and saw dense clusters of small dots coming from all directions. He felt relieved. I'd love to see what the reward is, but the punishment is so harsh. Nguyen Yang pulled out her rifle, waiting for the zombie cream to be eaten away before shooting the zombies. She threatened Xiao Lu that if the mission rewards weren't generous, she wouldn't spend any points for a month. Host, you can't do this to me. I answer every question. How can you be so reluctant to spend money on a system as hardworking as mine? Please, Heaven, distinguish between good and evil. No matter how Xiao Lu pretended to cry and throw a tantrum, Nguyen Yang ignored him. She had a temper. Chapter 387. When the mutated fish arrived in force, the sea boiled like dumplings, bubbling and bubbling non-stop. The gluttonous zombies, out of control, struggled in the water, unable even to turn over, only roaring in protest. Soon, the plump zombies shriveled up, revealing their true form. Nguyen Yang raised his rifle, aimed, and dispatched them with a bang. Ding! The host completed the mission and received 20,000 experience points, 10 lottery tickets, 1 energy fat, and 1 resource finder. Ding! Congratulations to the host for increasing their personal mall level by 1, now to level 7. They received 1 advanced weapon pack, 1 pill gift pack, and 1 fruit assortment. Ding! The energy fat item has been unlocked and can be purchased in the mall's special merchandise section with points. Ding! The fruit assortment has been unlocked and can be purchased in the mall with points. Hearing about the string of rewards and the level up gift packs, Nguyen Yang felt so happy she almost fainted. This job was truly worth it. Honey, what are you laughing at? Nguyen Yang had Xiao Lu initiate a 10-draw combo, then picked up Wan Ningyan and happily spun her around several times. She was so frightened that she hugged her neck tightly and screamed, asking if she was crazy. Honey, I'm not crazy. I just gotten rich. So many rewards. So many rewards? What are they? Show them to me. Don't worry, let's stay away. This zombie ointment stinks. Nguyen Yang led Wan Ningyan away, turning to call Zhao Ro and Wen Yinru, come along too. Don't just stand there. Zhao Ro and Wen Yinru, who were still standing there, immediately followed. Nguyen Yang found a flat surface, and set up tables, and chairs for everyone. Then he went to the fruit section. He had originally planned to buy some fruit for everyone to eat while he looked around, but he discovered there was a fruit buffet. There were two types. One was a yogurt and fruit buffet, worth 10 points per person for an hour, and the other was a pure fruit buffet, worth 8 points per person for an hour. The difference was whether or not you had to prepare the fruit yourself. The fruit buffet came in a fruit bowl, ready to be mixed with yogurt, while the pure fruit buffet required you to peel and deice the fruit yourself. Wanyang immediately bought 4 yogurt and fruit buffets. Although she stocked up on fruit from the supermarket, it was all common fruits, with some out-of-season and imported items missing. The mall's fruit section boasted a wide selection of fruits from around the world, allowing her to indulge in a feast. Wow! A new buffet. Fruit? I see wax apples and lychees. Yeah, a fruit buffet for an hour. I'm pretty tired today, so let's have it as afternoon tea. Honey, where are the other goodies? Wanyang spread her hands and blinked cutely at Wanyang, leaving her mesmerized. She immediately went to check on Xiao Lu to see what prizes she won. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning 1 power pill, 1 clothing all categories, 3 experience points 500, 1 special saver, 1 toilet paper, 1 cosmetics all categories, 1 10% off coupon, and 1 pizza. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking all categories of clothing and cosmetics, allowing them to purchase them in the mall with points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the special grade saber. You can purchase it in the weapons and equipment section of the mall with points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the toilet paper. You can purchase it in the home and living section of the mall with points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the pizza. You can purchase it in the Italian section of the mall with points. Wanyang choked a little. She hadn't expected her luck to be so bad. She'd drawn all these things in 10 draws. Even the toilet paper took up a separate spot. Ah, bad luck. The clothes and cosmetics are okay, but that's all I got. Wanyang took out the saber, toilet paper, and pizza. It's quite useful, but also pretty useless. Take the saber, for example. We mostly use our powers and guns right now, so there's really no use for this one. Wanyang picked up the special grade saber, examined it from head to toe, turned it around, and then handed it to Xiao Rou. I think it's quite nice. It's beautiful and lightweight. Xiao Rou, you're an expert. What do you think of this knife? Sabers are primarily used for close combat, outdoor survival, and emergency rescue. They're rarely used, but they can save lives in critical moments. Xiao Rou stared at the saber with admiration as she spoke. This saber is a bit like the cold steel big dog leg, but with better weight, design, and sharpness, and it's also more resilient. It's a great knife. Wanyang saw that Xiao Rou liked it, so he gave it to her. After all, it was cheap, only 100 points. Give it to me? Xiao Rou immediately handed the saber back to Wanyang with both hands. No need. My saber is still usable. You can keep this one for self-defense. Wanyang was busy opening the gift package to see the prizes, and didn't want to waste time trying to persuade anyone, so she handed it to Wanyang. Wife, you persuade me? I continue looking at the rewards. Okay. Wanyang smiled and fed Wanyang a cherry. Wife, you worked hard. Hurry up, I want to see too. Xiao Lu opened all the gift packs and introduced the thermal fat and resource finder. Okay, host, ding. Thermal fat. This is a specially made fat candy. Each pill can create an anti-seasonal effect against cold weather for 1 hour. The colder the weather, the higher the perceived temperature. When the temperature drops below -40 degrees Celsius, the perceived temperature will remain constant at 40 degrees Celsius and will not rise any further. Ding. Resource Finder. After using this, you can view all available resources within a 100-mile radius, including mutant plants and animals. Wait! All available resources? Yes, host. Wanyang was just excited to have something to deal with the extreme cold when she realized the resource finder was even more amazing. She immediately took it out. It was a large red toolbox. When opened, it resembled a computer, with a monitor on one side and various buttons on the other. Honey, what is this? A resource finder. This is my first time using it, so I'm giving it a try. Curious Wanyang rested her head on Wanyang's shoulder. Xiao Rou and Wenyanru also stood up and stood behind Wanyang, watching him operate it. The resource finder's buttons were simple, one for power, one for start, and one for guidance. After turning it on and pressing start, a countdown appeared on the screen. After 10 seconds, A map appeared with various small dots. Nuanyang reached out and clicked one of them, and the word salt mine popped up on the screen. Salt mine? Honey, what does that mean? It means there's a salt mine right here on Chongam Island. Then what are these things near us? Nuanyang clicked on a few and saw that they all popped up as mutated fish. Then he remembered that everyone was enjoying the fruit buffet on the sea, and the nearby resources were definitely mutant fish. Nuanyang was a little excited. While there were plenty of things to buy in the mall, they all required crystal cores, so getting something for free was definitely not a good idea. So, he clicked on a few resource points in the city area, and they showed up in order: snacks, sanitary supplies, and shoes. Pressing the navigation button showed the route and distance to each point, which made Nuanyang incredibly excited. Great! This will make finding supplies so much easier. And it saved me a ton of points. This is a real treasure. Honey, wait a minute, don't get too excited. Why are these little dots so different in size? Look, this salt mine is so huge, and this sanitary product is like a sesame seed. Nuanyang had no idea, so he asked the system. Host, the bigger the dot, the more supplies; the smaller the dot, the less supplies. That's great. Wan Ningyan's eyes lit up, and she put the resource finder into her space. It's mine. Huh? Nuanyang was stunned. Wife, why did you take it? Didn't you say that? I give it to me as a reward if I like it. And it's perfect for our Rose team. Thank you, wife. Okay, I get another one. Nuanyang couldn't break her promise, or the trust she worked so hard to build would be shattered. So she went to the mall to buy another one, but it turned out to be 5 million points. The super energy station only cost 1 million points. Is that reasonable? Host, of course it's reasonable. This is a resource finder. It accurately locates all kinds of resources. 5 million points is actually a bargain. When it was first manufactured, the price was 3 times what it is now. Nuanyang felt helpless, his blood pressure rising. He looked at his wife, happily eating fruit beside him, and silently covered his face. Never mind. Worst case scenario, I could just steal my wife's space and use it. What belongs to my wife is mine anyway. There's no such thing as yours and mine. Nuanyang consoled himself in this way. Chapter 388. Ding. The pill gift pack has been opened. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1 energy pill, 1 power level up pill, and 1 medical pill. Ding. The advanced weapon pack has been opened. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1 high explosive shotgun, 1 nuclear mine, and 1 super Gatling gun. Ding. The high explosive shotgun, nuclear mine, and super Gatling gun have been unlocked and can be purchased in the weapons and equipment section of the mall using points. Nuanyang asked again, his face filled with doubt. He was stunned when he realized he had heard correctly. Your mall still has nuclear weapons? This nuclear mine is what I understand, right? Yes, host. Nuclear mines are nuclear weapons. They're used against ground-based clusters, like zombie swarms. Just one can flatten a 50-meter wide area, leaving behind a deep crater with radioactive contaminants that can attack passing enemies. Nuanyang frowned. Wouldn't that pollute the environment? Host, radioactive contaminants generally dissipate on their own in about 5 days. Don't worry about environmental issues. Hearing this, Nuanyang felt much more reassured. Although it was the end of the world, protecting the environment was pointless, but we couldn't accelerate its destruction. After all, the ocean circulation system was still there. Perhaps Earth's ecological cycle would return to normal in the future, with fewer natural disasters and a more comfortable life. What are the superpower level boosting pills? Do they boost superpowers? Yes, host. After taking this pill, all superpowers you possess will be instantly boosted by 1 level, with no side effects. Superpowers you possess? How do I calculate it for someone with 2 superpowers? Will one be randomly boosted by 1 level? No, host. All superpowers you possess will be boosted by 1 level simultaneously. Isn't that a great deal? Nuanyang was secretly delighted. Her superpowers were currently leveling up very slowly, but with this pill, she could upgrade 2 at once, bringing her ice type to level 9, just 1 level away from the max. Although delighted, Nuanyang tried to keep her expression composed and focused on the fruit buffet. It wasn't that she wanted to hide this from Wan Ningyan, but the nuclear weapons were a bit too far-fetched and powerful, so she didn't want to tell anyone else for now. She planned to tell Wan Ningyan after she got home. As for the pills, she didn't want to mention them. The energy and health pills were ordinary, and there was only 1 superpower level enhancing pill. Even if she had one, she couldn't give it to anyone else, so there was no need to tell them about it and make them envious. After eating for a while, Nguyen Yang felt cold. Sitting outdoors without exercise made people cold especially quickly. Then she remembered she hadn't used up her thermal fat yet, so she quickly went to the mall and bought a pack. 50 points for 20 yuan, not bad. Zhao Ro, have one. It's thermal fat. You won't feel cold for an hour after eating it. Wife, I want some too. Nguyen Yang glanced at Wan Ningyan with disdain. You're a fire-type mutant, and you're afraid of the cold? Don't waste it. I just used up a lot of mental energy controlling the zombies, and you're still going to let me use it to keep warm? Are you torturing me? Of course not. Okay. Nguyen Yang handed her a piece. Eat it. We'd be back in the car after the buffet. There's air conditioning, so you don't need this. One piece is enough. When Yinru had a mutant form that helped her regulate her body temperature. She was the only one who didn't need thermal fat, so Nguyen Yang didn't give it to her and took a piece for himself. Thermal fat is a square of milky white sugar, a bit like a sugar cube. It tastes like a mix of marshmallow and nougat. After swallowing, you can feel a distinct warmth spreading from your mouth throughout your body. In just a few seconds, Nguyen Yang's legs, which had been shivering with cold, suddenly became hot and sweaty. The combat uniform could cool her body, but not her face, hands and neck. She quickly used the eye system to adjust her body temperature and took off her scarf and gloves. The same thing happened to Zhao Ro and Wan Ningyan. Both of them flushed with heat and began stripping off their clothes and putting on hats to cool down. Miss Nguyen, this temperature is too high. Summer clothes are more comfortable. Using them in extreme cold could easily lead to the military's discovery. I have ice-type abilities that can help with this. Don't be so stubborn. Just use them when the military isn't around. We women are freezing all day. It's not good for our health. What if we develop gynecological problems? Okay, got it. Zhao Ro's obedience was rare. Nguyen Yang was in a good mood and bought her 2 packets of energy fat. Seeing this, Wan Ningyan spread her hands out again. Honey, I want some too. You can't leave without one. Nguyen Yang smiled and bought Wan Ningyan 2 packets as well. Although his wife was a fire type and didn't use them often, he wanted to give her as many as Zhao Ro, lest he be accused of favoritism. It was already 4 in the afternoon when they set off for the return trip. Originally, Wan Ningyan had planned to go fishing, but with the reward, they adjusted their plans slightly. Wan Ningyan planned to go out with Nguyen Yang tomorrow to find some daily necessities, freeing up copy space for more scarce items. Nguyen Yang, on the other hand, felt that 4 people might not be enough for fishing. The military caught tens of thousands of tons at a time, and dozens of soldiers on board helped pull the nets and sort the fish. 4 people would probably have to do all that work for hours, which was too time-consuming. Also, the crystal core extract Nguyen Yang was decomposing was almost finished, and she planned to test it. If it was okay, she would have the Rose team awaken their superpowers. Their martial arts skills alone were already impressive, and with superpowers, they should be even more powerful. This would give her peace of mind when Wan Ningyan accompanied them on future missions. Back at the base, it was already half dark. Nguyen Yang dropped Zhao Ro off at her doorstep and handed her a black plastic bag filled with meat and bones. The bribe was for me, and the supplies should be mine. Take it. Also, if you run out of meat, remember to ask me for it. Don't keep it to yourself. You're still young and can handle it. Annie, needs to eat something nutritious, right? Zhao Ro hesitated, pursed her lips, and without protesting, accepted the bag as an agreement. She took it and went upstairs. How strange. You said Zhao Ro came to us just to make her mother's life better, and for our supplies. But she's so stoic, she needs some persuasion for everything. Nguyen Yang smiled and pinched Wan Ningyan's cheek. She's just like that. She's still a soldier at heart, and she knows when to stop. Wei Mingyi is the same way. Even when they cooperate, they maintain boundaries, which is good. I'm most afraid of people who ask for too much. It can easily breed ungrateful people. Yeah, that's true. Excessive demands are even more frightening. They can easily turn you against me. Nguyen Yang, upon hearing this, felt a pang of amusement. After parking the car in the garage, he asked Wen Yinru to get out first, then pulled Wan Ningyan, who was confused, over and whispered in her ear. What about your sister? Does excessive demands mean you're going to be rebellious? When did I ever ask for too much? On the bed. Wan Ningyan, still confused, blushed instantly after hearing Nguyen Yang's words. She called him a pervert, pushed him aside, and trotted home. Nguyen Yang looked at her running back and smiled happily. It turned out that teasing your wife is really a joy. Chapter 389. At home, Mother Wan prepared a sumptuous dinner, filling the entire table with everything from chicken, duck, and fish. In the center was a squirrel mandarin fish, accompanied by a variety of refreshing side dishes. It was obvious how meticulously prepared it was. "Mom, we don't have any guests today, and it's not Chinese New Year, so why are we having a feast?" Mother Wan smiled, holding Wan Ningyan's hand with one and Wen Yinru's with the other. "Today marks the day our Yan Yan and Yin Yin successfully completed their mission and returned safely. Of course, we have to celebrate." "Huh?" Wan Ningyan couldn't believe it. "Mom, you clearly don't like me taking risks, so why?" "I don't. I wish our whole family could stay at the base and live peacefully, without having to worry." Mother Wan sighed, her face filled with reluctance and affection. She held their hands together. "But you have your own ideas and abilities. I can't force you to stay home. I better take care of the logistics and make sure you have good food and drink when you return home, so I won't be holding you back." "Mom, you're not holding me back. I love you the most." "Yes, Auntie. You taken good care of us. Look, I gained weight. A little weight is better. Look at Yin Yin, her face is so cute with a rounder face." "Mom." Wan Ningyan, who had just been acting coquettishly, stamped her foot in frustration. "Why did you say I was fat? You gained weight. Sweetheart, don't be upset. A little weight is better. Being too thin is unhealthy." Wan Ningyan was unhappy. She asked Wan's father, and Wan Ningfeng beside her if she had gained weight. They nodded silently. You were, being clever, didn't want to answer and quickly pretended to play with Lucky. Wan Ningyan looked at Wan Yang with grievance. "Honey, have I really gained a lot of weight?" Wan Yang's smiling face slowly froze. Wan Ningyan had indeed gained some weight, not the photogenic slim she used to be. But now she was healthier and prettier, and Wan Yang liked her very much. However, Wan Ningyan was quite concerned about her appearance, and if he told her the truth, she'd probably get angry. "What are you talking about? Speak up." "Not fat, just right." Wan Yang immediately stepped forward and pulled Wan Ningyan into his arms. "You're evenly proportioned now, so charming, so beautiful, I want to keep asking for more." Wan Yang's quick-witted words made Wan Ningyan blush. She stopped fussing and obediently sat down to eat. Mother Wan and the others were bewildered, wondering how Wan Yang had managed it. Wan Yang simply smiled. Shouting for more was her and Wan Ningyan's little secret. Ever since Mother Wan had completely accepted Wan Ningyan, and when Yinru's departure, the family atmosphere had been unusually good. After dinner, Wan Yang bought a fruit buffet and sat on the Kong with the family, eating fruit while choosing clothes and cosmetics. All clothing and cosmetics categories were unlocked. Wan Yang had originally thought she'd have to introduce each one herself, or find the right clothes and cosmetics for her family based on the descriptions. Unexpectedly, the mall had a display feature. Wan Yang spent 10 points on the display, and a huge virtual screen appeared across from her. After selecting her gender, she could click on the categories: tops, pants, jackets, underwear, suits. Clicking on tops revealed a secondary option: hoodies, shirts, vests. The categories were very detailed. After selecting t-shirts, the selection was even more dazzling. Wan Yang had no desire for any of them, and felt increasingly bored the more she looked. However, Wan Ningyan was very interested and had excellent taste. She soon picked out a very textured white shirt and brown tapered straight-leg pants for Wan Yang. Old scholar. A radiant aura instantly emerged. Wan Yang usually wore sweatshirts and t-shirts, so suddenly wearing such professional attire felt awkward. She stood there, shifting a bit. When she finally adjusted, she looked up and found Wan Ningyan staring at her intently. That look was so familiar. Whenever Wan Ningyan felt uneasy, she would look at Wan Yang with that same gaze. Then, her red lips parted, she hummed and coquettishly asked Wan Yang to go faster. No way. Wan Ningyan really liked this outfit? It was arousing her. Wan Yang completely disregarded the discomfort she felt earlier. Instead, he felt a sense of joy, as if he finally figured out how to seduce his wife. He adjusted his clothes and sat back down beside Wan Ningyan. Sister-in-law, you look so beautiful in this dress. Thank you, you're so sweet. Xiaong looks quite like the teacher like this, especially when she's not smiling. Yes, my daughter has good taste. She picked a really good dress. Wan Yang's face never faltered as she was showered with compliments from her family. When she came to her senses, she realized Wan Ningyan had gone to change. She had no idea what she bought. The screen was frozen on dress. It must be a dress. Wan Yang was just wondering what kind of dress Wan Ningyan would wear when the bathroom door opened slightly, and her voice rang out. Wan Yang, come help me. Okay, coming. Presumably because the dress zipped up at the back and needed help, Nuanyang quickly entered the bathroom. Before she could react, Wan Ningyan pressed against the door. Honey, why are you? Before she could finish her words, Wan Ningyan blocked Nuanyang's lips. She hadn't even changed her clothes, she was fully dressed, her new light green floral dress on the hanger. She used the excuse of changing clothes to lure Nuanyang in for a kiss. Realizing this, Nuanyang's heart leaped with joy. She loved a wife who took the initiative. But thinking of everyone waiting outside, she didn't dare to act rashly. She kissed him back vigorously for a moment before forcing herself to stop. Huh? Xiaoyan, everyone's still waiting. We can't act rashly. Really? Wan Ningyan's hand slipped from Nuanyang's shirt to his cheek. So serious, like a serious old professor. What if your wife's demands are too much? Nuanyang had never imagined that a piece of clothing could captivate Wan Ningyan. But she was also tempted. Her proactive and bold wife was so alluring. After a moment's deliberation, she hugged him and coaxed him softly. Change clothes first and go out. I tell Mom I talked to you about finding supplies. Let them pick out their own clothes, and then we continue in the bedroom, okay? Okay. But are you sure you want 2 sets each? We have plenty of clothes in our space, so there's no need to waste money. Those clothes were just random things I came across on the street and put into my space. I didn't even check the styles or sizes, and they don't really fit. We're all having a good time today, so let's just celebrate. It's not expensive anyway. Clothes in the mall system cost between 20 and 100 points, and things like socks are 1 point for 10 pairs. It's very cheap, and Nuanyang wouldn't be reluctant to buy 2 sets of clothes for her family that they like and fit well. Okay, then help me change. Nuanyang's breath hitched. She knew that little devil Wan Ningyan wouldn't let her go easily. She could look and touch, but not eat. What could be more torturous than that? But Nuanyang was still young. She finally controlled her impulse and helped Wan Ningyan change her dress. She saw her look in the mirror, and then take it off again. It's all your fault. You keep leaving marks. I can't wear a skirt anymore. People will see it. Wan Ningyan, you did it on purpose, didn't you? Wan Ningyan had just finished putting on her clothes, and was buttoning them when she heard Nuanyang's words. So what? Nuanyang didn't care anymore, and pulled Wan Ningyan out the door. By the Kong, everyone was picking out clothes for wear. Seeing Nuanyang and the others come out, they looked confused. Didn't Yin change into new clothes? Why isn't she wearing any? Mom, Ningyan and I were just chatting, and we came up with something really important that needs to be taken care of. You guys take your time choosing. I'd be leaving now. Then go quickly. Business is more important. Okay. Nuanyang hurriedly dragged Wan Ningyan upstairs, eating a piece of energy-boosting fat. Deal with Wan Ningyan. How could it not be business? It was business to Nuanyang, anyway. However, Wan Ningyan, who had been cooperative until then, became aggressive once they entered the bedroom. She pushed Nuanyang onto the bed, and pressed her index finger against her lips. Shoo! No talking. I'm on top today. Nuanyang was stunned. Someone who usually just lay back and enjoyed themselves was actually on top. It was a bit strange. So, he spread his arms wide, and obediently laid down on the bed. Okay, come on, honey. You can ravage me. You said it, no regrets. Of course. Nuanyang watched Wan Ningyan undress, and climb onto the bed. He looked expectant, but she kept crawling closer, finally kneeling with her legs spread apart on either side of his head. Honey, what are you doing? Wan Ningyan's face flushed, and she lowered herself. Don't talk. Hurry up. Nuanyang understood. So this was what his wife meant when she said she wanted to be on top. Chapter 390. Wan Ningyan was particularly passionate today, and Nuanyang almost couldn't resist. Her lips were almost worn out. Fortunately, after the 3rd time, Wan Ningyan finally rested contentedly in Nuanyang's arms, no longer torturing him. Nuanyang unzipped her collar to allow herself a good breath. The shirt had been wrinkled by Wan Ningyan, and during their pleasure, she had clung to the collar with both hands, nearly strangling Nuanyang. Wife, do you like it so much? You won't even let me take off my clothes. I like it. Wan Ningyan tilted her head, and kissed Nuanyang's chin. The first time I saw you dressed like this, you're the 3rd most beautiful in my opinion. 3rd most beautiful? 1st and 2nd? 1st is a traditional wedding dress. 2nd is a Western wedding dress. Nuanyang's heart was filled with joy upon hearing the answer. He turned over, interlocking Wan Ningyan's fingers, and kissing gently until his lips, burning with the pain, could no longer bear it. Only then did he reluctantly stop. Honey, I love you. Wan Ningyan smiled silently, wrapping her arms around Nuanyang's shoulders. She bent her legs, gently rubbing against her waist, pushing the hem of her shirt apart, revealing her beautiful waist. Honey, stop moving. What did I move? Nuanyang licked her swollen lips and reached out to press down on Wan Ningyan's knees. She understood her wife's hint, but she didn't want to do it again. Her mouth was truly exhausted, and Wan Ningyan was particularly fond of oral sex today, which was a real headache. Honey, let me show you something nice. Something? A secret? Yes. The woman with the seductive eyes instantly changed her attitude. She kicked Nuanyang aside, took out her pajamas, and put them on while angrily. You bastard. You said you give me the good stuff first, but you hid it from me. You're such a love liar. Honey, listen to my excuse. I didn't want anyone else to know. I didn't want anyone else to know? Wan Ningyan paused. Zhao Ro. Well, if she knew, Wei Mingyi would have to tell her when the time comes, but the weapons. Wan Yang said, as she pulled out a nuclear mine, a high-explosive shotgun, and a super Gatling gun. She had never seen the real thing, so she was just as slightly shocked as Wan Ningyan. The super Gatling gun was a heavy weapon, large and heavy, and its purple color darkened under the light, making it look stunning. The high-explosive shotgun had a large caliber, 4-barreled, golden barrel, 3 times larger than a submachine gun. It was extremely lethal, but its only drawback was its short range of 100 meters. The nuclear mine wasn't as big as one might imagine, about the size of a mosquito coil, 1 centimeter thick, and completely white. It had a red button on top and a safety plate underneath. Place the mine in a dug pit, remove the safety plate, and cover it with soil. When a car or person passes by, it will automatically explode. It can also be controlled with a remote control. Wow! I love this! Wan Ningyan excitedly got out of bed and spun the Gatling gun around twice. A beautiful woman with a heavy weapon, it felt a bit like anime. Wan Yang saw that she liked it, so he checked the price. A premium Gatling gun cost 50,000 points, a bit pricey, but the bullets were very cheap, 10 points for 1,000 bullets. Also, the premium Gatling gun was an improved version. While the standard handheld Gatling gun in Nuanyang's world could fire 600 bullets per minute, the premium Gatling gun could fire 5,000 bullets per minute, making it comparable to a Gatling gun, but much lighter and more efficient. Xiao Lu, why is the Gatling gun purple? What's the meaning? Replying to the host, because purple looks good. Nuanyang was speechless. Purple looks good? Then is the high-explosive shotgun also gold because it looks good? Yes, host, our designers have a high-quality aesthetic and are trend-setting in their control of weapon appearance. Nuanyang was even more speechless. With such a flashy weapon design, wouldn't it be easy to spot in combat? It's completely unnecessary. Host, I hear you complaining about the designer in your mind. Am I wrong? Host, high-level weapons have a stealth function, activated for 100 points. You're just trying to cheat me out of my money. Nuanyang finally understood. So the flashy design was sold as a bundled feature. Although he was annoyed, he still bought it. Wan Ningyan loves the Gatling gun so much. If she's spotted by the enemy in future battles because of the color, it would be a huge disadvantage. Invisible? Amazing. Then give me this gun, okay? Nuanyang smiled. If I say no, you take it? If you dare say no, I'll. Wan Ningyan stood up and sat on Nuanyang's waist. I never let you touch me again. I've been seducing you every day. I wonder if you can resist. Ha ha ha. Honey, I'm afraid you can't resist at first. Humph. I can't. Okay, you can't, but I can. Put the gun away, and I get you some ammo. But usually, stick with the .91. The Gatling gun is too powerful. There's no need to overkill. I know. So nagging. Nuanyang kissed Wan Ningyan, then went to buy her ammunition. He immediately ordered 100,000 bullets. The Rose team sometimes took on military missions, and the chance of encountering zombie hordes in those areas was high, so 100,000 bullets was barely enough. After buying the bullets, Nuanyang went straight to Wan Ningyan's space. When he returned, he saw that the countdown for his decomposition space had ended. The crystal core extract had been decomposed into 2 liquids, one transparent white, the other a faint yellowish and reddish color, too pale to be seen. Xiao Lu, can you help test the extract for the zombie virus? Yes, just a small testing fee. When Nuanyang heard Xiao Lu's girlish voice tinged with guilt, he felt like he was being ripped off. Host, why would I kill you? It's just 5,000 points, and the results will be out in 10 seconds. Pretty good deal, right? Forget it, I figure out how to test myself. The military has equipment for detecting the zombie virus, and this thing should be able to detect it too. Host, the military's stuff is nowhere near as good as ours. And our accuracy is 100%. Okay, 20% off, no lower. 500, if you do it, do it. If you don't, forget it. Nguyen Yang ignored Xiaolu after saying that. What a lousy system. It's always trying to scam people whenever it gets the chance. Nguyen Yang wasn't going to tolerate that. He hugged Wan Ningyan and explained to her how to use a nuclear mine. Remember, nuclear mines leave residual radioactive material after they explode. Stay 10 meters away from the explosion site. It will take 5 to 7 days for the radiation to completely dissipate. You can go for a checkup after 7 days. Just one? Can you give me a few more? One is enough for you. If you're accidentally exposed to radiation and your team doesn't have any healing systems, it'd be dangerous. Alright, my stingy wife. Nguyen Yang was speechless at Wan Ningyan's heartless expression. He retaliated by kissing her hard on the cheek and then gave her a medical pill. This is to save your life. If you run out of pills in an emergency, contact me and I can send you directly to the space. Remember, medical pills are valuable, but not nearly as valuable as you. Live well. Okay, I get it. My wife is so kind. Who just called me stingy? I don't know, Eagle Baby, right? Eagle Baby can talk. Yeah, mutant animals are so smart. Nguyen Yang and Wan Ningyan were chatting away, having a good time, when Xiaolu's pitiful voice filled their minds. Okay, host, 500 is 500, woo-woo. Deducted, hurry up. If you keep crying, I cut it down to 50. Ding. 500 points deducted. Host, you can't regret this. Haha, this money-obsessed system really made Nguyen Yang laugh. Chapter 391. Ding. Testing completed. Host, please review. Nguyen Yang opened the test report. The contents were much simpler than expected. 2 decomposed substances were produced. One was water, non-toxic and drinkable, and the other was crystal core energy, 100% pure. The side effects column was marked as none. So this crystal core extract can be used normally, without any side effects, correct? Yes, host. Crystal core energy is the key to awakening superpowers? Right. If that's the case, this decomposed crystal core energy should still be usable, right? Well, drinking it awakens superpowers. Replying to host, it can be used normally. However, the purity of the decomposed crystal core energy is higher, so superpower awakening will be faster than normal. Ningyan, the crystal core extract is usable and has no side effects. Do you want to inform Wei Mingyi? I gave her 2. The extract is really fine. Wan Ningyan, lying in Nguyen Yang's arms, immediately sat up. The military is amazing. They were able to develop this in less than a year. Given more time, they should be able to develop the zombie serum too. I'm not sure, but those researchers are truly amazing. No wonder the military prioritizes them for all the best resources. Wan Ningyan had just activated her super communicator when she heard Nguyen Yang's words. Her eyes rolled, and she smiled mischievously. Honey, I just thought of something. Can the decomposition space decompose crystal cores? Since crystal core energy is the key to awakening superpowers, wouldn't it be completely safe to just consume the crystal core energy after decomposition? Right. I give it a try. Nguyen Yang immediately tried to place a crystal core into the decomposition space, but found it wouldn't fit in, as if there were a wall blocking it. Xiaolu, this isn't right. Crystal core extract can be decomposed, so why can't the crystal core be decomposed? Host. Xiaolu's voice was helpless, and he even sighed. Crystal cores are special items and cannot be decomposed. Crystal core extract is a processed item and no longer counts as a crystal core, so it can be decomposed. Host, please don't be opportunistic. Don't listen to your wife's perverse ideas. Go out more often to complete quests, earn rewards, and level up. That's the right way. Nguyen Yang hadn't expected to be taught a lesson by the system one day. He turned around and bit Wan Ningyan's lip. This method won't work, Wan, the great actress. We need to be down to earth and not take shortcuts, okay? What about decomposing space? That's useless. Host. Take care of her. That's too much. The decomposing space is super useful. Say something, host. Nguyen Yang felt like his brain was about to explode. It was too noisy. He quickly hugged Wan Ningyan and perfunctorily praised the decomposing space, finally finding some relief from Xiaolu's shrill roar. Be quiet, I'm trying to contact the captain. Okay, go ahead. Turn on the speaker. I listen with you. Wan Ningyan clicked on the speaker, and Wei Mingyi quickly accepted the call. Before she could say anything, Nuanyang could already hear the zombies' roars, and the banging of walls and doors. Captain, it's me. Why are you calling? Is there something wrong? Nuanyang asked me to inform you that the crystal core extract has been verified and is safe to use. Okay, thank Nuanyang for me and her. Wan Ningyan smiled, touched Nuanyang's cheek, and mouthed thank you. You're welcome. Just Captain, what's that noise over there? Did you encounter a zombie? Yeah, there are a few zombies banging on the door. Are you trapped? Nuanyang and I are going to rescue you. Wan Ningyan was about to get up when Nuanyang pulled her back into his arms. He shook his head, signaling her to relax. Then Wei Mingyi's laughter reached her. You don't need to rescue these little zombies. We're keeping them here on purpose, so we can lure all the zombies in the hospital here and finish them off all at once, earning a few more crystal cores. Oh, so when will you be back? I have something good to share with you. Tomorrow night. The military will be suspicious if I return too early. Got it. I report to the team the day after tomorrow morning. Okay. After hanging up, Wan Ningyan's smiling face instantly fell, and she leaned into Nuanyang's arms, sighing. Wife, do you think the resource finder will allow the captain to release me from my punishment early? I'm not sure. Wei Mingyi is a person who's said to be upright, yet lies easily. She's said to be flexible, yet she's also very strict and unpredictable. Forget it, I'm not thinking about it anymore. Where are we going tomorrow? We have to find groceries in the city, where there are plenty of supermarkets. Let Nian Nian choose tomorrow. Let her feel a sense of participation. If she grows up quickly, we have an easier time. Wan Ningyan thought for a moment, then put her arm around Nuanyang's neck. Okay, then you. Carry me to take a shower, I'm so tired. You're tired? How dare you say you're tired when you're enjoying yourself? Oh. Honey, don't be so stingy, help me. Wan Ningyan buried her head in Nuanyang's chest, acting coquettishly. Her lush hair occasionally brushed against her chin, making Nuanyang's lips curl up. Finally, with a smile, she carried her to the bathroom for a shower, willingly giving Wan Ningyan a massage. The next day, Nuanyang and Wan Ningyan slept in. They had just gone out to find some groceries, so it was a relaxing day. They planned to leave at 10 o'clock. Just before 9 a.m., Nuanyang heard the door open, and Nanyuer came to wake him up, saying Aunt Gao was here. Aunt Gao? Gao Huilan. Yes, sister-in-law. Aunt Gao is here with my two brothers, Gao Yu and Gao Fei. What did they come to talk about? Repairing the fence. It was damaged by the snowstorm. Since it hasn't snowed in the past 2 days, Aunt Gao came with the tools. So that was the reason. Nuanyang remembered that the Gao family had refused to accept the supplies, so she asked them to repair the fence to make up for it. She hadn't expected them to come so soon. They were truly sincere. Got it, Yuer. Go lock Xingyun in the room, so no one can hear. Got it, sister-in-law. After Yuer left, Nuanyang angrily pushed Yingmao, who was in Wan Ningyan's arms, aside and woke her up. Wan Ningyan was still sleepy and reluctant to get up, so Nuanyang coaxed her for a while before finally tricking her into washing up. By the time they were done cleaning up, Mother Wan and Father Wan had just returned home. They said the Gao family was repairing the fence and refused to come over for dinner or warming up. She's so stubborn. What's wrong with coming over to our house? Mom, they know their limits. Besides, they're repairing the fence to repay us for the supplies we sent them. If they come over to eat and drink, they owe them a favor. It's only natural they won't come. What's the point of repaying or not? She's just stubborn, just like Shiro. Nuanyang's words didn't persuade Mother Wan much. Even Xiaoro got caught in the act. Wan Ningyan smiled, squeezed Nuanyang's palm, and quietly told her to stop trying. Why? Isn't Mom angry? What's the point of being angry? She's just worried Aunt Gao might catch a cold. You haven't persuaded her enough. Is that so? Then how should we persuade her? Watch me. Wan Ningyan walked over to Mother Wan and sat down, warming her hands by the fire as she agreed. Aunt Gao is really stubborn. Why did she have to come in the snow, with 2 children in tow? It's really worrying. Yeah, you said she's a mother too. Why can't she be flexible? Come in, warm up by the fire, eat something before working. Wouldn't that make her feel better? That's right. Mom, how about this? Nuanyang and I go and persuade her to fix the fence, offering 2 meals a day. If she doesn't agree, we can let her go back and come back after the extreme cold is over. How about that? Mother Wan immediately beamed. That's a great idea. I leave it to you and Xiaoyang. Well, Mom, I like some steamed eggs with shrimp paste. Can you make one? Mother Wan immediately walked towards the refrigerator, smiling as she walked. I make one for you and Xiaoyang. Wait, it be ready in 10 minutes. Nuanyang watched the whole process, and gave Wan Ningyan a thumbs up in admiration. They were truly a mother and daughter, so connected. Chapter 392. The responsibility of persuading Gao Huilan fell to Wan Ningyan, while Nuanyang echoed her, observing the mother and sons. The last time he met Gao Huilan, Nuanyang had the impression that she had bright features and a strong merchant temperament. Seeing her again today, perhaps due to the inexhaustible supply of snow in the extreme cold, she had washed herself several times, and now she looked just as clean as she had before the apocalypse. Her skin also looked much better thanks to the skincare products provided by Nuanyang. The two sons had grown taller and stronger, each holding a small hoe to help their mother with the work. As for Gao Kaiying, her mother couldn't bear to let her go out in the cold, so she asked her to stay home to look after the house. Benefactor, we're here to repair the fence and to thank you for the supplies you sent last time. I'm sorry to have to eat at your house again. If you're not in a hurry, I wait until the extreme cold is over before repairing it, okay? Nuanyang was quite surprised. It was the end of the world, and the weather was so extreme, even soldiers couldn't resist the temptation and secretly accepted bribes, but Gao Huilan refused to take any advantage. How strange. But despite his surprise, Nuanyang felt more and more that Wan Ningyan was right. Someone as honest, selfless, and attentive as Gao Huilan was indeed suitable to be a housekeeper. Even if she stayed by his side to help manage the village, he would feel more at ease than leaving it to someone else. Nuanyang, Aunt Gao won't agree. What then? Nuanyang sighed. Since Aunt Gao doesn't want to, we won't force her. Let's wait until the extreme cold is over before we start repairing. However, if you're struggling financially, please ask us for help. We can even work off your debts. Don't make it hard on the children, they're still growing. Gao Huilan, without any sign of embarrassment, accepted with a gracious smile. She said goodbye to Nuanyang and Wan Ningyan, then took Gao Fei and Gao Yu home. Oh, so stubborn. Stop sighing. Nuanyang pinched Wan Ningyan's cheek and urged, why don't you go home for dinner? It's almost 10 o'clock. Eat. We can't miss out on fun. Nuanyang watched Wan Ningyan trotting home, and her smile widened. Even in this devastated, perilous apocalypse, Wan Ningyan was as happy as a puppy, her tail wagging, just to be able to go out. After breakfast, after Wan's mother carefully checked everything, Nuanyang drove Wan Ningyan and Wen Yinru out of the base. This time, the search for supplies was in Western Province, which was famous for its ceramics. Nuanyang thought it was a good idea. Even if there wasn't any food in Western Province, getting some beautiful porcelain and utensils to take home would be quite pleasing to the eye. It was worth it. Yin, why did you choose Western Province? I learned about Western Province in geography and history books before, and I especially liked the local porcelain. I had planned to travel there after the college entrance exam. When Yinru lowered her head slightly embarrassed. But it's the end of the world, and I wanted to take this opportunity to fulfill my dream without any regrets. Wan Ningyan suddenly realized, so that's how it is. So where else do you want to go? Tell me, and I take you. Don't be shy, we're family. I have quite a few places I want to go. The capital, the northeast, S city, Dunhuang. As when Yinru mentioned her destinations, Nuanyang's heart leaped into his throat. He looked at the two people in the back seat, and didn't dare say a word. South City was too close. If they really went, Wan Ningyan might discover that she had killed Xiao Jiancheng, and a big fight would be inevitable. You want to see so many places. Let's visit each one later. Sister Yen, there's no need to go to such lengths. Just go and see it if you have the chance. It's so hard to be alive these days. It's not a big deal. Your sister-in-law has a car and can go anywhere, right, Nuanyang? Nuanyang was suddenly called out, her voice trembling with nervousness. She said, and then quickly reminded them they were almost there, ignoring their conversation. Almost there? Wan Ningyan leaned excitedly against the car window, the city below a blanket of white. Yin, look. It's a real-life snow-covered scene. Yeah, it's really beautiful. The ancient town over there is even more beautiful. It complements the snow perfectly. Honey, drive left. Let's go to the ancient town. Nuanyang quickly responded and drove left. This side was a quaint little town with little open space, so he landed right next to it. Do you want to take a car to explore, or walk? It's so far here, how can we walk? So they wanted to walk. Nuanyang coaxed Wan Ningyan softly. Then I drive to the town and get out to explore, okay? Okay, you drive. I see what supplies are here. Okay, thanks for your hard work, honey. Nguyen Yang disabled stealth mode, switched to an off-road vehicle, and drove towards the town entrance, checking the surveillance system. He wasn't expecting there to be both survivors and a group of zombies, but strangely, the zombies were all gathered in the same place. Honey, there's a place with tons of supplies here, food, drinks, and everything else. Should we go check it out? Nguyen Yang stopped the car, took the resource finder, and carefully compared the route with the information in the surveillance system. He realized that the places with the most supplies were where the survivors were, and not far from them was the zombie gathering place. Something's not right. There's a group of survivors, and a group of zombies in this place. I'm afraid it's unsafe. Huh? You mean people and zombies are all in the same place? Almost. This is very strange. Normal people would want to stay away from zombies. Even if we're psychics, we're not at a high level right now, so we're unlikely to actively seek out zombies. Wen Yinru was a little nervous and afraid. So what should we do? Why don't we look around? Instead of going there, let's go to the next city. There's bound to be more supplies than in this small town. What are you afraid of? Wan Ningyan hugged Wen Yinru. Little Ningyan, you have a mutant, so why are you so timid when faced with something? Come on. I take you on an adventure. I want to see who dares to live with a swarm of zombies. Nguyen Yang wasn't surprised Wan Ningyan wanted to go. After all, she was a gossipy person who loved to watch the action. She definitely wanted to investigate something so bizarre. Nguyen Yang didn't object though. She was also curious. After all, being able to contain a swarm of zombies was no easy task. She wanted to see if she had the same psychic ability as Wan Ningyan. The three of them discussed it, and with a score of 2-1, Wen Yinru was completely defeated. They decided to enter the town to investigate. Wen Yinru complained, "This isn't fair. A sister's wife and a sister's wife are married, so naturally the wife should follow the wife's lead. Deciding by vote is too much of a bully. Then why don't you just find a partner? Sister Yin. I'm not even an adult yet." Wan Ningyan smiled, her eyebrows raised. Yin Yin will be an adult next year, right? Do you have a favorite brother or sister? I help you find a match. Wen Yinru blushed instantly, and her pinky popped out from her back, rubbing against her cheek, as if trying to cool her down. Sister Yin, stop talking. I don't like anyone. I just want to improve my abilities and protect everyone. You just haven't found someone you like yet. You wouldn't say that when you do. Nguyen Yang, seeing that Wan Ningyan's teasing was a bit too much, spoke up to help Wen Yinru out, and reminded everyone that they had entered the town. The two quickly shifted their attention from chatting to the town itself. It's quiet inside. No one's around. No zombies. Aren't all the people and zombies in there? Nguyen Yang glanced at the surveillance system. No, there are still quite a few zombies nearby, scattered throughout the town. Then let's go to the right first. There's a small pharmacy. We pick up some medicine and then go back. Those people might be watching us. If we drive right through, they might suspect our intentions and not let us in. Nguyen Yang felt Wan Ningyan was right. He turned the steering wheel and followed the resource finder's route, heading for the small pharmacy on the right. Chapter 393. Even after the blizzard ended, intermittent snowfall continued even in the extreme cold. Therefore, as Nguyen Yang drove, he saw no trace of anything on the road, completely covered by repeated snowfall. This town was dotted with antique-style buildings, and against the backdrop of the snow, they were truly beautiful. So much so that when Nguyen Yang got out of the car and saw the small, modern-style pharmacy, he felt a little out of place. Huh, this pharmacy is really small. Even the door is tiny. Wan Ningyan kicked the glass door with disdain, the chain clanging loudly, prompting Wen Yinru to quickly warn him. Sister Yin, keep your voice down. You attract the zombies. Come on, come on. With our strength, why should we be afraid of zombies? Nguyen Yang gave a helpless smile and comforted Wen Yinru. Little Yin Yin, your sister Yin has the maxed out zombie control ability. Don't be so nervous. Relax. Be careful in everything. Didn't my sister-in-law teach me? Nguyen Yang and Wan Ningyan exchanged awkward glances, ignoring Wen Yinru's words and beginning to dismantle the door. Snow covered 1/3 of the door, which appeared to be made of tempered glass. Nguyen Yang tried to melt the lock with gold, but Wan Ningyan stopped him. Wait a minute, let me try first. Okay. Nguyen Yang watched from the side, thinking Wan Ningyan was going to break down the door, but she stopped herself in front of it, her face gradually flushing. The door rattled from shaking, but the lock and door remained intact, untouched. Huh? So tired. Honey, what are you doing? Playing with the door? Wan Ningyan glared at Nguyen Yang. What are you playing with? I was trying to manipulate the glass door to open on its own, but it just didn't work. Huh? Nuanyang raised an eyebrow in confusion. You want to remove the entire installed tempered glass door with your level 1 ability? What are you thinking? I haven't experienced level 1 abilities, so how would I know they're so weak? Nuanyang was suddenly overwhelmed by the Versailles treatment, speechless and helpless. He stopped talking, reached out to melt the lock, and pushed open the glass door. The odor of medicine and mildew filled the air. A thin layer of dust covered the floor. There were only 5 medicine shelves, neatly filled with various medications. It's small, but it hasn't been looted, so it has plenty of medicine. Nuanyang, my dear, can you give me all the supplies here? Nuanyang looked at Wan Ningyan warily. Why are you suddenly begging for supplies, Miss Wan? What's your purpose? Nothing. I be going on missions with the Rose team often, so I need to stock up on medicine. Stock up on medicine? Nuanyang was incredulous. You call this stocking medicine? Why? We have so many members in the Rose team, plus reserves. How can we empty them all out? Even a small pharmacy might not be enough. Okay, move it, go ahead. Nuanyang was speechless and helpless. Not only was his wife being so ungrateful, she even righteously grabbed the supplies, as if she was a bad person if she didn't give them to him. What the hell was this? Sister Yin, there's a small warehouse in here with lots of medicine. Come quickly. I'm coming. Yin is so kind, I love you so much. Nuanyang leaned against the glass door, gazing around at Wan Ningyan's cheerful figure, mimicking her tone. Yin is so kind. I love you so much. Oh woman, everyone is your favorite. Scumbag, liar, heartless. Nuanyang was complaining when he suddenly noticed a distant reflection. Sensing something was amiss, he silently pretended to look around and quietly pulled out his tactical scope for a closer look. After a few feints, Nuanyang finally located the source of the reflection to the east. Through the scope, he saw a young man crouching behind a chimney on the roof, peeping. To the east lay the direction of the survivors and the zombie horde. After confirming his identity, Nuanyang went inside and told Wan Ningyan and Wen Yinru about the spying incident, planning to go over and investigate later. Child? Wen Yinru's tension faded a little. That guy can't be a bad guy, right? Little Yin, be a little more cautious. Think about how I got hurt. What happened to the child? He could be just as bad. Yes, your sister Yin is right. You should be suspicious of any strangers out there. Also, keep Xiaofan under control, and don't let her come out and alert the enemy. Wen Yinru nodded obediently. Nuanyang stopped lecturing. Sometimes, no amount of words could be better than letting her experience it firsthand. Gather your supplies and get in the car. I put some food, drinks, and medicine in the trunk. You pretend to be ordinary people. Just use your axe and knife as weapons. Okay. Wan Ningyan immediately retrieved the axe from her space. It was the one she used during the early days of the zombie outbreak, still stained with blood and brain matter. She also gave Wen Yinru the machete she used back then. Although it was new, the dried blood on it made it less suspicious. Seeing that Wan Ningyan noticed all the details, Nuanyang took out a box of medicine and carried it to the trunk of the SUV outside. This location happened to be facing the east, and they couldn't see it, so Nuanyang stuffed things in with confidence. Instant noodles, mineral water, beer, fruit, canned luncheon meat, rice, a self-heating pot, and a medicine box placed on top of the instant noodles, surrounded by some pots, spoons, basins, and bowls she used back home. Wen Yinru had already gotten in the car, and Wan Ningyan, carrying a box of medicine, followed suit in the trunk, struggling to find space. Why did you put so much food in there? And you took the beer? We don't look starving. More food will convince them. As for the beer, the self-heating pot, and the canned food, they're all just luring them. The more supplies, the more they can't resist. That's right. Wan Ningyan figured it out and tossed a cigarette in. With cigarettes and alcohol, the more they eat, the more they have. If there were more men in that place, they wouldn't be able to resist. My wife is so thoughtful. Nuanyang praised her and led Wan Ningyan to the car, but halfway through, he shook her hand off and sat back in the back seat. How considerate. No tact at all, Nuanyang muttered inwardly, got in the car, and began driving east, trying to figure out how to find an excuse to get in. The closer he got, the clearer he could see where the gang was. It looked like an ancient courtyard-style house, with faint smoke rising from inside. He immediately thought of a plan. They seem to be cooking. I knock on the door and negotiate. You guys just act weak and vulnerable. Is that okay? Wan Ningyan was a movie queen, so acting was a no-brainer. Wen Yinru, however, looked nervous again. Sister-in-law, I can't act. What should I do? Wan Ningyan smirked and touched Wen Yanru's head. You don't have to act. You look like it. Puff. Nuan Yang couldn't help but laugh. Wen Yanru did look rather weak. Pretty, thin, mild-mannered, and soft-spoken. If it weren't for that brutal protector fan, her fighting power would be practically zero. Knock, knock, knock. Nuan Yang knocked 3 times with an iron ring on the main door. While it seemed quiet inside, 2 people were actually behind the side door. They deliberately made Nuan Yang wait a moment before opening the rectangular peephole above the side door, their attitude rude. Who are you? Why are you knocking? Don't attract the zombies. Nuan Yang immediately walked over and apologized with a smile. Sorry, I saw someone inside cooking, and no one opened the door, so I knocked a little harder. Through the rectangular peephole, Nuan Yang could only see a man. He had thick eyebrows, triangular eyes, dark skin, fine lines around the corners of his eyes, and a deep, not hoarse, voice. He looked to be in his 30s or 40s. We were cooking. Who are you? What are you knocking on the door for? My sister and I are fleeing from the west. We saw people here and wanted to ask if we could stay overnight. We're exhausted and wanted to find a safe place to eat and rest. Stay overnight? Triangle Eyes looked suspiciously at the SUV nearby. How could you 3 women survive this long? There aren't zombies in the car, are there? Go, 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 we won't stay. Wan Yang was about to explain when a rather old voice rang out. Xiaojiu, in this world, we should help each other. If these 3 girls are truly unharmed by the zombies, it's no big deal to let them in for shelter. Mr. Song, what if there's something wrong with them? Go get the 3rd brother to bring someone to check the 3 girls and the car. Wan Yang finally understood. It turned out the 2 men were acting so they could inspect the car. Chapter 394. Little girl, we can check you out, right? Otherwise, we wouldn't dare let you in. The old voice sounded again, and Wan Yang feigned surprise, agreeing repeatedly. That's all right. Thank you, old man, for speaking up for us. I call the sisters out of the car, and you can come check it out. Okay, Xiaojiu, go get them. The peephole closed, and Wan Yang, using her clairvoyance, spotted a group of people not far away inside. She hurried back to the car to explain the situation, then turned off the heater, opened the doors to cool down, and opened the trunk, preparing for the inspection. Wan Ningyan stood by the car, holding an axe, next to Wen Yanru, who looked powerless. Nuan Yang held a blood-stained battle axe. The car refrigerator and snacks were put away. To make it look more realistic, Nuan Yang threw some clothes stripped from zombies into the back seat, silently lamenting that he would have to spend points on another car wash. Soon, the side door opened, and a middle-aged man with half-gray hair emerged, carrying a butcher knife. He then supported an elderly man with completely white hair behind him. 7 other men followed, none of them thin or strong. As they approached the Nuanyang SUV, the leader addressed the elderly man as Old Song. Old Song, Old Song, Old Third. Wow, this car is so impressive. It even starts in this cold? As soon as the man with triangular eyes reached the car, he quickly walked over and touched the front of the car. Old Third glared at him. Songjio, behave yourself. Back off. Understood, uncle. Nuanyang realized that Old Song, Songjio, and Old Third were probably related. Old Song finally smiled benevolently when he saw Songjio return to the group. Excuse me, little girl. The roads in our town are narrow, and we rarely see large vehicles like this. It's okay, hello, uncles and aunts. These 2 are my older and younger sisters. They're both healthy and haven't been bitten by zombies. Look, their eyes and skin are normal. The men, who had been secretly glancing at the 2 earlier, now stared openly, many displaying lewd expressions. Wan Ningyan, in particular, was a household name. Nuan Yang noticed a young man, with a crew cut in the group excitedly walk up to the 3rd brother, secretly pointing at Wan Ningyan and whispering something in his ear. Hello, uncles and aunts. Wan Ningyan's voice was soft, weak, and pitiful. Someone who didn't know her might feel protective of her, but only Nuan Yang knew she was acting. Hello, hello everyone, the 3rd brother said in a serious tone, his expression unsmiling and commanding. He waved his hand. The person is fine. Go check the car for anything suspicious. Several men immediately surrounded the SUV and began to inspect it. Nuan Yang smiled and stepped aside, letting them examine it, his eyes occasionally glancing at the 3rd brother and the young man with a crew cut. The 3rd brother glared at the man, then patted his hand as if to appease him. The man then glanced at Wan Ningyan and smiled as he stepped back. Oh, could he have fallen for my wife? Nguyen Yang had a vague premonition, and his annoyance only grew. After the group, their eyes filled with surprise and excitement, had left the SUV, he put on a forced smile and asked if he could stay the night. Sure, Old Song said, his eyes turning to the SUV. But this car can't go in. There are zombies everywhere now, and we dare not open the main gate. If the zombies come, the gate will be too heavy, and we won't be able to close it in time. Our entire family will be doomed. The car won't be allowed in. Nguyen Yang and Wan Ningyan exchanged glances, then smiled and nodded. I understand. It's so hard to open and close a gate like this. So, we sisters will just pack up and follow you in. No need. There's food and drinks in the house, a spare room, and even quilts. We can't treat you badly. How can I afford to eat and stay here for free? Why don't you use some of the food to cover your room and board? Nguyen Yang was about to move some rice when Elder Song stopped her again. No need. Little girl, we met by fate. It's only natural for us to help each other. Come in. It's dangerous out there. Nguyen Yang feigned embarrassment and thanked him. Then, she quickly locked the car and called Wan Ningyan and Wen Yanru in. Wan Ningyan, addicted to acting, took Wen Yanru's hand and hid behind Nguyen Yang, constantly holding onto Nguyen Yang's arm and whispering, I'm scared. Nguyen Yang leaned down and whispered in her ear, Are you being too dramatic? What do you know? That has been staring at me for a long time, and I'm just pretending to be nice to him. The bastard, that was the man with the buzz cut, had been following Wan Ningyan closely from the entrance to the side door, watching like a dogskin plaster. Nguyen Yang was already annoyed. Putting his arm around Wan Ningyan's waist, Nguyen Yang used his body to block the buzz cut's view. He tucked his axe at his waist, reached out, and grasped Wen Yanru's wrist, and followed Old Song and the third son into the house. The courtyard was large. After entering the side door, the view opened to a large garden. In the center was a gray green house, exquisitely decorated. On either side were other, more casual rooms, like woodsheds and kitchens. On the way to the main house, Old Song introduced himself to Nguyen Yang and the others. This was the ancestral home of the Song family. The family was large, with over 100 members. The younger generation, who had graduated from college, were mostly working outside the city, leaving only a few young people and those still studying at home. Old Song is the current eldest son of the Song family. The second son was bitten by a zombie, and Song Jingyan is the third son. Song Ziyun, the buzz-cut man, is his son. Besides them, the remaining surviving members of the older generation of the Song family include Song Wu, Song Chi, and Song Jiu. The triangular-eyed Xiao Jiu is Song Jiu, the youngest of the brothers. The younger generation is much larger. Besides Song Ziyun, there are a group of males currently in high school and college, including the peeping teenager, Old Song's grandson, Song Mingi. Women are quite rare. Nguyen Yang only spotted 3. They appear to be in their 20s, their eyes dull and sluggish, their movements timid. They follow the instructions of the chef, Song Wu, and bring the food to the table. Grandpa Song, who are these 3? Old Song glanced at them, a hint of displeasure on his face, then smiled. Young wives, you don't know how to behave. Please sit down and have some hot food. We've been cold and hungry all this way, so we won't be polite. You're welcome. We have fields and the warehouses are always stocked with food. There's plenty to eat, so feel free to eat. Okay. Thank you, Grandpa Song. As Nguyen Yang dealt with the situation, she watched as Song Laojiu fiercely addressed the 3 women. One of them glanced at Nguyen Yang with pity and headed back to the kitchen. Nguyen Yang's heart sank at this, fearing a Hongmen feast. He quickly sent a message to Wan Ningyan via social media, telling her not to eat anything and to warn Wen Yanru. The Song family lacked firearms, only knives. Even a fight with this kind of strength wouldn't be a formidable prospect, but poisoning would be hard to defend against. The food at the Song family was not that good, with only some pickled vegetables and salted vegetables. There was no fresh fruits, vegetables, or meat. The idea of hoarding food did seem real, because everyone was eating rice, and the resource finder also said that there was food here. Everyone warmly urged Nguyen Yang and the others to eat while it was still hot. Nguyen Yang couldn't pretend to be hungry but not eat, so she took 2 mouthfuls of rice and kept chewing it, pretending to be more interested in chatting and listening to them. While covering her mouth with her hands and laughing, she put the rice in her mouth into her space and continued chewing, pretending to enjoy her meal. Just then, the woman brought a bowl of soup, a large bowl of pickled mustard greens and egg soup. When she placed it on the table, The young people around her gulped. It seemed that meaty food was one of the Song family's better dishes. Considering the woman's reaction just now, there was probably something wrong with the soup. Come on, everyone, have some soup to warm yourselves. Song Lao San personally brought bowls to Nuanyang and the others. Nuanyang smiled and said thank you. She took the soup but didn't drink it. Instead, she poured some into her bowl and used it to soak the rice to buy time. Wen Yanru was surprised. Even after Wan Ningyan's reminder, she still ate heartily and drank the soup directly. This made Nuanyang very worried and ready to give her a medical pill. The best actor was Wan Ningyan. She didn't touch her food or drink her soup, propping her head up with a pout and whimpering for no reason. "Ah, Sister Xiaoyang, I think I caught a cold. My head hurts and my stomach's upset." Nuanyang quickly put down the rice and soup he was about to eat and touched Wan Ningyan's forehead with concern. "It's so hot, I think you have a fever. Luckily, I just found some medicine at the pharmacy. I get some for you later." Nuanyang helped Wan Ningyan up and hugged her. "Mr. Song, is there a room for us to rest? My sister must have caught a cold and is feeling a bit weak." Mr. Song clearly hesitated, looking at the soup on the table, wanting to say something, but finally, he reluctantly waved Song Lao San away. "Yes, there are no people living in the inner wing. Please squeeze in, the three of you sisters. We don't have any more rooms." "No problem. Having a place to stay is better than living in a car," Nuanyang said, calling Wen Yanru along. They followed Song Lao San into the wing on the left side behind the main house. There wasn't much inside, just a large bed and 2 quilts, a table and chairs, and nothing else. Song Lao San mentioned the restroom and bathroom, then left. Nuanyang quickly closed the door and helped Wan Ningyan onto the bed. Someone was eavesdropping outside the window, so they had to pretend for the time being. Chapter 395. "Ningyan, lie down quickly. I get you some fever-reducing medicine later. If you feel unwell, let Sister Nian Yan take care of you." "Okay." "Ahem. Got it." Wan Ningyan forced a smile, almost making Nuanyang burst out laughing. She scratched her nose in displeasure, turned around, saw the eavesdroppers leave, and quickly pulled Wen Yanru over. "Didn't Ningyan warn you just now? Why are you still eating? Aren't you afraid it's poisonous?" Wen Yanru shook her head. "If we don't eat, they get suspicious. But don't worry, sister-in-law. Xiaofeng can detoxify, so I dare to eat." Nuanyang quietly put the pill she had taken out back away. "Can Xiaofeng detoxify?" "Well, the rice and side dishes aren't poisonous, but the soup was drugged. Xiaofeng already took care of it for me." Nuanyang's face darkened. "So they really drugged it? Do you know what it was?" Wen Yanru shook her head. "I don't know. I just know if I don't take care of it, I faint." "Faint? That's probably a drug." Wan Ningyan sat up in bed and urged, "Since Nian Yin is fine, quickly find me some fever-reducing medicine. Act out the whole thing. Staying in the room will make them suspicious." "I understand. But Nian Yin drank the soup just now. When I leave, if one of you faints and the other has a fever, they might attack you directly. Be careful." "That would be great. I can't wait for them to come. I'm tired of acting." Suddenly, Nuanyang received a notification from her SUV's anti-theft system. Someone was trying to steal her car. "Someone's trying to steal my car. I'm going to go check it out. If you have any problems, contact me. You can also take direct action. After all, if we confirmed he's not a good person, we should kill him." Wen Yanru's face darkened at the word murder, and she whispered to him. After giving the 2 instructions, Nuanyang took out the axe from his waist and went out, intending to go get some medicine and investigate the SUV. To leave, Nuanyang had to pass through the main dining area and then walk out. This led her to run into Old Song, and 4 other younger Song family members. They were chatting and eating, while the 3 women were in the kitchen, doing something unknown. "Little girl, why are you out here?" "Grandpa Song, my sister has a fever. I went to the car to get her some medicine." "Okay, then, go quickly. Shujo is right at the door. Have him open it for you." "Okay." As Nuanyang left, she glanced at Song Ziyun. He had no interest in eating, his eyes were fixed on the side rooms. After Nuanyang walked a few meters out of the main house, he turned around and used his X-ray vision to see that the group had indeed headed for the back wing. Nuanyang sent a message to Wan Ningyan to warn them, then headed for the side door with his axe. The person at the side door wasn't Song Jiu, but Song Mingi. He was young, burly, and looked honest. However, as Nuanyang approached, he heard him shouting outside. "Uncle San, Uncle Chi, Uncle Jiu, the fat sheep is here. Quickly arrest her." Fat sheep? Nuanyang knew without hesitation who Song Mingi was talking about. Her eyes turned cold, especially when she saw the boy's nonchalant expression. She guessed that they had encountered many of these so-called fat sheep. This Song family couldn't survive. The sound of footsteps filled the air, and Nuanyang stopped where he was, watching Song San, Song Chi, and Song Jio return with their group. They were armed with various knives and crowbars, and their faces weren't looking good. They were probably a little angry because they had tried so hard but failed to pry the SUV open. Uncle Song San, what are you doing? Song Lao San snorted coldly. Little girl, put down the axe and behave. I make sure you have food every day, otherwise your sister and your younger sister will be dead. What do you mean? Robbery? Song Lao Jio laughed heartily. Robbery is nothing. We're also robbing people. Uncle San, it's a deal. Give this to me. I like it. A young Song family member smiled ingratiatingly at Song Lao San. Nuanyang couldn't bear to look at that mean-spirited face for a moment, and sent a message to Wan Ningyan. I'm going to take action. You guys handle the situation accordingly. After sending the message, Nuanyang pulled out his submachine gun and shot them in the knees one by one. A few screams and gunshots rang out, and by the time they realized they wanted to run, it was too late. They all fell to the ground. No one knew where Nuanyang's gun came from. Fear filled their faces. They crawled towards the side door, as if they had seen a ghost. Nuanyang slowly walked over, and continued to cripple their arms with his gun. At this moment, a man's screams echoed from the side rooms. Combined with the pleas for mercy and cries from within the courtyard, it felt like hell on earth. Ah! Song Ziyun was thrown out by Wan Ningyan, landing a few meters in front of the main courtyard. His face was bruised and battered, and he was badly beaten. The others were forced to kneel in the courtyard by Wen Yinru, threatened with a gun. As for the three women, they didn't come out. Nuanyang. Wan Ningyan dropped her fierce expression, pouted, and ran to Nuanyang to complain. That guy tried to seduce me and make me his wife. You should deal with him quickly. Nuanyang, seeing Song Ziyun's head nearly beaten to a pulp, smiled and said, okay, then make him a eunuch. With a bang, Song Ziyun screamed in agony, his legs a bloody mess. Song Lao San, oblivious to the pain, crawled towards Song Ziyun, shouting, son, please don't get hurt. You're my only blood. Only blood? Men are truly amusing. Even in the end of the world, they still don't forget the old custom of continuing the family line. Nuanyang rolled his eyes, told Wen Yinru to stare at the group, and then asked Wan Ningyan why she hadn't let the three women out. They were victims, tricked into marrying into the Song family. I told them to stay in the kitchen. Well, what else do you know? Do you remember the smoke? Yes. After they discovered us, they deliberately cooked to attract us with the smoke. Then, they played a double act, feigning caution to lower our guard. They then slipped an anesthetic into the egg soup, and once we were unconscious, they did their dirty work. That's how those three women were tricked. They hadn't wanted to endure it, but when they saw the men and the disobedient women being thrown into the zombies, they were terrified and decided to just live on. Nuanyang sighed. She had sensed something was amiss from the start, but she hadn't expected such a fat sheep scheme to be used behind the scenes. The Song family's sins are likely far more than what we discovered. Since we encountered them, let's kill them all to prevent them from bringing disaster upon the world. Wan Ningyan held down Nuanyang's hand, which was holding the gun. You don't have to do anything. Don't we have Yen Yen? Yen Yen? Nuanyang looked at Wen Yinru and chuckled softly. That's true. Yen Yen hasn't killed anyone yet. Wen Yinru, gun raised, looked at the Song family nervously. Her expression softened slightly when she saw Nuanyang and Wan Ningyan approaching. Sister-in-law. Sister Yen. Little Yen Yen is so good. Wan Ningyan smiled, walking behind Wen Yinru and forcing her to face Song Ziyun. This man is so audacious. He wants to bully your sister. Little Yen Yen, shouldn't you help me kill him? What? Wen Yinru's face, which had just calmed down, turned pale, and the hand holding the gun trembled. Nuanyang walked over, grasped her wrist, and forced her to raise the gun. It's just killing one person. Why are you shaking? Zombies can be killed, but people can't? But sister-in-law, I. What do you mean by you, my? Aren't you supposed to become stronger and protect everyone? How can you protect people if they don't dare to kill them? Hold the gun steady, aim at his head. Sister-in-law. I really don't want to. Please, I don't dare. When Yinru's whole body was trembling, her lips had lost their color, and she looked like she would collapse to the ground at any moment. Nanyang hated this pathetic look. She pinched her chin and turned to Song Mingi. What's holding you back? Look at that little bastard. Didn't you initially think children were kind? Do you know what he said about us? He said we were fat sheep. You know what fat sheep means, right? Well, San Lagio, he admitted to not only robbing but also kidnapping people. How come he almost kidnapped you and humiliated you, and you couldn't bring yourself to kill? And this, ever since he saw your sister Yin, he's been lusting after dirty thoughts. He even tried to violate her just now. If you don't kill him, how can you still call Ning Yin's sister? When Yinru, is your so-called protection just about talking? If that's the case, there's no need to go out and gain experience anymore. Stay home. I just farm, raise chickens, and be a useless person who just eats and waits for death. I'm not. When Yinru burst into tears, sobbing as she raised her gun with both hands, I don't want to be useless. I want to protect everyone. Wan Ningyan took 2 steps back, pulled Nuanyang closer, and whispered, aren't you pushing too hard? There's a difference between killing people and killing zombies. Tight? We've been waiting for so long, and there are 3 children at home. Your brother is a hopeless case, and Yuer is still young. If I don't push Yin Yin, who will the family rely on in the future? Give her some time. Nuanyang glanced at Wen Yinru's shaking shoulders, and nodded in agreement. Little Yin Yin, Nuanyang and I will take out those zombies. I leave the people here to you. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. If you really can't bring yourself to do it, let Xiaofan do it. But you can't avoid killing them. You must bravely take this step so that you and your sister and sister-in-law can protect everyone. Come on. Our little Yin Yin is the best. Wan Ningyan comforted Wen Yinru, and wiped her tears with a tissue. When she felt better, she took Nuanyang back into the house. Chapter 396. The 3 women were still in the kitchen. When Nuanyang and Wan Ningyan approached, they looked pleased yet timid. Following their gazes, Nuanyang realized it was the guns they held that frightened them, so he slung the guns behind his back. Today, all the Song family members will die. They can no longer threaten you. Do you plan to stay here or move somewhere else? The 3 women didn't immediately respond to Wan Ningyan's question. Instead, they looked at each other, holding hands tightly. After a while, the woman who had initially looked at Nuanyang with pity slowly stood up. It's too cold. We plan to stay here for now, and find a place to live after winter is over. Okay, do you have any supplies? Do you know where the Song family hides their food? I know. It's locked, but we have to find a way to pry it open. Wan Ningyan looked at Nuanyang, who nodded. Then, Wan Ningyan let them lead the way, intending to help them pick the lock. On the way, Nuanyang learned the nicknames of the 3, Xiaowen, Xiaoqing, and Xiaorui. They refused to speak their names, expressing a dislike for themselves and seemingly struggling mentally. The Song family had a locked warehouse with a cellar inside, where all their supplies were stored. Nuanyang used her supernatural powers to melt the lock. The 3 were startled, their faces filled with curiosity, but no one dared to ask. When they entered the warehouse, Nuanyang saw that most of it was piled high with food, all rice. It seemed that their rice had played a significant role in the family's survival. Nuanyang, look at this. Nuanyang followed Wan Ningyan's finger and looked to the left. There was a pile of various suitcases, clothes, shoes, and other items. The sizes and colors clearly indicated that some were men's clothing, some were women's. When Nuanyang walked over to take a closer look, he noticed the shoes were all different sizes, large and small, some stained with blood. They must be the survivors killed by the Song family. What a sin! At least 20 or 30 people. Look, there are even children's shoes. Wan Ningyan picked up a palm-sized sneaker and said, what a bunch of beasts. Don't get angry. It's not worth getting yourself hurt. Let's go and see what supplies we have. Nuanyang took Wan Ningyan by the hand, pulled her away from the pile of relics, and began to search the warehouse and cellar. The most abundant supplies here were rice and flour, enough for the 3 women to eat for a long time. In the cellar were some vacuum-packed pickles, a meager supply of snacks, and 3 pickle jars, only half full. We're almost out of food. No wonder they tricked us into coming here. They're trying to get some supplies. Yeah, that's why you were so excited when you saw the food in our car. Wan Ningyan tugged in Nuanyang's sleeve. I'm going to reflect on this. It's wrong to be too kind, but I still want to help them. Can you give them some supplies? They can't just eat rice, they'd be malnourished. Nuanyang had long suspected Wan Ningyan's help, and had just found time to buy cold-resistant vegetable seeds. He immediately handed them to the 3 of them. These seeds aren't cold-resistant. Turn the flower bed in the yard into a field. They grow quickly. As long as you work hard, you have enough vegetables to eat. The 3 of them looked at each other with suspicion, as if they heard something from an Easter nightmare. Nguyen Yang didn't explain further, they figure it out after they planted it. He rummaged through his space and got them some fruits, vegetables, and cured meat. He also stocked up on some Chinese and Western medicine. He paused as he was about to get some coal. How do you usually survive the winter? Do you have firewood or coal? Xiaowing quickly replied, we have firewood. There's a forest out back, and they cut a lot and stacked it in 2 woodsheds. How long will it last? Before, including the Song family, the firewood in 1 woodshed would last a month. Now, the firewood in 2 woodsheds, shared by only 3 people, was enough to last for a long time, so Nguyen Yang didn't bring out the coal. Where do the eggs come from? Do you also raise chickens? Yes, there's a chicken in the Song family's backyard. It's a little strange compared to ordinary chickens, but it lays an egg every day. The Song family cherishes it and feeds it with rice. It must be a mutant chicken. Let's go and take a look, Nguyen Yang said, pulling Wan Ningyan out of the cellar, covering the cellar, and followed the 3 of them into the backyard. Here was another small garden with a large flower bed in the middle, perfect for farming. To the left was a dry toilet, which smelled rather unpleasant. Nguyen Yang covered his nose and looked to the right. A hen lay atop the coop, a thin chain tied to her claws, presumably to prevent her from escaping. There was another house outside the backyard, and the occasional growling of zombies could be heard from there. Nguyen Yang pulled up his tactical scope and saw quite a few zombies, all crystal cores. He missed out. He randomly picked up a rooster and 3 hens, all mutants. A rooster's eggs could hatch chicks, and with proper care, there would be no shortage of eggs and meat. We have firewood and rice here. You 3 should farm and raise chickens well. You should be able to survive the extreme cold. I take care of those zombies for you. Be careful from now on, don't let anyone in, and take care of yourselves. Nguyen Yang thought for a moment, then gave each of them a down jacket, and asked Wan Ningyan if there was anything else she needed to check on. Give me a communicator. If we're free and encounter any danger, we can come and help. Wan Ningyan's words grew increasingly timid, as if she feared Nguyen Yang would get angry if she asked too much. Nguyen Yang smiled and stroked Wan Ningyan's hair. He understood his wife's feelings and wouldn't find it troublesome. After all, they already saved so many people, so what would 3 more do? Okay, I do as my wife says. Wife? The 3 people nearby looked at Nguyen Yang and Wan Ningyan in surprise, their gazes flickering back and forth between them. Wan Ningyan felt shy, her cheeks slowly flushing. You go kill the zombies, then leave. Don't you have things to do? Nguyen Yang hummed to him. Not wanting to expose the shy person, he took her hand and led them out. The backyard door was similar to the side door. As Nguyen Yang went out, she was met with a foul odor. To her left was what looked like a pig pen, fenced with barbed wire. It actually trapped zombies? It was a bit unbelievable. Walking to the front of the pig pen and taking a closer look, I discovered that they all had iron chains tied around their waists, the other end bolted to the wall behind them. No wonder a half-man-high wall and flimsy wire could trap the zombies. Huh? These zombies look like they are from the Song family. Song family? How do you know? Wan Ningyan pointed at an elderly zombie with completely white hair. I seen this guy in the Song family photo, and the one next to him. They were both sitting in the same row, with Old Master Song and Old Third Song. Nguyen Yang shuddered at Wan Ningyan's words, and the sight of the various scattered bones on the ground. They're using humans to feed their relatives who become zombies. No way. This is too perverted. Nguyen Yang sighed. It wasn't too surprising. There were so many perverted things in the apocalypse, it was human nature. She stretched out her hand and condensed several ice spikes, shooting all the zombies to death. After collecting the crystal cores with a single click, she soothed the angry Wan Ningyan and led them to the front yard. Forget it, let's not talk about these perverts. I haven't heard any gunfire since just now. Do you think Nguyen Yang can't take this step? Nguyen Yang was also a little worried. When Yenru had a mutant, and she was the perfect person to train as a warrior in our family. But if she couldn't even kill, how could she protect everyone? We see. If all else fails, I have to lead her to kill them. I have to force her. As soon as she finished speaking, gunshots rang out in the front yard, followed by bursts of gunfire. Nguyen Yang and Wan Ningyan exchanged glances and hurried over. In the front yard, more than a dozen bodies lay on the ground, the white snow stained red with blood, the patches of red striking. When Yenru knelt on the ground, her face wet with tears. Sister-in-law. Sister. I'm sobbing. I killed someone. Wan Ningyan trotted over and hugged her, patting her back soothingly and praising her for her prowess. Wan Yang wasn't good at comforting people, so he went to check the bodies, finishing off any that weren't completely dead and storing them in his space. The three women were already trembling with fear at the sight of the bodies scattered across the floor, and had retreated to the kitchen. It was better to collect the bodies and give them to Xiaofan as food. By the time all the bodies were collected, when Yenru's tears had subsided into soft sobs, Wan Yang thought of the extra combat uniform and went to the mall to combine them, then gave the combat gift pack to Wen Yenru. Sister-in-law, what is this? A combat gift pack. Just press a button and you instantly be wearing combat uniform, just like the one you're wearing. Wan Yang smiled and placed the airdrop-shaped combat gift pack in Wen Yenru's palm. From today on, Nian Yen is a qualified soldier. This is your reward. My reward? Wen Yenru hadn't expected a reward, and she froze. Wan Ningyan took the opportunity to rub her cheek. Little Nian Yen, what are you waiting for? Put on the combat uniform and see. Okay, sister, stop rubbing it. It hurts a little. Wan Ningyan let go, and Wen Yenru finally had time to study the combat gift pack. After carefully pressing the button, her clothes instantly changed into combat uniforms. Wan Yang's eyes lit up. As expected, clothes make the man. Once she put on the combat uniforms, the weakling had a bit of a soldier's aura. Chapter 397. Before leaving, Wan Yang gave Xiaowen and the others his newly purchased super communicator and taught them how to use it. Have you all learned it? Yes. Next time, if you're in danger, please contact us. It might take some time for us to get there, but as long as you can hold on for an hour, we'd definitely be there. The three of them showed gratitude and were about to bend down when Wan Yang immediately held them back. Just say thank you. No need for formalities. I don't like that either. Also, be careful when cooking next time. Smoke from cooking can attract more than just the bad guys. After giving them her instructions, Wan Yang said goodbye, but didn't drive off immediately. She circled the SUV twice. The trunk opening had been pried open with several scratches, and the driver's door handle had 2 bars broken out of it. She felt heartbroken. These guys deserved to be chopped to pieces. They made me waste my points repairing the car for no reason. Don't be angry, honey. Let's go find some supplies. Go southeast. There's a knife-cut noodle shop over there. Let's move the machinery back, and then go. Wan Ningyan took the resource finder and began to plan a route. Go to the gold shop and loot some gold to feed our space. I create a small space for Nian Yen later. Then we go west. There's a maternity and baby market over there. It looks like there's a lot of supplies. We can use all the baby wipes and tissues there. Okay, I follow your plans, honey. The town only had 2 large shopping malls, both already occupied by survivors. The finder showed that there weren't many supplies, so they didn't go. Wan Ningyan prioritized looting alternatives or supplies they hadn't stockpiled before. When Yenru, now calm, dressed in combat uniform and clutching a rifle, cautiously asked the 3 sisters why they hadn't brought anything to Shu Embroidery Village. Yin, do you know what Shushio Village is? Yes, it's the backup living area my sister-in-law found for us. If there's any trouble at the base, we go to Shushio Village. Excellent answer. Wan Ningyan smiled and applauded when Yenru, then asked, since it's a backup living area, what kind of people do you think can be taken there? When Yenru thought for a moment, still puzzled. Sister Yen, aren't they victims? And they're all women, so why can't they be taken there? Are victims good people? Are women good people? It's the end of the world now, and everyone you meet is assumed to be bad. Take Song Mingi, for example. Even a child can be incredibly bad. Besides, we don't know their character. We only know them for so little time. While we sympathize with their plight, it's also true that they were drugged by the Song family. We can't take them to the village under these circumstances, it's too risky. Wan Ningyan finished her explanation and looked up at Nuanyang in the front row, as if she were about to offer a reward. Honey, am I right? Yes. Wan Yang smiled and gave a thumbs up. Honey, you thought this through very thoroughly. Thumbs up. That's... Wan Ningyan, filled with pride, reached out and gently patted Wen Yenru's helmet. Little Nian, you're still young. You still have a lot to learn about the human heart. Let's start by taking off your helmet. Why wear a helmet in a car? It's hitting my fingers. Huh? Wen Yenru quickly untied the helmet straps. Sister, how do I take this off? I don't know how. Oh, you little idiot. The combat gift pack can be controlled directly. Look, just press it like this and the helmet will automatically retract, saving you the trouble of holding it. Wan Yang peeked at them through the rearview mirror, unable to suppress a smile. He hadn't imagined Wan Ningyan would one day become a teacher, even calling others little fools. It was truly a case of things changing. The knife-cut noodle shop was a small establishment with 2 automatic noodle-cutting machines. Wan Ningyan was overjoyed, and she remained in a cheerful mood even after returning to the car. That's not a big deal. Mom can make knife-cut noodles even without this machine. That's different. Mom always cuts by hand, which is very tiring for her arms and shoulders. There are so many people in our family, so she needs to rest for a long time after each session. With the machine, Mom can easily make a large batch and store it, so we can make it ourselves whenever we want. Nguyen Yang was stunned. Do you know how to let the noodles rise? No, then you can let Mom rise them, and I use the machine. Sister Yin, I know how to let the noodles rise. I make it for you when you want it. Yin Yin is better. Unlike some people who can't even make it themselves and still nag me. Nguyen Yang pursed her lips and fell silent. She had only assumed Wan Ningyan knew how to let the noodles rise, and was a little surprised. Then, a huge pot was thrown at her. She might as well focus on driving. At least she have one less pot to carry. The gold shops here are all connected, 3 connected, and no one comes to search them. After all, they're all inanimate objects that can't be exchanged for food. If it weren't for the mall system that allows points to be exchanged for gold, Nguyen Yang wouldn't have agreed to let Wan Ningyan come. Wow! I'm going to rob a gold shop. Wan Ningyan was incredibly excited. She even pulled out a large backpack and 2 black fasakinis, saying she wanted to experience what it was like to rob a gold shop. When Yinru was incredibly cooperative, immediately donning the fasakinis. Now, the 2 of them looked like 2 robbers. Nguyen Yang's brow furrowed, his lips twitching. You don't have to be so pretentious, do you? This is a badge of honor for our thief sisters. If you're not joining us, just wait over there, and don't disturb us. Nguyen Yang stepped back, making a pleased gesture, and the 2 of them rushed over to smash the windows. In reality, the locks on these gold shops were easily opened because the security system was out of power, and completely inoperable, but Wan Ningyan insisted on breaking in, saying it added atmosphere. What could Nguyen Yang do? Let her have her fun. He pulled out his tactical scope and patrolled the area for the 2 of them, stopping by to look around in the snack bar. Beggar chicken oven? Take it away. Sausage maker? Take it away. Teppanyaki machine? Take it away. Nguyen Yang collected various snack-making equipment as he patrolled, feeling very happy. Ancient towns that are more touristy are known for their abundance of snacks, and making some snacks in his free time would keep him from getting bored. After Wan Ningyan, and when Yinru finished robbing the gold shop, they handed their backpack to Nguyen Yang. He weighed it, and discovered it weighed dozens of kilograms. Overjoyed, Nguyen Yang immediately checked the system and saw it could be redeemed for 93,245 points. Wife Nguyen Yin, you worked hard. Would you like some milk tea? No, I'm trying to lose weight. Sister-in-law, I want vanilla. Nguyen Yang gave Wen Yinru a vanilla milk tea, handed Wan Ningyan a bottle of mineral water, and bought herself a strawberry milk tea. He drank it while driving, but after just 2 sips, Wan Ningyan's little head popped over. Wife, what are you drinking? Strawberry milk tea. Is it good? Her eyes flickered, and Nguyen Yang instantly understood what Wan Ningyan was up to. He deliberately took another long, sizzling sip. Delicious. There are even popping beads in it. Oh. Wan Ningyan fell silent, pouting her lips and looking at Nguyen Yang pitifully, making Nguyen Yang feel like he was committing a crime with every sip. After a while, Nguyen Yang finally couldn't stand it anymore and brought the straw to her lips. Do you want to try it? But I'm on a diet. Okay, I need to give her a way out. I can't finish it anymore, but we can't waste it, right? And it's not a whole cup. I use it up in a few steps of searching for supplies later. Yeah. Wan Ningyan feigned reserve as she took the milk tea. Then I drink it for you. Don't buy more next time if you can't finish it. It's a shame to waste. Okay, got it. Shame on you. Nguyen Yang repeated this to himself several times, almost making himself laugh. His wife is so cute. I want to kiss her. Chapter 398. The maternity and baby mall was in the next town, very close, and only took half an hour to get there. He even killed a dozen zombies on the way. Nguyen Yang was delighted, having earned money from repairing his car. After getting off the car, Nguyen Yang saw that the entrance to the maternity and baby mall had been smashed open, indicating someone had been there. However, the resource finder indicated that there were plenty of supplies, and with a total of 5 stories, there should be plenty left to scavenge. Wan Ningyan had already entered, her rifle drawn. When Yinru followed her cautiously, like a veteran leading a rookie. Nguyen Yang checked the surveillance system. Seeing no one nearby except zombies, there was no danger, so he followed in. Nguyen Yang, come quickly. I arranged the tasks. Okay, my dear wife, please go ahead. Wan Ningyan pointed at the mall map. Don't search the 5th floor here, it's the prenatal training area. Nian Yin and I are on the 3rd and 4th floors. You search the 1st and 2nd floors, okay? Wan Yinru had no space, so she had to follow Nguyen Yang or Wan Ningyan to help search for supplies. Nguyen Yang was quite strict, so she understood why Wan Yinru followed Wan Ningyan. Okay, call me if you need anything. Yes. Little Nian Yin, let's go. Go. Nguyen Yang stared at the two figures in surprise. Wan Yinru, so quiet, had become animated by Wan Ningyan. True to form, she was a true friend. Run slowly, don't fall. Nguyen Yang couldn't help but warn her, then stuffed a piece of fat into her mouth and began searching for supplies. In the apocalypse, many people would not risk going to maternity and baby stores, because baby products are small and useless, and the food is scarce and not enough to fill you up. In a mall like this, only some milk powder was looted, and many places were left untouched. Nguyen Yang wasn't interested in baby clothes, but since there was a disassembly space, and since baby items were of relatively high quality, especially clothes made of high-quality materials, she decided to collect them so she could disassemble them and give them to the embroiderers later. Nguyen Yang was more interested in milk powder. Elderly people in her family needed calcium supplements as they aged, including Xiaoyu's grandparents and Zhao Rou's elderly mother. Calcium tablets were hard and not good for those with weak teeth, so milk powder was the best choice. So Nguyen Yang checked the expiration dates and stored all the sealed, intact milk powder in the storage space. She included goat milk powder, amino acid milk powder, anything milk powder. The 2nd floor was more mixed. Besides the large collection of toys and early childhood books, maternity products caught Nguyen Yang's attention. The clothes were a bit loose, but bras, underwear, radiation protection clothing, home clothes, maternity socks, etc., all wearable. The material of these clothes was exceptionally high quality. Nguyen Yang could tell them apart from those found at wholesale clothing stores with a single touch. Many of them were elastic, so even thinner people could wear them. So, she cleared out the entire maternity section. During this process, Nguyen Yang also discovered nutritional supplements specifically for pregnant women. She wasn't sure if folic acid had any other uses, but vitamin D, calcium tablets, donkey hide gelatin, and other supplements were certainly safe to take, and some could even be used to nourish the elderly. This trip was truly worthwhile. Nguyen Yang was in high spirits, humming a song he'd written as he collected. When she finished, Wan Ningyan and the others hadn't left yet, so Nguyen Yang went up to find them, busy running around on the 4th floor, clearing the shelves. What are you collecting? You look so exhausted. Sister-in-law. When Yinru, who was closest, paused, took several breaths, and then patted the items in her hands. Laundry detergent, fabric softener, cleaning liquid, so much more. The section up front is for toilet paper, wipes, and diapers. We just emptied it. Why are you taking diapers too? When Yinru replied shyly, sister-in-law said, they can be worn as safety pants and used as diapers for the elderly, so they don't live in disgrace in their old age. Got it. I help you. Nguyen Yang put all the items in Wan Yinru's arms into the storage compartment and began collecting from the top shelf. As he ran to the other end, he ran into Wan Ningyan returning. Wife. Why are you here? Didn't you finish everything downstairs? Yeah, there aren't as many things I can use upstairs, so I can collect them quickly. Wan Ningyan chuckled, wiped the sweat from her flushed face, and said goodbye to Nguyen Yang. I continue collecting. Thanks, wife, for helping me. You're welcome. By the time she said thank you, Wan Ningyan had already run off, her back a cheerful figure. Nguyen Yang lowered her eyes, feeling a surge of emotion. Her wife was truly kind and optimistic. Even so tired, she still enjoyed her work. She was so full of life. Nguyen Yang was lost in thought, thinking back to Wan Ningyan in her previous life. Whenever she felt overwhelmed with negativity, she'd come up with some way to encourage herself, even though her life was so miserable. Wife, why did you stop? Did something happen? Interrupted by her memories, Nguyen Yang quickly replied, nothing, and continued collecting supplies. Live in the present, don't let memories hold you back. Nguyen Yang silently admonished herself, then put the negative memories behind her and focused on her work. The 4th floor had quite a lot of supplies. After putting away the cleaning supplies, there were still some miscellaneous items that could be used, such as fever-reducing patches, mosquito-repellent patches, cups, and lotions. The three of them divided the work and spent nearly half an hour collecting everything they could use. Then they all collapsed on the floor to rest. Ouch! Wan Ningyan suddenly slapped herself on the head. I'm so stupid. I could have just cleared the shells. What's the point of running back and forth? Nuanyang laughed. You're still strong enough. Almost instantly, Wan Ningyan kicked Nuanyang. You're the same. Foolishly coming here to collect supplies, you still have the energy. Yeah, but I simply forgot, not stupid. Wan Ningyan snorted, muttering, just stupid. Nuanyang heard her, but didn't argue. It was really stupid. It felt like I hadn't raided the mall in ages, and I actually made such a low-level mistake. Embarrassing. Sister-in-law, please stop arguing. I know you're trying to make me feel involved, otherwise I wouldn't be able to help. Thank you. When Nianru had completely misunderstood. Nuanyang and Wan Ningyan were just being stupid, not trying to care for her. But they exchanged glances and tacitly agreed not to argue, opting instead for a smile. Wan Ningyan, my Nian is such an angel. Nuanyang, the stupid part has faded. Phew. After resting, Nuanyang checked the time. It was almost 4 p.m. Let's go home and eat. Then I tell Mom in advance. I'd like some steamed eggs, this time with crab roe. Nian, do you want some? I'm fine with either. I decide. Then have one to replenish your body. How about you, honey? All up to you. You worked hard today, so I have to have one too. And Nian has made progress. Let Mom make something she'd like to eat to celebrate. Okay, all up to you. Chapter 399. Wan Ningyan remained seated in the back seat with Wen Nianru. The two happily took inventory of their supplies before collapsing from exhaustion. Nuanyang silently activated sleep mode, covered them with blankets, and turned up the temperature. Finally, he found a comfortable position and rested. When they arrived above the base, it was still early, just beginning to darken. There was no need to delay their schedule at this hour, so they leisurely drove to the base for inspection. The person inspecting the gate today was an old acquaintance, Gao Shui. She had been the one who had helped review and process the ID cards. Nuanyang rolled down the window, handed her the ID card, and chatted briefly with her. Just then, a figure trotted over from a distance. Nuanyang looked closely, and saw it was Aunt Zhang from the orphanage. Hello, I came to ask if you've seen a little boy this tall going out? Aunt Zhang anxiously compared the boy's height with Gao Shui. Gao Shui told her to take her time. Since there were no cars waiting to enter the base, Nuanyang stopped and listened. They went out to the supply exchange station to buy instant noodles this morning, and one of them came back missing. I thought they were just playing around and would be back soon, but it's almost dark and they still haven't returned. Have you looked at the supply station, the cafeteria, or anywhere else? We looked everywhere, but they're not there. We're not afraid they might have gone out. Let's go ask at the door. There are a lot of people coming in and out, but there aren't many children. I don't recall what you said. Don't worry, Auntie. Children are just playing around, so they might be back later. Auntie Zhang still had a worried look on her face. They might be playing around, but it's not summer now, and they're afraid of the cold. They've never been back this late. Don't worry. If we see him here, we send him back to the orphanage. Okay, thank you. Nuanyang listened for a moment, thinking it was just a little boy who had been playing around and hadn't returned home, so he didn't take it too seriously. Even before the apocalypse, there were many cases of children playing around and coming home late, with their parents calling the police and making the news. It wasn't uncommon. After getting his ID card, Nuanyang drove home and then woke the two people in the back seat. Wan Nianru wasn't in a bad mood, but Wan Ningyan was still half asleep. She hugged Nuanyang's neck and hummed for kisses, prompting Wan Nianru to quickly get out of the car and run away. Boo! Honey, are you awake? A little bit. Nuanyang smirked, kissing her ear and whispering, You were acting like a spoiled child just now, and Yen saw you. She blushed and ran straight back home. What? Wan Ningyan instantly woke up and turned to see, where's Nian? Did she really run away? Yeah. This is so embarrassing. Why didn't you help me, you bastard? I hate you so much. I didn't react. I definitely do it next time. Who said there'd be a next time, huh? Wan Ningyan, embarrassed and annoyed, pushed Nuanyang aside and got out of the car. Nuanyang smiled as he watched her flee. He then went to the driver's side to repair the SUV and retrieve the supplies from the trunk before returning home. Sister-in-law. Mom's calling you for dinner. Okay, Yuer, have you been good at home? Have you finished your homework today? I done everything, sister-in-law. I tell you a secret. Teacher Su will be checking tomorrow, but Xiaofeng hasn't finished his homework yet, so he's making up for it today. He's just cramming at the last minute. Don't imitate him. I won't. I learned from Sister Nian Yin. Wang Yang praised to her a few more times, then when he reached the dining table, he saw Wan Ningfeng waiting for his meal. He was furious. So he coaxed Wan Ningyan and started telling her about Wan Ningfeng. Wan Ningyan, already fuming, exploded after hearing this. She grabbed Wan Ningfeng by the ear and led him to Lucky's room, followed by a series of screams. Xiaoyang, what's wrong with Yan Yan? She beats Xiaofeng as soon as she gets home. Did Xiaofeng cause trouble? Well, Sister Su Wan will be in class tomorrow, and Xiaofeng hasn't even finished his homework. This kid deserves a spanking. He's not making any progress. Wan Yang smiled secretly, feeling like a green tea who was causing unrest in the house. But deep down, he was quite pleased. At dinner, Wan Ningfeng, with a mournful expression, remained silent while everyone else was bustling with activity. Their focus focused on Wen Yanru, Wan Ningyan, and the newly found supplies. The reserved and quiet Wen Yanru blushed at the praise, but she couldn't hide away, so she was thrust into the conversation and told everyone what had happened that day. Wan Ningyan chuckled into Nuan Yang's ear, "Hey, from now on, let Yan Yan handle the itinerary. That saves us having to go through it all again, which is so tiring." Does Yan Yan know you're scheming against her? I call this exercise. Wan Ningyan paused. Yes, Yan Yan should get more exercise. Nuan Yang didn't initially react to Wan Ningyan's suggestion, but when she got the chance to join the conversation and directly suggested letting Yan Yan join the Rose team, Nuan Yang finally understood what she meant by more exercise. Rose team? Mother Wan quickly put down her chopsticks and bowl. Is that okay? Yan Yan has only been out a few times. Isn't she already experienced enough? Mom, the Rose team focuses on scavenging supplies. We have a resource finder and a tactical scope, so finding supplies shouldn't be a problem. If the military missions were difficult, the captain wouldn't let Yan Yan go. Besides, those with less experience should join the team. Nuan Yang is usually busy with military missions, so he rarely has the chance to take Yan Yan out. It's better to join the team and start scavenging supplies. That help you gain experience faster. And I'd be watching over you, so don't worry, Mom. After Wan Ningyan's outburst, Mother Wan stopped objecting, saying she had to respect Yan Yan's wishes. I'm willing, as long as the captain doesn't mind my clumsiness. The captain and the others will be back tonight. I contact them later and take you to the assessment after dinner. So soon? Little Yan Yan, stop procrastinating. It's not a good habit. As Wan Ningyan spoke, she glanced at Wan Ningfeng, frightening him so much that he immediately lowered his head and ate, almost burying his face in his bowl. Okay, I listen to you, sister. Be good. Eat more. A full stomach gives you strength. The captain is formidable. Don't let him be unable to withstand a single blow. Well, I try my best. Nuan Yang didn't get involved in the conversation and continued to eat in silence. Wan Ningyan had grown up, and Nuan Yang didn't want to interfere too much with her decisions and ideas. If you want someone to be completely independent, you have to gradually let go. As for Wen Yanru, she had already overcome the most difficult hurdle. All that remained was to learn from everyone else's experience. Joining the Rose team was indeed a good opportunity. More experience would help her grow up faster. Chapter 400. Wan Ningyan acted decisively. Upon learning Wei Mingyi had returned, she immediately dragged Wen Yanru along to find her. Nuan Yang simply warned her to be careful on the slippery roads, then called Wan Ningfeng along to pack the newly purchased herbs and deliver them to Xiaoyu's family. They then took the packaged herbs home. Xiaoyu's family wasn't doing well these days, relying solely on their two working parents for income. Their only consolation was that Xiaoyu had recovered from her illness and Grandpa's leg was slowly healing. Nuan Yang then took a few cans of milk powder and calcium supplements he had scavenged that day, and Mama Wan picked out a few soup bones and sent them to Xiaoyu's family. Xiaoyu's family was sure to refuse, so Nuan Yang had brought Mama Wan along to avoid being caught off guard. After a heated exchange of words, Aunt Kai awkwardly accepted the gift. "Auntie, we agreed that once this batch of Chinese medicine is packed, it will be deducted from your salary. You can't take it for free." "Yeah. But these are soup bones, not much meat, so I only give you 10 points. You can't give more," Mother Wan said, looking at Nuan Yang. "Xiaoyang, listen carefully. If you take more points, I scold you." "Don't worry, Mom. Aunt Kai won't let me get scolded, so she definitely come as agreed." This back and forth had Aunt Kai on the hot seat, so she had no choice but to accept. On the way home, A light snow fell again. Nuanyang held an umbrella for Mother Wan and helped her walk slowly. In fact, since Mother Wan had eaten the energy-rich fat, this little snow wouldn't chill her, but Nuanyang was still worried and had to hold an umbrella to feel at ease. Xiaoyang, Su-Wan's daughter will be teaching the kids starting tomorrow. Are we really not going to pay her a cent? Mom, this was agreed upon. Tuition is our return gift. Otherwise, Su-Wan wouldn't accept our kindness for nothing. Aw, look, it's freezing cold now, and there's very little work to do at the base. And she still comes here every day to tutor our children. How can she have time to earn money to support the family? I feel bad if I didn't give her some supplies. Nuanyang understood what Wan's mother meant and smiled. I understand, Mom. I talked to Ningyan about this later and figure out a solution that's best for both parties. Okay, thank you for your help. As they chatted, they saw someone approaching from a distance. It was Chen Jun and Chen Haiteng. Nuanyang asked Wan's mother to go home and call Yue out, while she waited for them at the door. Captain Chen, what brings you here? Chen Jun brushed the snow off himself and smiled. Miss Wan, stop teasing me. I have a mission, and I came here specifically to let you know. At that moment, Wan Ningfeng came out, holding Yue's hand. She was carrying a basket. It was obvious that Yue had brought all her treasures to give to Chen Haiteng. Sister Haiteng, you finally came to see Yue. Wan Yue was delighted, but Chen Haiteng blushed slightly with embarrassment at her words. The patrol team's been busy lately. I come visit you more often. Well, Sister Haiteng, take this. I saved it especially for you. Chen Haiteng's right hand was in her pocket, ready to take out a box of cookies, but when she saw the contents of the basket, she silently put it back. Nuanyang saw all this and sighed softly. She followed Chen Jun to the side to discuss business, leaving the doorway to the two children. Captain Chen, what's the mission this time? It's not difficult. First, we go to a hot spring restaurant to collect coal, then to the building materials market to collect materials, and finally to the port to collect fish. But we can't take a helicopter this time, so it'd probably take 2 or 3 days to get back. That's fine, but why are they collecting materials again? Is the military planning another infrastructure project? Yes, they're worried about extreme heat after the extreme cold, so they're planning to build a water plant. They're taking advantage of the heavy snow to store water. They're also renovating the unfinished sewage treatment center, centrally treating the base's domestic water for reuse and saving water costs. Also, the coal-fired power plant needs to be expanded. The Flying Tigers brought back a wind turbine 2 days ago, which is perfect for the extreme cold and strong winds. Combining coal, wind, and photovoltaic power will make the base's power system more stable. I didn't expect the military to actually invest in infrastructure. If these are completed, life on the base will be more comfortable, and there will be more work. Ordinary people, if they work hard, won't starve to death in the extreme cold. Then why do we need to go collect the fish? It's quite close, so I don't need to make another trip. Chen Jun smiled sheepishly. Miss Wan, please tell me, don't think our military is stingy. Last time you took away a boatload of fish, they caught another. It took 5 truckloads to load it all back. This trip back and forth consumes a lot of gasoline. Gasoline is a consumable commodity, and the gas stations within 100 miles have long been drained. The authorities are reluctant to waste it, and they want to get more fish to supplement everyone's nutrition, so they hope you can go again. I see. Then you can tell the port to catch more. In this weather, seafood can be stored, and I bring it back later. Okay. Thank you, Miss Nguyen. You're welcome. When do we leave? I pick you up at 6 a.m. the day after tomorrow. Yes. When the conversation ended, Nguyen Yang and Chen Jun returned to their home. Only Chen Haiteng was left at the door. She was holding a basket, her eyes fixed on the closed door. Haiteng, I finished discussing something. Let's go back and rest. Okay. Chen Haiteng responded, politely said goodbye to Nguyen Yang, and followed Chen Jun to the district gate. Having consumed energy-rich fat, Nguyen Yang wasn't at all afraid of the cold, so she watched them leave from the doorway. She really wanted to tell Chen Haiteng that the thought was profound, and Yue wouldn't mind, but this was ultimately a matter between children, so she couldn't interfere, so she let it go. A light snowflake fell on her shoulders, and Nguyen Yang, afraid of getting her clothes wet, hurried home after seeing the two leave District B. She happened to see Wan Ningyue eating cookies. Where, didn't we just have dinner? Why are you eating cookies again? Aren't you afraid that Mom will be upset if she sees you? Or that she thinks you don't like her cooking? Wan Ningyue pouted. Sister-in-law, I don't dislike Mom's cooking. It was Sister Haitang who told me to eat them quickly because they were almost expired. That's why I opened them and ate them. And I didn't eat them all myself. I shared them with Mom, Dad, and Brother Xiaofeng so I wouldn't overeat. Nuanyang was a little surprised. Are these the cookies Chen Haitang just gave you? Yes, Sister Haitang is so kind. You always bring me gifts, but this time I'm giving you a gift in return. Sister-in-law, am I being polite? Yes, I am. But you're not allowed to skimp on food and treat yourself poorly just to give Haitang a gift. Malnutrition won't keep you tall. I know. Nuanyang smiled and stroked Yuer's head. The little girl had been short and malnourished due to her idiotic father's abuse. But thanks to Mama Wan's loving care, she finally grown taller. She was estimated to be almost 1.4 meters tall, the lower limit of a healthy 12-year-old girl's height. Because he had another mission coming up soon, and the journey would take 2 or 3 days, Nuanyang said goodbye to Wan's mother and father and went to take a shower. After the mission, he visited Camu's home and Shuxiu village. He also had been thinking about fishing. Seeing the military fishing made him jealous, and he was itching to try it himself. However, the constant running around definitely wouldn't be enough for his body, so he planned to go to bed early today and stay home tomorrow to catch up on some sleep and stay energized. Halfway through his shower, the glass door suddenly opened, startling Nuanyang. Turning around, he saw Wan Ningyan and sighed silently. Why didn't you knock? What do you mean by knocking? I guess my wife still needs your permission. Nuanyang's lip curled, and he replied, no need. Where's the bathtub? Get it out, and let's take a bath together. I have some good news for you. Ningyan passed the test? Huh? How did you know? Ah, this silly wife. Nuanyang didn't respond. He took out the bathtub and began to fill it with hot water, adding rose petals and bath salts. When everything was ready, Wan Ningyan pointed at the tub and, with a smile on her face, Nuanyang sat in first. Then, Wan Ningyan settled comfortably on Nuanyang's lap, leaning her whole body into her arms. Wan Ningyan felt uncomfortable sitting in the tub, so she used Nuanyang as a human chair. Nuanyang naturally pampered her, taking the opportunity to touch her perky butt and big white rabbits. It was worth it. Wife, although you guessed one piece of good news, I have another one you definitely won't guess. Nuanyang was playing with her big white rabbits, the tip of the rabbit hard and bulging, rubbing it back and forth in his palm, enjoying the pleasure. When he heard Wan Ningyan's words, he didn't even raise his eyelids and replied almost immediately. Did Wei Mingying end your punishment early? Huh? How did you guess right again? Because we're so in tune with each other. Nuanyang took the opportunity to kiss her cheek, but the surprised woman held her hand back. No. There must be something wrong. How did you guess everything? Did you press the bug? Wan Ningyan was actually quite smart, but sometimes she could be a little silly, a lovable contrast in Nuanyang's eyes, and his eyes curved with a smile. Yes, I installed a bug. What? How did you install a bug? Where did you press it? Hand it over. The more Wan Ningyan's face puffed up in anger, the more Nuanyang smiled. His fingertips slowly slid down, reaching into the black forest. Don't be angry, honey. I find the bug and show it to you right away. No, why? Don't. Exercise helps with sleep.